That's what you think.
Yeah, so thusly, if they go down there and there's no 24-hour sun, then the globe's wrong because it predicts one.
Affirming the consequence.
Hold on. That would mean. Hold on. You just said that would mean You said they could predict it with the Earth orbiting the sun. So if they don't see that, then the Earth don't orbit. Then the Earth don't orbit the sun, but the Earth could still be a globe, right?
So
right?
when I'm talking about the globe model, I mean like 50, 100 scientific things that add together. I don't just mean the shape.
Yeah, the sum. Listen, that's not how science works. It isn't the sum. We don't fucking count up the number of fucking pieces of evidence because it only takes one piece of evidence to falsify a theory. One. No matter how many affirmations you have, it only takes one piece of evidence to falsify a theory. And the one piece of evidence we have that falsifies the theory is the surface of the Earth's not curving. And it's a logical necessity for a globe. You can't have a globe with a flat surface. No matter what the sun does. You realize that, right?
Exactly. This shouldn't be an if conditional. It should be a because conditional. Because the Earth is a sphere, right? Not if, not a prediction.
You know, what did my mom used to say? Don't put all your eggs in one basket.
That's what affirming the consequence is pointing out, isn't it? Really?
Yeah, truly. Yeah. Phil's logical syllogism was, it's impossible on a flat Earth. Dude, he just kept chanting it, dude, over and over again. He's embarrassing.
Okay, I'm looking at the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. It's a picture of the Earth with the sun circling around the ice wall. Are you guys going to change the picture now?
No, just because it annoys you.
No, actually, that was a piece of art.
Yeah, but it's not possible because they're down there looking at
yeah, that's fine, but it's art. So we do things in art which are not possible all the time.
Yeah, kind of like your globe pictures.
Someone like, yeah, like all of them.
That's all I wanted is that we're done with this stupid map where North Pole's at the middle. That's all I wanted.
It's your map. The Gleason's map is a globe projection, remember?
Yeah, but projections aren't real because like the only way to make a real globe is a globe. Like any flat map is going to be an imperfect representation.
So the 24. Did you just say it's not real? So the 24-hour sun falsified something that's not real. Fantastic. Congratulations. That was worth every penny.
So if the Earth were flat, then yeah, a 2D map, like a flat map, that would be the best way to represent it. So I thought that's why you guys made that the Discord picture and why you guys are always posting that map is because if it's 2D, then yeah, that's what it would really look like.
The Discord picture comes from art somebody made, I don't know, about 5 or 6 years ago. That I took it, made it into an animated GIF, and uploaded it onto the Discord. It's very funny because if you go on Facebook, there's people on Facebook that say that art is a globe. Which is fucking hilarious because they think that the sun and the moon are specular highlights. Proving once again that there's no artist on Earth that's a glober.
Okay, so Antarctica didn't work. You guys still believe in this? What if they start sending you guys to space? Would you believe it?
Look, if I sent you to the beach and you saw it was flat, would you believe that?
If you sent me really, really, really high up and I saw the Earth was flat, then yeah, I would believe it.
Why do you need to be really high up? You can't tell from down here.
I mean, let's say I was a speck of dust, it would look flat. If I was an ant, it would look flat. If I was an elephant, it would look flat. But if I was 50,000 feet up, 100,000 feet up, I don't think it would look flat.
Like, how flat would it look?
I've never been up there. I don't know. I think it was.
No, I mean, from the surface, if you're an elephant, ant, whatever, what makes you think it would look flat?
Because right now I'm 6 feet, and it looks. If I were 10 feet, I think it would look flat.
Well, the horizon should be, the edge of the Earth should be 3 miles away. Yeah, that's right, dude. The globe you think is huge is actually pretty small. The horizon for a 6-foot man is supposed to be 3 miles away. That's right. That's at 3 miles away is when things are supposed to start getting blocked by Earth curve. But you know you don't observe that in reality. You know that, right? It's nowhere near 3 miles. There's other ways you can know it's not curved. Reflections of the sky in water, in still water, if you look at the reflection and you look at the sky, they're perfectly symmetrical. I'm sure you've been to a store where they got a convex mirror, right? And everything's distorted, or you looked out a side view mirror, you'd see distortion.
What if it was not flat, but like almost flat? If you had like an almost flat mirror, it would barely be distorted and you wouldn't be able to tell.
Well, you would. The closer you get to where the quote-unquote edge horizon would be, see, the distortion would increase. So it would be least distorted near you, and then become more and more distorted the further away. And you can compare what you're seeing to what's reflected. It's because you're seeing something, and that something that you're seeing is being reflected in the mirror, and you can just compare them. Does this look the same as that? Right? It's just a comparison. Does this look the same as that? Does it have the same proportions? And you'd easily be able to tell. And easily. It wouldn't even... So, according to the math, you should start seeing distortion in a mere 220 feet. So that means a spot 220 feet away from you, the reflection of the sky compared to the sky should start getting distorted. And if you can see a horizon 10 miles away, well, there's going to be a lot of distortion by the time you get that far away, because the difference in angle of, say, what you see, so say a cloud sometimes a 5-degree angle, then it reflects off the water. Well, it's going to appear a quarter of an angle, a quarter of a degree larger than the cloud itself. It's not going to be symmetrical. It can't be anywhere near symmetrical. We're very good at, human beings are very good at detecting symmetry. Very good.
Clouds are like amorphous blobs. It'd be kind of hard to tell if one was the wrong shape because they have no right shape.
I'm talking about symmetry. Symmetry, as in something is a mirror image of another thing. Because
Yeah,
you know why we're good at it? I'm sure you're an evolutionist, right? I'm sure you believe in evolution, right? Why would symmetry be a good thing to detect? Mate selection? That's why we're attracted to symmetry. It's when we look at face of an opposite sex. First, if it's asymmetrical, we pick it up right away. One eye bigger than the other, one nostril bigger than the other, crooked smile, ear lower than the other. D cup on one side, C cup on the other side.
Oh, it's kind of old school. People these days have realized that asymmetry is not bad. Like if you make a perfectly symmetrical face, it looks creepy.
Yeah,
That's
perfectly
beauty
symmetrical.
like 10 years ago. That's not modern science.
Yeah, yeah, perfectly symmetrical faces, people think it's unnatural, so they're not attracted to it. It's perfectly symmetrical. But generally speaking, there's a limit, right? So there's a limit to how symmetry is attractive. But generally, we look for symmetry.
It proves your point, though, Indio, because if we then look at perfect symmetry in the mirror reflection, we would think it would be ugly, but we don't. When we look at a perfect symmetrical image of the sky on the ground, we say it's some of the most beautiful things we've ever seen. Like Sierra del Uni.
Yeah. Someone tried to tell me that's the only place on Earth that does that. That's the only flat spot. They said that shit on X. Like, oh, that's the only flat spot. So I had to go find other images of like perfectly symmetrical reflection in other lakes and on the ocean, and it wasn't that hard. But I'm just saying, like, it doesn't matter where you go. If you have a calm water, it's large, you're gonna see a perfectly symmetrical reflection of the sky in the water. Period. Invariably, because the water's not curving, dude.
It's been my experience every lake I've ever been to. You know how they made the most perfect reflections in Half-Life?
No. I don't.
They just flipped the level upside down, perfectly symmetrical.
That's funny.
They found it was less processing power to just have a second instance of the entire level than to try to make ideal reflections.
That's freaking hilarious, man.
Funny.
So AI, I wanted to run this by. I think, man, I don't know how I came up with this today. Anyway, so I thought of a new way to win more. I don't think they use it because I was thinking, like, you know how the United States, our policy now, right? We try to like kill the head of the snake, right? We try to what they call the decapitation strike. Try to kill the leader, thinking everybody else is going to surrender, right? We don't try to like defeat the army. We try to subvert the country so that they'll kill their leader or we'll kill their leader directly, right? And we think if we cut out the head of the snake, everything will fall apart. That's how we do it now. I think they're targeting the wrong person. So in any organization, the Pareto principle is what applies, right? So you need to just kill the top 1% most productive people because they're doing 90% of the work. And if you just kill that 1% of the people, the rest of the people are useless eaters doing 10% of the work. So they're killing the wrong head, man. They're, like, you kill the most productive people. Like, they never do that. They're always trying to kill the leaders. Why kill the leaders, dude? To find out who's the most productive people in the military, right? And kill those people.
Yeah. Does make sense because
That's a really interesting
if
point.
you don't,
Oh, sorry.
if you don't, then the next person that comes in has that logistics that is ingrained into the culture and loyal to the culture because they grew up with the culture. But if you do, you can replace all those people, and the rest of the people need them to survive, so they'll do whatever they say.
Well, the thing is, if the other side finds out your tactic, right, then it's going to be a race to the bottom. And everybody's going to be trying to be lazy because they don't want to be the most productive person and they get targeted, right? So we're like, fuck, dude, I'm the laziest dude in the military now. Yeah, I just like, why don't they apply the Pareto principle to warfare of like killing the other side? because it's the most productive people doing most of the shit. And everybody else is just like, not.
Indeed. Oh, I got one for you. Check out this in the chat. Give me a second. Go to politics. Go to the chat. Open up the chat.
Now I was thinking, who in the United States would they target? Well, it wouldn't be the Joint Chiefs because that's about the most unproductive group of people there is. Like, who? It would have to be like, it would be like people at the colonel level. Maybe some captains here and there.
Yeah, check that one out. Oh, it's in the politics chat. Oh, did Peter try your question?
Yes. And he dodged it, changed the subject, asked me questions, then tried to straw man what I said. And, he was running because he was on Twitter Space. Well, I joined the Twitter Space, and he follows me around on Twitter like a lost puppy. He's obsessed with me. So he joined, and I tried to, give it to him, but it was duck, duck, dodge, dive, duck, and dodge or some shit. He just kept asking me how. Well, the question's the same. Basically, can you make a logical statement on how 24-hour sun observation falsifies the flat Earth? He wouldn't answer it. He wouldn't even acknowledge that I asked it to him. Put it that way. That's how bad he dodged. He kept asking me, "Well, how many suns are there?" He was just totally. He's just being himself. Just you know what Peter does when he's cornered, right? He brings out the frickin' circus tricks and the smoke and mirrors, dude. He's just trying to deflect, distract. Don't look out. Don't think about that question. He just tries to do some crazy shit long enough so that everybody forgets that he was cornered in the first place.
Yeah, I agree. It definitely doesn't disprove flat Earth, but it at least gets you guys off that North Pole at the middle map that you've been using for a while.
I'm going to still use that map. Not a navigation map. It's the sun. It is a longitude and time calculator. That's what it says on it. Now, you can use that to know what time it is. That's what it was made to do.
Can you or anyone else think of a way the sun and the moon would work on that map?
The sun does work on that map. It's what it was designed to do. It'll tell you what time it is.
Is the map posted in chat somewhere?
You should talk about the Gleason's map. You
No,
just
I mean,
Google it.
Like how does 24-hour sun work on that Gleason's map?
I don't know. Well, I mean, Antarctica's spread around, right? So,
But if you're an individual observing it, you're not going all around Antarctica. You're staying in the same.
how do you know?
Well, I thought that the idea is that they're doing a time lapse video, so they're not moving unless
Well,
you're seeing the ice.
Maybe there's this thing. Maybe there's a wormhole on the edge of Antarctica, and you're stretched like into spaghetti.
I mean, wouldn't they still have to get into the wormhole?
Yeah, they sail a boat there or fly a plane.
They flew to 80 degrees south.
So you just get stretched like spaghetti.
In your
man.
paradigm,
Go ahead. Hey,
idiot. Keep in mind, guys, that in your paradigm, you already believe all of this. Just
I
believe that
know,
it's happening out in space instead of on the Earth.
That's the funny thing. Is I say to Globers all the time, you know this, something ridiculous from their old paradigm, and I attribute it to flat Earth, and you're like, that's fucking stupid. Like, yeah, I know it's fucking stupid. You already believe it, though.
Yeah, spaghettification is stupid on Earth, but it makes sense, kinda, in a black hole.
It makes sense. Yeah, sure it does.
You're not being part of the spaghetti. It's
No, how does it make sense?
Event horizon. The
No,
the
I
time
just
dilation.
heard a black hole physicist today say that a black hole is a mirror, and that the protons that are reflected off your face will go into the event horizon, and the ones that just miss will go around and come back, and you'll see your own image. And then he said, but other ones will just miss, and they'll go around twice. And there's some that'll go around 3 times and 4 times and to infinity. And so when you look at a black hole, you see an infinite amount of reflections of your own face. I heard a fucking goddamn PhD physicist from Harvard say this shit today.
All right, yeah, I hate theoretical physicists too.
Flat Earth is ridiculous. Just remember that. It's the flat Earth that's ridiculous. Not infinite fucking images bouncing off of a black hole.
Oh, Idio. You got to listen to me and Miggy talking to Brenda the other day. So Brenda put up the idea that there's some new experiments, quote unquote, prove multiverse. We were previously talking about physicists like you were just now who are doing these lectures, and they basically said that the multiverse solves a lot of problems with some of our other experiments. But in a multiverse, you have an infinite or near infinite permutation of physics. And what that means is that all possible physics must be realized. Not should be, would be, could be, must be realized. So that means that at least in one universe, the Earth is flat. So they arrived at this conclusion based on their interpretation of what they think is a globe universe. So according to this guy, if the Earth is a globe, the Earth is flat. And Brenda was like, oh yeah, there definitely should be, yeah, if that makes sense, there definitely, if we had the multiverse, which Brenda already said is proven by this experiment, one of those universes would have a flat Earth, absolutely. And then Miggy's like, yeah, it's this one.
Actually, it's an infinite amount of universes will have a flat Earth in it.
Now, on top of that, because Brenda believes in a physicalist paradigm where evolution is the primary driver for the ultimate resultant emergent consciousness, I quoted Hoffman that consciousness cannot. By the way, he's an evolutionary psychologist. Okay, so this quote is legitimate. He said, "Evolution cannot evolve for truth. It has no functional mechanism to evolve for truth, or a mind space or brain that is capable of truth." That means that you have no way to know which universe you're in because your faculties can't be trusted.
So we have no way to know if the laws of logic are true. We could just think they're true and they could actually be false. So the law of non-contradiction could just be a suggestion. Well, so here's the other thing, right? So if there's an infinite amount of universes with an infinite amount of flat Earths, one of them has to have been created by God. At least one. One has a universe that was created by God. And there's one of these flat Earth universes where Brenda doesn't have a mental illness. That's something I'm going to go to.
Hilarious.
So the many worlds interpretation is when the quantum physics breaks down. It's got to choose a slit. The quantum decoherence. It does one of the two possible outcomes, but like impossible things don't happen. It's just if there's two possible things, one universe will do one possible thing, the other does another.
Das ist, was ich habe gesagt. Ja.
Come on, man. Please stop talking about choosing a split when Brenda's not around.
Jawohl, Herr Obergruppen.
Yeah, I went there. Hey, shut up, Spaz.
Going on, guys?
He said Newton King.
What proof is that the Earth is round? What proof is that the Earth is round? Can I ask?
Good luck.
Does anyone have any proof that the Earth is round?
All right, fuck it. Have you ever used a GPS?
Yeah.
Okay. Have you ever looked inside of a GPS packet, like what's actually the text inside the information?
Look, mate. Yeah, absolutely.
All right. Yeah, so that wouldn't be possible unless it was from satellites.
That's bloody awesome. That's actually the best argument I've heard so far. Aside from like all the proof on like YouTube that the Earth is round, and like all these idiots on here that have cut their families off because they just want to believe the Earth is flat. Yeah.
How was that a good answer?
What's that? Oh, you just basically a loser and you've cut your whole family off and you can't go back on it. That's all it is.
No. How is what he said a good answer is proof of a globe? That's what I don't get.
Oh yeah, true. Yeah, sorry, you've cut your family off and like you don't talk to them anymore.
I don't think
that wasn't the question.
Their family
Yeah,
doesn't.
sorry. Yeah, I don't. You don't. Yeah, I don't trust my
So
family
you actually
either.
have no actual argument. So you're going to talk about us like a gossiping bitch.
No, just I've cut my family off.
No,
because I
you're a
believe the Earth is
gossiping
flat.
bitch. No, you're a gossiping bitch.
No, I'm just joking. So yeah, okay. The reason why that's a good answer is because you need fucking satellites in the sky to be able to do GPS tracking. So how is that possible without satellites in space?
Do you even know how? I'm going to tell you. Do you know
Go on.
GPS spoop? You know what GPS spoofing is?
Go on.
Do you know what GPS spoofing is?
Yes.
Okay, is that a satellite in space?
No.
Okay, so it doesn't require a satellite in space. Next.
Why would they lie about it? Why would that?
Okay, it's a social argument, and I don't give a fuck why they lie.
Yeah, you know what? Because you've just cut your whole family off, and now you don't talk to any of them. And
So this is what you guys always do. You can't actually make sound logical arguments, so you make this
Neither can you.
sociological.
Neither can you.
Yeah,
Right.
this measures
Against GPS, that's stupid.
Why?
That's a
Why
bad
would they?
argument.
Why would they possibly lie? What is the possible
cares?
reasoning for lying about this? Who cares?
Okay.
Oh, just because it is. Okay.
So,
Yep, no
so-
worries.
Who's
Yeah, I cut
they?
my hold on. Yeah, I cut my family off too. Everyone.
Yeah. Oh man, what a little bitch! Ran away.
No, he was helped India. He's a dickhead, that one.
I was gonna try to frickin' put the screws to him, but anyway, I don't think that was gonna work. I'm always, like guys like that. I think, I'm gonna put the screws to him, but they just get louder and more obnoxious. The more they get caught in a trap, they just start spurging and spazzing. You know how it is.
Didn't matter what you asked him. The answer was going to be you cut your family off anyways. So, yeah.
Fucking no. What does that even mean?
I don't know. It's just probably some cope thing that they've got going on.
Well, it means like most people don't believe in flat Earth, so they might think like you're crazy for believing it.
We don't believe in it either.
Yeah, but so what? If your family, would your family cut you off from believing in ghosts?
They wouldn't care. Yeah, they wouldn't care.
Yeah, so but I'm serious. If that's your family, you might want your family to cut you off if that's how weak your family is.
Yeah, I can believe in anything. They wouldn't give a shit.
Well, I mean, to even suggest such a thing is to be like, oh, thinking the Earth is flat is immoral. Right? Because your family should only cut you off for immoral actions. That's it. Things that are so immoral, you can't let them contaminate everybody else with your immorality. That should be the only reason your family ever cuts you off. But that shows you his mindset. He thinks flat Earth is immoral. That's how fucked up some of these Globers are. And I know you're a Glober. That's why I'm saying some of these Globers. I'm not lumping you in with them. Some of these Globers think that it is immoral. Think about that for a second. Oh, stealing, that's fine. Lying, that's fine.
The Earth is
flat
round.
Earth? Only on TV, dude.
All right, so the GPS packet tells you this is my latitude, this is my longitude, this is what time it is.
No, it doesn't. Where did you get that information?
Okay, then what does it say?
Okay, GPS uses the message is what's called a Rinex message, RINEX. It's in Earth-centered, Earth-fixed coordinates. That is a plane, dude. It's in Cartesian coordinates. It's converted via coordinate transformation into latitude and longitude. But it comes down to message in what's called a Rinex message.
Okay, but that's convertible to lat long.
Yeah, so what? It's convertible to any coordinate system you want. You can transform any coordinate system into any other coordinate system.
Okay, so it provides its lat long and the current time.
No. Doesn't say anything about latitude and longitude. Nothing. Your GPS device converts it.
You're saying it applies, it gives information that's you can convert to lat long.
Yeah. You can convert it into freaking 100 other coordinate systems too.
Okay, the satellite gives its location in whatever format and what time it is.
No, it just gives a timestamp.
No.
Gives a time. So it gives a timestamp. Your GPS says, your receiver says, "Oh, you sent it then. This is what time it is now."
Yeah.
Oh, speed of light takes this long. We're going to do some corrections for tropospheric scattering and ionospheric reflection and any other fucking thing we can dream up of today. And then we're going to calculate how far away that satellite is. And then we're going to do it to that satellite, that satellite, that satellite, that satellite. Right? And we're going to get position, in ECF, Earth Center, Earth Fixed, on a tangent plane, right, on a plane. You understand? Plane. It's on a plane. Coordinates are what's called up, down, and easting. That's the coordinate system. Instead of X, Y, and Z Cartesian coordinates, they call up, down, and easting.
Yeah, and then once your GPS receiver gets enough of those signals from the different satellites, it figures out its position.
Yeah, but it doesn't have to be satellites. Not at all. Like your GPS receiver is just a passive instrument.
I mean, it could be done with Earth stuff, but you can decode the packets, and they're saying that they're in space.
Yeah, it says, "Hey, I'm in space." That's what it says. I'm sure. So so check this out. Instead of in space, let's say, so there's a differential GPS receiver that's in Quincy. So what if instead of being at that coordinate, we just have it broadcast that it's 1,000 miles higher than it really is? Would that be in space? I'd still have the same coordinate.
Location then.
Well, yeah, I would, because I would know it was that location plus 1,000 miles up.
If you gave a GPS receiver a bunch of false info, it wouldn't be able to triangulate its position.
No, it'll just hop to something else. See, there's a thing called GPS spoofing, dude. GPS was not made for any type of security.
I needed evidence. These submissions were being made by someone working for press.
You can literally spoof GPS signals for under $300.
Yeah, but I'm saying like GPS works great basically anywhere in the world.
Well, most of the time you're not using GPS. You know that, right? You're using location services.
Yeah, like Wi-Fi.
Yeah, like the cell phone network.
Yeah, cell phone network. Wi-Fi.
Yeah, so if you have to shut all that shit off to use any sort of GPS.
I mean now, but back when we used Garmin's and shit, those GPS.
Well, I can tell you just from personal experience, when they first started using quote-unquote GPS, and I tried to drive someplace, I got lost every time. Every time. This was back in maybe 2000.
User error.
Yeah, it must be. I don't know how to read a map. I can read paper maps, but I can't read a GPS map. That's what it was. Literally sent me into a brick wall, these motherfuckers, bro.
I mean, they guide missiles with this shit. It's accurate down to very small.
Yeah, that's what you think.
You guys don't believe in missiles either?
No, I believe. Yeah, that's the way I
That's
said.
not real.
No, they're not as accurate as you think, dude. You just like believe anything they say on TV, huh? CNN comes on, they're like, precision strikes by the United States Air Force.
I believe in missiles. I've seen them.
And then 20 minutes later, there's a fucking wedding party fucking on fire. And they're supposed to be hitting something else, and you're like, look how accurate it was. Collateral damage. Dude, okay. Something like a million civilians died. Something like a million civilians died. Yeah, I'm going to try and filibuster me, because I'm going to tell you how accurate they are. Something like a million civilians died in Iraq because the weapons are so accurate. Now, you have to say,
No,
the weapons weren't accurate
in Iraq because they were used as human meat shield. Come on.
Yeah, you don't have anything to fucking say.
Yeah, Richard. And the TV says we
Hold on. I'm going to ask this stupid idiot, son. So, all the civilians that died in Iraq were because they were human shields? Is that what you're saying?
Richard, that's for you.
Oh, I was muted. Sorry. Yeah, they use like meat shields.
So check this out. If they know you're going to hit the people even though they're using you as a human shield, what's the point of using a human shield if you know they're still going to blow you up anyway? What's the point? Because it isn't stopping them.
Missiles. Most
it doesn't stop the other
civilian casualties was from small arms fire, not from missile fire.
Are you listening?
Yeah.
Using a human shield has to stop the other side from attacking you to be worth doing. But we all know it doesn't stop the other side from attacking you.
No, they would send them. They would send them with SBEs on. They would use their bodies literally and shoot
1 million people with suicide vests. 1 million people with suicide vests.
Not a million. No, I'm saying that like you shoot from behind. You don't need to like stop the other guy from attacking you. You need to stop the hits from hitting you. So you'd use the body. Yeah. And I don't mean it like literally, like, oh, I'm standing behind him. Like, no, they would give wrong information, or they would know that the troops were coming or missiles were coming, and they would fill the houses with civilians and then leave the house.
Why?
Why?
Yeah, why?
What is outrageous the international community?
But that has never stopped the United States. The United States has a build a hearing act that if any U.S. service personnel was charged with a war crime in an international criminal court, that they will invade the fucking Hague and free the person. Do you think they really care about public outcry? They control the media anyway. And if they want the media to shut the fuck up, they'll blow that shit up too. Just like they did in Sarajevo. So I don't know what fucking world you live in. Okay, I live in the real world where the United States don't give a fuck. Okay? And you're just spewing CNN propaganda.
Yeah, we try to avoid civilian casualties.
No, we don't.
Putin cuck propaganda.
We intentionally make civilian casualties. Did you hear me talking about the Pareto principle, rock solid, earlier?
Yeah.
So the United States currently, their method of winning wars is to get rid of the leadership of the other country. Do you think that's correct? Okay. Now, how do you do this? You make the civilian population suffer so much that they oust that guy.
Yeah.
Well, how are you going to do that? Well, how are you going to do that if you are avoiding civilian casualties?
You can do it in like sneaky ways.
Civilian casualties are intentional. You really just have no clue. And they might not be intentional from like the people on the ground. I'm talking about the bombing campaigns, the targeting information.
When you bomb people, it makes them hate the U.S. more.
Oh, thanks.
What you do is you find a group that doesn't like the current government, and then you start sending money and weapons and training to that group.
That's how we just took out Assad. We gave Al-Qaeda.
Oh my god, that's the most naive shit I ever heard.
Themselves, and then they start taking out the troops, the people you don't want. That's how you do it. That's how the U.S. does it. That, or they send a spy in, and they start building a package, like a way to like what this guy does, where he goes with people, who he's with, and then what they do is they do a little sneaky attack with like the Navy SEALs or a poison or something, and they
this fucking country's dude, I'm embarrassed. This country's embarrassing, man.
Yeah, that's how we got al-Baghdadi, and that's how we got the Iran.
So what? Well, that's all.
That's how we got Saddam Hussein. That's how we got fucking.
Well, that's what stuff we do. You're saying like we kill all the civilians until they hate their government because we killed them, and then they'll.
Yeah, we hate our government because they're letting you kill us. Like, no, that's not how it works.
Oh man, dude. Hey, which one of you? Hey, let me ask this question. Which one of you were ever on a mission specifically targeting a convoy with Saddam Hussein in it?
It's classified, and I can't confirm or deny.
Really?
Not in a video game, dude.
Well, they found Saddam Hussein.
Indio knows why I'm asking that question.
They found Saddam Hussein in a tunnel, in a hole. So.
This guy dude seems some matter of fact because he saw it on TV. This shit kills me, man. Like, if the TV said your own head was up your own ass, you'd fucking report that to everybody else.
So Saddam wasn't caught in a hole? He was caught in a drainage pipe.
I don't fucking... How would you know?
The whole cupboard.
Yeah, how do you know we didn't put him there in the first place and then turn the film on afterwards?
Why would you do... I don't know. Like, how do I not know something that didn't happen? I don't fucking know.
You don't know what did happen. Someone said XYZ happened. You're like,
you don't know. It's a conspiracy. It's like, because if you don't know,
it's not a conspiracy. People lie, dude.
So what happened? Where did they find him?
Yeah, where was he at? Was he in a convoy?
How the fuck would I know? I don't know, but I'm not going to claim I do know. Hey, they found him in a hole, as if I know because it was on CNN. CNN thinks so much shit is even funny.
I actually saw a video on a cell phone of them finding Saddam and killing him. So
killing him?
Well, they find him, then they take him to court, and then the Iraqis hang him.
Yeah,
you're confusing boogeymen. You're confusing the Al Qaeda boogeyman with the frickin' Iraq boogeyman. So which one did they have at sea burial after confirming their DNA? Was that Saddam or Bin Laden?
Oh, Bin Laden.
Sure. Yeah. Okay. That's exactly what they did.
Sent him out to sea.
Richard, don't let these Jews talk to you this way.
He's
It's just
You're a Jesuit.
I just think you guys, God, you just believe anything you see on TV, dude.
You believe
It's
anything
fucking
you
crazy.
see on YouTube. It's the same thing.
I watch
Bullshit.
TV anymore. What are you, like fucking 40 years old?
What do I
You know,
watch?
we agree with how-to videos, like how to actually do things, like things that'll work.
So I'm an idiot for thinking they
What-
found him in a tunnel, but you're allowed to believe he existed. at all.
But you agree with some YouTube videos, but not all.
You saw the news said that Saddam
So
Hussein.
your argument is that you should agree with.
Dude, they're like,
Well,
you're
what
stupid
I'm
for believing that, for believing the mainstream media. But we watch this random shit on Reddit, and we know the truth.
Yeah, you have no idea what the fuck I watch, dude. You couldn't even comprehend what I watch. So just sit down. Okay, I'll fucking take a screenshot of my fucking. I'll take a screenshot of my hit from the YouTube, and if you can make it to one fucking video and tell me what it's about, okay?
You got the magic. You gotta do your cosmology.
Dude. Well, the last thing I was watching was something about fucking black holes and shit from a theoretical physicist, a PhD from Harvard.
Space is real. Yeah, you're a Zog slave, dude. You just parrot Jewish freaking normie tales. Okay, you believe in space.
I said I was watching it.
Wait, you believe in space, Telgo? You're a dog slave.
I know I do. It's just like breaking their balls.
Dog slave.
Just because you watch something doesn't mean you believe in it. Are you retarded?
No, you do. No, I know who you.
Yeah, shut up, dude.
Okay, listen. If you don't believe it, why would you keep watching it? If you don't believe it?
Because listen, I watch mainstream shit because I want to know what the other. Hold on, are you gonna let me fucking finish? So I watch mainstream shit because unlike you, I want to be able to steal man and know the other side's position so I can defeat it. You guys stick your fingers in your ears and go, nah, nah, nah. Everybody believes it. And that's why you never have a coherent or intelligent response because you don't know what our arguments are because you don't actually pay attention.
No, you make arguments where you don't make any claims. You have.
Okay. I'm going to make a claim. The Earth measures flat. There you go.
Yeah, well, you make one claim, but you need
I made a claim that there's a perfect symmetrical reflection on the surface of water.
That's true. Props for that.
And that can only happen on a flat surface. There's a claim.
Sorry, say that one more time, please.
And it can only the reflections that we see can only happen on a flat surface.
All right, you're at 2 claims.
Yeah, those are the only claims I need because it's very simple. For the Earth to be a sphere, it has to be curving on the surface.
The globe
really simple. I only have to prove one thing. One thing.
But the Globetrotters make like 100 claims, and their claims lead to predictions.
No, they don't. I already demonstrated that. Why you just like go like fucking NPC reset into the beginning? Thinking that there's some prediction for the sun, dude. Based upon a ball. There isn't. You guys are just like lost in the sauce. You guys just believe. So they taught you something half-assed in 6th grade, and you guys like fill in the blanks in your mind of the way it is.
Is that the same guy you're still talking to, Indio? This guy?
I don't know. I've talked to a few people. What's on your agenda tonight?
I was just on break, jumping in to see if what kind of action's going on in here. But I see you got your hands full with the.
He's all right.
What do you think?
He ain't a problem.
Is he a day oneer? No.
Yeah, put him to work.
What do you mean, a day oneer? No, he's got a lot of experience.
You're great.
Oh, does he? Logical fallacies.
No. I would say he's a day one, but he ain't seasoned. Okay, so it's like, he's had his foot in the water. His foot is probably about the same temperature as the water, but like he hasn't gone all the way in yet.
He doesn't want to ask those other questions. He's probably asking you question proofs, right? He's doing the whole question proof thing.
Well, I mean, he was with the 24-hour sun. How can it happen? You know.
Yeah.
When I just said, "Hey, how does it prove a flat Earth?" Yeah, I'll give him credit. He admitted it doesn't disprove a flat Earth. He just wants us to stop using the stupid Gleason's map, which I don't.
Well,
it's not a problem.
It's not up to us. We're not the ones that are going to hold somebody to using something or not. Like, we're not. The people that do use it are the ones who are claiming that's what represents the Earth. Even though nobody's ever said that's what represents the Earth. But I think that's...
I'm sure some people have said that they believe in that map.
Oh, yeah. You know, I'll tell you what, man. Early on, I was even claiming that. To be honest with you. When I first jumped into Flat Earth. Because when, you're trying to figure it all out, you look at the things that people are presenting. That's one of the things that people are talking about. Well, look, this is what the Earth looks like, Flat Earth and stuff. That was back like 2015, 2016, something like that. But it's like...
Yeah.
Huh? I was just going to say, man, the moral of the story is there's bullshit everywhere, including on this side, and you have to sift through all of it. There ain't no break. I switched to the other side, and now, I don't have to sift through bullshit. There's just as much bullshit on this side.
So are you guys able to, get a map now that one's been blown the fuck out?
You're going to pay for it?
No, it's not. It's not about us getting a map, dude. The maps are not used as a Earth as a globe. All maps are flat. That's how maps are. That's how maps work.
Well, they're 2D.
The reason why you think it's useful on a globe is because the Mercator projection has been wrapped around a oblate spheroid. It's a WGS 84 model. You can look this up, dude. So when you look up what map projection is being used for Google Earth, it'll tell you right there. But I would rather you look it up so you can see for yourself.
No,
that I'm not just
Google Maps.
Say again.
Google Earth is a globe.
I know, but the map that it's using, is the one that's Mercator projection. So when you go to Google, ask the question to Google, right? What map is Google Earth using? Type it into the Google search engine. Just so you will see I'm not joshing you, dude. You can actually look into this yourself. And people here, when they make these claims, you can look into the claim and find out that we're not just saying them just because it's what...
You mean what 2D map projection does it use? Because it's a 3D Google Earth.
Can you just type in the question?
I did. I don't see an answer. Because the question doesn't make sense.
It does.
It didn't give you an answer. You can type you can type A, B, C, D, E, F, G. You're gonna get something.
Hang on, what I got is it says Web Mercator. The projection is by Google Maps, which is a variant of the Mercator map projection. This projection distorts the world when zoomed out, but preserves three angles to make close-up more realistic.
Google Maps, not Google
World Geodesic System, WGS 84, the standard used by Google Maps for world coordinates, which uniquely reference a point on the map. Raster, vector, roadmap, satellite, hybrid, and terrain.
Yep, that's correct. So
but that's
Google
not
Earth.
Google Earth. That's Google Maps.
Oh, dude, you are completely thick right now. What do you think you're gonna get when you zoom into Google Earth? When you zoom in, what map projection is that Earth using?
It switches to Google Maps, the 2D projection.
Okay. So what map is that right now? The gentleman just told you. He just finished telling you right now. He read it to you. You still don't get it, do you?
Web Mercator is
That's on
used by
you.
Google Maps.
And what is Google Earth referencing as a map when you zoom in? Go on.
Find me a source.
Not source? Oh, God. What do you think it is that you're looking at when you're looking at Google Earth when you zoom in, dude? What are you looking at? What map projection is that?
In 10 years. It sounds like you know.
Okay. So then how are you telling me? So how are you telling me it's wrong if you haven't opened it in 10 years? Yeah? Fuck's sake, dude.
The answer is...
You already heard the answer. You don't need to be dancing around like you don't know. He told you. And I'm pretty sure he
I've
doesn't
been
believe the Earth's
Googling
flat
this
either.
whole time, and I can't find it. I find that it says Google Maps
Really?
use it. I can't find that it says Google Earth.
Let's ask the gentleman. It's me, a boy. Can you post it in the text chat? I know you don't think the Earth's flat, but if you don't mind, just for the gentleman.
Okay. Anyway, let's say when you zoom in, it switches to a 2D projection. What's your point?
The point is, when you think that you're looking at Google Earth as it's a representation of the Earth as a globe, the map that it's underlined using it's the Mercator projection. And then you can go back to see how old that Mercator projection is. You can do some history.
Okay, and it's like an old.
There's a lot of it. There's a lot of it. Yeah. So now it's a little bit of research on your end. Whether or not you do it, that's on you, man.
So
You
this
can
is
stay
what you.
ignorant all your life. It's up to you.
So you're saying
Hold on a
Mercator
minute.
represents reality accurately because it doesn't.
Dude,
No.
you.
Hold on a second, Miggy.
Go
Listen,
ahead,
wait, what's that?
I
Just
don't
because you see a ball graphically doesn't mean that's what it's using underneath. Like, say you measure a distance. It doesn't mean that's what it's using. So I'll give you and you can do as an exercise. You know Super Mario Galaxy? It's a video game. And there's like a bunch of little balls and you jump from planet to planet and shit.
I think
Go
so.
look how they made gravity within that. So what you see when you're jumping from little balls and it looks like you're being sucked to a ball. It's not how it fucking works underneath. Their physics underneath are nothing like that. Totally different. So what you're seeing a ball, that's not how it's working underneath in the software. It's using a Mercator projection.
I don't get what the point is.
That you think a toy is reality.
Your computer screen's not outside.
Yeah, but do you guys think the Mercator projection is reality? I don't think anyone argues.
I don't know. Show it. Why did you make it then? Why did the Globers make it?
Because it's useful. It's like 80%
A
reality.
flat map is useful to represent a globe. That made no sense.
80% right.
He said 80% reality.
Holy fuck. So how can you represent a 1-to-1 scale? Pretty much 100%, basically. All the distances and everything matches, but then you it's a perfect square, but then you're saying
sacrifice other things.
What is what?
Wait.
The different map projections sacrifice different things, like the relative size.
How's the sun work? How does the sun work on your globe favorite map?
How is he a map expert in this channel when he hasn't looked at anything for 10 years? Like, I don't get it.
I haven't.
In
When was the last
Antarctica.
time you opened Google Earth?
How does the sun work on your favorite globe map in Antarctica for 24 hours?
Why do you guys
Show
jump
us the
between
path.
stuff so quick?
Yeah, it's sad, isn't it, that you don't know anything so slow. But
Yeah, we can play flashcards and you can change the
yeah, we
subject
can play
every
What's
20
the Sun
seconds.
doing Antarctica on your favorite map all day, and
We
you
weren't
won't
even
get one.
fucking talking about that.
Why are we going to talk about flashcards, dude? Why are we going to talk about flashcards when you're just going to tell us that you haven't seen flashcards in 10 years? Everything we talk about, well, I haven't done that in a while.
When did you open Google Earth, Alpha Veritas?
I haven't done that in a while. What can you talk about that you've done? At least start there. So we.
I use Google Earth all the time. You know why?
Alpha Veritas. When was the last time you
Because
opened it?
see, someone makes like an observation, so then I'd use Google Earth to see if that should be possible, and it never is. That's what I use Google Earth for.
Well, Google Earth's not perfect.
What does that mean?
I mean, it's not a perfect representation of reality. It's a model.
Yeah. Can I use it to make predictions? Like if I say, "Hey,
the
horizon."
Stand up for everything.
So I'll give you something. So there's an observation from Mount Canigou to Bar-des-Crins. It's in France. It's across the Bay of Lyon. It's how many miles? 275 miles. Right? 275 miles. So I use Google Earth to say, hey, how far is the horizon away? I don't use Google Earth to figure that out. I'll use a curve calculator. How far is the horizon supposed to be away from the top of this mountain? And then I go on Google Earth and I take the circle drawing tool and I draw a circle from the top of the mountain at the 127 mile distance horizon supposed to be. And that horizon is in the water. But then I look at the picture and you can see the shore, which is another 27 miles away. And I'm going, hey, man, I'm not supposed to see that land. It's supposed to be blocked by curvature, but it's not. And that entire mountain range, the Alps, they're only supposed to be, the peaks are barely supposed to be showing from beyond the horizon, which is supposed to be in the water. That's not what we see. So that's how I use Google Earth.
All right. Yeah, I don't know why you can see stuff farther away than the globe predicts. I've seen people say it's refraction, but I know that makes you guys mad. So,
No.
I'm really angry.
Doesn't make anybody mad.
You said the trigger word. I'm so upset.
Yeah, they get so mad.
Did he say refraction? No shit. Ah.
No, I don't get mad. Just the people that say that have no idea what the hell they're talking about. That's what I get mad about.
Yeah, I don't know why you can see stuff so far.
Well, I mean, if they say, hey, it's refraction, that's why we can see so far. And I go, oh, yeah? How does that work? And they go, oh, light bends towards a more denser medium. And they just parrot stupid shit. But then if you actually go look into academic literature, it doesn't say anything like that.
Ask him, he probably knows.
That's what they show you for. That's like 10th grade level shit, dude.
You know how refraction works, dude?
Yeah. How is the air in reality? In reality, if I go out into the world, right? I go 100 days in the road to the seashore, and I go, okay, how far away is the horizon? Is the horizon going to be there every time? Is it going to be 10 miles away, say, every time I go there? Or is it some days it's going to be 8 miles, another day it'll be 12 miles, another day...
They appear different based on atmospheric
conditions. Yeah, but not just refraction, right?
Yeah.
There's going to be wind, humidity, temperature inversions, all sorts of shit. Capacity of the air, how much particles there are, turbulence. So there's all sorts of factors. It ain't just refraction.
Yeah, it's a chaotic system, and if you get like some weird one-off events, like that happens.
Yeah, but we always have the weird one-off events all the time. So I'll tell you, I've been doing this since 2017. I have never, not once, out of any image, out of the hundreds of images I've looked at from globers, flat earthers, ever seen a horizon at the distance the globe predicts it's supposed to be at. Ever. Not even once.
Fuck, hundreds, thousands, bro. What are you talking about?
Yeah, not once. The horizon is never where it's supposed to be. Ever. Never, ever, ever.
You mean like you see stuff that's too far?
No, like the horizon, the thing that's supposed to block everything, right? So if I want to do the equation that to even figure out if something's too far, the first thing you have to do with any of those calculations, right? You need the radius, then you need the distance to the horizon. Then you can figure out drop, how much is hidden, dip angle, all those other things. But you can't do that until you have the horizon distance. But every observation of the horizon's never the correct distance that matches the globe. So you can't even do the calculation. Or you could do it, but you're doing the calculation based upon a faulty, actual observation. Let's say the horizon's supposed to be a mile away, and we see it 10 miles away. What do I enter? Do I enter the horizon that, is imaginary and in my head that's a mile away? Or do I enter the horizon that's 10 miles away?
I don't know.
Yeah, exactly. So, but people just say, hey, it's refraction. That's just an ad hoc nonsense hand wave bullshit. Because they don't want to deal with the fact, hey, we see too far. And for you to claim that's refraction, making us see too far, you have to say that that's the general condition. That means that every time we look out into the world, Everything is refracted, and nothing's in its regular position, and everything's an optical illusion. But then, on the other hand, 5 seconds later, you're like, but we look at the sun and the moon, and they're at this angle, and they're two degrees above the horizon. We got celestial navigation. Everything's just in the exact position to match a globe. But everything on Earth is somehow fucked up.
Well, if you think about it, if you look at something like toward the horizon, you're going through a ton of air particles. But if you look straight up, you're only going through, I don't know, like 5 miles. Then it gets pretty like sparse, like 10%.
Well, they don't look straight up, right? They look up at an angle, right? So if you're looking up at an angle, A, because the hypotenuse of a triangle is longer than its base, you look through more air, and B, you have a steeper gradient. You have a longer gradient, right? So your optical path is longer, and there's a gradient because you're looking up at an angle. Right? So if I look across the surface of the Earth, the temperature is more uniform, right, at my eye level than it is if I look up, right, at a 45-degree angle to the top of a mountain, say, right, and it's 20 degrees on top of the mountain and 70 degrees where I am.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, the point is that these simplified models, not only do they not work, they don't make any predictions. And they're just ad hoc. And the reason they're ad hoc, you know why refraction was invented? Like the history of it, why it even exists, terrestrial refraction? Because there's something called a solenoid eclipse, where the sun and moon are both above the horizon, but the shadow of the Earth is supposed to be on the moon. But there's no way they could explain this. It can't work. Right? So think about it. You're on the surface of the Earth. You're looking at the sun. It's right behind you. And you turn to a 180, you look at the moon. And on the moon is the so-called shadow of the Earth coming down the moon. But the thing that's supposed to be casting a shadow on the top of the moon is under your feet. And the light source that's supposed to be casting the shadow is also above your head. So the moon's above your head, the sun's above your head, the shadow of the thing that's under your feet is on the moon. It's geometrically impossible. So they had to come up with this ad hoc refraction to explain that. But it actually doesn't explain it because there's no such thing as a refracted shadow.
So you guys don't believe in refraction?
Refraction as a general phenomenon, yes. Refraction exists as a general phenomenon. Yes, it does.
Yeah, because I've seen it. Like if you put your finger in front of a flashlight, your finger's not in the shadow.
Huh? I didn't get that.
Because the light goes around your finger.
That's diffraction.
Well, that'd be if it scatters and goes all over the place.
No, it's just something called edge diffraction. Dude said shadows are refracted. Okay, dude. Yeah, dogs are gods. Yeah, I already just said refraction.
It's been a while since
So this isn't. So you guys, you see, this is a game y'all play. Oh, you don't think refract? No, our claim is specific. Terrestrial refraction, bending light around the curve of the Earth, doesn't exist. That doesn't exist.
Just to add to refraction, let me preface. I definitely lean towards flat Earth, but like I think the best example of refraction is like when you put a pencil like in a half full glass of water and it's leaning at an angle, and when you look at it, it looks like the pencil's like broken or like two separate pieces. But the thing for refraction that I think when Globers try to use it, if you look at refraction, you have to go through two different types of medium. So that pencil's, number one in air or space, and then it goes into a separate or second medium, the water, where when you're looking across the ground and they're trying to say refraction is what's like bending light so that you can see around the curve, it's not possible because you're not going through two different mediums. You're just looking through one.
What about like it's like denser air in one spot, or like hotter or colder air in one spot, or something like that, or more humid in one spot?
Well, the humidity in the air is going to be thicker or more dense towards the ground versus as you go higher in altitude. But if you're just simply looking, 6 feet off the ground, 2 miles away or 10 miles away, you're going to have, plus or minus 1% difference in humidity or density of air. It's not enough of a second medium. You're just looking through one medium.
And it can cause distortions. It can cause distortions in things that you see in the optical distance.
Like a mirage, like a mirage, for example. But the one thing that, for me, of course, like most all other flat earthers, we were globers first. And like around 2015 or 2016, when I started seeing it become a hot topic, like on YouTube or whatever, I went into it as a glober, and I thought, well, I'm going to talk to these people and use, I heard a lot of name calling and arguing, and I thought, well, I'll be Mr. Nice Guy, and I'll use just math and science to try to make it right. And ultimately, what I ended up figuring out was we don't have any math or science to prove a globe. We just have hearsay from ultimately one source. And then all the people that were doing experiments, like where you take a laser and set it on a tripod and send it level across the ground at 4 feet off the ground and then go 10 miles away and it's still 4 feet off the ground. Even with refraction, you're not going to see a laser stay exactly 4 feet off the ground. And 10 miles isn't a lot of a curve, if you're looking at the entire globe, according to their model. It's not very much, but it's enough that it's going to change that 4 feet. And it never happens. And then I saw it with my own eyes down in Central Florida. I'm from Edgewater, Florida, just north of Cape Canaveral. And there's a lighthouse at Daytona Beach called Ponce Inlet. It's 175 feet above the water, and I was down off the coast of Melbourne, about 10 or 12 miles out in a fishing boat, so it put me like 55 or 60 miles from that lighthouse, and I was able to see it with my own eyes at that distance. Now, even if you took refraction and it is real, if the Earth is a globe and you're using that refraction, there's no way possible it's going to refract. I don't have the calculator in front of me, but it would have been like 1,600 feet or some crazy big number. There's no way light is going to refract that much around that much of a curve. So that's what really opened my eyes. And I think that for globers, it's just hard sometimes because, I have a daughter that's 6. When she started kindergarten last year, one of the first things they see in the classroom is a globe. Fortunately, I've been able to teach her to think for herself and question things, but most of us weren't fortunate enough to have somebody tell us that. So when you're taught something since the time you start learning anything at all, and then you know it for 30 years or something, and then suddenly somebody tells you something that's totally different, it's a hard pill to swallow. But I think you just have to have an open mind and just really weigh out the facts regardless of your feelings. And when you do actually use math and, numbers don't lie, you'll start to see that things don't add up. And even if you don't become a flat earther, at least you need to stop and kind of ask yourself why there's such a discrepancy between what we're taught and what you're able to walk outside and see with your own eyes. So
the hubris that you think it's more likely that the Earth is flat than you're making mathematical mistakes or misunderstanding refraction is crazy.
I'm not sure what mathematical. I'm using the math given to us by NASA.
Yeah, but maybe you're making a mistake somewhere. Do you think that's more likely, or that the entire Earth is flat? You made a mistake, or the Earth is flat?
No. Your claim of less likely or more likely is baseless bullshit, dude.
Yeah, you can go to Google and type in Earth curve.
Baseless bullshit, dude. You like your claim of probability. Okay, quantify it. How'd you come up with any number for probability? Why is it more likely? Give us some numbers. Is it 50% more likely? 60% more likely? 75% more likely? Which one is it? Fucking stupid. Stupid argument. I hate when people do that shit.
No, I'm saying, like, when I think something that's like really unusual, I ask myself, is it more likely that I made a mistake or that something like totally unbelievable happened?
So listen,
hold on a second, dude. I just had to evaluate the truth of what you thought. That has nothing to do with whether what you thought is true or not.
just go to Google and type in Earth curve calculator, and there's 20 calculators that use exactly the same math mostly from a lot of them are like college websites. I'm pretty sure they're not faking trigonometry. So you can type in the values and then go outside and observe with your own eyes and see that it doesn't add up.
Yeah, but I don't have like a crazy good understanding of like the properties of light and stuff. I mean, I agree. On the surface, it doesn't really make sense. I shouldn't be able to see that stuff. But
one video that I watched that really started to open my eyes. Are you familiar with Lake Pontchartrain down in Louisiana?
No.
It's like the longest bridge, I think, in the U.S. It's 24 and a half miles. So a guy took a Nikon P900 before the P1000 existed, and he sets a tripod like 5 feet off the surface of the water. And he's looking across. He uses Google Maps, the measuring tool, to look at the Astrodome, the New Orleans Saints Astrodome, and the apex of that dome. I'm butchering, but it's like something like 270 feet or something like that. Well, with a measuring tool, it was like 26 and a half miles. And at that distance, there should be like 375 feet of curvature, something like that. So the apex of that dome should be hidden by at least 100 feet of curve, right? Well, not only can he zoom in on the top of the dome, he can zoom in and see the dirt that it stands on. So I just don't believe that 375-ish feet is going to be able to be refracted around that curve.
Well, I want to bring something real quick, Rock. So the reason I get irritated about what you did is this. You ever hear of the Ash experiments?
No.
Okay. So these are psychological experiments they did. And what they did was they took 5 people, they stuck them in a room. 4 of the people were actors. They weren't part of the experiment. But the one person thought they were all part of the experiment. What they did is they would show them something, like 3 lines on a piece of paper. And they'd ask them, what's the longest line? And the actors would say, so you're doing the same thing. You're doubting yourself because you think most people would think X. So what's the probability that all these people that think X are wrong? I'm going to think X too. Okay? You shouldn't do that. You shouldn't consider what anybody else thinks.
In intentionally gaslighting people. I'm talking about like a bunch of well-meaning scientists who are really trying their best.
How do you know how they feel? Dude, like now you're projecting like what you think their mental state is. Like, dude, like what? They're not intentionally gaslighting. They were testing whether people will believe things based upon social conformity, whether they'll doubt their own fucking eyes because everybody else thinks something, right? So if everybody signals this line is the shortest line, even though that's the longest line, the person goes, I must be fucking odd one out here. I must be fucked up, instead of believing his own eyes and saying, hey, no, that is the longest line. That's what you're doing. You're like, oh, fuck, I must have made it because this doesn't match the globe and everybody believes the globe, so I must be wrong. It's not a way to evaluate truth. That is not it. I'm just trying to...
It's that it makes a ton of stuff like predictions.
You really said the same thing like 10 times now, dude. I already... Okay, let me ask you. What you think the globe makes all these predictions? Give me one gold prediction. Give me one gold prediction. We'll actually use a globe to make a prediction. Just one.
Are you guys tuned into the final experiment right now?
No, shut up. I want to answer the question.
GPS.
I want to answer the question.
The globe's necessary for GPS.
I told you GPS doesn't use the globe. Earth-centered, Earth fixed, and on a tangent plane. That's the coordinates. I can post the Rhinex data in the chat.
Why do the stars spin a different way in the southern hemisphere?
Okay, I asked you. That's not a prediction. And they don't spin a different way. Stars don't spin.
The globe predicts that you spin one way in one hemisphere.
No, the globe predicts they all spin in one way. Period.
If I can help you with that one, 2 access points. Rather than talking about a directional spin, there are 2 places where there are axes. There's the Southern Cross and Polaris. if you do a time lapse on both those spots in the sky, there will be two central points. Why would that happen on a flat Earth?
No. First of all, Polaris.
It wouldn't.
No, you've never actually. Have you never actually seen one?
Yeah.
I've seen.
Yeah. Okay, Polaris on the so-called North Celestial Pole. It's off by 1/2 degree. Okay, so you don't know what you're talking about. Southern Cross. It does matter. Okay. No, there is no point. The point is something you made up in your head.
All right,
no,
but like
you can literally do a time lapse of the stars.
What color is the point?
The fuck are you talking about? You can do a time lapse. You can do a time lapse of the stars.
Yeah, and it looks like
see that they all move around a central point. There are two central points.
Okay,
if the Earth was flat, there would only be one.
How do I find the central point? What do I look for?
In the northern hemisphere, point a camera at Polaris and do a time lapse of the stars.
Okay.
You will see that central point in the time lapse. If you go to the southern hemisphere, go to the southern hemisphere, point your camera at the Southern Cross and do the same thing. You will see a secondary axis point that does not have Polaris in it.
What does it look like? This axis point. What color is it? We keep saying I'll see it, but you can't say any visual properties.
It's motion around a central area.
Okay. Let me finish because I'm getting to my point. So you see a bunch of circles going around this thing. Do you think that those are actually circles? The stars took a circle. Is that what you think?
The stars took a circle?
We moved.
The Earth
took a circle.
Okay, whatever, but they look like the stars in their star shows. They look like circles, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, but they're not actually circles. You know that, right?
It's us moving, so it looks like they're moving.
No, listen, no.
But what's one of y'all witnessed it?
You guys let me finish my fucking statement?
I'm agreeing.
The stars, their trails overlap the trails of other stars, so they look like circles. They're not actually circles.
And?
What do you mean, and? There is no central point because there is no circle, dude. There's no central point because the central point is an abstraction. So you're looking at the stars and you're saying, hey, are these stars equidistant from this point? Yeah, they are. But guess what? If you actually look close enough, if you actually look closely at pictures of star trails, they're actually oblong. Okay? They're not actually circles. So you guys can't even describe reality because you have an idea, right? You try to insert your explanation into the scripture. You guys try to do this shit all the time. All the time.
I wasn't to argue about the axes or whatever. I'm just saying, like,
there is no axis. So since we're talking about the Southern Cross, how come we can see the Southern Cross from 27 degrees north latitude? The Canary Islands.
All the way south.
Refraction, bro.
Refraction.
You're telling me.
I just don't think it's a valid argument because none of us have witnessed it.
You're telling me stars over 24 hours won't come back to the original point after circling the North Pole or the Polaris.
Well, that would falsify the globe, man, because there goes the fucking tilt of the Earth.
You're telling me that stars won't circumscribe a point in the north and come back to where they start in 24 hours.
Then the Earth wouldn't be tilted, dude.
Are you telling me? I'm getting back. I'm just proving your point.
No, you're not.
What
is wrong with you two? What is wrong?
Okay.
You're both fighting. No. I've listened to both. Why are you fighting different oppositions?
Okay. Mark.
You said they did. You said you didn't make. They don't make circles. Will they come back to the original point in 24 hours?
No, they would not. Not in the heliocentric model. No, they will not.
Why not?
I'll tell you why. Because the Earth. Okay, I'm going to tell you for that. Yeah, so I'm going to tell you. People ask a question, I'm going to give them the answer. It's real simple. Because the Earth is supposed to be tilted. So it's a 23-degree axis, right? So the stars, the constellations precess, right?
We're
precess
tilted
over the course
relative
of
to
a year.
Constellations precess by the seasons.
They precess over the course of a year, not over 24 hours.
Yeah, so you would miss.
The
So you would miss.
amount of precession,
So you would
the amount of
miss.
precession
Like,
over 24 hours would be
yeah,
very
so you would
negligible.
miss. Yeah, so it would be 1/365th of a circle, right?
It would not be 1/365th of a circle, right? They would only be small.
Because,
if you measure them at the same time each
divide a
time,
year,
it would be a very, very
you
minute
divide a
degree.
year into 365. Right?
They would be
365 days each night, 24-hour period. It would miss by 1/365th of a circle for the constellations to go around in a full circle.
So you're telling me that it would be 165. It would be 1 degree different each night.
No, it would be 1/365th of a circle.
So let's say a circle is 360 degrees. So it'd be about 1 degree different each night.
About that, yes. So what you would see, if you could do like say you could do a 3-month time lapse, what you would see is a bunch of spirals.
Right. So, but over 24 hours, a star will start at one point, make a circle, and end up 1 degree different at the starting point.
Well, it won't be a circle. Well, it won't be a circle. It can't be a circle. It's not going to end up at the starting point. It's going to miss.
It will. Okay. Let's say if you want to be pedantic about it, it will miss.
It's not being pedantic. It's not pedantic.
Well,
circle.
No, it's being pedantic because the 1 degree doesn't. The 1 degree still disproves your flat Earth model.
This is speculative. I said within your heliocentric model, this is what has to happen.
I'm okay with that. I think that's. Yeah, I said you're being pedantic. It's a minute difference, but it makes no difference to the flat Earth model because it all disproves the flat Earth model. But
tell me how it disproves it.
Don't have a model.
Hold on. Tell us how it disproves it.
Well, because of the 2 points of rotation that we already talked about.
Yeah. So tell us how that. So tell us how that disproves the flat Earth.
Because you cannot have 2 points of rotation on one flat plane.
But listen.
That's a claim. So now tell us why that's true.
Which one of y'all has been to the South Pole and witnessed this circling?
Dixit with vegetarian bullshit ain't gonna work. So if you're gonna say, "Hey, that's just impossible on a flat Earth," I'm gonna need the logical freaking statement of why that's true.
Because you've got counterclockwise and clockwise rotation happening simultaneously for one body, and that cannot happen on a flat plane.
One body.
I'm sorry, what?
One body.
You've got a continuous star field that's visible from all points on the Earth, right? At least parts of it are visible by all points on the Earth.
Parts of it.
Yeah. So if you go north to south, there's a continuous star field. At no point do the stars stop and they start again, right? It's a continuous star field.
Yeah, so?
Right?
Yeah.
Okay, so you cannot have a continuous body having 1 point of rotation that is counterclockwise, another that is clockwise over a flat plane.
I can actually explain it. I can explain it.
No, just stop. Wait. Okay, talking to me.
I just don't understand why you guys are arguing it. Like, which one of y'all have been to the South Pole and with your own eyes witnessed the sky spin the opposite direction? You've seen it on a video.
The sky doesn't spin in the opposite direction. It's not clockwise.
It's dark.
Okay, so I'm going to demonstrate that it doesn't. Okay,
all right, give me a minute. I'll post the video.
I'm at 45 latitude. I'm looking at the north. I'm looking at Polaris. I'm going to start walking. I'm going to start walking backwards. Right from 45. Mm-hmm. I get to the equator. I cross the equator. Did the stars change direction? Are they still going in the same direction, or do they change direction? Because I crossed the equator.
Turn around and look at the South Pole now.
There you go. Turn around. I changed direction.
Yep.
They're
rotating counterclockwise. They would not be rotating counterclockwise.
So if I have a record above me, right? So I have a disc spinning above a disc.
Good job.
And I did the same thing, and I'm looking at the center of the disc, and I turn around where the stars appear to be going in a different direction.
Yeah, but that's not what you're doing here. That's a false analogy. That's completely not what you're doing here.
Yeah, but what?
You're looking at a clock on one wall, and then you're looking at a clock on another wall. Not something in the center.
But they changed direction. You said it was impossible on a flat Earth. I showed you it's not impossible.
No, your analogy is not what happens in the sky. You've drawn a false analogy there.
No, dude, you're not getting it.
You just made him
Dude, you made an analogy.
You said the stars go. You said they go counterclockwise and clockwise. The only thing that changes direction is you. The stars don't change direction. You change direction. Is that true or false?
Your orientation is such that they have to be connected, right? So you're facing one way, and you see them. You see them rotating clockwise.
Oh my God! He's asking if it's true or false.
Face 180 degrees.
He's asking if it's true or false. Oh my God!
It's true. It's true, and that's what would be expected on a globe Earth.
What's true?
It doesn't matter what it's expected on a globe.
Your position is changing,
dude. It doesn't matter what it's expecting on a globe. You made a statement that it disproves the flat Earth, so it's got nothing to do with the globe. So whether or not that would happen on a globe is completely irrelevant.
Well, I mean, what model is able to? No, it's absolutely
don't
not
just
irrelevant.
Walk past that. Of course it is, because we're not discussing that. Of course it's irrelevant if it's not the subject under discussion.
Wait. Which model can create predictions that are testable and verifiable?
Oh my
that's
God!
Irrelevant.
Yes, again, that's a red herring. Again, that's a red herring. Dude, again, that's a red herring.
It's a red herring.
You're deflecting from the point, which is that you made a very specific statement about the falsification.
That wasn't me.
What, you didn't make a specific statement? You don't even know what I'm about to say.
Wait for me to shut up.
Wait for me to finish. Wait for me to finish.
Sure.
Yeah, let me finish, and then you could... you can't just disagree with a statement I haven't made yet. That's ridiculous. So you've made a very specific statement about a specific model being falsified by a specific thing. So then you start talking about a second model. Yes, you did.
That wasn't me.
Yeah, that wasn't him. He just talking.
Who are you? Sorry, because I thought you were...
I'm Shadow.
I apologize.
It's okay.
All right, well, my apologies. But anyway, regardless, I don't know if Mark's still there or not. But yeah, he made a specific statement about the falsification of a specific model, and then now we're talking about a different model. It doesn't matter what happens with Model B if we're discussing Model A.
His falsification was Ipsy Dixit, just keep saying, because it's impossible, because it's impossible, because it's impossible. That was his falsification.
In your defense, you are right. That would be a red herring to that direct point. But I think, if we're if the overall discussion is whether or which model is correct, I think that which one creates testable predictions is relevant.
Can you give us one? Can you give us a globe prediction?
Okay, well, I just gave one. That's how we started on the star thing. But so, yeah, how's the Southern Cross work on the flat Earth?
Yeah, that isn't actually a globe prediction, though. Because that has nothing to do with it. Well, I mean, there's no globe in that prediction, right? You're talking about the sky. So I'm talking about a globe prediction.
Yeah, on a globe prediction, you should have 2 axes of rotation.
Yeah, I mean, that's that spinning Earth heliocentric bullshit prediction. That's not a globe. Because that's a lot. Because all those things could be completely different, and it could still be a globe, right? So the sun and the stars and everything else could do completely different things, and it could still be a globe, right?
No, if you're in a place.
No.
Stuff.
What if the Earth was flying across the universe at 1 million light years per second or something, right?
But it's
what would you see? No, it doesn't have to be rotating. It's just going in a linear. It's going in a linear trajectory. Then what would you see? You'd see all the stars rushing by you, right? But it would still be a globe, right? So that's the point. Looking at the stars, that has to do with heliocentric model. It has nothing. It's not exclusive to a globe or not.
Yeah.
Heliocentric model. There is a globe in that.
Yeah, but so what? There's other models. There's Tycho's model. There's epicycles. All those shit. There's geocentric. You could use all those too.
But those don't make predictions that work.
Yes, they do. More accurate predictions, as a matter of fact.
Yo, rock solid. Check your messages and see how the firmament would allow it look like to rotate the other direction. I did, but it's already buried here. I'll do it again. There it is. It's like 6 minutes long. Just check that out and see what you think. Try to not, be stuck in what you've always known and open your mind up a little bit. And you can see that with a firmament. You could actually do it like with a snow globe and a flashlight too. You can run the flashlight around the top of the snow globe like an outer ring, and it will look like it's rotating the opposite direction because, like, I can't remember his name, said you're changing direction. So it's like a mirror. I mean, like if you look at a mirror, it looks like it's your left hand, but it's your right hand. So if you're looking up at a firmament, you're standing the other direction. You're looking at a reflection that's reversing what you see in the center of a flat plane versus at the edge.
There's actually someone that made like a physical model that demonstrates this shit, bro. I don't have it. Yeah, have you seen it?
The wits it gets it say we were wrong. That was amazing. I got goosebumps.
Yeah, you want to suck his dick next? Like, what the fuck, bro? He's got a girlfriend.
Damn it. I mean, it's the weekend and everything.
What do you say was wrong about?
It's not gay if you have your socks on.
It's midnight, and he's in Antarctica looking at the sun.
Oh, cool. And?
The sun shouldn't be up at midnight in Antarctica if the Earth is flat.
Well,
okay. Hey, hold on. No. They just say this shit, dude. You can't just let them say this shit. Real simple.
But I'm watching it. Do you want me to stream it?
No, I want you to demonstrate the truth of your statement. That this can't happen on a flat Earth.
I'm streaming it.
No, he's saying, why does that disprove flat Earth?
I want you to demonstrate your statement that it can't happen on a flat Earth with some sort of logically sound statement, other than just going, "No, it's impossible because I said so." Why is it impossible? So, I just gave you an example. So, hold on. I just gave you the example of, yes, the stars could do all sorts of different shit and it could still be a globe. And you guys are like, yeah, that's true. Okay, so why does the stars, the sun, or whatever else have to do some certain thing for the Earth to be flat or a globe or whatever? What's the requirement?
Because if you were on a flat plane and you had the sun going around you, there's only one place on Earth that you would have a 24-hour sun.
Yeah, cool. So can you actually demonstrate that in a logical statement?
Well, you would need to show me the sun spinning around in front of you rather than setting somewhere else.
So you're trying to reverse the burden of proof. It's your claim that this is impossible on a flat Earth. I don't have to prove it is possible. You have to prove it's impossible.
That's not true.
Yeah, you're the one that's making that claim.
I'm not making that claim. You're claiming that it's flat.
I mean, you wait a minute, hold on. You're making a claim that it's impossible.
No. I certainly am not. I'm making the claim is that this is what we would expect on a globe Earth model, and you don't have a flat Earth model that would explain this.
You don't have a globe
There's the
model
claim.
either.
Yes,
That's the claim. You saying the first thing that you said was, if we have a 24-hour sun, it is impossible on the flat Earth. That's your claim. He's asking you to support it.
Oh well, let me clarify my statement.
So you changing it?
Yes, I'm changing it. I want to be as accurate as possible.
You're not clarifying it. Then you're changing it.
Unless somebody is able to provide me a flat Earth model that would explain this, I have no reason to ever believe that there is a flat Earth.
You don't got a globe. You don't have a globe Earth model. So
Ken, you're literally retarded, dude. So, Shadow, check this out. Models don't explain things, number one. Models describe things. Models don't offer explanations to anything. It's not even possible. But,
sure.
So check this out. So if I measured a table and it was 48 by 48 inches. But then someone came along and said, look at what the lights are doing on that table. There's no possible way it's fucking square. Because of the lights. They're not supposed to do that above a square table. You'd be like, well, fuck, the table isn't square. Well, we can directly measure the Earth to know it's flat. It does not matter what the lights above it do, because the lights can't falsify direct measurements of the surface of the Earth, no matter what they do.
I hear a lot.
It's just a matter of logic, because any observation of anything in the sky, and you apply it to the Earth, is a logical inference, right? It's inferential logic, and you can't prove anything with inferential logic. This observation could never prove anything, ever, because it's based on inference. And you can infer and you can believe. I can't, like, there's no other reason that I think this is the best reason, so I choose you, Pikachu, and you choose Globe Earth, like choosing a Pokemon. But there's other Pokemon in the ball. And just because you haven't seen the other Pokemon in the ball doesn't mean they're not in there.
No, I choose the one that has verifiable, testable predictions.
Like what? I asked you guys for a globe prediction. Give me a globe prediction.
That there would be 2 access points.
That's not a prediction.
That there would be 2 places on Earth.
That's not a globe. That's a heliocentric model prediction. That's not a globe prediction.
That there would be 2 places on Earth that have a 24-hour sun.
But that's not a globe prediction.
That is a globe prediction.
No, it's not. That's a heliocentric model prediction. Because you did not have those 2 access points, and it could still be a globe, right?
No.
No? So say the Earth is zooming. I can't believe I have to do this again. Say the Earth is zooming across the universe at 90% of light speed. What would you see? Say a black hole goes zooming through the solar system and throws Earth out of its orbit.
I have no idea.
You'd still be on the ground, right? But you wouldn't see any star trails. You wouldn't see a 24-hour sun. You wouldn't see any of those things, but you'd still be on the globe, right?
Yeah, we'd be on the globe.
Yeah, so a black hole goes zooming through the solar system, throws Earth out of its orbit, and we're flying through to smash into Uranus.
Sure.
So you're saying we gotta prove
I'll agree with you here.
You have to agree with me because it's true.
Calm down.
Yeah, right.
You want to see someone go fucking ballistic? Tell me to fucking calm down again.
India, can we get a ban on India? He's like spreading out.
Be quiet.
The next 2 custom characters.
Yeah,
anyway.
so you're right. We wouldn't see that on like if we weren't in this place in the Milky Way galaxy, right? That's not what we would see. But since that is where we are, this is what we would see. This is what we predict we would see. But there are other things.
You're not getting it, is you?
So we would have to use other things, like if we were just zooming through the universe, like you said. And we didn't have those access points that we could reference, right? We would have to use something else, like maybe the fact that on opposite sides of the hemisphere, hurricanes and typhoons spin in opposite directions, right? That's something.
No, that's not true though.
It's not true. It's not true.
It's actually not true.
It's not.
Yeah, because when they spin in the direction,
explain the Coriolis effect under a flat Earth model.
There is no Coriolis effect. There's no Earth-based Coriolis effect. You don't know what Coriolis effect is. It's a reference frame.
Then why do they spin in different directions?
They don't. When they spin in the other direction, they just don't call it a cyclone. They call it an anticyclone.
But are
there are storms that spin in other directions.
Wait,
They exist.
why is everyone in flat Earth?
Because
Yeah.
there's
No,
final experiment that
Hey, first female president, move on. There ain't no Simpson here. Anyway, but Shadow, the point is that The sun doing whatever. That's only about the astronomical model. It has nothing to do with the globe. It's not a globe prediction. It's a globe prediction within a certain astronomical model. Yeah, but it's not. You could have something completely different observations of the sky, and it could still be a globe. So that's the point, right?
So you're saying like no
But
sun,
I
no
just gave
stars,
you
no
something
moon.
that wasn't an observation of the sky.
What is an actual globe prediction? First of all, make a prediction with this
Coriolis
wall.
doesn't count because Coriolis only if the globe's spinning.
There's no Earth's Coriolis, dumb fuck.
Yeah, India.
You
I
just
actually think you're
Coriolis.
talking. I think you're talking above this guy's understanding. I think that's the issue.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I hope.
Must be.
No, he's all right.
No, I'm not trying to be a dick about it. It's just like you're talking about very specifically like a globe prediction, right? And I know what you mean by that because you mean in the very narrow sense. It has to be that very specific model. And people are saying, oh, well, if it's a spinning ball, well, that's a much more general statement at that point, isn't it? So spinning ball, globe model, they're different things. And I don't know if he's understanding the specificity with which the question is asked.
All I feel, and correct me if there's a reason that I shouldn't be thinking this way, but I feel like if there are things that we would expect to see if the Earth were a spinning ball, and we see those things, those are evidence towards that conclusion.
Sure. Yeah, of course.
Okay.
But evidence is not proof of something, right? We know that, right?
Yeah, but proof only works in math and liquor, so that's like an unreasonable.
Oh my God!
There is logical proof. There is logical proof. So
it's affirming the consequence. I mean, it's that clear.
I think it's funny. Well, I think it's funny that nowadays that we've heard this a lot, right? That like dudes saying proof only exists in mathematics. Oh no, it exists in logic. So like, what are you talking about? Like, but they've got people believing this thing that it's only in mathematics that you can prove things, and nowhere else is proof available. That's crazy.
It's hyperbole.
No, but they actually teach this shit. It's actually kind of like a meme that I've kind of like.
Well, I was being hyperbolic. I would say proof is an unreasonable sin. Like proof to me that you're not just a figment of my imagination.
Okay.
You're going off the rocker right now.
But I feel like when you ask me for proof and I give you like solid evidence, you do the same shit to me.
But you advocating for something that is not
shoot
solid.
out there with like something completely unreasonable.
Can you hear me? Shadow, you advocating for something that isn't solid evidence. You trying to basically reference something in the sky to prove something that's happening on the ground. And then we repeatedly telling you over and over again that's just affirming the consequence because it's not relevant to what the ground is doing. And you ignoring a direct measurement of the ground. You saying, I'm going to ignore everything that I observe on the ground, even though my premise is that the ground is doing something. But I'm going to ignore all of that and look at the sky because what's going on in the sky is going to disprove the obvious observation that I see on the ground.
So geometry only works when you're on the ground, but when you use geometry,
you're referencing the ground,
that are in the sky, it no longer works. To your own reference.
Right. So if the sky, right. So if this sky. Right, if you see something in the sky based upon a prediction that you're making about the ground, but then you do a direct observation, such as a measurement or anything in geometry, to the ground, and it's contradicting contradicting your predictions that you basing it in the sky, then whatever observations that you're observing on the ground is more relevant. That's the more modus. Hold on, Shadow. Let me finish.
Sure.
That is the true modus tollens, because it's a true modus tollens because the observation that you're taking on the ground is direct evidence of your base premise.
So you're
whatever observation that you see in the shut up, Grandpa. Whatever observation that you see in the sky is indirect because it's not relevant to the ground.
So observations are more important than
Who's
geometry.
Mullis
That makes
Tollins?
sense.
So
You don't know what a Moses Tollins is?
by your logic, celestial navigation is impossible because what happens in the
Celestial
sky
navigation, you getting what?
cannot inform what's happening on the ground.
No, celestial navigations, you are getting what?
Information from the sky to tell you what's happening on
what
Earth.
are you doing with celestial navigation? What are you doing?
Traveling.
Traveling, doing what?
Moving across the surface of a globe.
Right, so you moving across the surface of the globe using what method?
Celestial navigation.
And celestial navigations is basically
Geometry.
Basically geometry, where you're getting zeniths to do what?
What?
Okay, you're getting the zenith. That will be your line of sight. That will be a vertical line being connected to your horizontal lines. See, you don't even know this stuff.
I didn't hear
you. That will be a vertical. Okay, hold on. Let me go ahead and explain it. If you're doing celestial navigation, you are drawing angles, which is there will be two straight lines, and you doing that in case to get what? A geographical position. So that is something that is relevant to the ground. You're navigating. You're getting positions, right? Or ground positions from a vertical line of sight to that celestial body. It's not that you're getting the distance, because that is infinite, because you don't know the distance to the celestial body. You don't know that distance. You don't know that location. But you're only using that to get ground positions. So that's something else that is relevant. Wait a minute. So your whole point. Wait a minute. So your whole point. Wait a minute. So your whole point that you're making about celestial navigation, that is something that you're using in order to get ground positions. But you just talking about the sun in the sky, and the sun in the hold on. And the sun in the sky does this. And if we see the sun do this in the sky, therefore it's going to debunk all of the measurements that we get on the ground.
Joe, you're mostly right. You missed one little step. You're getting the distance to the GP of the star, and you do 3 of those, and you trilaterate your own position. So
you try to like your own position. The distance is from the observer, and the geographical position. That's how you're navigating. You're not going to the star. The star is the star is infinite. It's not like you know the location of the star.
I said the GP of the star, where it is on the.
Your GP is not the star. You only getting the GP at its zenith line. That's the ground position. That's where the GP at. The GP is at its zenith from the star, but the star, you don't know the exact location of the star. It's an apparent location. That's why it's infinite.
Yeah, we're agreeing. I was just explaining that step to the audience. Well,
I said that to him. You just didn't understand. So it's not actually that. So it's not that. The logic in that is not, we know the location of the star. We only using the star line of sight for a vertical imaginary line in order to get a ground position. That's it. So it's still relevant to the ground. That's where the base premise is at. Now, we can't simply ignore that using that horizontal baseline because we see something different in the sky. The sky isn't relevant because we don't know the exact location to the sky. That's the point that he's missing. That's why it's affirming the consequence to make predictions in the sky. Because the ground is doing this. If the ground is a globe, P, I would see a 24-hour sun, Q. I see a 24-hour sun, Q. Therefore, the ground is a globe, P. No, that's called the affirming the consequence fallacy. What you see in the sky is not relevant to what's going on the ground. That's the point.
I agree. In general, I say what we're doing is looking for the best explanation. Inference to the best explanation.
I'm so confused. So, what you're saying is that let's leave globe Earth behind for a second. A globe Earth or flat Earth. Just any time we make a prediction and test that prediction, we're affirming the consequence.
Can I put it?
Is you missing the point? Do you know what?
Yeah, he's missing very basic logic. Yeah, he's missing very basic logic, and I think can I just try and get. Okay, so let me ask you a question, bro. If I ate, say, 20 cheeseburgers, would you say that I would probably be feeling full after I'd eaten 20 cheeseburgers?
I'd hope so.
Okay, but does that mean that therefore every time I feel full, I must have eaten 20 cheeseburgers?
No, of course not.
Well, yeah, that's
the
that's
point.
the logic that he's trying to explain to you that you're using.
No, the logic that I'm using.
Don't say
logic,
no.
No.
That is the logic you're using.
Wait. No. Don't straw man.
Don't say no. Don't keep just saying no. Trying to understand.
Well, let me explain myself, and I'm not just saying no. Stop interrupting. If I'm saying, if you had eaten 20 cheeseburgers, the thing that I would expect would be for you to have a full stomach.
He missed it.
You only have the fullness. You don't have the 20. That's the point. You're saying I know that you're full, therefore I know you must have eaten 20 cheeseburgers. That's the logic. That's what you're doing.
No, I'm not saying that.
Yes, you are. You don't realize it, but that's exactly what you're doing.
It's the exact same thing.
No, I'm not, because I'm still
just saying "nuh-uh" to it doesn't mean that it's not happening.
I'm not just saying "nuh-uh." You're just stopping me every time.
Dude.
Dude, every time I say no and start to explain, you say I'm just saying "nuh-uh" because I haven't gotten the chance to explain yet.
It's because you are.
Okay.
Okay, I just won't explain things.
You did explain it. Didn't make sense. The cheeseburgers is the 24-hour sun. No, my bad. The being full is the 24-hour sun, and the cheeseburger is the globe.
Exactly.
It's not necessarily relevant to him being full. He could eat chicken and be full.
Yeah, exactly. I could eat. I don't know. Yeah, sausages. Like it doesn't matter.
Could have drank a gallon of water.
But I'm not closing myself off to the chicken full stomach model. You know, if there is because that would also match that model, right?
I'm just saying that's that's what Indigo was trying to explain to you. It's an inference. That's what he was trying to explain.
Wait.
To you. He was explaining it a little bit more eloquent than what I was doing. He was a little bit more advanced, but that is the simple method of how to explain it.
Okay, but can you yes or no to that? It would, having a full belly. You know, if I had this model of the cheeseburgers, right? If you had a full belly, right? That would be evidence towards that model, but it doesn't mean it's necessarily that model, right? It could be the chicken model, right? You got a bucket of chicken model,
that's
right?
The
but
point.
But if you're not strawmanning me here, if you're actually like taking me from my actual positions, I'm still open to the chicken model. I'm still open to the donut model, right?
Okay.
I'm open to whatever model. Whatever model. If we're able to make a prediction,
you want a model?
But it doesn't prove either. But it doesn't prove either way. You need more evidence. You need direct evidence.
You owe me money.
That's the whole thing. That's the whole thing to affirming the consequence. It doesn't necessarily prove you wrong or necessarily prove you correct.
Right.
My model predicts he owes me money.
So stop saying I'm affirming the consequent then. When I'm open to these models and I'm discussing these models, I'm just trying to figure out. I'm trying to figure out.
Prove or disprove.
Let me finish the sentence. I'm not saying that though.
What's your model look like?
I'm trying to say I'm looking for the model with the most testable predictions.
Show us your model that's got all the predictions. What are you talking about?
The globe model.
But we talking about this. We talking about this experiment that you're talking about right now.
I asked you. Hold on. Let me. I asked you for a globe prediction, man. I already asked you. What is the globe model? Make a globe prediction.
If we are a globe in a set point in the Milky in a galaxy. Not zooming through the universe, outside of a galaxy by itself.
You see, this is the way they want you to think. They want you to think the globe model is the heliocentric model and vice versa, dude. That's not The globe claim is that you're on a ball, and that is independent of what is above it.
So I don't get why you guys are allowed to say like, nah, you're not allowed to look up.
So,
You have to prove it without looking at the stars or anything.
No, they're okay, because there's problems with just looking at the stars, which I've gone over. Things like negative parallax.
Okay. Well, let's steel man the position then. Okay, let's just pretend.
I just want to go direction. How about that?
Yeah, that's what we're doing. We're gonna steel man it, right?
You're trying to get him a
So
globe model.
we're gonna pretend, right, that just hypothetically that we're on this globe that's in this galaxy with stars in fairly fixed points around it, and this globe is spinning.
I see Indigo. He's using a heliocentric model. He's talking
So
about
we
for your globe.
Sorry. We're just going to assume that I ate
What would
20
we expect to
cheeseburgers,
see?
And
Would
if
we
I did eat
expect to
20
be able to make
cheeseburgers,
predictions
then would you
based on
expect
the
me
stars?
to be... Dude, I was talking. You're just talking over me. It's rude.
No, actually, you interrupted me while I was.
No, I definitely. I started
He was talking first. You probably didn't hear him though.
Yeah. So anyway,
I mean, I never finished my point. So how he? Yeah.
No, y'all.
Just because you didn't finish a point previously doesn't mean you can talk through a sentence that I make and then pretend that I was talking over you. Come on, dude. That's just prime gaslighting.
Why do you think I wasn't able to finish my sentence?
Because you were talking through my one.
Yeah. Okay.
Well done. We can go back to the recording if you want. Listen back to it.
Run it back.
Oh my god.
If you want.
Do you have a globe? Do you have a globe prediction?
I do.
Okay, let's hear it.
That at a certain latitude south on December 21st, the sun will appear directly south at midnight.
No sun's allowed, buddy.
Where'd you get a latitude from?
I didn't say anything about getting a latitude. I'm saying if you are at a certain latitude.
Yeah, where do you get a latitude from? Where does that come from?
I think that's irrelevant to the claim.
No, it's totally irrelevant because it's self-referential. So you're referring to the sky to refer to the sky. So by convention, we've said, hey, when the sky looks like this, we're at X latitude. So it's not the spatial location is not designated by the Earth itself. It's designated by the way the sky looks in a certain position.
Okay.
Matt,
I'll buy that.
You gotta be fair that it is directly.
Right. What if I changed it and said there are places on Earth where the sun appears directly south at midnight?
And then he would ask you, how would you do that?
But how do you connect it to the Earth, dude? I mean, how do you connect it to flat or globe? That's the thing.
Yeah, it's part of the helios.
You would have been better off saying latitude. You tried to pull a fast one, Matthew?
Did I say longitude? I thought I said latitude.
Latitude, longitude. Either way, like the longitude's the sun and the latitude's, the celestial sphere. So either way, the entire coordinate system is based upon the sky.
Yeah, if there was no sun or stars and the Earth weren't spinning, it would be really hard to prove it were a globe.
So here's a funny. You guys aren't going to think it's funny, you Globers. So in 1901, there was a dust storm. So there was a dust storm that blew out over the Sahara Desert, and the entire Atlantic Ocean was covered in fucking sand, basically. So you couldn't do any celestial navigation, and you couldn't even see the horizon from a ship. But somebody successfully sailed 2,000 miles without celestial navigation using dead reckoning, which should be impossible on a globe. Because in dead reckoning, you use planar triangles, and you can't use planar triangles on a globe to get where you want to go. Now for 2,000, I mean, you could do it for a short distance, but like 300 miles, but you couldn't do it for 2,000 miles. But the guy got where he wanted to go, 2,000 miles.
Is that just like using the sun as a reference point?
Couldn't see the sun. They couldn't even see the horizon.
For
They use a magnetic compass, and would measure the speed in knots, right? So you use time, how long you've been traveling, right? What is the speed in knots in your compass, so you know your direction.
I don't know. Was just out of curiosity? Are you saying like was there a like a captain's log or something that explained how they did this?
It was recorded in
Making it.
It's recorded in Royal Society of Meteorology. I'll post it in the chat.
Captain's log, stardate 1901, August.
Oh.
Which Star Trek is that? Is that freaking?
I think
Is it the original?
The original had logs, but I think they included it in some of the other ones too.
I'd rather say it's a reference from Ace Ventura.
Yeah.
Was it Ace Ventura?
Yeah, he's in the pool and he's going, Captain's log. Stargate.
Oh yeah.
That's Snowflake.
I thought it was the original Star Trek.
When he falls in the pool with a shark, he's like, that's Snowflake.
There is no apparent life forms with any sign of intelligence. Dude, you have the loudest keyboard or mouse I've ever heard in my life.
Me?
Yeah, or it's like your microphone like right at your keyboard.
I've no idea, but I'll go on mute.
So yeah, what was the point of the thing where it's like, hey, you have to prove the Earth's round without looking at the stars? I don't get that. It's like a thought experiment.
No, it's because you can't.
Because we do have the stars.
But you can't prove the Earth's shape using the stars. It's impossible. It's impossible logically impossible. Because it's an inference.
We gotta go over this again.
Because it's indirect, which makes it an inference, and things can't be proven logically with inferences. You have to use deductive logic to prove things.
He's right about that.
Is that
but
true?
also, affirming the consequent is a flaw in deductive logic.
I thought I explained it very good. I don't know.
I mean, man. But they're illogical, so you have to keep doing it over and over again.
Would an analogy to that be like if I'm in my house looking out the window and I see a bunch of cars and they have windows, so that must mean I'm in a car?
That would be just fucking bad. That would be non sequitur.
Well, I mean, that's like people looking at the sun and the moon and saying, well, they look round, so I must be on something that's round.
Yeah, it's not too bad. I mean, I use the example I normally use is like if I drive into a Porsche dealership in a Volvo, then I can assume that my Volvo is actually a Porsche, right?
Yo, can't the Earth
Porsches
be
all
round and flat at the same time?
Yes.
A circle is round.
Exactly.
And flat.
What do you mean? How can you have a circle? Sounds impossible. I don't know. I don't trust it.
It's an octagon.
What if we live on like a big iceberg floating in like the water?
I mean, we could.
I can just tell the sincerity of your questions by your tone.
In today's episode of What If, say absurd things.
No, I'm just curious. Like, well, I mean, that's like, what if we live on a flat Earth? What if we live on a globe? Like, that's what you guys talk about all day in this channel. You know what I'm saying? Feel me?
I reference the biblical flat Earth model. You know that.
Oh, that's in the Bible. Where's that in the Bible at? I'm just curious.
It's on the secret pages.
In the very first book, in the very first chapter.
Oh yeah, where's that? Like, is that your own interpretation? Is that what the ancient church fathers that actually like know how to interpret the Bible would state that as? Or is that like some new like fundamentalist like?
They came up with it in like 2015 when this Discord started.
Probably.
So Genesis was written in 2015?
No, your interpretation.
No,
of it
no, we're not
was
talking
in 2015.
It says that the Earth has 4 corners.
That doesn't mean it's flat. What? That's talking about the 4 geolocations. North,
I mean,
east, south, west.
he says he now split the you're water. interpreting
So
it.
it doesn't mean it's flat. What are you talking
Yeah,
about?
but now
That's
you're
retarded.
interpreting. You're
No, that's the church. That's the church.
Hold on,
That's
hold
what
on.
the church
Yeah, I didn't
interprets. That's
finish.
not my own.
I didn't finish.
That's
I didn't
not
finish.
my
I
own
didn't finish. Why are you
interpretation. No, but
talking?
you're
Why are you
lying,
talking?
though. You're
I
lying,
didn't finish.
so.
I didn't finish. I didn't even finish.
Lord.
Just shut up. Shut up till I'm done. So you're chastising him for interpreting.
You're a lockdown.
I haven't finished. Shut up till I'm done. So you were chastising the other guy for interpreting the Bible in the way that he sees fit, and now you're also
You don't
doing
need to
that.
finish because you're just.
But it's rude if you interrupt me. So just shut up till I'm done. So you're now guilty of the exact same thing that you were accusing him of. Dude, I would have finished 3 minutes ago if people weren't talking over me. So the point is that you're a hypocrite. Move on.
Definition of hypocrite.
Yeah. So that actually you're wrong. I'm not a hypocrite. So the fact of the matter is, it's not my own interpretation. So you're just right off the bat. That's why I'm interrupting you, because you're wrong. You're saying that it's my own interpretation. It's not. It's the church fathers' interpretation. It's the ancient church. That's what they would interpret it as. Oh, why are you interrupting me? Can somebody mute this guy? He's interrupting me, please.
Can you cite that, please?
Not a problem. I'll happily mute the one that was interrupting. So, one Menol, you were asked for a citation for that. Thank you.
Neggers.
Oh, there's a surprise.
Don't see that coming.
What the hell?
Why did he start calling his daddy after all that?
It's like Discord suicide right there.
I feel like I could hear the meth in his eyeballs.
Actually, I'll ask. Speaking of meth, I'll ask Matthew Learns. He said the 4 corners was referring to the 4 geolocations. Do you think that he just made that up?
No, I think that's sort of a common idea that the 4 corners of the 4 winds generally just mean it's sort of a figurative way of describing the 4 directions, 4 cardinal directions.
That's not exactly what I asked, though. What I asked was his statement that the original, the OGs of Bible interpretation have claimed that this is the case, because that was his statement. Not that it's like a general idea that this is true or whatever.
Oh, I see. As far as historically, how was it interpreted? I don't think that people thought that there was actual 4 corners, but I don't have good sources for that. No, it's
not what I mean, though. Again, it's not what I mean. So his claim was very specifically that the Bible interpreter OGs are very specifically saying that the 4 corners is a direct translation or interpretation of the 4 cardinal directions. That's what I mean. That's his claim.
Oh, that specific claim? I don't think he's right about that. So
yeah, exactly. Thank you. Neither do I.
Not to get super biblical, and I'm not trying to get into religion, but the story of Adam and Eve and how they explain the Garden of Eden, how there was 4 rivers that came into this central location. Have y'all ever seen that? And then maps that are before, I don't know, 1600 or something like that, at the North Pole, how there was a landmass that resembled the Garden of Eden, the way it's explained biblically?
You mean the first Mercator map with the 4 rivers?
Yeah, it's basically a circle of land with 4 rivers coming in 90 degrees off of each other.
Yeah. That was Mercator's first map, and then they got rid of it. And then they print the one that they got now. Mercator was buddies with Kepler and John Dee, and they were into some fucking esoteric weird shit.
Sounds like a big fountain they were describing.
Yeah, I'm not saying he made that map, right? They showed in the so-called North Pole the 4 rivers, all that stuff. But then he got rid of it or stopped publishing it or did something.
Yeah. Yeah, I just did a Google
then,
image
then he
search.
changed it, and then he changed it.
Yeah, it says the North Pole map by Mercator 1613.
Yeah, I guess they got mad at him for publishing that map or something, and then
There's a picture of it in chat, just a screen grab of what I was talking about.
And what he said, if I remember, I haven't looked at this in a long time, so I'm just going off of memory. A few years back, as a matter of fact, quite a few years back. So he said that he made this map based upon the reports of sailors that told him about it, and he had like more than one source, and from more than one group of sailors, and that's how he made this map. It was based upon ship's logs. It wasn't based upon like his imagination or what he. I mean, he heard it from somebody, but it was from people that said they saw it themselves. It wasn't like I read it in an old book.
Right, it's from eyewitness accounts.
Yeah. Now, he could have been full of shit,
right.
but he stopped publishing this, and then he published his Mercator map, and that became mainstream. Oh, he was buddies with Kepler, right? And what's Kepler's claim to fame, right? Elliptical orbits, heliocentric, three laws of planetary motion. And then John Dee, he invented like cryptography and fucking a bunch of other weird shit. But he was, John Dee is a whole rabbit hole.
Johannes Kepler?
Johannes Kepler and the Mysterium Cosmogoria.
Yeah, his first law is...
Azimuthal equidistant map sounds like a German word, like azimuthal equidistant.
Wait, are you saying that all of the maps that show the 4 islands and the 4 rivers came originally from him, or?
No, I'm not saying they originally came from him. There might be some. I might have seen other maps. I think I saw a Russian map that showed it. Maybe trying to remember.
But what's Alaska and the North Pole they tell us about? You know what I mean? Like people like living wherever that fucking area is. Like, what is it like? It's not that area, right? I mean, unless it's frozen. Are they talking about frozen rivers? It looks pretty warm there. Like, where would that spot be? Shit.
So the land in the North Pole area, that is like almost in every culture in the so-called Northern Hemisphere. Almost every culture believes in that shit.
Right, but is it the North Pole that we claim, North Pole where people are at right now? Is that the same exact spot, or is there a different?
I don't know. I don't even necessarily believe in the North Pole. I'm not even hip on that, quite honestly.
And the South, the same thing. Just because they circle a fucking spot and say this is Union this, or this is whatever, or this is a circle of fucking Iceland, I still don't. I mean, what the fuck?
Yeah, me too. Like, whoever, have anybody ever checked the zenith directly under the North Pole or anything?
So it's the funny thing, Joe. So there's a video by National Geographic. It's called Arctic at Night. And these two people, because you got to go at night, right? And so it's 6 months of darkness. So they go to the North Pole at night. And they travel across the ice with like freaking canoes or kayaks or whatever and cross land. And guess what, man? They get to the North Pole. Want to know what day they get there? It's the fucking first day of the equinox and it's daylight out. And they don't get to capture the shit up. Dude, I'm dead serious. You can't make this shit up, bro. They get
That's convenient.
March 23rd is when they get to the North Pole, dude. It's crazy.
They chose a great time to go.
Wait, so Indio, wouldn't you say that there has to be at least a theoretical North Pole if you define it as like, if you go straight north from Los Angeles and straight north from London, those two lines cross. Definitionally, wouldn't that be the North Pole?
I mean, if you call the North Pole like the spot under Polaris, right? That's what I would call it. Whatever's under Polaris, or I'm just saying, like, no one's ever been to that spot. Like, I've never seen it. Like that, I searched long and hard to find it, and I found that video where they get to that, where they look at their GPS and it says 89.9, but you look at the date and it says March 23rd on it, and it's not dark out anymore. It's like, too bright to see. Well, I think it was cloudy anyway. They probably wouldn't have saw it.
I can't find anybody that recorded a zenith from Polaris.
But I mean, I'm not even against like it being never. That's the closest I found, the one I just described to you. I'll post it in the chat, as a matter of fact.
So, India, you were saying like all the old maps of all different cultures all show that same thing, which I agree with. I've seen that before. but of course, Google, and I don't trust Google as far as I could throw them, says the first map to ever show the Arctic pole was 1502, but that's bullcrap because I've seen other sources that are saying like cultures from thousands of years ago already depicted that same mass at the North Pole. But I can't find it via Google. They're trying to say the first.
Google.
Huh? Yeah, they're saying Mercator's map in the mid 1500s was the first one, but that's not what I've
Dude,
seen.
I'm almost positive I've seen one of those old Tartarian maps where Russia's Tartars is Tartaria.
Mm-hmm.
One of those old maps had it on it. Because in Russia, they actually have like it's like an old folklore. I'm not talking like in the European side. If you go into the Asian side of Russia, that's the Ural Mountains and shit. There's a lot of different what would you call them? They have a lot of different cultures, right? And they're like it's so huge, like they're isolated but there's pretty much like almost like a Shangri-La fable that there's a people to the north and that you
Indio, do you know what Vladivostok is?
Dude, turn down your fucking mic, dude.
Yeah,
Jesus
so loud.
Christ. Holy fuck, dude.
Who was that? I gotta turn him down.
Wasn't Angel in the middle of a sentence?
Yeah, holy shit, he was loud.
Yeah,
I'm sure he had no idea. He had no clue he was that loud, I'm sure. Anyway, yeah, so they have a fable with there's a city to the north, Thule or whatever. They don't call it Thule, they have their own name for it, but it's like a forbidden city.
Mm.
And that they had to fight him at some time in the past. Or something, I don't know. There's a whole bunch of like weird folklore out there.
Eastern Russia, what we call Eastern Russia today is a weird place, man. You go from like Chinese or Oriental people to Mongolians, and then Russians today that are in Eastern Russia, they're like halfway between the average white guy and an Eskimo or something. I mean, and it's so desolate. There's like nothing or nobody out there. I couldn't imagine what it would have been like there hundreds or thousands of years ago.
Oh, dude, just imagine just 100 years ago. Like being halfway between, say, like Moscow and the Pacific Ocean. Just halfway. Dude, you are in the middle of fucking nowhere, bro. You're like...
Yeah. If they had banjos, you definitely heard banjo music.
Yeah, don't break your leg, because you're finished.
Yeah. Boy, you sure do have a pretty mouth. However you say that in Russian.
I have seen some shit. I did watch a video. So there was a guy, he was going around like in the middle of nowhere, like in Russia, and he found like some like reindeer herders. So that's what they do. They like herd reindeer and shit. And they live like everything they own and like their clothing, everything is made from the goddamn reindeer. Like everything. Their fucking house was probably made from the reindeer.
It's like the only resource they have.
Yeah, everything surrounds reindeer, right? So, like, the prestige in the town is if you're they have, like, some, like, reindeer sled race. Like, if you win that shit, you're the fucking greatest person in town or something. Like, dude, it's crazy. But, like, it's, like, negative freaking 30 there all the time. You know what I mean? So, it's like, they don't have anything to do. I know no one was fat.
My father speaks Russian. He learned it from the military. And because of that, he's always kind of paid attention to like Russian media and I mean, even like Western Russians are like, don't know anything about the Far East Russia. It's just like the desert. It's like Mad Max, basically, but ice instead of sand.
It was fun talking to you guys. You guys are very wrong, but I always enjoy talking to you guys. I gotta go.
Hey, you're wrong.
To get that gaslighting in.
Take it easy.
See you, man.
Very, very wrong. Hey, what's the scale to vary?
Go check out the Ash experiments because you're a victim.
I'm just the asshole that would, if they try to do that Ash experiment with me, I'm just the asshole that'd be like, no, you guys are wrong. Just
which is the longest line? Peanut butter.
Yeah, I just don't want to go with the flow. That's just me,
You guys are very wrong.
Not very, very wrong.
Not very, very, but very wrong.
Very, very, very wrong. Do you know how I know? My teacher told me.
And they know everything.
Yeah, they wouldn't lie to me. Never. Like, they have to pass like an honesty test before they can even be a teacher.
Hey, it's a little off topic, but where I was just telling you about the Ash experiment, how I'm the guy that, goes against the grain. I got to tell you, today I'm sitting in the car, my daughter's 6, and she goes, hey, Dad, I know Santa's not real because I seen him at Bass Pro Shops, and he was like an old man with a wrinkly face. And then like a week later, I seen him in the parade, and it was like a younger guy. And she's like, why do adults think that they're going to fool us with this fake Santa thing? And I was so proud of her.
That's the cutest thing.
It was great, man.
You should have told her, what? What do you mean Santa's not real?
And then she says, the elf on the shelf thing. I'm divorced, but when she's with her mom moves the elf, each night. So every day he's like doing something different. And she says, Mom really thinks she's tricking me by getting up in the middle of the night and moving that elf around, trying to tell me he's magical.
That's hilarious, man.
That was great.
You had to tell her why will they lie?
Why would she lie?
You should literally give her no presents and be like, see, that's what you get for thinking Santa's not real, man. He hurt you.
Well, I believe in God, and I try to instill that in her, and she knows on herself. She says, the naughty and nice list thing is bullcrap because the only person that can judge me is God. And I was like, well, you're right. So, I always made a promise to her that I never lie to her. So if she ever asks me any questions, there's some things I won't answer yet, and I'll tell her that, but I'll never lie to her. So when she said that Santa's not real, and then she asked me, I was like, well, you're right, because I don't want to trick her and then a couple years down the road tell her different, and then she doesn't trust me. So.
Well, I mean, I don't think she's right about the only one that can judge you is God. Because you got to judge yourself. You know what I mean? Otherwise, how do you ever correct your own behavior?
Yeah, I mean, I just try to teach her whenever she's making a choice before, try not to have knee-jerk reactions and instead think about what's right morally, whether that be God or anything else, but try to make decisions, judging yourself on what's going to be right in the long run. So
that is an interesting way of thinking about it, though. I never really quite thought about it like that. There's like a religious undertone to the naughty or nice kind of thing,
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of messed
being
up.
judged by a higher power,
Yeah. I also explained to her, you guys are familiar with like the fact that December 25th is the first day that the sun starts to move north again away from the winter solstice, right? So December 21st, the shortest day, and then on the 22nd, 23rd, 24th, the sun continues to rise in the same place, and then December 25th is the first day it actually starts moving back towards the summer solstice of June 21st. So you're celebrating the new sun, not the birth of the Son of God. Constantine tried to merge, religious beliefs with paganism and gain more power over more people in the
Yes,
4th century.
Yeah, the movement of the luminaries, that we can observe that stuff happening. Still, that those events are kind of real, right? Because people adjust to the movement of the luminaries to do different things during the year. But still, the celebrations, the pagan celebrations, are even something else. Because people don't actually celebrate the sun as the sun that we observe. People celebrate like the fake sun that comes with the heliocentric model and how that works, and Santa Claus and all these pagan stuff that you're saying. So the stuff that is actually happening, people are not even paying attention to that. They're paying attention to the festivities of whatever ideas are being sold.
Well, I always try to
It's not-
equate. Sorry.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
I try to equate, like, Christians will say, well, sure, if the origins of Christmas are from a worldly holiday, it's okay because we recognize it as Jesus's birthday. So I try to tell them that's like saying, I'm having an affair, but that's okay because I'm doing it in the name of my wife. I mean, it's literally the same thing. The festivities or feasts that followers of God are to look at are all listed in Leviticus, and it specifically says there's nothing to be added nor taken away. And then the other
So
thing
you
about
see the movement of there's nothing wrong with the actual astrological movement of the luminaries and those events happening, right? That people recognizing that stuff happening, of the clock of the sky, whatever we want to say it is. But
Right.
then people are putting faces and characters and personalizing the festivities and going with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, just be careful, man. A lot of Christians are going to disagree with you, and they might have heartburn when you tell them this. So, it's the same like flat Earth, is in in a sort of way. But yeah, it's just truth that cannot be denied. Especially with historical context.
Oh yeah. I mean, I've made it. I've purposely went to a couple. I live in East Tennessee, so there's a church every 2 miles, right? And I've purposely went to a couple churches, like, for their Christmas service, a week or two before Christmas, and then specifically stay after to shake the preacher's hand and introduce myself. And of course, they always want to talk to you because you're the new guy there. And then I'll ask them, hey, let me grab a Bible out of one of these pews here, and right here in this book Leviticus, it says here's the days that we're to recognize, and it tells us on which dates or time of year we're supposed to do that. So where's the part about Christmas? And then the only part I can find about Christmas is saying that non-believers or pagans were bringing evergreen trees in their houses and decorating them with silver and gold, and those were the enemies of believers. So why are you guys doing that? You got a tree sitting over there on the stage, and they basically just say, "Have a nice day," and escort me out the door.
Yeah, learn not the way of the heathen. For the heathen look at the heavens and are dismayed.
Here's a quick question about that very subject. Why is it that most Christians are following the Gregorian calendar, just in general?
Right. See, I actually I try to always look back at, like, that game Telephone where you whisper a sentence in somebody's ear and it goes around the circle. So, of course, that's happened as they keep retranscribing the Bible. So I'm always trying to look at, like, the original text. No, I'm never going to get the original text, but I'm trying to find it, right? So, there's 66 books in today's Bible. Originally, there was 80. I've also looked up those other 14 books, and I'm not here to say that I know anything about anything, but I'm just always trying to learn. So, the calendar at that time would have marked the first year as the spring equinox, which is right around St. Patrick's Day. And I follow that calendar, 13 months of 28 days, and then a day of rest. And I think that it has something to do with April Fool's Day because that's pretty close.
Yes, it actually does. April
Yeah,
Fool's was the day that so they made the Gregorian calendar, and on April 1st, April Fool's, which used to be the old beginning of the year, obviously we didn't call it April, but it's irrelevant. It was the beginning of the year, and anyone who didn't adopt the Gregorian calendar was considered an April Fool.
Exactly.
And you're talking about a calendar that you follow. I also follow a calendar. However, I follow the moon exactly. I don't just do 28 days. I watch the moon. The day after the full moon is the beginning of the month. And then you count your moon until your next full moon. And then the day after is the next month. And I also have 13. I think that's very interesting.
Yeah, so you have 364 days. What's the
No, I have far more than that. I thought it was 380 something. It was quite high because there's 13 months. It's been taught to me that you shouldn't worship the sun, you shouldn't follow the sun, and you shouldn't account for it there's no solar year in my calendar.
Right.
So seasons are as we observe. They could happen in any numbered month. It doesn't matter.
I believe the same.
Yes. So there's no need for a leap day. There's no need for anything. But the beginning of the month is one celebration. And then you follow that for 7 days. And then there is another celebration, a day of rest, as you would put it. And then another 7 days and so on. And you would keep doing that. But every time the day after the full moon would be your first day. And it's not quite a day of rest, but it's more of how you would put it, as a day of a special day, a special honoring of the beginning of the month, and similar to the seventh day, but not quite.
Do you have like a link or a source with that calendar marked that I could look at?
No, actually, I don't know how to explain this. I was given this calendar before I even started looking into the Gregorian matter by divine means. And then I went and looked it up because anything any visions or anything like that, I want to verify. So I go and I start looking into this 13-month calendar. And then I learned that the Israelites had something similar, that there was a particular native tribe that had a similar calendar, except they used the turtle shell. It was 28 days. The Celtics had a 13-month calendar. There are a bunch of examples of this that I found very interesting, and more so interesting that the calendar that I was given fits those calendars pretty closely.
Oh, yeah, because that's the cycle of the moon, right?
Yes, it's the cycle of the moon.
Hey, check out in chat. I just put a link to a website. I'm not saying this is what I follow, but this is one of the first things that I saw several years ago that, I didn't even realize there was a different calendar, before. And this is one of the things that I saw that started to make me look into it a little bit more.
Are they using the full moon or the silvery crescent?
I don't know. Let me see. Let's see. So so the first month they're calling Abib, ABIB. That is on, this is from 2023, but let's see. Thursday, March 16th, 2023. So let's see what the moon phase was on that day. March 16th.
And the way it was explained to me was your sun is for your days, your hours. Your moon is for your months. The stars are for years and directions and ages. And also the wandering stars, or what you call planets, are for influences of the ages. It's quite complicated.
So according to that Enoch calendar, March 16th, 2023 was a waning crescent, and the new moon was on the 21st.
By the way, the full moon is about 5 hours from now. 4.5 maybe.
Oh, is it almost a full moon now?
You're starting to feel itchy.
No, I would say it's interesting that the angular size of tonight's full moon stays the same all night long.
That is interesting.
This website called Lunaf, LUNAF.com. What I found just Googling that moon phase for that date. It's pretty interesting. Yeah, it says the full moon's today, the 15th of December. The illuminated surface, 100%. Says the exact date and time of the full moon is at 9:02 a.m. UTC. So I'm in Eastern time zone, so that's what, +5.
Crypto just reminded me of one of the greatest scenes in cinema history. American Werewolf in London, when the dude turns into a werewolf. That is just. Have you ever seen that, Crypto?
Yeah, but like a long time ago. I wouldn't.
Yeah, it's still great.
So if you're looking at the Gregorian calendar and how it has been, everything's been twisted to sun worship, and I think that many of us will agree on that. At least, you know, the FE community will definitely agree on that. And I think some of the Christians will agree on how everything's been twisted into sun worship. We could talk about the Jesuits. We could talk about, you know, the farce of a trial of the individual who was Catholic, who founded this wonderful ball. We could talk about heliocentrism and how it was founded. This would be a good subject.
But when they say sun worship, is it the actual observable phenomena that we call the sun that was created by the creator, or is it the fake version of it that is on the books and the writings and the depictions of the heliocentric model?
Like the ancient Egyptians.
Those are not the same thing. The observable phenomena, the sun that gives us light every day, put there by the creator, that is not the same thing as the sun that they put in the models.
No, of course it's not the same. However, sun worship remains sun worship. You know, if you're celebrating God on Sundays, okay, you have a Helios, a very pagan deity of the sun, heliocentrism, so sun worship. You then have your Gregorian calendar, which is sun worship. So you have three examples right there.
Worshipping the sun, that's other stuff.
Yeah, who worships the sun? I don't know anybody who does.
So in the Old Testament, you know, the opposition to the Hebrews was the Egyptians, you know, the ancient Egyptians, and they looked at the sun as the eye of God that was Ra. And they basically worshipped worldly things, you know, physical objects that the other thing about the heliocentric the Helios model that I think is really interesting is all the numbers. Like the tilt of the Earth is what 23.4 degrees, and what's the difference between 90 degrees and 23.4? 66.6. Like the speed that the sun, or the speed that the Earth orbits the sun, is like 600 or 66,600 miles per hour. I mean, I don't know, but it's all 666.
Those are cartoons. Those are cartoons. Men's doctrines.
You're also getting a lot of Kabbalistic numbers in there. You're getting geometry. You're getting the Masonic aspects to it as well. Definitely something, if you haven't looked into, it's interesting.
But why are you rounding it off so that, why are you manufacturing a 666 from the tilt of the Earth?
Why am I manufacturing it?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, let's just, you know, if I Google what speed does the Earth orbit the sun, they're saying 67,000 miles per hour, but I think if the actual number is 66,600.
That's not 666. That's 10 times, 100 times as many.
I don't actually hold anything to the 666 outside of its mystical connotations in the Kabbalah, if you're familiar with that. And they certainly are the people that wrote this stuff out. That's not too much of a conspiracy theory. That's just literally what these people hold as sacred, just like how you had a Greek philosopher that thought that spheres were the most perfect shape and looked through a telescope or what have you and said, oh, look, these things in the sky are spheres. We must surely be a sphere. So there's so many examples of this type of just this strangeness. That's the only word I can come up with for it, is its strangeness.
Yeah, I just don't know anybody who worships the sun. That seems. I mean, these days.
If you believe in the heliocentric system, you are engaging in sun worship.
Oh no,
that's not true. That is not the sun, but that's not the sun. That is cartoons.
No,
The
but when
sun
they
is not
look
a
at the sun
cartoon.
in the sky, the real one, that is what they assess to be true. And you shouldn't be
but
worshipping the thing in the
eye's
sky either.
mind,
I agree.
In the eye's mind, they imagining a cartoon, and the heliocentric cartoon. That's not actually what they're looking at.
No, they're looking at something that was built to give light.
Yeah, that's the sun, the real one.
Well,
but then
when
they translate in their mind to the cartoon, and they worship that.
When I say I'm a heliocentrist, I'm saying that I believe that the sun is near the center of the solar system. I'm not worshiping it. And when I go to church tomorrow on a Sunday, it's not because I'm worshiping the sun.
I know you think that that's the case, but it isn't.
It is.
You actually are worshiping the sun.
How do you
Your
accidentally
entire
worship
model is
something?
the earth goes around the sun, which is anti-biblical.
No.
Biblically
The
speaking,
worship
the
is
sun
an
was made
intentional
to
act.
the
Worship
sun
is
was made to stay still. You are worshiping it. You do not realize you're doing it. Yes, it's an
listen.
intentional action, and you're doing it.
I am not worshiping the sun, and you saying that is just frankly offensive. What?
Do you want to look at your own scriptures?
Yes, I believe in the scriptures.
Okay, great. So was the sun bid to sit still, or the earth?
It doesn't say.
Yes, it does.
Yeah, it says that the sun and the moon circled the earth. Then not that the earth circled the sun.
From our
And the
perspective,
sun was made to stand still and go backwards. Have you looked into that?
Yes.
Okay,
I
if
do
you've
not
looked
worship
into
the
it, then may I ask, if you're taking the Bible literally?
Oh, I'm not.
No, you're,
I'm not going to take
okay, you're not.
100% literally. Of course not. It's not meant to be.
You're not taking that verse literally then?
No.
Okay, so you believe that the world goes around the sun, so the sun is the center, just like the Egyptians? Okay.
The sun is the center of our solar system. But that doesn't mean I'm
The solar system.
The sun itself goes around another center. So the system is not even heliocentric. The sun doesn't go around itself. The sun goes around at the center of the luminaries, which is, I mean, in the electro-opticals and depictions will be like heaven, which is at the center of the sky, or God's tabernacle.
If you worship God, you would say that you put God at the center of everything, right? Like, so everything you do, everything in your life, every choice is centered around God. Well, with the Helios, the god of the sun, the Greek god of the sun, the heliocentric model, you are centering the sun, meaning your whole world revolves around the sun. That's worshiping
Which is
the
a
sun.
fake version of the actual sun, because the actual sun revolves around God's tabernacle at the center of the rotation of the luminaries. Just like all the luminaries, the center of rotation of all the luminaries revolve like gears, right?
Okay, I
and
think
they
you're
go around a center.
Sorry, you cut out. So here's what I'm going to ask you. In the heliocentric model, okay, on the rotation of the Earth and all the rest of it in your model.
Cartoons, right? Not the real thing.
Yes, cartoons. I'm speaking to the GE people here, not yourself. When you are holding to that system, okay, with that comes the Big Bang Theory, right? You want to call it a theory, I don't care. Imagineering. And that was used to explain the movement of these luminaries and these bodies, these planets, these whatevers. That it just sprung it all into existence, and it happened. Anyway, in this system, God is where? The prime mover or the first cause, the reason for the Big Bang, but is not necessary. Keep that in mind. So in a solar system, you have no place for God. You've taken him out completely. There is no
That's my point.
care, there is nothing. Yes, you agree, but what they're doing is sun worship. That is sun worship.
But not the real sun.
Obviously, it's not the real sun.
Exactly. A fake
When they
version
look
of
in
it.
this, yes, but you still shouldn't be. You shouldn't be doing that with the real sun either.
No. But it's recognized as a as a creation, and when you actually look at it and relate it to, you can tell, if you're gonna talk about God, you can tell, hey, God is great. He created the luminaries and the sun as one of them, and you can recognize his design and his creation. Yeah, but it's not. You're not worshiping the sun. You're just acknowledging the creation and taking all of those pieces into account.
I think that there might be a language barrier or some type of misunderstanding, because I'm not disagreeing here. I'm saying if you're a heliocentric...
I'm not disagreeing either.
Okay, so there definitely is a miscommunication. The heliocentric system is sun worship. Plain and simple. There's no bones about this. I think it's a very simple point to make.
Right, but it's wrong. I'm a heliocentrist and I do not worship the sun.
Yes,
I worship God.
You do it indirectly. It's just like my analogy of celebrating Christmas but calling it Jesus' birthday, being at a fair, but in the name of your wife.
So you can accidentally worship something. Is that what your claim?
But you're not accidentally worshiping it. You're choosing to trust the science, as you say. You're choosing to trust NASA, trust the experts, believe what you're told. You are choosing that actively instead of going with what your book actually teaches, which is not that.
I'm actively going against what your interpretation of the book teaches.
It's not an interpretation, though.
It is.
It's very clear.
You don't interpret the Bible?
It's clearly laid out in words, and we're told exactly what happened and how it was done. But
right, God did it. I agree that there's abundant evidence for for God's design. In fact, I think the intelligent design is like way more rational than methodological naturalism and the big uncaused Big Bang. So I think there's abundant evidence that God exists.
So how do you think, in your opinion, so the Big Bang Theory, do you do or do not believe in that?
Most people, when they say Big Bang Theory, mean that there was some uncaused beginning of the universe. So I don't believe in that. Right. I don't believe in that. Now, as far as how God brought about the universe, I guess we can speculate about that. I mean, we learn in Genesis that he did create everything, but he might have used the Big Bang. I don't know. Probably not.
I mean, it says that it was nothing but darkness. First, he created light and separated light and darkness. Then he created two lights, a greater light and a lesser light, the sun and the moon.
Well, that was on the fourth day, but yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm out of order here, but he split waters, land come up out of the waters, plants on the land, animals, then humans.
By the way, have you ever noticed the beautiful symmetry there? Day 1 is the light from darkness, and day 4 is putting the sun and the moon. So he creates a space for them, and then 3 days later he fills them. Same thing with day 2. The water's below, the water's above. The sea and the atmosphere. And then what gets created 3 days later on day 5? It's the fish of the sea and the birds of the air. And then day 3, the waters from dry land. So what gets created on day 6 was everything on the dry land, like the animals and humans.
I think one of the things that our little GE friend here is not understanding is that the Bible is a book that teaches that the world is indeed a flat surface that is stamped like onto a clay seal, That is what the ancient Israelites believed. That was their model. That was the model of many ancient cultures. To say that the Bible does not represent that, does not have that written there, is disingenuous. You are literally trying to say, oh, well, the Bible says there's a globe. No, it does not. And by saying it is, you're being disingenuous and trying to bring science into the Bible. It's either scientific or it isn't. It's true about this or it isn't. And if it is a poetic way of saying something, then you're just going to have to say, well, it's all metaphor and, it's this part's real and this part's literal, but this part isn't. And now you're going to have another problem. So
I mean, I'm going to have to correctly read the context and figure out if it's literal or if it's poetic or if it's
because you don't, Matthew.
Well,
one second,
okay,
you don't
so
believe in the chronology, do you?
Sure. So here's I'll even piggyback off you.
Oh, one sec. I want to clear that up. Just make that clear. Do you or do you not agree with the chronological order that's laid out in Genesis?
I subscribe to the literary framework view of Genesis 1, that the 6 days are meant to describe the fullness of God's creation, not necessarily a specific chronological order. I think that Nehemiah 6 has a closer chronological order. It's meant to be history.
But this is what you're going to see with a lot of Christian GE heliocentricists. They're going to say, well, no, the Bible says this. So either it's true, and the Bible is describing the actual world you live on and its creation, or it's up to debate. It's speculation and therefore false. If you're saying Genesis is poetic, fine. Say Genesis is poetic. But understand that now that lens can be used for your whole entire book, including claims you make about your Jesus and how eternal heaven is, because we can take the same lens. I've been an atheist. I know these arguments. I can take this lens and put your whole book under it, and your religion's debunked. It's gone. It's useless. You can't do anything with it. So I don't think that you want to go down that rabbit hole. I think a rational approach is to say, well, yeah, the Bible is a flat earth book. I'm sorry, that's what it is. Just deal with the fact. And you can choose to say, no, God was wrong, or the people who wrote the Bible misunderstood it, and really they meant to say it was a globe. But the fact is, your Bible teaches the earth is flat. Deal with it.
The fact is, the Bible does not teach that the earth is flat, and all biblical scholars agree, or most of them do, so you got to deal with that, ma'am.
I've studied it.
The
And
luminaries are heaven-centric.
So I know you don't like that. I know that bothers you because you have a debate of faith here. Wait, if my book says the wrong thing and we can prove that the world's a globe, or you already think that we have, well, then my book is wrong. And now my book has lost authority. Okay, so I don't understand why you would say that. Your book can be based on a cultural understanding of the people of the time and still be useful for a religious book. But now you have to take everything and say, well, that's not literal. That was the people's interpretation of the time, like a scholar actually would. But no, you're being disingenuous, and you are sitting here and you are telling me, oh, well, no, it says it's a globe. It says it's a globe, it's a ball, it's a ball. And it's apparently a heliocentric ball, which is even worse.
Yeah, I don't think it's
but scholars do actually understand that ancient people's cosmological worldview was of a motionless, planar, enclosed Earth. That it's agreed amongst scholars and academia that that's how they viewed the world, and that's how they wrote about it in their text. And that text is known as the scriptures. So you got to, true, deal with it.
Wait, I'm confused. So if I'm a Catholic and I believe in papal supremacy, and the Pope isn't a flat earther, I'm just curious. Do you think the Pope is like interpreting the
Pope
Bible wrong?
The Pope says that evolution and Big Bang Theory is true.
Maybe I cut out. So here's the question I asked. If I believe in papal supremacy, do you seem to say that the Pope is interpreting the Bible wrong.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, there's like no reason to. If I'm a Catholic, there's no reason to even argue about this, right? Like you basically all of you are going to go to hell, and it's fine.
There aren't many Catholics in the flat Earth community.
Okay, so
When did I say
Catholicism, of all things, I don't know where to begin. I don't know where to begin. Do I attack the Pope and talk about his character or the character of popes through the years? Do I
don't
talk
care
about
about
how
the character of the Pope. It's papal supremacy. Like this is like an atheist talking about how like God is actually evil because he like flooded the earth and killed all the babies. Okay, he's fucking God. Just like the Pope is the Pope. It's papal supremacy. I don't give a shit if you think he's like a bad dude or not.
Why do you have a need to use foul language? I have to
first
ask.
of all,
Are you going to respond to what I said, or
no? It's papal supremacy, and saying it the other way you did is
papal is fine.
Surprisingly close to kind of like some bad.
Yeah, I'm going to ignore him. That literally made me gag. That was disgusting.
Are you going to respond, or are you going to continue like?
No, I'm not going to engage a troll.
Okay,
so
that's totally
I'm just going to carry on.
No, he's a troll. Don't engage.
No, I think he just literally didn't know it was pronounced papal.
Wait, why do you think? Why do you think papal is incorrect?
Can someone mute him or
not with the Pope?
Why do you think?
The thing about the Catholic belief that kind of cracks me up is like, aren't we told like we're not to put anything before God or worship any other thing before God? And like Catholics, don't they pray to the saints? So like, isn't it the first commandment not to put anything before God?
Or to call anybody father. And they do
that too. Literally calling a man.
I mean,
father.
it literally says it in the Gospels. Do not call anyone father, or somewhere. But yeah, I'm like, why do they call their priest father if it says that right there?
I'm not going to get into
Isn't priest taken directly from Judaism as well?
So here's something I'm very confused about right now. You have Christians, and I want to really drive this point home because it's something that I've had a lot of experience with. Now, I used to not hold the views I do. And one of the things I did back when I was GE and back when I was, let's say, not friendly to monotheism at all, was I would go into these different places and talk to a variety of Christian people. One of the people in that chat room said, "Oh, well, no, the Bible says the earth is a globe." Well, I was able to, through scripture and through understanding and providing translation of the Hebrew words and so on, explain to them that no, that the world is flat in the Bible and this is why. And what happened at the end was actually surprising because I was GE and I hated FE deeply. So the person said in the end, well, you've proven it. So you know what? Okay, I guess it's flat. I'm going to disagree with God. And I was just beside myself. I'm like, whoa. Now, my point with you was just wild. It was the wildest thing. But anyway, my point with you is you're okay to believe what man says. It's okay. Believe what man science says. Believe what NASA says. Believe what SpaceX says. Look at their values. Look at their works. Look at the fruits of all their labors. Believe them. That's fine. They're liars. Believe them. You want to believe man? Believe man. You can say that God was wrong, but that is what you're saying, and that is okay. Or you're saying that the people who wrote the Bible misunderstood God, and he meant to say it was a ball, even though there are so many references that say otherwise. So I want to ask you again, why are you being so disingenuous? Why wouldn't you just say, yeah, the Bible does say the world is flat. However, I think that ancient man could only understand it this way, and therefore I still believe in God in this particular way. But no, I think the world's a globe because man said it was. Can you admit that? Or are you still going to be disingenuous?
No, I suppose that's an option for some people. I just don't think that any of those things that are allegedly flat Earth related are meant to be taken literally. I think it's more poetic language. So I don't find myself in that dilemma that you're describing.
But you're still not You're not grasping it. You're saying that very plain, very clear language is wrong. What version are you using?
Okay, so
and have you gone back?
For example, the pillars of the earth. There's that phrase in the Bible. I think that's meant to be taken as a figurative. There's not really pillars holding up the earth. So that's an example of something that is very clear in Scripture, but it's not meant to be taken literally. And so I think there are definitely parts of the Bible that are, for example, the biographical nature of the Gospels. When it says Jesus rose from the dead, it literally means that. When it says Jesus healed people from blindness, it literally.
Yeah, but
means
says who? Who says that I'm not to take the pillars of the earth literally? Who says
that? It doesn't seem
the
to
lady's
be.
Sorry, is it Eon? To use, because she said this earlier. She said if you're kind of picking and choosing between lenses, then that also opens you up to attacks against your faith that you actually can't defend.
Yes, because then we can talk about your savior rising from death, because that was just an allegory. It actually was a metaphysical meaning. Or we could take a whole different lens to the Bible. We could talk about the pineal gland. We could go into theosophy. We could say that Jesus was the literal son and it was all an astrological reference. Are we going to go there? Are we going to go into theosophy?
That would be misinterpreting the genre of the Gospels. The Gospels are clearly biographical.
Why is your globe not
it's
a
misinterpretation? The same thing. Yeah.
Same thing.
The Gospels are biographical, historical, and I think that
and Genesis isn't.
Genesis
isn't.
Is a little bit more metaphorical, I would say.
Yeah, really? I see. Is Revelation's metaphorical completely as well?
No, Revelation is apocalyptic literature.
Yes, of course, it's apocalyptic.
What about Job 38? Chapter 38.
Job is not meant to be like a description of the planet Earth. It's meant to talk about God and the problem of evil.
Well, in chapter 38, it talks about the shape of the earth and how the earth is changed like clay under a seal.
Yeah, the earth looks flat when you're standing on the surface. I agree with that.
So can I ask you a question real quick, Matt? How do you decide what's literal and what's metaphorical?
Context and hermeneutics.
Okay, so you're going to say context. Oh, sorry, India. Go ahead.
No. Like the context is just like a very broad thing. Context of what?
The writing and what it's meant to be. So
now, do you like cross-reference to it itself, like within the Bible itself? So, like parts of the Bible are referred to in other parts of the Bible, and you have to like read it as a whole, right? So,
right.
So is you taking the whole context, or just like the context of that particular chapter or verse? Or are you applying it universally across the whole text?
I didn't know we turned flat Earth VC to a Christian conservative conversation. This is really cringe.
And no, it's simply a conversation, and it's an interesting conversation, and there's nothing wrong with the conversation.
But it's not. I mean, it's going to lead us to nowhere. You even said yourself, it's a rabbit hole to despair.
No, I'm just curious about how people decide, right? They're interpreting, like, everybody wants to interpret the Bible for themselves, it seems, and it's like, how are they deciding, like, how do they know they're not just like cherry picking shit that feels good to them?
Yeah, when was the Bible?
Modern Christianity is cherry picking, and I think by the removing of the 14 books, it allowed there to be a lot of open-ended statements so that they can control what the narrative is. Because in those times, back then there wasn't really a government per se, but church was used as a form of power. And so they started making it where they could kind of change the narrative and choose what's metaphorical and what's not, so that they could just, you got two different people that interpret it two different ways, and they're able to gain power over both those people by removing those 14 books that have a lot of answers. And then, like we're hearing from Matthew here, it sounds like it worked perfect, because now they're able to say some things are literal, and there you go. That's you need to believe that because it's written right there. But no, not this one. We're gonna twist this one a little bit, and it's just a metaphor, and like she said, poetic.
It's just the
and you can do that
acknowledgement
with
that there are
anything,
different
biblically.
genres. It's just
You
the
can do it with anything.
acknowledgement that the Bible has different genres in it. It has law, it has prophets, it has apocalyptic literature, it has Psalms, it has Proverbs, it has biographical history like the Gospels, it has epistolary letters like, letters written from Paul. So, I mean, even Jesus acknowledges, he talks about the law and the prophets. So he said there's those two different kinds of genres even at his time. So all I'm saying is that, hey, it's helpful to look at the purpose of why each book was written, understand the genres, and try to attempt to read it for what God meant to say in those things.
And you know what God meant to say? Or would you just read it plainly?
Read it plainly, pay attention to the context, and take poetry for poetry, take the law for law, take the prophets prophetically, take apocalyptic literature apocalyptically, read the Gospels and realize that they are biographical and historical. So, carefully read the scriptures and understand what they mean.
So,
that's what I'd say.
Matthew, I studied the Bible for over 12 years. I looked into its original languages. I don't speak the original languages. I'm not sure why that's relevant at all.
Brendan is probably going to say that he doesn't even think God exists, and so that's why this whole conversation is
really not sure why you saying you're a brain surgeon was relevant to me saying I studied scripture for 12 years. I don't understand the correlation.
Sarcastic too.
I've never understood why people. I've never understood why some people hearing other people talk about God hurts their feelings. I've never understood that. Why the fuck does it hurt your feelings, man?
Some people don't believe in it.
So what? Why does it hurt your feelings? Like I don't get that.
Mine.
No
I'm just saying for them.
It's no different than globe earthers being upset that FEs even exist.
FEs?
Flat earthers.
Oh, gotcha.
There's no difference between these two things in this respect. GEs should not be upset that FEs exist, but they are. They get angry. They swear. They become disingenuous. They use false arguments. They use non sequiturs. They use logical fallacies. I've seen this more times than I can count, including all the trolls that come into FE servers and spaces. In regard to the God question, just for I'm not a Christian. When I said, yes, I've studied scripture for 12 years, suddenly I need sarcasm as a response to that because I guess that's just not okay, or maybe I've read the Bible more than you. Well, maybe then you should listen to someone who's read the Bible more than you and who did take it as it was written. And I always knew it was a flat earth book. Deal with it.
Maybe he was telling you he was a brain surgeon.
Even if you have no belief at all in God, I think you still should pay attention to the Bible, considering it's like one of the oldest writings we have. That you ought to at least think, hey, there's got to be something important about this book because it's stood to this many years and still survived. And, there's that many people that are actually paying attention to it. There's got to be something about it that's important. So I think
Does that sound like a teenager to you?
A teenager?
Well, I mean, just like anyone in general, honestly. If they don't agree with something, they're not going to recognize it.
Right, but then you grow up.
Right, that's what I'm saying. A teenager, yeah.
So, so like I said, if you're a complete atheist, I still think that you should at least pay attention to it and try to figure out why it's here and what. So, I was raised in church since I was born. And then when I went to college, like many other people around that age, I become more liberal and I guess I would call myself agnostic. I didn't deny God, but I said, hey, there's got to be some more proof. There's something to it. It's like we're believing in this magic, And so that's when I started trying to figure out, like, why are we reading this one called the King James Version? Who's King James? What was the significance of King James? And then I find out about all these books that are missing. Well, why are they missing? Why did they think they need to be removed? So I started reading the Bible again instead of a religious thing as just like a history book, and tried lining it up with what we're taught as history, which is so skewed, but we still kind of have a timeline of things. So, I try to lining them up to see what's true and what isn't, and I couldn't deny things, and I found out there was more truths than falsities. So, I'm not a Christian by any means. Some people, Christians, would probably call me a Jew because I read the Torah and I still follow the Old Testament as well as the New Testament. Because if you look at the time when Jesus was here, or Yeshua, I hate calling him Jesus, but when he was here, he didn't fulfill the old laws and then say, well, those are fulfilled, we don't need them anymore. He set an example of the old law and followed those old laws to show others how to follow those laws. So that's where I differ as a Christian, because Christians are like, nah, that doesn't exist. Now we got this New Testament, and we can do whatever we want, and then just say, oh, please forgive me, and I'm good again. So, to a Christian, go ahead.
Wasn't one of his wasn't one of the things that determined him as the Messiah was he was perfect in the law?
I'm sorry, what determined he was the Messiah?
Yeah, he was perfect in the law. He could not be found to be at fault with the law.
He was given to you, from what I understand, as an example that you should follow to show that it could be done in the first place. But what happened was the Christian people said, oh, well, we're going to worship him. And because we worship him, instead of doing what you were supposed to do, well, now you think you're going to get an eternal vacation package because you believeth on him. But you completely missed the point. I have issues with Christians in this respect. With the person that was just speaking, I think you got it more correct. I think it's an interesting thing to see him as an example. And it makes the most sense to me as well. The law wasn't done away with. It's ridiculous to think that it was.
Yeah,
well, Dan, I mean, sorry, go on. Sorry.
I was just going to say, we're told that Yeshua is God in human form, to like she said, and like I said, to set an example so that we walk in the same path. Yeah, he's God is omniscient. He's everywhere in everything at all times. So that's hard to relate to as a animal, a human being.
A single point too. Yeah.
Yeah. So, Yeshua is God in our form so that we can relate to, like, okay, this guy's got 10 fingers and 10 toes and looks like me. So let's see how he's doing things on this earth during this trial, where we're in this vessel called a body. So he set the example by following those laws found in the Torah, the Old Testament, and now we are supposed to do as him. And it's understood that we're not perfect; we are flawed. And
when you say laws, which are you talking? All of Deuteronomy, all of Leviticus, 10 Commandments, first 10 set of 10 Commandments.
Yeah, I mean, and everything.
So you're talking about Mosaic law as well as biblical law.
Correct.
Are the flat earthers able to answer any questions nowadays?
Yes, there I answered one.
Yeah. So okay, hold on.
Yeah.
Dude. If yes, then you would ask questions. If no,
Yeah, sure. Okay, fantastic. So the question is, why are there time zones?
That's a political convention.
Yeah. So go more in. What do you mean political convention? What does that mean?
So do you know what political means?
Yeah, I know what political means. Why don't you actually answer the question?
Means?
Yeah. Why don't you answer the question?
You haven't understood the answer. So I'm trying to clear it up.
So why is the sun up if it is in China right now, but it's not up in the United States right now?
How about we just go back to the time zones like you requested in the first place?
So as the sun,
so political convention, right? So there's no such thing as the sun being at different spots in the sky. It's all just politics.
Incorrect. It's political as the sense of.
Okay, so time zones exist because the sun.
Listen, if you don't listen to answers, yeah, hold on a second.
He's gone.
Fuck. Just gonna like, don't want to listen to the answer. Want to just like shotgun questions. Try to give him an answer. Says he doesn't understand. Try to like freaking get a question out of him. See what he does understand. Ask another. Says he don't answer the question. What the fuck is this shit, dude? Like for real.
Well, being a globe earther, I would say there's a practical advantage of having, midday when the sun is highest in the sky. So that would be my first practical use of time zones. And then you've got political use, which again, China is a good example. There is only one time zone in China. Even though it span,
it's worse than that, dude. So check this out. There's 19 time zones in the north and 32 in the south.
34 in the south. Yeah, I know all of this.
Yeah.
I've been in this argument longer than probably 90% of the people. So.
I don't
I've heard everyone. It's Just Legend or Jewish Decisions or whatever.
Yeah, so the shit like they're political. So let me ask you a question, because it seems to me some of you guys can't steel man any position. Why is it? So what's our answer to the time zones? Like, why isn't everything lit up at the same time?
Actually, yeah, that's a very good question. Yeah.
I think if when you say steel man, are you talking about steel manning a flat Earth argument?
Guy on the small hill, bro.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I think for you to kind of have the sunlight as it seems to appear on the Earth, just from having people live all over the Earth, you would need to have some weird property of light, almost like a lampshade.
Okay. That's not our position, though. But that's like 2015. People used to post these memes of like a little freaking table lamp and shit. But I wouldn't say that's the position now. It's not my position. Never was my position. The lampshade thing. That's a simplification, I guess.
I mean, what I do know is I can see light sources from a very long way away.
If you're 400 feet if you're 400 meters underwater and it's noon, can you see the sun?
No, I'm drowning.
Well, I mean, is it? Yeah, I mean, assume you have a scuba gear on.
I'm still drowning. In fact, I'm drowning and I'm being crushed to death.
Let me ask a quick question. Hold on, Blake.
Yeah,
let me ask a quick question.
Go ahead. Go.
Well, no, I just wanted to interrupt real quick because I just wanted to see if Eon is here. Aeon?
Yeah, Aeon.
Aeon, I'm sorry. Do you mind if I DM you real quick? I just wanted to ask you something.
Everyone else has been DMing me. Go ahead.
Yeah, they seem very knowledgeable. Honestly, like no cap whatsoever.
And in all seriousness, Aeon, I mean, my speciality, I've studied theology most of my life. What you and Techno Viking were saying, it's one of the interesting sort of juxtapositions you have. You kind of have the introduction of the Catholic creed. When I say Catholic, I don't mean Roman Catholic. I just mean Catholic in the universal.
The universal faith, yes, that's what the word Catholic means. That's right.
I knew you get the difference. Most people don't. So
too much time studying, and I used to be an occultist, so add that to the mix, and it makes it even more interesting.
I'm a tree hugger.
So you are spiritual.
Can I go back?
Yes, I'm a monotheist.
Oh, I don't mean to be rude. What is that by chance?
So I used to be a Satanist for a very long time. I've spent over 20 years in the left-hand path.
Like spiritually or anarchistly?
Spiritually.
No, left-hand path.
Yes. So dark occultism, witchcraft, what have you, sorcery, call it what you want. Mm-hmm. Anyway, from there, we went right into monotheism, full stop. So it was Satanism, paganism, then pure monotheism, and the
so you went like full witchcraft and all that.
Yes, I was a card-carrying member of the Saturnian cult.
Okay.
And what ended up happening was God decided that he would pull me out of the occult entirely through the occult, which was a very strange way to do it. And I ended up over here in monotheism land, which means
Wait, yeah, I was going to say you recognize God too. Wow.
I do, yes. Yes, I
Okay.
do. I don't give him any particular name like the breath.
But you do respect him as an entity, though.
Yes, he exists. He created.
Okay.
He created the world. He created what's above, what's below, and what we live on. Everything.
Okay.
I've always kind of there's a very interesting Buddhist statement that goes, there are 64,000 ways to enlightenment. This be but one.
Mm-hmm.
What
brought you to the path is indeed narrow. It is a very narrow path. But there is something that might surprise you. I don't actually hold stock in afterlife. I don't see need for an eternal vacation package. I love God and I want to do right by God, and I'm not worried about some afterlife or paradise or resurrections or any of that.
It's a bit needy, isn't it?
It is very needy, and the way I look at it is I accept my allotted time.
Yeah.
So can I ask you, just to do with that, so do you believe in a soul, obviously, right?
The soul
Holy
is
shit,
a
we're getting into the
composite.
weeds. Anybody here who thinks the Earth's a globe?
Yeah, it's great for speculation, but yeah, let's try to focus on the.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I know this is flat Earth. Yeah, flat Earth.
Besides, I think that question, or you guys' question, basically covered what I was going to ask her in the DMs, like where she got her understanding from. She might look at the understanding. That's what I was going to ask. But anyway, you guys have said it, and now I know. So. But that's good.
And again, sort of bring it back to the 24.
I'm going to send you a friend request if you don't mind, though. I really want to hear more about this if you don't mind.
DMs, man. We're ending this shit.
I didn't mean to commandeer your. I'll give you a question. The 24-hour sun nonsense that just occurred. What did you think about the little scale he had? What did you think of that overlay that was going on there? Not saying the video's fake or anything, or there were green screens, but that particular really important experiment.
I don't know. I didn't watch their videos, man.
Was that where he was looking at the weights comparison?
Yes.
You guys actually watch that shit? Jesus Christ.
No, I've just been in this argument forever, so I know exactly why he would be doing what he's doing. I had a friend of mine years ago did it. He did weight differences between where he lived in Canada and when he was on a visit to Egypt. And he actually took a very, very sensitive set of scales with him, and he could actually measure the difference. It was quite an interesting.
Yeah. So the Kern Precision Scale Company makes scientific scales. They did this all over the world. They sent their scales in a little garden gnome to a bunch of scientists, and the results are all over the place. So I don't know what anybody else did. Other people have done this. There's no consistent result. Anyway,
he's an assayer. Sorry, he's a gold assayer, and it's one of the reasons why gold is only bought and sold in volume, not by weight.
Well, I mean,
you would make money.
Arbitrage.
And it is measurable, and I have seen it personally done.
Yeah, but when they actually have actual scientists with actual scientific scales test this, they don't get the result you say.
Yeah, forgive me, I don't believe you.
Okay, I'll post it in the chat.
Thank you. That would be great.
Side chat or main chat?
In the side chat here.
Side chat, got you. Because I would actually love to see that too.
Hold on a second.
This is the little chat window that's associated with the actual room, not any of the other guest info.
Oh, yeah. It's right above Flat Earth. It's a little balloon.
Oh, shit, dude.
Yeah,
it's right
it's
next
a little
to
balloon.
Flat Earth.
Yeah. But no, what I wanted to say is, one of the nice things that I think Aeon brought in is, even though we can have radically different views and be radically disagreeing with each other, we can still do it in a reasonable way. And I want to apologize for the guy that came in earlier.
Well, I feel like that's been lost within recent years and everything like that. Like everyone's been radicalized so hard to where they can't even have a conversation with another person that has opposing views with them. You know.
Well, cognitive dissonance.
Well, the reason for that is they don't want this topic to be discussed at all.
Mm-hmm. It's also cognitive dissonance that they're experiencing when you do challenge the model and you say, hey, there's this really strange abnormality I'm noticing with the ground. Anybody want to give an explanation for it? And instead of being genuine people and saying, actually, that is interesting, and I think we should study that, which
Right,
is
yeah.
a scientific mindset, you get the opposite.
Yeah.
It's awful.
Well, I feel like just like humans in general, just like as a society, like we're really disconnected from each other
The topic is
nowadays.
flat Earth. This is crazy meta, dude. Like, how does it keep meandering off the topic? I don't get it.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying. That's where you guys come in too.
Yeah, well, it's flat Earthers isn't the topic. Neither is global Earthers. I just know that people spaz out over this topic for no fucking reason. I don't understand it. But
we're all human.
I just want to get back to the freaking time zone thing. So the sun.
I wish that guy would have stayed. Yeah.
Oh, he left.
Yeah. He left a long time ago. Dude. But do you gotta? Yeah, I want to hear the reason for that. Yeah.
Draft is here,
I talked about the lampshade thing.
Yeah. So,
sorry.
So I'll give you an example. So, how come? Well, I'm going to ask you a question to just illustrate the point. So, at noon versus the horizon, at noon you can't look at the sun, but you can look at the sun at the horizon, right? Because that's right.
Repeat that again. So I'm actually listening. I was looking at Kern Precision Scales website, and I wasn't giving you due attention.
Okay, yeah, fine. Okay, at noon you cannot look at the sun without going blind, right? But if the sun's on the horizon, you can look at it without going blind, right? Because the sun is less bright because it has more air to go through.
Yeah, I mean, I live in the UK, so we get to look at the sun most of the time because there's a lot of shit in between us and it. But yeah, in general, I agree.
I thought it was raining there all the time. I thought you never see the sun. I thought the sun was like a rumor.
No, we get beautiful weather.
I think the sun was just a bad rumor, man. Like they tell us in other countries that there's a sun up there somewhere. Anyway, the sun is 23,000 times less bright at the horizon. That cuts more light than a solar filter. Now, the sun's moving, right, and it moves away from you. It has even more air to go through to get to where you are, right? Mm-hmm. So as the sun moves away, it gets darker and darker. This isn't like really like a mysterious thing. I never understood why this was ever even like an argument. And if you look at the actual globe model, right, the globe model, people think that the globe model predicts that 50% of the Earth is lit up. But it's actually more than 50% of the Earth, according to the globe model.
52% or something like that.
Yeah, can directly see the sun. We're not talking about lit up. We're not talking about twilight.
Yeah.
I'm talking about directly see the sun. That means they see
we're talking about the tilt, though, too, right? The season.
No, we see refraction bends the sun, the image of the sun around the globe. So 52% of the Earth can see directly the sun, and then 67% of the Earth will have either direct sunlight, astronomical twilight, civil twilight, or nautical twilight, right? So 67% illumination, 52% direct sunlight. That leaves 33% in darkness.
And Lima.
Yeah, so think about that. So people, when they take what they learned in school, only 50% of the Earth is light and the 50% is dark, they go, that can't work on the flat Earth. Yeah, maybe. But that's not the way they say it is. They say it's fucking 33% is dark.
No, I mean, I hate this in-school argument. Because most of the time when people are talking about in school, it's like when you're somewhere between sort of 8 and 12 years old.
Well,
go on, Karen.
Well, are you disputing that most people in the world think that 50% of the Earth is lit up by the sun?
I feel like it's an even ratio kind of thing, but I could see like on the curve, or well, I can't say that here. Sorry.
So if you just go on Google, type in civil twilight. Hit Google Images, and you'll have diagrams of how much the Earth is supposed to be lit up.
Yeah, no, I mean, I've worked with 24-hour, sort of time zone kind of approach, and where so I'm not even going to dispute numbers whether they're accurate or not is immaterial. It's definitely more than 50%. I don't have a problem with you saying that. But I think there's a lot of stuff.
I'm just saying we use time zones to track the sun, and time zone. Okay, well, the time zone argument comes from the idea that the sun should light up the entire surface of the Earth. People go, why is there time zones on a flat Earth? Because they think the sun should light up the entire Earth. There's no reason that should happen.
Well, I haven't heard many globalizations light up. I think the problem is if you've got a small and local sun. Because let me just give you a problem I have with it without going into the weeds. When the sun goes away, I get to see stars. Stars are further away than the sun, and they're a light source of some sort. Let's just not get into the weeds on that shit.
Okay, you can't tell which is farther, the sun or the stars. It's impossible to tell.
But surely
they're both the same thing.
Well, surely most flat earthers that I come off with, and I don't like saying flat earthers believe X, because I think it's like, you can't say humans believe X. Some believe something is much more the way I like to go. A lot of flat earthers I've dialogues with think there is some sort of physical dome and the stars are outside the dome. Or they're on the dome.
Yeah, I mean, I don't believe in that shit.
Okay, so I'm not, as I say, that's why I'm not holding you to their account. So what contains the atmosphere for you?
I don't know. I have no problem saying I don't know.
No, and I respect that. I think I don't know is a very good answer to question. Very good answer to questions you don't know the answer to.
So I'm like a hyper super empiricist. So I'll only say things I know and I can actually bring receipts for. If I don't know, I just say I don't know. I try to do help is the same way. So our thing, and not just me and him, but a lot of us here in this chat. I don't know if you've ever been here before. We try to deal with only the things that we can actually prove. Right? Not things that are speculation and could be true and might be true. We try to deal with, what do we actually know? What can we actually prove?
Yeah.
So, because there's a lot of things that people believe, and I'll give you a perfect example. Do you know when you were born?
I know when I was told I was born.
There you go. There you go. That's the right answer. And I've never gotten that right answer. A lot of people believe they know when they were born, but they really don't know. They were told something, but then they believe it. But they weren't old enough to read a calendar. They couldn't read when they were born.
No. That's the whole movement for the flat Earth thing.
Let me go back to things. Let's say you've got a good relationship with your parents, and I'm a parent. Now, I happen to know the day, the hour, and pretty much the minute that my children were born.
Yeah, I get it.
So do I know when my kids were born?
No, they don't know. You know, but they don't know.
Did you witness it?
Yeah.
Okay, then you know.
All three of my kids, I was there.
As long as you witness it, you know, right?
Yeah.
So the reason I bring it up, because if you go to court and you have to testify to your own birth date, you can't. You're not allowed to.
I mean, you did witness your own birth.
Yes, but you couldn't read a calendar.
Well, I think anybody that says they remember their own birth is in a slightly strange world.
Yeah, fuck
me.
you, Sheldon.
So, it's at the moment you're born, right, you would have had to already have read a calendar to know when you were born, right? You have to have already aware of the time before you're born. Because then you would be seeing the calendar or reading the clock after you were born.
Hold on a second. No, you've now got a problem there. Why believe the calendar? You didn't make that calendar. You're assuming that's correct.
Time is a human construct, bro.
Yeah, I mean,
it's linear in our mind.
Yeah, we already talked about that, the Julian, Gregorian, and all that shit. Obviously, calendars are artificial concoctions, right?
You're just our version of degradation. That's all it is, man.
You're just a convention we all agree on. They don't mean anything inherently. But the point is, I mean, I just try to deal with shit. I try, like Dome, I don't know about that. Ice Wall, don't know anything about that. Antarctica, don't know anything about that.
I respect it, man. That's why I love you guys so much, man. Like, you question why we know what we know. You know what I mean? Like,
question the winger.
And the problem is, we're just told.
We're trying to find the bottom. Okay.
So would it be fair? Would it be fair?
No,
I just want to get this one point in.
Okay,
I just want to get one point out very quickly.
Both you guys
Would it
want
be
to go
fair?
hard at the same time.
Would it be fair? Well, I've given away on the mic a load of times, so I think it's
fair. I know. I talk too much too.
No, that's cool, man. Would it be fair for me to say you don't know it's a globe?
Oh yeah, I listen. I get
huge high five. Thank you. I very rarely get that answer.
I do not know it's a globe. Certainly not. Nobody knows it's a globe. The only people that can even claim they know it's a globe would have had to have gone far enough away from the Earth to see a ball. Everybody else believes it. Everybody. Nobody else would have the primary knowledge required to claim, I know it's a globe. Only the 27 people that claim they went to the moon would have ever been far enough away to say, yes, I know it's a globe.
But we have a lot of issues with the moon landing, don't we?
Well, no,
there you go.
What I'm giving Indio props for is, whilst I don't quite agree with his system of knowledge, I can respect its consistency.
Well, so check it out. It's like we're trying to find the bottom, because in the modern era, right, in our day and age, where our minds are corrupted by models and concepts and abstractions and like representations of reality, right? Our mind is just completely corrupted by them, because we're this far along, I guess you would call it, in human civilization, that we've been lost into abstraction. So it's like, let's find out what we actually do know. You know what I mean? Find the bottom. Because a lot of things we think we know, we believe, they're just beliefs that we've gathered through inferences. Like the scientific method uses inference. We use inferences replaced. Well, we figured out a couple hundred years ago that it's very, very hard to prove things for certain deductively. So we relied on inductive logic to kind of like fill in the gaps so that we have kind of like a narrative to keep going along. And our standard is basically, it works, right? I have a model and it works. It might be true, it might not be true. It's good enough for now. We're going to keep using it. So it's really just a pragmatic thing. But people have come from that pragmatic viewpoint, and now they say this is true. Okay, when they've made that leap, we've been so far on this leap journey. Now people think that all these ideas are truths when they're just beliefs, because there's some concept they apply to the world where they have a goal that works, right? But it's actually not true. We're trying to find out, what do we actually know? What do we actually know?
Hold on 1 second, because I've got to go fairly shortly, because I've got to go do some shit. But I just want to say, I've had a look at your gnome experiment, and there's one problem, big, huge problem that's on there for me as an evidentialist. What I would expect to see is make, model of equipment and its tolerance. Yeah,
I probably pull that up.
Yeah. No, I'm very sure, which is why I'm just saying that's the critique I would give to that, and also how many tests do they do in each latitude?
I think it was thousandths of a gram, though, the tolerance.
Yeah, it's still important, because when you're very close, to the equator, it's not a linear curve. Now, you can see when you look at the predicted weight for the latitude trend according to NASA calculations, not sure where that came from, but regardless, that curve there isn't quite the straight line it is. And you can see that between the 80th and 90th parallel. I don't think that line's right, but I will go and do a bit of looking in rather than say, no, that's wrong, because I'm not 100% sure.
Well, so that screenshot, right? So there's a Google Docs that I posted. I think that link still works. Let me see. Yeah, so all the data, so the way they originally put this out was there was a Google map. Back in the day when you could put a Google map in your website and put a pin on it, and then you hover over the pin, and there was the scientists, the location, what they measured, right? It had their name, their fucking title, all that shit, right? And then
it would need to be the same equipment doing these measurements as well, you know that. Otherwise you're fucked. Okay,
they did. So they mailed it to, this was part of an ad campaign. So they mailed the same one location to location to location. So it's the same device.
Yeah, and they probably went through calibration reset. But anyway, but as I say, so that tolerance factor, make and model factor, those are the two things that, you know, I would want to see on a chart like that, because again, that's important, because that could actually bring your stuff in with, you know, if the tolerance of what you're trying to measure is finer than the tolerance of the equipment, then it kind of makes that shit pretty meaningless.
So I understand. I understand. You got to have the level of precision required.
So I've got a question. So how does the moon work with flat Earth theory?
What the fuck does that even mean?
The moon, like just the
moon is kind of flat Earth. That's right.
No, seriously, why is the moon round? Why is the moon a sphere?
What is that? What's that got to do with the Earth?
I'm just saying, why is the moon a sphere, and why is the Earth not a sphere? How does that work?
No, why would it be? Hold on a second, dude. Hold on, dude. Why would it be a sphere?
So
why would the Earth have to be a sphere if the moon's a sphere?
Well, I'm asking because the moon in its current state does not fit flat Earth theory. It just doesn't.
Okay, why?
Because if you had a flat Earth, well, how does it work in flat Earth theory? That's what I'm asking.
What do you mean? I don't understand what you're saying.
If the Earth were flat, so first of all, if the Earth were flat, then the moon at certain points of the night would appear to be a different size if the Earth were flat.
Not if it was far away.
Okay, so how far away are we talking?
Okay, whatever they say it is now, 300,000 miles. Let's say that.
So explain to me why it wouldn't be this different size if it was far away.
I just did. You don't know how linear perspective works? Is that what you're telling me?
No, if the Earth was flat, right?
Yeah, so when things get double, if you double the distance away something is, it gets half the size. But if it's far enough away, the difference in distance from looking at the moon from one place to another is so negligible, it wouldn't be perceptible a change in size. So this guy would be 300,000 miles away, and this other person would be 300,000 miles away. That's a fucking 1% change. You wouldn't even notice.
So, but wouldn't you be able to
address what I said? I'm not going to play this game. That's what I said.
If the Earth, that's what I'm saying. If the Earth is
that's exactly what I said.
Yes, he wants you to address.
What I said. You're not going to get nothing. That's what I said.
Why are you getting so?
Ignoring what he's saying and trying to move past it to your little straw man. Address what he said.
No, I'm asking. I'm saying, like, if the Earth would be.
No, not ask him anything. Address what he said. He responded to your question.
Yeah, I said, and I'm disagreeing with him. I'm saying if the Earth were viewed from a different angle, which is how it would work with flat Earth theory, it would be visibly smaller. The distance away doesn't matter.
Quantify it. The moon's 300,000 miles away.
Twice as small.
Okay.
And that's
now you just rinsing and repeating. I disagree, and you're repeating the same argument.
If the moon's 300,000 miles away, for it to be twice as small, you'd have to be twice the distance of 300,000 miles. You'd have to be 600,000 miles away. It's called linear perspective. You double the distance, you half the size. Okay, so that's what I said. That is exactly how it works.
So I don't understand.
So sometimes an angle of one degree and it's 10 miles away, if you move it 20 miles away, it's going to be half a degree. And if you move it 40 miles away, it's going to be a quarter of a degree.
So then how does the orbit of the moon work on a flat Earth then?
What orbit?
What?
What orbit?
The movement of the moon.
Yeah,
how does it work?
You don't see the moon orbit the Earth. No one's ever seen that.
You don't see the movement, the moon move across the sky.
I see the moon move across the sky. I don't see it taking.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. How does that movement work in your little theory?
What do you mean? It just moves. I mean, how does it work? We see the moon move.
It's not theory.
It circles the plane that is the Earth.
No, okay, so it circles it. So that's what I'm wondering. So, like, Earth is flat, right?
You know what orbit is?
So Earth is flat, right?
Yeah, dude.
So that's what I'm asking. How does the moon? How does the movement of the moon work on this picture right here?
You haven't addressed the flat Earth yet. You're too busy talking about this.
No, I'm asking you to explain how the moon's movement and the sun there.
Yeah, but we're trying to get you to address the Earth. You're too busy talking about the sky. You said the Earth is flat.
No, I'm asking how the moon works.
Hey, idiot.
No.
You have not addressed the argument yet. You too busy talking about the sky. He answered your questions.
I'm asking how the movement of the moon works.
Do you have any right?
You guys seem
to have any? Shut up, dumb. Do you have any flat Earth falsifications? You too busy talking about the moon.
Well, you can infer the shape of the Earth by the behaviors of the moon and the sun.
No, it's irrelevant.
Oh, that's just irrelevant, bro. The moon and its behavior is irrelevant to how the Earth works. Okay.
Yes, it is, dumb.
And now he's insulting me because he's upset. I'm asking.
No, I'm not upset. You are demonstrating that you're an idiot. I'm not upset. You're demonstrating that you're a moron. You're saying that if the Earth is flat, which is this Earth's surface, and then you talking about the moon, you talking about the behavior of the moon.
Does movement work? How do they work? Are they circling around?
How did the moon work?
Yes, in flat Earth theory, how does the moon work?
Your premise is you trying to falsify the Earth surface, right? Whether it's a spheroid, whether it's a sphere and with a radius, whether it's a sphere with a radius value of 3959.
I'm asking you,
which means you would have to demonstrate Earth curvature, but you want to talk about the moon. How is that relevant?
I'm simply asking the movement of the moon. How does that work? If the Earth is flat, how does that operate?
And
it's in a sphere. We understand it goes around.
He answered you, and now we basically trying to get you to come with.
He did not answer me. He didn't tell me what direction or along what.
We have.
No, he didn't tell me how it flew or how it went. He
can simply say it's irrelevant because it's not going against his base premise.
So the two things in the sky that we can see, right? Or
doesn't matter.
Features of the sky don't matter.
Yes, because you're not referencing the ground.
What?
I mean, what do you mean, what? Yo, you never heard this before.
A simple question.
So what it is that... Okay, I see what the problem is. So you used to arguing with flat earthers, talking about fucking sky shit that they never been to, things about sizes that they never basically verified themselves, while you're trying to refer to the earth something that you could directly measure. So you want to ignore. You want to ignore the actual. Wait a minute. You want to ignore the relevant evidence that you need to prove whether you want a sphere or a flat Earth. You want to ignore that, which is the ground. You want to ignore that, and you want to go ahead and move on to the sky. Even though he answered your question, you still want to talk about the sky.
How does the moon? How does that moon rotate? Why does it go across the sky?
Nobody cares. It's not relevant to the ground. Is it the ground of the earth? Is that you trying to basically debunk?
Yeah, I don't know why. Can you tell me?
Nobody can tell me how the moon works.
Yeah, I can't tell you. Can you tell me?
We can simply say, I don't know. How is it relevant to how the ground?
I'm just asking. In the flat Earth situation, how do you guys view the movement of the moon and the sun? That's all I'm asking.
How is you debunking the Earth being horizontal?
Are you guys still trying to figure that one out?
No, we're not trying to figure nothing out. We're trying to figure out, why are you talking about the sky instead of talking about debunking the ground again? You know, you guys claim you have a curve.
We can't talk about the moon and the flat Earth theory. We can't talk about the moon.
And the Earth
The biggest object in our sky. We can't.
Not without you begging the question, because first you have to verify it's a globe first, correct?
That's not what I'm saying.
The sky is not relevant because the sky is not relevant to the ground.
We have a theory that the moon rotates around a globe. How does that theory operate in flat Earth?
You have to verify it's a globe.
I'm not saying it's a globe.
How that works?
How would the moon operate in a flat Earth situation?
You're not listening, are you?
No, you're not listening.
I know I'm not, because I'm saying it's irrelevant. I'm definitely listening. Actually, I just answered your question and I just addressed you directly. I said, now let's move on to the base premise, which is, what is the shape of the Earth? You claim it's a shape, whether the shape of a spheroid with a radius value or it's a flat horizontal plane. How would you basically discover that?
My question
it's always when I get to the end. You notice that, everybody? It's always when I get to the end. It just doesn't make sense. It's always when I get to the end. So let me get this straight. Let me get this straight. Let me get
Jesus Christ. It can't be nonstop. You guys have to go back and forth. This is unlistenable.
Yeah, it is. So let me get this straight. When I talk about something that is relevant to what I'm basically trying to explain, he's basically saying that's not relevant and don't make no sense. He'd rather go to the sky when he's basically trying to debunk something on the Earth, the ground. You don't want to talk about the ground?
I am not trying, nor did I attempt to debunk anything. I simply asked, how does the moon work in your little theory? How does it work?
Yes, while your base premise is the Earth is flat. So this have nothing to do with the flat Earth. You're just talking about what's going on in the sky. Okay, simply, I don't know. He could just say that. It didn't won't falsify anything.
How the moon works. So that's the case. You don't know how the moon works.
That's correct.
Great. You don't either.
Yeah, neither do. Or do you? Or do you know how it works?
I can see my observations, and my observations are anywhere on Earth.
To the moon.
No, wait, I'm asking you how it works, bro.
Anywhere
to the moon.
You see,
that's not your question. I'm asking it back to you. How does it work? Do you know?
I can base it off of my observations, and my observations are relatively simple. If no matter where you are on Earth, the moon is going to appear from a certain direction and result in a certain direction, right?
So
the second observation is it's going to. The second observation is it's going to.
How does it work though?
When you say appear, that's me appearing, right?
How does the damn thing work? I'm asking him. I want to know.
Come on,
he said appear. He said appearing.
You can also take note that the moon, no matter where you are viewing it on Earth, stays the same size. No matter where you are, and it's not indistinguishable. It's actually measurable. You can measure the size of the Earth with instruments that you point at the sky and determine that it is exactly the same size.
How does it work?
Yeah, that's what you was asking him, and he already debunked the size.
That's what I
already addressed that point.
I'm talking in relation to the flat Earth situation. I'm asking you, who are supposed to be.
You are talking about the ground again.
So you don't know how it works. Oh, I see.
How does it work? And you can't tell me.
You are talking about the ground again, right?
Jesus. So you don't know how it works. So you just came to ask.
I'm asking you guys how it works. The experts.
You don't know how because you don't know how it works. So you came to us to see if we knew how it worked. Is that it?
Okay, if you know, so this is the problem here. You think you know how the moon works, or the sun, or the sky.
I didn't propose I knew anything. I'm asking you guys how it works.
But you run from it. You run from your own knowledge to ask a flat earther, which you think doesn't have the answer. and then never present your answer.
So I can't. So you guys, nobody in here knows how the moon works, right? They don't know.
And nobody, including you. Right, that includes you.
Yeah, this is unknowable.
So, okay, so the flat earthers are telling me that it is unknowable to know what?
I don't know. It's your question, dude.
How it works. What you asked.
What do you mean by how it works, dude? It's a poorly constructed sentence. It's incoherent. How what works? Works in what way? To do what?
Why does the moon go across the sky at night, right? And it's the same size. Why does it move across the sky at night? Same direction every day. And why is it the same size? How does that fit within flat Earth? Because traditional science can explain that to you. It's a globe, and it's a globe rotating around a globe. You can there are some measurable differences throughout the year depending on the distance that the moon is away. It can change. Those are measurable, like I said earlier. But I'm asking, how does the moon fit within flat Earth theory? And you guys are telling me
it is about flat Earth
explanation whatsoever for the moon.
So it is about flat Earth. Man.
Okay. First of all, you're just talking a bunch of nonsense. You have no idea how it's measured.
The moon's not real.
Any of that shit.
The moon's not real.
No one said that. You have to straw man because you have no idea what you're talking about.
That's literally his straw man. He's saying that the moon is not real. Nobody said that at all.
Yeah.
So none of you can tell me how the moon works. None of you have any idea how the moon works.
What that means. Unmute him. I'll unmute him. You can't. Or stay muted.
I just asked. I told you what it means. Why does it move across the sky every night? And why does it appear the same size and shape?
Why wouldn't it?
Throughout, no matter where you are on the Earth. Why?
Wouldn't it? Because it's so far away. I already told you.
Multiple times.
When I explained to you how linear perspective works. And you said, nuh-uh.
And repeated the same question.
Here's the thing. It literally moves across the sky.
And?
It's the same size throughout that entire process.
And?
It is measurable.
And he gave you an answer. You have not responded to it yet.
And measure a difference in size.
What was my answer?
Let me finish. You can see and measure a difference in size when the Earth is farther away from it. You can measure that. You can measure the fact
the Earth is farther away from it. Congratulations.
Did you hear the answer? Yes or no?
I just addressed the answer. I gave 3 points of contention to his answer, and you're
No, you did not. No, you did not. You said and repeated the same question.
You can measure it at different times of the year. You can go and measure the moon, and if the Earth is further away from the moon, you can measure that. It's not
shut up and let him respond.
They use
shut up and let him respond. We don't. We heard you.
Let me answer. How do you know the moon's at a different distance?
How do you know the move? Because you can use light measuring tools.
Okay.
It's called lasers.
What? Lasers. They measured the distance with lasers.
Light measuring tools, yes.
Yeah, so how did they measure the distance of the lasers? Tell us.
Right.
How did they measure the distance with lasers?
Why are you repeating my question?
Light.
Yes.
So there's retroflectors that were placed on there by the Apollo missions.
How you know that?
There's also speed of light calculations, so you can measure the speed of light.
You know how you know that?
And then apply that.
How do you know that? Those
distance of the Earth.
Those are calculations.
What do you mean those are calculations?
You saying you're applying light speed? Those are calculations. Those are not physical measurements.
So you have to have a physical measurement of something for it to exist?
I mean, you claiming to have a distance.
Yeah, but you're saying light is not physical from point A to point B? That's not a physical examination?
You haven't observed the moon at all.
No, you just said
have been to the moon. Yes,
is not physical.
Nobody been to
What
the
type
moon.
of calculation is it? If it's not physical, what type
every time I talk, they just got to keep on talking. Dude, I heard you the first time.
dude. He's getting cooked and he's just thrashing about.
I heard you the first time. You said you can measure it. Okay.
This is not listenable, guys.
You just don't want to
This isn't
listen.
listenable.
You said that you can measure it. You said that there was a moon landing where they put reflectors there or whatever you want to say.
That was with light. There's also other ways of measuring it that you can actually go and do. You can do radio
I'm only
signals.
still landing your point. That's all.
You can do radio signals.
I'm only repeating what you said. I'm not ignoring it. I'm repeating literally what you said.
You can do radio signals.
You could do radio signals.
Did radio signals before the moon landing.
Okay, so the moon works on radio signals.
The moon works on radio signals. Is that what this guy just said?
No, that's what you said.
Look, we all know you're Googling this on the fly, dude. We all know that.
I said you can
you don't know anything about this.
Something and it bounces off that.
It bounces off the moon?
Yeah, dude, we all know you're Googling it on the fly. We've had this conversations thousands of times before. We know you don't know anything about this. Nothing.
You never measured no distance to the moon, ever.
What's the cause of moon?
And you never witnessed that neither. Why did you even repeat
I'm
it? Like
confused. So how do you think?
So the lasers, they also
it's
bounce
a lie.
lasers.
That's how we think.
Yeah, so they also bounce lasers before the retroreflectors. How'd they do that? How'd they do that, man? Before the retroreflectors.
Do what?
Before, in 1961.
How did they measure distance?
No, how did they bounce the laser off the moon?
Before they measured the distance of the moon, they measured the distance of the sun with the shadow that it cast.
That's not what he
with a
asked you.
shadow.
Hold on.
How did they do that?
You just said Aaron Starkus guy? Really? Aaron Starkus got the wrong number.
Are you guys being serious or just trolling? Because you guys are.
I think you really don't know what you're talking about. You just Googling shit.
Well, it's Dave McKeegan. He linked a video how the silence of flat earther in his worldview.
I would like to see you guys watch that and disprove it.
No, it's not disproving it. Pull out how the moon works from that. That's what you're supposed to do. So you think you know how the moon works and flat earthers don't, and how you silence them is telling them you've got some secret king knowledge that you won't explain or take questions on. Drive into that video, dive into it, pull out the cause of moon, like you said you have.
That's how you know these guys are absolute losers. They look at YouTube and just repeat bullshit that they heard other people say. That's all they do. They just repeat dumb shit that they heard other people say. And then when we have the answers, they just rinse and repeat. They just ignore. He completely ignore it. He completely ignore it, and he goes say it.
Can't you guys
rinse and repeat it? We already addressed everything that you said, bro. You don't know what you're talking about.
You started with a false premise that the moon should change angular size on a flat Earth. That is wrong. I told you why it's wrong with specificity. I gave you the geometry. I gave you the math. What else do you want?
The moon, then.
What is the shape of
the moon?
Round.
Circle.
So it's not a sphere?
We only see one side of it. We've never
doesn't
seen
even
the other
matter.
side.
Doesn't matter because
you can infer that it's a sphere by seeing the shadows that are cast on it.
Yeah, but we can infer it's not a sphere because
you don't just see one side on it. You see the shadows around the edges that would only occur if it was a sphere.
Yeah, but that's cherry picking the observation, right? Because
that's not cherry picking observation. That's empirical information.
Yeah, no, but you're cherry picking some empirical information, ignoring others. So some empirical information is there's no specular reflection, there's no specular highlights. We don't see the sides of the moon. We don't see it in 3D. We don't see the moon from the side. Now, you have an ad hoc hypothesis that the moon is somehow tidally opposite that faces the Earth all the time. Just like some weird coincidence of luck.
I'm going to have to sit here and spoon feed it to you guys, aren't I?
Spoon feed what, dude? You don't know anything to spoon feed us.
I just sent it in the chat. That's not even a flat Earth. That's literally just shows you exactly what you can observe in the night sky, what happens on the Earth, or what happens on the moon. the shadows. That is literally just basic.
You don't know anything that happens on the moon. You've never been there. That is making claims. Shadows. You just making claims. Yeah. You don't know what happens on the moon. You don't know anything about the moon. You don't know anything. No distance to it. You're just making claims, morons.
You can't go outside and look
verify anything that you put in the chat.
Outside and look at the moon. I'm making claims on a basis of what I see in the sky every night. That's a claim? That's not an observation?
Dude. No, so you gave us a demonstration of someone with a sphere and a light source, and in this demonstration, there's a specular reflection. Is it a
reflection?
It's called a specular reflection, yes.
Why are you yelling, bro?
It's specular reflection.
You don't even know what that means.
You do know. So you do know how the moon works in flat Earth theory now. Now you're saying the shadow around it is because
no. You're straw manning my position. I said that you're cherry picking conclusions that it's a sphere because you're ignoring other visual indications that it's not a sphere. Namely, there's no specular reflection. If you look at any sphere illuminated by a light source, you will see a specular reflection, or if it's
this is a 2D animation. Right? That'll help you better.
I mean, it's always at the end. This guy cannot let you finish a point. He gotta run his mouth.
That's the whole point: is to wait till I'm about to make my point and then interrupt so that no one hears it. Something called a specular highlight or a specular reflection. You will see that. If any sphere is illuminated by a light source, you don't see that with the moon. That indicates that it's not a sphere.
What I'm hearing is you guys only believe in primary observation and are not intelligent enough to understand concepts.
Address what I said.
Basic proof concepts.
Address what I said.
Yes, primary observations. Yes. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I literally named an empirical observation that you yourself can make. Hey, look at the moon. See if there's a specular reflection. If there's not, it's not a sphere. Because it's required. It's not an option.
So you guys don't believe that the moon is a sphere?
Give me a question.
So you don't believe the moon is a sphere?
No.
We don't know what the moon is.
God damn it, dude.
Yeah, me nor yourself have ever been there. So how do we, either one of us know?
How do we know what the moon is?
I just said that the shadows that are cast on the moon show physically that is a sphere.
Hey,
you can take a marble right now and cast a shadow on it, and the curvature of it will demonstrate itself in the shadow.
That was rebutted. You're just resetting. Can you
I'm standing. I'm standing in my living room, and there's a light behind me, and I can see my shadow. So is my living room floor?
Don't let him do this shit. Come on, man. Listen, and I can do that same experiment you just mentioned.
If you take a marble right now,
okay, I can take a marble and do that same experiment you said, and said, if there's a specular reflection, it's a sphere. And then if I don't see it, I'll go, it's not a sphere. The same shit you're doing.
Well, you guys are trying real hard to avoid this conversation. It's interesting.
We're having a conversation.
So, are you guys familiar with what the Terminator?
He's not addressing none of the arguments that the
Terminator line of the moon is.
Yeah, we avoiding it.
Let's talk about the Terminator line. Why isn't this Terminator line always perpendicular to where the sun's position is? Explain that to me.
Why isn't it always perpendicular?
So you got the Terminator line,
the sun's position.
But you typing it right now, or you only came with the moon argument today?
Yeah. So, like, this is a thing that people do.
I asked you what
question when they don't have an answer.
I asked you what the Terminator line was.
Yeah, you typing it. We crushed the moon landing. We crushed the whole moon thing. So now you need to type the sun thing now.
Terminator line's the line that crosses the moon where one side's black and the other side's illuminated.
Okay, how would that exist if the moon were just simply flat?
I don't know.
Oh,
who cares?
Who cares?
It doesn't line up with the and I'm going to give you a piece of
it exist if the moon was flat, you fucking moron.
That's a great argument. That's amazing. So,
okay, last point of contention. If
no, you have to what's the fastest, dude?
If the Earth is flat,
no, dude. Really simple, bro. He's probably still fucking talking. So the sun has to be 90 degrees from the line. We know for 100% fact that it's been observed. I've seen it myself many times. That if you go, hey, 90 degrees from the Terminator line, where's the sun? The sun ain't in that direction.
Hey, so I got a last question. If the Earth is flat,
no more questions until you answer to the rebuttal you were just given.
I was going to say, how about you acknowledge what Indio just said, and then you can ask your question. That'd be great.
Yeah, you're gonna have to show a bit of honesty if you want another question.
Mom's basement, you fucking retard.
Okay, spiral about it then. Yeah, cope over the moon. Yeah, go ahead.
Answer the question that Indio asked you before you have a little breakdown. Tech, no thank you. Stop it.
That's funny.
Tell me where the edge is, you nasally fuck.
Well done, Sunshine.
If I remember correctly, you got banned for being a dumbass last time. So pull your head in and answer Indio's.
Hey, bro, let's do flat Earth boxing. I'll box every one of you fuckers.
Oh, you broke him.
Well done. Well done.
I'm done. TOS violation. Threatening people.
Well, combat sport is a little bit different than asking someone to step out.
Yeah, it's like regulated in a ring.
Yeah.
I'll take him.
Yeah, you could. Well, just go talk to Eddie Bravo and whatnot. That's basically what happened with Alex Jones. He wanted to box over flat Earth, and Eddie Bravo was like, "Dude, I'm a combat sport professional."
Eddie Bravo would annihilate him.
I know.
He's a badass.
Dude, just explain. You think you got secret king information about things in the sky? Don't worry about asking flat earthers why they don't have the secret knowledge that you have. Just present your secret king knowledge. Stand up on all 10 toes, proud and strong, and present what you think you know. Or just sit down and shut up. Holy shit. You're self-harming right now.
Well, it's like the thing with on the globe side, it's all hearsay. You literally just have to repeat what you've been told that ultimately comes from one source. I mean, public schools, media, and NASA are all one and the same. It's the government, right? So you just got to take what they've shown you and say that they've said this is the truth. And you can go outside and repeat experiments where you can't find a curve.
That guy would really want to box one of us. He would get his dick knocked in the dirt, man. What the fuck? Fucking soy boy, basement dwelling, little cheese puff, fucking Cheeto on his shirt. Simple-minded motherfucker.
And when it does happen, we'll have CB stand by with the soundboard. You got knocked the fuck out!
Hey, when these fucking soy boys come up here and act like they're gonna stand on all 10 of their toes. What the fuck?
He's in the chat coping now. Fucking hilarious.
Is he muted? Is he? Do we try one more time and then kick him?
No. I think he quit the chat.
Oh, he's gone.
Quit the VC, yeah.
He left the chat?
Yeah, he left the VC.
He ran.
Wow.
It's like that meme where it's hold me back. I'm a.
Yeah, real men fucking would knock his dick in the dirt, bro. Quick.
I just don't understand, and I say this all the time. If Dave McKagan himself came in here, he would get fucked up. What makes a parrot think that he can take an argument he half understands and come in here and make it for him?
You literally heard him typing too. He's like, holy shit. What is that?
mean, yeah, you know how it is.
He's like, speculative reflection. What?
Is that the guy who came in and called me out the other day? I think it's the same guy, right?
Yeah, I think it is. Yeah.
Well, the question mark guy, yeah.
Yeah. Thought I was going to get a nice night of early sleep in, and then that fool showed up, called me out. Had to answer to it.
Yo, does anybody play Rocket League?
No.
Well,
shut that shit down.
I just need a teammate. Solo queuing sucks.
Okay, go to a video game channel.
It's a bunch of 14-year-olds.
That should tell you something about what you're doing then.
Yeah, I know, like a moment of clarity.
I can't play soccer at 1:20 in the morning.
Why not?
Can't see the ball.
Get a torch.
I'm not trying to light the ball on fire.
Take like a glow in the dark ball or something.
glow in the dark soccer.
Use the one that blind people use with a bell in it, so you can just follow it around.
Run around with my stick.
I think they had I've actually seen that. I've actually seen like outdoor, like, but it's like, not a full soccer field. It's like an indoor soccer type size field. You know what I mean? A small field.
Yeah.
That they were wearing like, glow shit, man, with like neon lights, and they were like all lit up.
It's like midnight bowling instead. It's
yeah, exactly.
Let's see. Ray's here. You there, Ray?
Me?
Yeah. What's Remembrance Day?
That's a movie. It's where aliens come to Earth, right?
How many world wars were there?
I think there were 2.
Just 2? Damn.
Well, I guess it depends what you mean by world. If you mean just the European theater, there's certainly a lot more.
Well, I mean, when I said Remembrance Day marks the end of World War One, and you told me that was dumb because there would be two. There must be more than one world war if they were numbered.
If I did, that was pretty funny. Actually, you should give me props.
That was the first day you came here. Was November 11th. Your very first day in Flat Earth, yeah.
No, shot.
Yeah, and you were like, "Hey, what's going on with the Apollo program?" And I'm like, "Well, sure. What's going on today? What's today mean?" And you're like, "I don't know. It's November 11th. Why is that?"
Holy shit! That means our my 1 month anniversary was 1, 2, 3 days ago in the Flat Earth chat. I didn't even celebrate. That's so sad.
Yeah, I know it's awesome though. Look how far you've come. Like you got a framework for why in just another 20 years or so, no one's even going to remember what an Apollo is, let alone.
That's true. That's true.
Does he get a coin like Globe Anonymous? Like we're giving a sobriety coin. He's like off the Globe wagon.
No, he's still all, or she's still all in. But yeah, I just think it's interesting because one of the talking points was how do flat earthers explain the Apollo program?
Mm-hmm.
And I tied it in with how do you explain Remembrance Day?
Do we have polling on flat Earth prevalence? Because I know veganism is dying in America. I wonder if flat Earth is on the rise.
Yeah, dude, the vegan thing was funny too because wasn't that photographs from space where you saw factory farming destroying the ecosystem? So
maybe that's what they have. I don't know, but I know veganism's been falling off. Wonder if flat Earth is falling on. If it's like going up in popularity.
If you wanna see an interesting statistic, look at the amount of chronic disease with people that are vegan versus people on the carnivore diet.
Oh, I know the bone mineral density is lacking in the vegan.
Well, there's things in plants called oxytocins. It's like basically a chemical defense because they don't have teeth and claws. So over a long time, you add all these oxytocins to your system, you're like, for lack of a better term, poisoning yourself. And there's a lot of chronic disease that comes from people that are pure vegans. I didn't believe that. Somebody told me that, and then I actually dug into it a little bit. You know, I always thought veganism would be like super healthy, but
it's kind of like the Joe Rogan idea. Like, doesn't like flat earthers, doesn't like vegans, doesn't like lefties, college students. You know, it's like, holy shit, dude. We get it. Anyone who's not you, there's something wrong with them. Now, can you just make a case for it instead of like othering the?
As far as I know, though, there's like very few RCTs on the vegan diet, and it seems like it's a wash. Like there may be changes to cardiovascular mortality, but no change to all-cause mortality. At which point, who cares? Dude, medical science is so cool. Like the evidence ladder.
Off topic though.
That's true.
Like way off topic. Like
that's true. You're right.
No one here is going to give medical, advice.
well, I'm on the carnivore diet because God created animals on the flat Earth for me to eat.
Are they yummy?
That's on topic, right?
Animals are yummy.
Yeah.
I think.
So I heard that globalists know how the moon works. Is that true, or they bullshitted?
It seems like they can predict where the moon's going to be at the very least.
Is it a post-diction or a prediction?
A post-diction versus a prediction?
Yeah, like they saw the moon where it was, and then it repeated itself.
I mean, all predictions are going to be based on past data, so I don't know.
So post-diction, not a prediction.
I can predict what the lottery numbers are going to be tomorrow, and that's different from a post-it.
Oh, you mean like prediction? I thought. I'm so sorry. I was like not tracking. I was like being a low IQ. My bad. Yeah, I think it would be a prediction.
It's a post-diction based on what the moon's done before. It always.
Well, I don't know how you can predict anything without prior data to like infer from.
So it's a post-diction anyway, dude, because it's always done this, and it always seems to do this. So I can infer where it's going to be on.
I just don't know how you would. Okay, how would you forecast anything without prior data to like go off of though?
Yeah, this is what we're pointing out. It's always.
I mean, maybe you're right that all predictions are kind of like they're not clairvoyant. You're right.
Yeah. But this one just goes on what it's always done.
Right, but it doesn't seem like you need clairvoyance to demonstrate like the merits of a model, though.
You don't need a model. You just need to observe what it does.
Well, I mean, if you want to make a prediction, it sounds like you do need a model.
You just have to notice the patterns that it does throughout the year.
Yeah, and those patterns are a model.
Well, of what the moon does. Nothing to do with breath. Nothing to do with the... Cool.
It doesn't have to. Absolutely.
No. So just...
But you could have a model that answers both, right? It could be the Uber model, the 2-in-1 model. It's like shampoo plus conditioner in one.
Like wash and go. Gotcha.
Yeah. You can combine the models, they get more powerful. Because then they start synergizing, which means that they... okay. I have a friend, he works at venture capital. like a private equity firm, and he just unironically uses the word synergy, and I've started picking it up, and it's so cringe, but it's funny. It's good. It's like, to me, in horizontal and vertical integration, you can just say synergy. I don't know.
What do you think is the best synergy with the globe?
That's interesting. Like, what are two like novel predictions the globe model makes that make so much sense together but not disparately?
No, I mean, like, if you were like, here's a kind of an example. Like, someone would say, evolution synergizes with the globe, like something like that. What's another thing in the globe that synergize well together? Like
Maybe the remarkable connection between like leap years and the seasons.
All right, you lost me there. How'd you connect leap year to globe or seasons to globe and then to each other?
Well, because it seems like seasons are based on the periodicity of the Earth's tilt, and then leap years are based on that periodicity being odd.
Someone swallowed a theorist. What does that word mean? Periodicity.
Periodicity, like, you know, like the period of a wave is how long it takes to make a full cycle.
Okay, cool. Thank you. I'd never heard that word before. Thanks, mate.
It's pretty common in Calculus 1.
Okay.
How does it seem like that?
Big question?
Yeah, it seems to you that the Earth is tilting because there are seasons?
No, the globe model predicts it.
Or they just have a reverse engineered story about how it happens.
Well, that's all of science, no?
No.
Really?
Yes.
He thinks calculus is science.
No, I mean the reverse engineered story of like natural phenomenon. Is that not science?
Reverse engineering.
We like reverse engineer nature and its workings to make predictions, and we verify those models based on the accuracy of those predictions.
Where's the hypothesis for any of it?
Oh, it's not.
The hypothesis would be the tilting or the seasons or the leap years.
You're gonna manipulate the tilting?
Oh, we manipulate the time, which manipulates the tilting. Yeah.
We manipulate the time.
Yeah, because we choose when we make our measurements.
It's just an observation at different times.
Right, we choose when to measure.
If you manipulate time, that makes all things are caused by time.
When people say manipulate, what they mean is like, rather than having a probability sample, you have a convenience sample. You select when to measure.
Yeah, I gotta go, guys. Y'all have a good rest of your night.
You too, man.
Good night.
Yeah, take care.
Can't believe you guys are letting this dude peddle horse shit like this.
Yeah, we need to get back on our game.
Well, what was this guy Jadil? You're hot micing, or are you trying to jump in, or what?
It doesn't really seem to me like the Earth is tilting, and there's no viable hypothesis for anything there, so it doesn't sound like science to me.
And then connected to the leap year too. That's like leap year is a correction. Like somehow it's broken. Like they can't get it right.
Well, it's that the periodicity is not like an even number, and so if we have a calendar that's based on even numbers, eventually it's called the error margin or the residual. It's going to accumulate. Once that residual accumulates to a point where it rounds up, once above 0.5, then you have an extra day.
Yeah, except for if
except that's not how it actually works in reality.
Well, I mean, that's
not how when we actually observe the sun. That's not actually how it works.
Well, that's your claim, right?
No, that's not my claim.
Okay, it's not your claim.
What it says in the literature. So if you took a stick in the ground, right, and you set it in the ground and looked to where the sun rises on the equinox, right? You stuck the stick in the ground. You counted the days until it came back to that stick, right? It'll be 365 days. 365 sunrises, 365 solar noons, 365 sunsets. for 3 years in a row. And then on the fourth year, there'd be 366 sunrises, 366 solar noons, and 366 sunsets. That's not the accumulation of an error, because if there was an accumulating error after the first year, your clock would be off by 6 hours, and then the next year, your clock would be off by another 6 hours, and then the next year, your clock would be off by another 6 hours. No, there's an actual extra day.
No, I think you're confused. This is about the season, not about the time of day. Like, the Earth rotate. The daylight cycle always takes 24 hours. But
okay.
The number of days, the number of daylight cycles that is in a season, that's the part that's not an even.
So 365 and a quarter days, right?
Yeah, precisely.
365 and a half days. 360.
Yeah,
what is a quarter day? Is that 6 hours?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I said. 6 hours.
Well, the residual is like it's summer and then a little bit more, right? It's winter and a little bit more. It's fall and a little bit less. It's not about the time of day.
Dude, the calendar would go out of sync with the clock.
Calendar would go out of sync with the clock.
Yeah, we have a clock and we have a calendar. Right? The clock counts 24 hours.
Just to be
calendar counts days.
No, I hear you. But you understand leap years have nothing to do with like the day-night cycle.
Yeah, that's your claim, but reality disagrees with you. You're not getting it.
True. Reality disagrees. You're right.
It disagrees with you.
So true.
I just told you what happened. There's 366 days every fourth year. Not the accumulation of 365 and a quarter, 365 and a half, 365 and 3/4, and 366.
Well, the periodicity of the seasonal cycle is measured in days, yeah.
I'm talking about sunrises, sunsets, and solar noons. There's an extra day.
Right, summer is an extra day long. That's true.
Can I?
These are like two independent variables, right? The seasonal. Okay.
Do you mind if I interject for one moment?
Yeah, go ahead, gamer.
Yeah, so the sidereal day, so the accumulation of the sidereal days over a 4-year period is what causes your leap year. Now, you sound like a really intelligent guy. I've listened to you numerous times on this platform. I don't really say much sometimes, but it seems like you're so intelligent that you can interpret what people are going to say because you interrupt them halfway through their sentence. Or the alternative is that you just don't listen to what people are saying.
I'm actually really good at memory. I can repeat back to you what you said or what Indy said. Like I think Indy was saying that he was talking about sunrise, sunsets, and solar noons. There's an extra day. And then you said, can I interject for 1 minute? Do you mind if I interject for a moment? And then you said, yeah, so the accumulation of sidereal day over a 4-year period is what causes the leap year. So,
are you hot, Mike?
Tracking.
Or are you talking to us?
No, I mean, evidently I'm tracking. Because like I can repeat back to you what you said. I'm listening, I'm taking notes. So I think you're right.
So, check it out. I understand, right? I know what they say happens, but I'm telling you what happens in reality. There is not the accumulation of days. I told you what you can do to check. You can take a stick. You can on the equinox. You can stick it in the ground till where the sun rises, and you can count the sunrises. Right? The sunrise is supposed to be Earth rotation, right? So Earth rotation, that's 1 day. You can count them. There's not quarter days going on, dude.
Well,
after 365 days, the sun is going to rise right at that stick again. 365 days later, it's going to rise right at that stick again. 365 days later, it's going to rise right at the stick again. And then on the fourth year, 366 days later, it's going to rise right at that stick again.
Well, what's interesting is that, like, if the Gregorian calendar was
dude.
I can repeat what you said. I heard you.
I know you can repeat. That doesn't mean you listened. Hearing and listening are not the same thing.
Okay. Well, I was listening. What you're talking about is...
That's what I said, Ben.
You were telling me that 365 days later, it's going to rise and stick again. And if you repeat that, it's still going to happen. I hear you.
Yeah, how does it do that?
Because the residual is quite small. Residual is quite small.
It's so small that you get a whole extra day?
Well, no, actually, you're right in that, like, you could measure the sunrise, sunset, and it will always be at 24-hour interval. That never changes. But what will change is the season.
You're just saying shit that you don't know. You're just parroting the textbook. I'm talking about empirical evidence.
There's a check.
I know what the textbook says. I'm giving you the empirical evidence.
I hear you.
Let me ask you a question. Are you an empiricist or a theorist?
I don't know what that means. I'm not a philosopher. Please tell.
Okay, so is science empirical? Is it based upon empirical observations?
Yeah, I'd say so, yeah.
Okay, I'm giving you the empirical observation, and you're telling me the story. I don't give a fuck about the story. I want the empirical observation because that's where the science is.
Right, but I'm not claiming that, like, the periodicity of a day-night cycle is anything but 24 hours. Definitionally, it is. What I'm telling you is that if it were the case that the Gregorian calendar was so off and the leap years made no sense, then they would be correcting incorrectly, and so we would see that summer is no longer, at February anymore, or like winter is no longer in December. Like sometimes summer is in December. Like the seasons would be out of whack because they're correcting for something that doesn't need correction. But the fact that winter is always in December should tell you that maybe they're doing something right.
Dude, they're adding a day because there's an extra day, but it's not an accumulation of days.
Oh, you think it's... Oh, I hear. You think it's like stepwise. You think like...
No, it's not the accumulation of days, right? So there isn't an extra quarter of a year. It's a literal extra day.
Okay, you think that the seasons are... I hear you.
I know it's hard to wrap your head around because you think in modern terms, yeah, but there's an extra day.
I hear you, but like, how do you explain leap centuries then?
And
then aren't there like leap millennia as well? Like, it seems like there's more explanation that like isn't getting here.
It's not an explanation, dude. You people, dude, are so fucked up. No, I'm not talking about. It's not your fault. I'm not. Don't take it. I'm ragging on you. Your education is so fucking shit. It makes you want to throw a thing in my mouth, dude.
I'm sorry.
I'm not ragging.
That'd be pretty gross.
No, I'm ragging on all his teachers, all the people that taught them. They're shit, dude. Because you say things and you characterize. Hey, a model is an explanation. No, they're not explanations. Models are not explanations. Explanations are not descriptions. Predictions are not predictions. Yes, you can make predictions without any prior fucking data.
That's called speculation.
That's what testing. I'm just saying you've said a lot of things which are just wrong.
I hear you. It sounds like you're very slighted. You're very tilted like the towers.
Oh God.
Shit tilted towers.
Yeah, what a shit education, dude.
No, but like it seems very odd that we have this like stepwise periodicity where like it's periodic at an integer and then it's not, or like it's integer like the integer just bumps up every 4 years. Like that's very unusual. Stepwise.
You just keep saying we do when we don't.
What were you saying? Were you not saying that it was exactly 365, and then exactly 366?
Yeah.
That's very irregular in nature to have like such a... It seems less likely than the other explanation.
What's the basis of you saying it's less likely?
The fact that stepwise functions just don't appear in nature much at all.
Quantify your probability.
Quantify my probability?
Yeah, great.
It's below 50%.
Yeah, okay, so how did you quantify that?
Based on the fact that stepwise functions are incredibly rare, if not absent in nature.
Says who? How often they occur? You're just making shit up, dude. This shit ain't gonna work here.
Can you think? To be clear, can you think of a single other stepwise function in nature?
I want you to quantify your bullshit.
Can you think of a single other stepwise function in nature?
I don't know. That's not my job.
I can't.
So they don't exist because you can't think of one?
It seems very unnatural.
It's unnatural.
It'd be like finding a staircase in the wilderness. You think it's
if he's talking about what's natural, that's crazy.
No, but it seems like there are patterns and regularities in nature. One of those is this like absence of stepwise.
There is a pattern. Every 4 years, that's 366 days. It's a pattern.
But then it's even less clear. Like, how would we even know like which year is the 366 year? Because if we got the year wrong, it wouldn't make a difference.
Because
we'd be at most off by like 1 day. So we actually
take a stick in the ground. Because we take a stick in the ground, dude. Because we've been keeping time.
Stick in the ground? What the hell?
So they have monuments, right? And those monuments will look at the sun on the equinox. You know these things exist, right?
You have monuments like
and hundreds of years have gone by, and on the equinox, the sun is always in that spot.
Well, then on that day only, it's off. But on no other days.
It's only then on the equinox. But if you count all the sunrises,
you know what? If you can show me a video of this, I might just like be so happy that I'll grant it to you.
Show you a picture of a temple that was built in the 1600s, and the sun still rises right above it on the equinox.
Let me grab my tea, though. 1 second.
Hold on a second. I search my email for this shit. It's actually, hold on.
I got this jasmine tea. It's so good. It's so good.
The leap year started in 46 BCE with the Julian calendar. That's the year that it physically started. You could have started it at any year.
Well, it seems like the pre-calendars that were kind of...
So here we go. You just interrupt halfway through a sentence without listening.
My bad, gamer. My bad. Gaming.
Go on. Finish off my sentence. Good.
Finish off your sentence? That's such an honor. Let me try. You said the leap year that is physically started, you could have started any year and did the calculations, but they chose to start it that year because of what reason, we have no idea. Perhaps it's arbitrary. And then the response I would have given was, well, it seems like the other calendars were not working, and that's why we had a change of pace.
Yes, the original starting year is arbitrary, but it doesn't take
absolutely.
away from it.
But it seems like
again,
the calendars
here we
were
go. Here we go. Just interrupting halfway through people's sentences. You just interrupt. You know, sometimes
probably closer to 75% of the way
through. Here we go again. Just interrupting people's sentences.
You want me to finish your sentence again?
Yeah. Finish it off. You know what you need to do? Sometimes go on mute and just listen, and sometimes you'll learn a little bit more.
I don't know if that's true.
So look in the chat, dude.
I feel like I would define like a prediction that's not based on prior data as speculation. Is that controversial?
Oh, today's Speculation Sunday. Today's a good day for speculation.
But it seems like scientists don't like speculating.
What would happen to your curiosity if you speculated? That would throw your whole curiosity out the window.
No, the word is periodicity, and I don't really buy that or follow. You know, I really like this chat though. It's like much better than like the theology chats because people actually care about science in this chat, which is a little bit strange.
Yeah, a lot of the other chats they're annoying because you got like 10 people talking all at once and no one can hear shit. And then everyone's got other people turned down. There's like just a bunch of...
That's chaos. I mean, that's what you'd expect, though, if everyone was like spinning around at 1,000 miles an hour. Like lots of discombobulation, surely.
Yeah, it's like they act like monkeys because they think they're monkeys.
No, we're apes. We're not monkeys.
No, dude, I had this one convo with Darth. Do you know Darth Dawkins? I feel like he's the epitome of all those issues.
Yeah, he's in hiding now. I mean, he won't be coming out for a while.
Who is this Darth Dawkins character? I've heard that shit like hundreds of. What does he do?
He's like the worst faith debater on the server.
He hates flat earthers, like literally hates them.
Why? Because he can't win.
No, he says that flat earthers are demonically possessed.
Is he a Christian or is he an atheist? Like, what is he?
He's a Christian.
That's because that's what I've heard. I've heard other Christian apologists refer to him, but I've never heard him myself.
No, he's like the worst one out there.
So, Reedy, what are you going to do when 50 years from now, everything you thought you knew now about science and all that shit is wrong? What are you going to do then? And you're so sure that it's all... Because you're going to find that out. Because everything they taught me, well, nearly everything they taught me when I was younger, it's all wrong now.
I mean, I guess they'll just take it on the chin with like
just the
humility.
nature of science. Like science is.
I mean, yeah, but yeah. I listen. I know that now, but when I was, 16, 17, 18, I thought like we knew everything as humanity. We know it all. And as you get older, they keep rewriting the fucking book, and then you're like, but they were so sure back then.
But in my field of study is the one out there that'll never change and can never change and will never change.
What's that?
Mathematics.
Taxes.
Don't be so sure about that.
I mean, everything I know will still be true 1 trillion years from now.
We were talking about science, not mathematics.
What's in my field of study?
So you're like going to go with the Bible, like because 2,000 years ago, that was true, and it's true today.
Oh, I mean, my mathematical theorems were true well before the Bible ever existed.
When? What book was that printed in?
Well, they kind of transcend space and time. They're always true.
Prove that, kid.
Prove that 2 + 2 was 4 before the Bible was written. That's a pretty tall order. You might be right. Maybe 2 + 2 wasn't 4 until the Bible was written, and then it changed. Maybe you're right.
Yeah, because you say a bunch of shit and you've never given any proofs of anything you've said yet.
Yes, and this is going to follow from the Jensen inequality and Cauchy-Schwarz. I'm going to show you the lemma right now. Dude, I love my stats professor, like probability theory. He's been saying like cook up instead of construct for like the past week, and I don't know why. But it's so funny. Like, let's cook up a proof.
That's because you don't let him finish his sentences. That's why you don't know.
You think so? No, it's like me, the lonely undergraduate, with like 3 grad students in the class. It's like a pretty small environment. I don't usually interrupt, no. Usually raise my hand.
Sounds pretty boring.
I'm calling bullshit on you raising a hand, that's for sure.
Did you think I interrupt my professors? I don't think I have the balls for that.
You don't raise your hand.
Actually, Professor.
But I think the stats is so beautiful, though. Like, when people ground out science, if they don't do so like with inferential stats, I feel like they're doing it wrong. The sort of like scientific method thing is also really naive. Like in the words of Karl Popper, the scientific method isn't real. I don't know.
Well, can you give another method that can empirically prove the cause of an effect?
Well, there's a class of methods that can derive causality. It's called experimental or quasi-experimental techniques. Some examples might be RDD.
Can you lay out the method? That
RDD?
Yeah, can you? Well, can you?
I
lay
love
out the
RDD.
method?
Yeah, so RDD is called regression
I haven't finished my sentence.
I'm sorry, I was
just
excited.
calm down.
I'm
Just
sorry.
pretend that I'm your lecturer. Put your hand up. So I'm going to say something.
You're right. Okay.
Right. Okay, just let me finish what I'm going to say. Then then you can put your hand up. Can you lay out another method other than the scientific method that proves the cause of an effect?
Oh, I mean, prove is way too strong for anything empirical. But if you mean like gives evidence for a cause and effect relationship, that's called like a causal method, broadly experimental or quasi-experimental.
Okay,
Is there actually? Sorry.
Go on.
Is somebody actually questioning the scientific method as valid, or am I misunderstanding?
Well, no, the critique is that the scientific method isn't a thing.
Globers don't believe in the scientific method.
In that it's like vague. It's like nebulous.
No, they definitely don't. Not
The
with
rigid
the globe.
structure like isn't really a thing. You have like a
Not with the globe. That's correct.
You have classic statistical methods that can impute causality. What's up?
What? Can you run through the classic scientific method for me, from point one all the way to the point end?
No, I mean this is like third grade like science. It's not a real thing. It's a waste of time. I don't see the relevance actually.
Well, can you run through it? I mean,
no, I mean I just don't see the relevance, and that's irrelevant.
Just in my middle of my sentence again. If it's such a third grade thing, just run through it quite simply for everybody, so we all get an understanding.
Well, I'm again objecting to relevance.
Here we go. Halfway through my sentence again. Just listen to my sentence.
Simple.
Yeah, we know. Let him answer.
No, I mean again, in the words of Karl Popper, the scientific method isn't real. Isn't a thing.
That's one guy. He's mentioned a method. What is that method?
Does he really not know it?
Yes, young lady.
He's just
again. I'm going to object to relevance. I'm telling you that the rigid.
Yeah, I'm going to interrupt your sentence for once. You've just proved that you don't know. Yeah, I'm going to interrupt your sentence for once. You've just proved that you don't know what the method is. You've classified it as a grade 3 subject. So if it's such a grade 3 subject, let's elucidate it to us all that you understand what the actual method is.
Yeah, I mean, again, I'm still objecting to relevance. I'm not sure like what fact at issue is made more or less probable by this being entered into.
Okay, how about this? If I'm going to do science, the first thing I'm going to do is observe something.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to make it
observation's important. I agree.
A naturally observed phenomenon. I'm going to see something and then ponder, what was that? What did I just see? Check or hold.
What?
I mean, come on, dude. Answer the question.
Is that what you would do, or something you wouldn't do that?
Oh, well, it's very interesting that he didn't interrupt your sentence halfway through that one, isn't it?
Well, she likes me, so we got kind of a thing going.
I don't know about that, but you are respectful.
Well, I mean, a thing in Discord, not a personal like.
You're actually very respectful, so like I'll probably not interrupt.
Can you just answer the question? Do you think?
I mean, I don't think that's always true that you're going to observe before you measure.
Well, how would you measure if you?
I misspoke. That you're going to observe before you hypothesize.
Well, how would you hypothesize if you don't even know what you looked at yet? You haven't seen it.
No,
I mean, you'll just like in like the social sciences, you'll design a survey based on your hypothesis.
Social sciences, seriously, you're such a pretender. Seriously, my God,
you need an observation.
We know.
No, I mean, it doesn't seem like the order matters here.
I wonder if you could actually name the steps of the scientific method. Could you do that?
Again, objecting to relevance. Don't see how this advances anything.
The relevance is we're trying to figure out your scientific acumen. That's the relevance, right?
Well, I mean, I just don't think that science is a method.
Okay, so is this a way that you're going to suggest that you don't have to answer the question?
I mean, I can give you an account of what I think science is, and maybe you could see if that.
Could you name the steps of the scientific method? Because we've asked.
No, again, it's not a step-by-step WikiHow tutorial. I don't think it's a method.
It is a method.
No, the scientific method is not real.
Sorry, hold on. Let me get this right. Karl Popper said that this method was imaginary, right? So what's the method he was speaking about?
when people say scientific method, they're essentially being incoherent. They're talking about like a series of rigid steps of observation and hypothesis, and it doesn't seem like that's anything resembling what science is.
Wow, seriously, this dude.
So you don't think that natural science is observational phenomena and construction of the hypothesis?
No, I mean, it seems like science is this like commitment to reducing error in your models by repeated validation.
What Popper was talking about, though, was it? Popper was talking about the method, the one that you don't
Right,
seem
so
to know.
the capital S, capital M scientific method, the one that's taught in third grade in some variety.
Yeah,
it just doesn't seem like that actually accurately captures the essence of science. It doesn't seem like it does that.
Excuse me, what was taught in third grade?
What was taught in third grade? I think we have to call up your teacher.
Dude, this is you not answering the question. It's a very slimy...
I'm objecting to relevance. That's the issue.
My friend, this is a very, very slimy tactic on your behalf. You're not answering the question. You're talking through people. It's ridiculous. Now, what are those steps? If you don't know, just say, and you can fuck off.
Oh, you bear the burden of relevance when you ask a question.
We're trying to figure out your scientific acumen. You seem to have a problem with the scientific method. We're just asking you to name the method of which you have a problem with.
Sorry, I don't think me enumerating curricula is going to speak to my scientific acumen. Sorry, I don't buy it.
More sidestepping.
No, it's actually a front step. It's a back step, actually. It's a twirl.
You're weasel.
It's very weaselly. Very, very.
Yes.
What's the genus of weasels? I forget.
I don't think we should talk to you anymore. There was a young lady that we can speak to. Let's talk to her. Hello, my love. How are you?
Hi. I'm really, really confused by someone not understanding. Like, this is. I don't even know how to put words to this. This is extremely disingenuous. How does a person not know the scientific method?
Do you know the scientific method?
Yes, I do.
Would you like to lay it out for him?
Sure. So the first thing we do is we remember that when we're doing science, it has to do with the natural world. So we make an observation. That observation, we look at that. We say, this is interesting. You know, whatever it is that we're observing, if we're observing a fungi grow, or we're observing, a particular mating ritual of animals. And it's a very interesting thing. And then we'll say, all right, so we made an observation. Why is this happening? Whatever it is that it's happening. I guess you could give an example of, I'm trying to think of things that aren't space related. Pardon?
The evaporation of water.
Yeah, the evaporation of water. Excellent. Great. Why is this happening? What's occurring? Now you're going to say, all right, I'm going to make a hypothesis. I suspect that water is evaporating or that water is evaporating and it's going into clouds, and the clouds up in the sky up there are raining down. Then I have to devise an experiment after making all these observations. That experiment assists me to say, well, all right, it looks like that's true. That water's evaporating and it becomes a vapor, and that condenses into clouds, and then you get rain. Right?
Okay. Can I help? So I gave you the phenomenon of water evaporation. That would be my dependent variable. I then want to predict the cause of water evaporation, my independent variable. I suggest that temperature, heat, causes water to evaporate. My hypothesis is if heat, then water evaporation. And then actualize my hypothesis by adding heat to water and see if it evaporates.
Yep, that's a much better explanation than I gave, so thank you.
No problem.
So I'm still waiting on flat earthers to provide me a map with a working scale.
Would you let us go and explore the world freely without restriction?
It already exists.
A map with an operational scale.
Existed since the 1800s. It already exists.
No, I seriously, I want to see a map with a working scale on it.
Gleason's map. Go look at it.
Okay, but have you seen
Gleason's map is a bit problematic, Indio.
Yeah, but it has a working scale, and if you know how to measure correctly on it, it'll give you all the globe distances. So.
Yeah, but it's a globe projection.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why did Rye get muted?
So are you saying that you think the world's a globe based on that?
I'm not a glober. No.
So then how are you using a globe projection?
It's not exactly a globe projection. Gleason did some fiddling with it. So it's two maps in one. I can't. It's too long to explain it. The video that explains it's like 3 hours long, so I'm not going to spend 3 hours explaining it. It's a globe projection for the sun, but it's not a globe projection for distances.
I think it makes more sense that FE people go out and explore, and take GE people with you and actually go and explore the whole Earth, the oceans, the skies, the lands. It's going to be interesting because you're going to probably find some things that haven't been found. Maybe you'll find a tribe somewhere. Maybe you'll find some ancient relics. Whatever you're going to find, it's not just about FE at that point. It's exploration, and it's something that humanity itself seems to have just thrown away because we're looking up. We're looking up. We're looking at Plan B. Got to escape the Earth because climate change. Got to escape the Earth because we're going to ruin it. Got to escape the Earth because the sun's going to blow up in however many billion years from now. Go explore.
Nah, dude, we're going to go to Mars and fix Mars's climate, but we can't fix ours. That makes a lot of sense.
Exactly. No, it's ridiculous. And you say, what regions have we not explored? Well, I don't know why you're assuming that we've explored them all. Because there's restricted airspace in a lot of places. You can't fly through it. You'll get shot down. Why don't you go explore there? I'm not saying literally break the law. I'm saying convince your governments and say free exploration, bring it back. Let's go around the world in 80 days. Let's go do these crazy things that they did in the past. Let's go and rediscover everything. Maybe it's changed.
Dude said, give me a specific place where I or no other human can go. Jesus Christ, do you want the short list or the long list?
Well, why don't we freely explore Antarctica? Freely. All of it. The whole thing. Map it. And the North.
You need very large pockets full of money to do that.
There's like places in the Amazon rainforest where no human being has ever fucking been. Okay, so like where can you not go? That fucking everywhere.
I mean, humans haven't been there, but we've mapped it. We know what it looks like. So
now from inside of it.
I was mainly talking about.
We're talking about a topographic map. You don't need to go inside of it. You just need an aerial view.
Let's use lasers.
We don't go on the ground, and I mean, you don't have to do that. You just need an aerial view.
We don't survey shit anymore. God damn it! When did they stop doing that?
Survey it from the air because it's a topographic map.
Yeah, how do they do that, buddy?
How do they make a map?
Yeah, how do they survey it from the air?
They look from the air onto the ground.
Yeah, so how do they know how high the ground is if it's covered in trees?
If it's covered in trees, they can usually. I mean, not every.
I mentioned Amazon rainforest.
Do you know what LiDAR is?
Yeah, it's not flawless though.
I mean,
you can use it.
It's pretty accurate.
Yeah, it's accurate to a degree. Depends on the environment.
I have a question.
In the context of the Amazon rainforest, would it be accurate?
I have a question for a lot of these GE people here that are restricting, or rather pushing away from the exploration idea. You're also interested in space, and you're interested in the final frontier. You don't get to go there. They haven't gone back to the moon, if they ever went, which they didn't.
Oh,
right?
Bro.
We know we can go there. We haven't gone to Mars, not going to Mars. Mars 1 was canceled. The pole-to-pole circumnavigation that was supposed to happen was canceled. Virgin Galactic canceled. Blue Origin canceled. How many more times are they going to kick that can? Are we going to Mars in 2050 when virtual reality is real enough that it actually feels real, looks real, doesn't have a bunch of glitches, that AI can actually generate imagery that's extremely convincing to the point that you're not going to question it? Is that when we're going? Because I'm sick of this. Stop worrying about what's
Talk
going
about
on
the
up
ones that
there.
were canceled. What about the ones that weren't canceled? I mean, they were circumnavigating the globe since like before these current world
We're
governments were
talking
even
about
in
present
play.
day. You don't switch that. Don't switch it.
How's that switching? You're talking about freedom of navigation. I'm saying that there's already
Yeah.
been navigated by people way before the current governments.
What is the issue with doing it again? Why are you so not interested in this Earth?
It's because it's already happened.
You live here.
Does it or happen? Like ships.
So do it again.
Ships do time lapses, like video feeds of like their
So
voyages.
which way they circumnavigate?
They can go either way. You can go east, you can go west.
Okay, so that's north or not north.
Along whatever
that's
latitude you want.
Excuse me, that's not north to south and back to north again, though, is it?
Well, I was talking about okay, well, if you want to talk about north to south, I mean, I don't know. I'd have to look it up, but I'm sure somebody has done it before.
Okay. That'd be interesting.
It's much harder to do north to south because of the varying degrees of temperature. You need to have an aircraft capable of the strain of the climate.
We get the excuses.
We still circumnavigate now. I mean, the last circumnavigation was Cole Bauer in 2023 to 2024. Before that was Josh Jernigan to 2019, 2023.
Which direction?
I mean, I'd have to look into it further, but I mean, it's still.
If you could, that'd be great. Because east to west isn't a problem, dude. North to south and back to north again.
No, she was talking about exploration. This isn't about you. This is about Aeon. So, I mean, I don't know why you think you're the center of intention.
Sorry. It's not a free server. I'm sorry.
No, it is a free server. It's just that you're not you're not the only person in the server. It's like you think every single argument is an argument against you. This argument is against Eon. No, it was not against you.
It's a free fucking server, dude. Moderate on this server.
It is.
Jump into the conversation if I want to.
It's
you
a free
don't
server.
like other people jumping into your conversations, and
but
you might
it isn't about you, bud. It isn't about you. Why are you getting so angry? Oh, you're a narcissist, huh?
Yeah,
this is a little MPD, bud.
Come on now, that's ad hominem. Stop it.
It's just weak behaviour. The fuck? Just challenging you on what you said. Trying to help you. Actually just trying to help you.
What I don't understand is why so many people are unwilling to entertain the idea of doing it again and again and again. This is our world. Why are we not interested in it? Why are you interested in up there? Oh, it's been done, you say. It's been done. Is this the Truman Show? Is this seriously the Truman Show?
Are we not allowed to look up in the space?
It's already been done because Magellan.
You going there?
It's already been done.
What is wrong with it?
When are you going there?
What? When
are you going there?
Going up there? Can I wonder about something without going there?
You sit there and you wonder, are you... It's not... It's imagination. Yes, okay, the stars are very pretty, and we can imagine lots of really interesting things like planets where it rains glass sideways like NASA creates with their Imagineering department. But at the end of the day, you don't care about the world you live on.
What do you mean I don't care about the world I live on?
You want to go explore it? You want to learn about it?
I have. I mean, I read textbooks all the... No, I don't read textbooks, but I've read all about all the animals. I'm interested in the animals on Earth.
Okay, that's
I do
a
learn
start.
about the animals. What do you mean? How much do I need to know about the Earth to have to meet the criteria?
You live here.
No, that's not what I asked. I said, how much about Earth do you want me to know before I can meet your required threshold to wonder about what's going on in the universe?
I think that we should have the Earth completely figured out before we worry about anything up there.
Why?
Because it's interesting. Because it's something we can actually tangibly touch. We can go there. You can't go up there. You can't go up there.
The places that we haven't discovered on Earth yet, you can't go there either because it would cost you like millions of dollars. Like
there are people with millions of dollars.
Okay, so you're gonna keep. So what's the issue?
Millions of dollars. So I don't understand what your issue is. Why are you so afraid?
I don't have an issue. It's like, so when you say I can't go up in space and touch it, it's like, yeah, because I don't own a fucking spaceship. I don't have millions of dollars to throw away. In the same way that you don't have to throw millions of dollars to throw away.
It's not just millions of dollars to get you up there.
The bottom of the ocean.
Yeah, okay, but you're still not getting the point, are you?
What's the point?
I swear, I feel like I'm living in the Truman Show here. Where people
What's
are
the
like,
point of
it's all
missing?
been explored. There's
I
nothing
never said
left
it's
to
all been
do.
explored. I never said that.
Okay. So why are you against exploring it?
I'm not against exploring it. I'm actually saying the opposite. I'm like, we can explore the Earth and while also at the same time exploring the rest of the universe. Like that's.
Well, why don't we take NASA's budget right now? Let's take NASA's daily budget and put it to exploring the world, this Earth.
People already do that.
No, they don't.
Like the James Cameron, like the deep dive, and you see like the whole documentary. He did it multiple times.
No, I said we defund
Exploring the
NASA
bottom.
completely. They're liars. Let's defund them and put it all towards exploration here on Earth.
What are we looking to gain out of the RNG?
We're not gaining anything out of NASA, that's for sure.
Well, NASA contributed to. I can actually try to look it up. Is the contributing of daily, like stay inventing new shit. Actually, let me just find it for you instead of just yapping. 1 second.
Oh, goodness.
Is this your first time in the Aeon?
No, it's not.
Okay, so I was just asking. I've not seen you around before. Have you come in on a different name?
No.
Okay, just asking.
No, it's very interesting.
Like memory foam, scratch-resistant lenses, camera phones, baby formula, dust busters, go on and on. But NASA has like NASA department, whatever their their engineering department has made stuff that we use today in daily life that we use today in everyday life. So I mean, we are getting something out of it.
Pick one thing and tell me.
Let's see. I guess we can do memory foam. I can look more into it. It's more on the fly. So,
memory foam was actually invented by Charles Yost in 1966.
Who is a visionary astronautical engineer.
Yeah, but it wasn't NASA who invented that. That's one of the more sinister things of NASA is they steal people's invention.
He was working for NASA. What do you mean he stole his invention? He created that shit for that purpose, basically. How could he? He's on the same team. The NASA gave him the funding, and do you think he could have been able to fund all the project himself?
No,
it's like of course the NASA's going to take credit. Yeah, what?
Yeah, no, he invented it, and then NASA's like, let's test it for this purpose, and he's like, well, no, here's a bunch of money. Oh, okay, sure. And then they said they invented it. That's the worst part of NASA. Like, imagine if you invented something, and then NASA took credit for it. Government,
because he was using NASA's money. Like he's on the NASA.
He already
team.
had it. 1966. He had it already in hand.
Yeah, so he was. Whose money did he use? So it says he was tasked with. So it wasn't necessarily with the. Was it space travel? And it was not even anything to do with like aerospace engineering. It was really just him being tasked with creating the airline seats for passenger comfort. But I think NASA repurposed it for their uses, and I don't think that. So it's. I mean, when I look up who invented memory foam, it's not that NASA took credit for it. It's just. When I initially looked it up, I think they were just taking anybody who worked under NASA and using maybe NASA funding and whatever their engineering department, and then they just included it. I can maybe look at other examples too.
So memory foam. That's
well, no, it was okay. So old boy invented memory foam in 1966, and then 1980. 14 years later, NASA says, I wonder if this could be used for some other purpose than just like mattresses and whatnot. And then they're like, well, yeah, let's like use it for crash tests, whatever. The free market will always invent things before government gets even puts its pants on. You won't. The only thing I've seen that NASA took credit for was those when you drive off the road, like an old country road, and they got the things on the road. Apparently, NASA did invent that to help slow down the space shuttle, which doesn't make any sense because you want more surface area. So how is like gonna slow down a space shuttle traveling at like 17,000 miles per hour?
Something like a wave, like it's waving.
No, it's like little rivets in the road, like they cut lines in the, like the runway for the space shuttle. I guess has these lines cut in it.
Oh, I don't really know.
Those lines, when you're doing long distance or long haul trucking and you're falling asleep, they can help to keep you awake. So they'll wake you up if you're veering off course. They're useful for that.
But they said it's useful to help slow the space shuttle down. But that's incorrect. That's bad physics because you want more surface area to help slow something down.
That's interesting. I haven't seen it used on a runway.
What is it called? I'm sorry, one more time. What was it called again? Specifically, like the invention that you're talking about?
Yeah, I have to Google it, but it's like whatever they call the little rivets on the road, like to keep people awake when they.
Oh,
foam either.
I don't. You said what?
NASA didn't invent anything, including memory foam.
It was NASA-funded researchers, apparently.
Oh, NASA doesn't invent anything. You're correct.
What? So, do you think they don't have like an agreement? So when these people receive funding from government agencies, do they think that they, in the agreement that they can at least partially take credit, if not all of it, if they're getting all the funding from them?
No.
So you don't think because, I mean, who has the patent?
Guy who gets there first.
I guess so. So, memory foam patent. Let's see.
Having a patent doesn't mean I can't do that myself.
Of course Of course it doesn't. People steal patents. Like Chinese companies will steal like patents or like they'll like make that out of something, make it out of cheaper materials, and then put it in a new patent.
No stealing involved. I can just do it myself.
Well, I would say you stole the idea because it's not like you just popped it from nowhere out of your brain. It's like you saw someone else do it already and you took it.
That's not theft. Theft is when you directly copy an object.
Well, is it not? Are they not directly copying it?
Do they have the recipe?
I mean, they do. I mean, when the patent's submitted, it shows like.
I'm not talking about the patent. If somebody was to look at memory foam and say, "Oh, I'm going to make this," and then they make their own version of it, that's not a copyright infringement, and in fact, that is completely legal.
Okay, well, we can talk about the legality of it versus like you're talking about legality versus like it's obvious that they heavily inspired from the other individual or whatever, but I don't think it's important. I don't think we have to go down this rabbit hole. It's not really.
But anyway, the point of where this all went sideways was exploration of the world and making that map that you were asking Effie to make.
I didn't ask about a map.
You, the figurative you, not you personally.
Well, I'm not arguing that.
I see somebody's mentioning the final experiment in chat over there. Indio, you want to deal with it if you're still here? Or one of the others?
Final solution?
The final stupidity, the final con, the final grift?
No, that means the flat earth is happening. That's what they put.
They definitely framed Effie in this case. Like, oh, well, the sun determines everything. Well, since when? No, nobody wants to touch that, eh?
Hello, friend.
Yeah. Hey,
yes, the midnight sun is real. What's the point?
What does the sun do on the flat Earth? You need to know that. That way you can adjudicate between the two models. If you don't know what would happen on the flat Earth, There's no way to judge one model versus the other.
Okay.
Check or hold? Or is that confusing? Like if I want to say, hey, I want to adjudicate between flat, pineapple, square, triangle, moon, circle, Earth. But I only know that on a spherical Earth, pineapple belongs on pizza.
No.
How would I adjudicate the other versions of Earth with their versions of pineapple and pizza if I only know one?
It's talking about the lack of in the, I guess, science behind flat Earth or something. Like it's talking about the position of the sun and stuff. You don't know the position of the sun or.
No, what they said in the past is that on the flat Earth, the sun could not set. It's impossible for the sun to set. And then they said here is an observation where the sun doesn't set, but it's actually a globe model where the sun does set. See, this is what happened. They broke their worldview because they made direct, contradictory claims about the sun doing something if curved or not curved. So if curved, sun sets. If not curved, sun doesn't set. Sun doesn't set, but they say not curved anyway. It's what this is showcasing is it doesn't matter what happens. They'll always just say globe. It doesn't, whatever it is, whatever happens, or doesn't happen. The conclusion is always, that was easy. Just slap that button, globe. Because they need to say, hey, what would falsify globe?
Mm-hmm.
And they say, well, what falsify the globe is the sun doesn't set. Okay, but you said the sun doesn't set on the flat Earth. Wouldn't the flat Earth falsify a globe? Well, no, either. Because they say it's locally flat. So it's both flat and not flat at the same time.
It reminds me of 1984, where the stars are as close or as far as you need them, depending.
Yeah, you just keep playing around with words until you eventually people just give up and be like, I have no idea. This person is talking complete word salad. Okay,
Wouldn't you say the best falsification of a globe is the lack of measurable curvature?
Yeah, no curve, no globe.
Mm-hmm.
But they decided that they're going to use everything else other than the surface of the Earth as their only proof of what the surface of the Earth is.
That's weird.
The sky. Hey, the ground is below your feet, but use all of the sky instead. Ignore all of the ground for what the ground is and use all of the sky with back-to-back contradictory observations that you just keep saying globe over and over again. And people are like, okay, well, sure. Are you done with that now? Because you've just been saying globe over and over. Can we look at the ground and verify that? No, you can't. Why not? Because your ground is called locally flat and not flat. It's like they take their contradictions and then just come on, dude. Seriously, come up with a testable claim at least. If the sun does this, that means what? For Earth, not for sun. Okay, so you got to connect it back together. Show your work.
So here's a fun question for you. What about the force the line idea? Force the line. It's essentially a megastructure. You would create a megastructure that is extremely long, and eventually, in theory, it would just keep going up. You would actually see it visibly go into the sky.
But what do
Like
you
a
mean?
straight
If
edge.
On a globe model, it would just stay on the ground because of gravity.
Huh?
What do you
He's
mean
an idiot.
straight? It would just stand like talking about making a straight line. What grid? What kind of grid are you using, like to make it? When it goes straight, it just starts flying in the air.
Level lines curve.
Okay, so now when I say like we're talking about a structure, like okay, what like kind of grid are you using like to like make this straight line? Like what frame like are we using?
Concrete.
Yeah, if he talked about this.
Well, I mean, like not like the material. I'm talking about like okay, so let's say like we're gonna make a straight line on a grid, and the Earth is the grid. What are we gonna
level each section from one to the other, so each section is level with the next one
until it either goes up or stays straight.
It'll just stay straight.
Of course, it will. But at least it would be an installation that could falsify, right? We could say, "Hey, look there."
How would you know it's straight? If you're using a level, how would you know it stays straight? Because you can use a level anywhere on Earth. On a globe model, it would be you could still be level as long as like whatever you're standing on is.
Give me something that can be done. Something that can be
true or
built.
false? What do you guys say?
What?
Is Euclidean geometry true or false? What do you guys say?
I don't know. I can't understand you. You're slurring.
I said, is Euclidean geometry true or false?
Well, I don't know. I'm not a fucking physicist or whatever.
Is a triangle equal to 180 degrees or no?
Don't ask him
true or false?
Don't ask him hard questions.
Hard questions? I'm just wondering, does anybody disagree with Euclidean geometry? Is it true or false?
I mean, measurements are measurements, aren't they? We use them in building buildings, in sensitive structures.
Right. So if I said that a triangle equals 180 degrees, would you disagree with that?
No.
Okay, so you agree with Euclidean geometry, right?
I think so. Yes.
You're a big dude. You're a big dude. I can hear it.
That's all I was wondering.
What?
As long as we're being intellectually honest, that's all. Okay. So if the
Otherwise,
sun
you don't have a triangle.
If the sun doesn't set in Antarctica, and that definitively tells us we're not on a sphere, right?
How?
Well, Euclidean geometry tells us that if it stays out for 24 hours, we must be on a spherical object to get that effect, right?
How?
Because of the Earth's axis and tilt.
Okay,
That's
show
why.
that then. Just show the axis and tilt instead.
Well, the sun shows that because it's out for 24 hours.
So look at the sun is actually looking at the tilt of the Earth.
Yeah, that's Euclidean geometry in action.
Okay, so I'm looking at the sun. I would say that's looking at the sun. That's not looking at the Earth.
You don't need to. You can do both. I mean, that's what it tells us. Just like it tells us that a triangle is 180 degrees. You need to see a triangle?
What you need to do is show the Earth as tilt or rotating instead of saying ignore the Earth and look at the sun, which is in the sky for 24 hours as predicted by your flat Earth, where you said on a flat Earth, the sun wouldn't set.
Yeah, this is better than DNA almost. The sun tells the truth.
About the sun.
We can't manipulate the sun.
Is he drunk?
No, he always sounds like this. He had a head trauma in his earlier
No,
life.
I'm not drunk. I don't drink, as a matter of fact.
It just presents as intoxicated, but he's okay.
Maybe it's my microphone. I guess she never heard me before. Is that it, Clint?
It's the slowness factor.
No, maybe there's some latency in my in my boom here and my headset. But
mental slowness factor.
Yeah.
Yeah. I guess it's on the slow too, right?
He was like a rugby player in basketball, and
you know what happened? I got into a fight with Mike Tyson and I got hit in the head one too many times. That's what happened.
yeah, it just presents as intoxicated, but this is normal.
No, but Chris, seriously, geometry doesn't care about what you or I think, right?
I would say geometry has no cares, needs, wants. That would be like if you were to say
either.
If you would say, hey, geometry cares about white after Labor Day, I'd be like, no, I would. No, geometry doesn't have needs and wants.
And you would agree that the sun doesn't care about what we think either. It's going to do what it's going to do, right?
Yeah, whatever the sun does, whatever the sun doesn't do, has nothing to do with anything other than the sun does or doesn't do.
Okay. I don't know. Do you think this is going to be it for you guys or no?
No, if the sun disappears tomorrow, just vanishes, like no one knows what happened, does that change what the Earth is?
If it disappears, this is a hypothetical, right?
Yeah, it just say it does something completely random that you had no idea. That wow, look it turned blue. Okay, all of a sudden the sun is blue. Does that change what the Earth is?
No, it wouldn't change the shape. No.
Okay, how about if it got twice the size it is now, like it doubled in size? Would that change what Earth is?
If it doubled in size?
Yeah. So it now is about half a degree. If it suddenly appeared to be a full degree, would that change what the Earth is?
Ostensibly, yes.
How?
Because we wouldn't be here anymore.
Why?
It would literally boil us to death.
How so?
Because of the heat factor.
Okay, the heat stayed the same. It just doubled in size. It just went from half a degree to a full degree. Nothing else changed. It just got bigger.
There'd be no Earth at that point. It would just be the sun.
Why?
We wouldn't be here.
Why?
It would boil us to death. Literally.
Nothing changed. It's exactly the same sun. It just appears to be bigger than half a degree.
Okay. Assuming that the heat doesn't affect us, right?
Yeah. Or not just heat, because the only variable that changed was now instead of a half a degree, it's a full degree.
Okay.
Everything else is exactly the same.
Assuming it still rises in the east and sets in the west, right?
Yeah, everything's exactly the same. It just appears to be bigger than...
Well, nothing will change. It would just be bigger, I guess.
Okay, yeah. So whatever the sun does or whatever the sun doesn't do doesn't change what Earth is. What you would need is a flat Earth model or a globe model and then use those to make a prediction. Right now, the globe side is saying their flat Earth model is actually a globe model, the AE projection. So what they're doing with the final experiment is they're testing math versus a shape. And one of those two must be wrong. Either the globe is wrong or the math used to make the AE projection is wrong. They haven't got to flat Earth yet because they would need that. They would need the flat Earth and then make a prediction. Their old prediction was the sun would not set on the flat Earth. And they seem to have thrown that one out. They moved the goalpost. What you're seeing with the final experiment is the most epic goalpost move of all of this debate. There's been a lot of goalpost shifting, like a little tweak here and there. But this is like the most epic goalpost move of all time for this debate. They said on the flat Earth, you would not see the sunset and then they switched it and said, actually, the sun doesn't set because the Earth is a globe. Right as they just got done proving the Earth is flat, and they shift the goalpost and be like, that actually scored a goal for the globe.
I'm just being intellectually honest. If the sun sets in Antarctica, that proves that the Earth is something other than a sphere. If it doesn't set,
no, you misunderstood.
I don't know what you guys are going to do.
What does the sun do on the flat Earth? Does it set or not set?
On a flat Earth?
On the flat Earth, does the sun set? Because they said that because the sun is above your head, it's always above your head, so you would always see the sun. So it's impossible for the sun to set on a flat Earth.
Exactly.
Okay.
Unless it touches the ground or something or goes underneath it. It's ridiculous.
And then on the globe, they said the sun sets because it goes below the ground. Like it goes around the Earth.
The Earth spins.
Well, yeah, or it presents as, being stationary in
that creates the illusion of it going around you, right?
Okay, so now you've got an observation where the sun doesn't set. Which model does that match? Flat Earth or globe Earth?
Well, this is where Euclidean geometry comes into play. You don't have to ask these questions. You can use the math.
Okay,
it's independent of us.
Hold on, Reality Man. Let's try again, okay? On a flat Earth, what does the sun do?
I don't know, because it's impossible for the sun to behave on a flat Earth unless you say it touches the ground or something.
If you don't know, you can never adjudicate it. You'd have to know first.
What makes no sense on a flat Earth?
What you used to say was the sun never sets in the flat Earth. That's what globalists used to say.
No, what I'm saying is I don't know what it would do because it doesn't touch the ground and it doesn't go underneath it. So what does it do?
It would not set, right?
It makes it couldn't set because it makes no sense on a flat Earth.
Okay, so now they have an observation where the sun doesn't set. Is that flat Earth or is that globe Earth?
Where the sun doesn't set?
Yeah.
The sun cannot set on a flat plane.
Okay,
that makes no sense.
Yeah, so they have an observation where the sun didn't set. Is it globe Earth or flat Earth?
Okay, I want to make sure I get you straight. Say that one more time.
Okay, so on the flat Earth, the sun is always above your head, so it can't set, meaning it can't go below the surface of the Earth.
Correct.
On the globe Earth, the sun would set because it's rotating around the sun, but it appears as if the sun is moving, so then the sun would drop below the curved surface of the Earth.
Right.
Okay, so now in hand, or maybe not yet, but soon, in hand, they think they're going to have an observation where the sun stays above your head for at least 24 hours.
Right.
Okay, which model predicted that?
This is Euclidean geometry playing out.
Okay,
it's just plain simple mathematics.
Let's try again. Okay.
We can't argue this.
On the globe Earth, does the sun set?
Yes.
On a flat Earth, does the sun set?
No, there's no such thing as a flat Earth.
Did their observation, did the sun set?
Wait, say that again, please.
Their observation, did the sun set?
Whose observation?
This final experiment, rigmarole.
They haven't gotten there yet, have they?
Well, say that hypothetically they did get there and it didn't set. The sun stayed above your head the whole time.
Okay. Well, that's what's going to happen.
Is that flat Earth or is that globe Earth?
I stayed out for 24 hours while we were there. That's globe. No doubt about it.
Okay, hold on. Okay. So on a flat Earth, is the sun always above your head?
the Earth was flat, sure, it would have to be.
On the globe Earth, is the sun sometimes below your feet?
It sets, yes.
Okay. Their observation, was the sun above their head, or did it go below their feet?
Are you talking about the people in Antarctica?
Yeah, in Antarctica. The sun. What did the sun do? Did it stay above the head, or did it go below their feet?
You're going to see it for 24 hours.
Above their head.
Yeah.
Welcome to flat. Yeah, welcome to flat Earth.
Well, there's no such thing as a flat Earth because you have no sunset on the flat Earth. So
Yeah, and the sun is exactly. So you got no sunset.
well, we know the sun does set.
That's a flat Earth.
No, but the sun does set.
Okay, so it does set now.
Yeah, for other people it does. Like I don't see the sun right now where I'm at. So
okay, so did the sun set or it didn't set?
So in the North Pole, so in the North Pole, when
The
they
sun
film
is
it
setting
go
where
over
I'm
their
at.
head for 24 hours, right? For up to 4 to 6 months. What does that mean when it's not setting and you could film it? What does that mean? Hello?
is he talking to me or Crit? I don't know.
Talking to you.
Okay, what was that again?
In the North Pole, 3 to 4 or 5 months out of the year, they film the sun not setting. Then they go to the South Pole and look up, and they film the sun for the same amount of time, supposedly, not setting. So what happens on the flat Earth with the sun?
I don't know. I'd have to look into that. But I don't know
It
how
doesn't
a
set.
sun can set on
The
a
sun
flat Earth.
doesn't
Where
set
does it
on
go?
flat Earth, right? So take your happy ass to North Pole, South Pole, film up with your camera, film the fucking sun not set. Welcome to flat Earth, brother.
You're saying it's at the same time it's not setting on the North and the South Pole?
No, retard. There's only 2 times in a year. There's 6 months and 6 months. How the fuck could it be the same time? Listen, on one time in a year, the North Pole is no sunset, right? For almost the whole half the year. The other half, no sunset in the South. When is the fucking sun setting between the 2 times? Apparently none. Do you comprehendo?
Yes.
Do you understand? Add up 4 to 6 months. 4 to 6 months. How long is that? So tell me when the sun sets on your flat Earth. Never, apparently, if you can fucking film it, not ever set.
Yeah, eventually sets. He's saying that it should never set on a flat Earth, though. That's what he's saying.
No, I'm saying the sun doesn't go down below dirt and water. Unless you can give me a side view or go up close and watch it do that. On the edge of the dirt and water somewhere, look past it and ensure that the sun's going down vertically somehow. Or maybe get 3 observers. And between you and Bob, the third person should see the sun hit himself in the face, shouldn't he? If it's going down vertically.
Where can we see where's the edge of the Earth and dirt?
What edge of the Earth? That's what you're looking for to find the globe curve. That's the very thing you're looking for to find a curve. Where the Earth stops. That's where you measure the curve at. Starts curving down away from you. Remember? That means if you look horizontally forward, you're not looking at the Earth no more. The Earth's down that way. What would a horizon look like on a real ball? Do you even have an idea or a reference you could show me?
Yeah, my eyeballs. On a flat
Your
Earth,
eyeballs are the reference for what you live on?
Yeah, it's what we use for everything, our fucking eyeballs.
You use your eyeballs for stuff? So how do you measure with your eyeballs?
You look at a measurement.
No, how do you measure with your eyeballs? I think you're slow.
Yeah, so you use tools and then you look at the tools.
No, I didn't say using tools. You said you use only your eyeballs, stupid. How do you do that?
Well, I'm saying I didn't say you exclusively only use your eyeballs. I said you use your eyeballs.
But what are your eyeballs doing on their own? Nothing?
It would be very hard to measure without a frame of reference with your eyeballs, but you can find.
So how do you know where your globe curve is?
Eyeballs.
How can you point out where your globe curve is with a frame of reference? How would you do that?
You would probably make a measurement, and you try to see if the measurement is correct.
Measurement of what?
The curve.
Drop over distance?
You said what?
Drop over distance?
I guess so.
Yeah, something curving down and away from a horizontal line. That's what you'd be looking for. Do you got any water that does that?
Any water
at rest? Yeah, water at rest. Do you have any curving away from a horizontal line anywhere?
Like a water droplet?
Oh my fucking god!
When you put
like a pond or a lake, stupid. I don't know how you're gonna fucking do anything with a water droplet. Are you an ant?
Well, that's what. What do you mean?
Is your brain all right, brother?
Can I not use
a water droplet? He's thirsty.
So when I put a water droplet on a
he wants to take a
hydrophobic
bath.
surface.
Are you gonna go swimming in a water droplet?
So when I put
when
I put water on a hydrophobic surface.
No, you're looking for the water droplet outside, smartass.
Okay. Yeah.
Where's the water droplet?
That's not what you asked me. You said, is there any water? Buddy,
yeah, we're looking for that.
Water.
Outside, yeah. Where's your water droplet pool?
Change outside. Okay.
Yeah, no water droplet pool.
The ocean.
The ocean's not a water droplet. There's a hole.
It's a huge drop. It's a huge water droplet.
Now go drop some water on a ball and show me how the ocean looks like that, dumb fuck.
So, but water on a ball. What do you mean? What would happen if I put water on a ball? Does it have enough mass?
Are you retarded? You don't know?
To keep the gravity. Does the gravity of the ball?
So he doesn't know what water looks like.
Does the gravity of the ball? Yeah, if you spin the ball
drop water on a
soccer ball.
Go drop water on something. What's it look like, brother? Drop it on there right now.
If I put on a hydrophobic surface, it turns into a
brother. I just want you to drop water. Quit imagining stupid shit, Dr. Seuss.
That's not imagining stupid shit. If
drop
you're gonna
some water on a table,
the water can attach to the table cohesively.
What do you see, brother?
That's not true. That's not true.
Brother, stop talking to yourself about Dr. Seuss. When you drop water on a table, what do you see? Does that table have any pool walls?
No, it doesn't have any walls.
Got any holes in it?
Can the water go all the way to the edge of the table?
You got any lake holes, brother? Shut up, stupid. We're trying to help you learn. Now, on a globe, you don't need a pool. You don't need holes. All you need is magic gravity words. And then you're supposed to have water drops held to the outside dirt surface of stuff.
I found
not
your
down
water
in the hole
in the
like flat earth. Not down in a hole. Not in a cup. Not in a pool. Not in a tub. That's flat earth proof.
When the water
is held to something without those things, no walls.
Its own
supposed to be held to the ground.
No, how it's held to the ground. I mean,
supposed to be. You're going to show us
the cohesive bonds of a water molecule.
What's the water held on a ball look like?
On a hydrophobic surface, and then it turns into a ball.
We'll need a ball.
I just showed you the ball.
Now drip water on it.
Put more water on the hydrophobic surface. It'll turn into a larger ball.
You didn't show me anything, you reject.
I put it in the side chat. It's like
now where can you live on that? Where are you standing at on that, retard fuck?
If it was big enough, it would probably have its own.
Where are you standing at? Where's everybody's house at? Where's the desert?
Well, you don't have to even be a human. You can put
retard.
Microbiology.
You're looking for an Earth, you dumb son of a bitch. Not an Earth. You fucking idiot. So that's not an Earth, but that's what you're showing us.
Well, you just asked me for like
nothing like
an example
no,
of
I
water.
want reality, bitch. On a ball.
You asked me what
yeah,
body
I'm
of water
asking
looks
you what
like.
a ball looks like with water on it. You don't got one?
I'm sure I could find you a ball with water on it.
Yeah, you'll need to spin it too.
So what is the gravitation?
We're just looking for the we're looking for the deserts on that motherfucker. And all the dry spots.
Yeah, so if I it doesn't even. You're not even like debunking any
What
like
doesn't
globe
what?
earther thing.
The reference frame you don't have?
No, it's you're not
Your
debunking any
imagination
global
debunks your
earth thing when
imagination.
you're
Is that how that
talking
works?
about a soccer ball. The globe earth
We're
is
talking
claim
about
that
your
soccer balls
imagination.
can hold water on its surface.
No, you're the one that said balls can hold water. Put it on the dirt and spin it. The earth will help you.
It's
the gravity of earth will help the water stay to that other ball, stupid. Put it down low in the Grand Canyon. What do you mean what gravity ain't working?
What are you talking about?
When does gravity hold any water to anything or any gas?
I'm pretty sure if the larger something is, the more gravity affects it. So the Earth is like really big, so there's like a lot of gravity.
That sounds cool. So go in a lab and show me the little amount versus the big amount that you have for a reference.
The little amount would be like a ball that you're saying, right? Like there's not much gravity there, so the water would stay on.
I don't see any gravity anywhere holding any gas at any size. Can you show me the smaller size? We want the smallest size.
You would have to do it in the space because the Earth's gravity would affect it. You have to put in some anti-gravity chamber.
Size or math?
You have to do some anti-gravity chamber shit.
I don't know what that is. Where's your reference for gravity?
You're talking about the relation between two objects?
No, balls of gas or water, stupid asses.
He doesn't believe in gravity. He thinks it's all
I don't have to believe in anything you can't demonstrate or show.
Yeah, he can't.
So far, it's your religion, it's the fucking imagination. You have a gravity god.
You think it's relative density then?
I don't have to think about what you haven't demonstrated yet. Where is your reference?
No, I'm asking you, what do you believe?
Right. I haven't thought.
Do you believe in relative density?
Of what reference?
The Earth. Like if we're talking about the Earth,
brother,
like
we're looking
talking about
for
how
balls
things stay on the ground.
Gas and water. Do you?
I'm
have
asking you what you
that?
believe.
We don't need your fucking religious beliefs. We need facts.
What?
We don't need your religion.
Believe. What do you believe that keeps things down? Please tell us.
We don't need your religion. We need to see gas being held to a ball.
Lord,
tell us what you believe. Tell us.
Okay, how about in a lab, I'll put a ball of Jello in there. Then we'll get a BB and we'll put it in the lab. When does the BB end up in the center of the ball of Jello? We're looking for something to enter the center of mass, retards. When does something enter the center of mass, retardos? Let's look for that lab experiment.
I'm saying you would need an anti-gravity chamber to demonstrate that.
I don't believe anything you haven't demonstrated or any gravity reference frame.
What do you believe?
Whatever you demonstrate, fucktards.
What do you believe? Tell us what you believe.
What you demonstrate?
What do you believe?
What you demonstrate in a lab with 3D balls.
No, we're not.
I believe in the 3D ball speaking for itself.
Bro, no point of talking.
I hope you let a 3D ball be
There's no point of talking to him, bro.
There's no point in you talking for balls. I thought they could talk for
I'm just trying to ask what you believe, and you're
in a lab. What you do is you demonstrate. You demonstrate stuff, and then we all watch it together, and then we can all write down what
do you believe.
There's no beliefs in here. Beliefs are over with.
So you're all solipsists then? All right.
Just go off facts.
Facts? How can you have facts without belief?
Yeah, a fact is a fact. Belief doesn't change a fact. Like red is red. Yeah, the color red is red, even if you believe it to be blue. It's still red.
It's actually every color but red.
Your belief. Yeah, I got you. The physics of the colors.
Yeah.
You wouldn't be able to acknowledge that red is red unless
like a knife. Like say a knife is sharp. Even if you believe it to be a fork, it's still a sharp knife.
Yeah, but you have to like believe that it's a knife, right? To think.
No, it's a knife. It is a knife.
Yeah.
You know, they're separate from each other. They're not.
Okay, fair enough. Sure, fair enough. So I want to know, like, if it's not gravity, what is it?
What do you believe it to be?
I believe it's gravity.
Based on what? What do you base that belief
on? Based on me not knowing what else it could be.
Okay, so use that. You're using ignorance as knowledge.
Okay, I mean, I'm open to hearing other ideas.
No problem. I'll just use your ignorance. I'm fine with that.
No, I want to know. I want you to teach me.
So now you want. You have a need and a want to.
Yes, I want. I have a desire. I'm thirsty. I want to.
Yeah, it sucks. It sucks to be you. Get
So I'm going to keep believing that it's gravity until someone cures my ignorance.
Yeah, and use your ignorance.
You're never going to cure my ignorance. So you can't.
I don't want to cure your ignorance. I want to bathe in it.
Because you don't
I want to bathe in your ignorance. I rejoice. I rejoice in your ignorance.
Crit, may I ask you? Do you believe in? Is there evidence for relative density as it pertains to the Earth? Like the reason why things fall towards the ground, it seems is because
you can
the weight of
change
something.
Medium. Say if you want to change directionality, you can change medium to change directionality. Take the same object, drop it in air, it goes one way. Drop it in water, it goes a different way.
Wait, what do you mean it goes a different way?
Well, say you've got an apple.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and there's a tree that's got an apple on it. Well, the tree made the apple, and then at some point the apple falls through the air and then hits the water. It goes down into the water and then comes back up. What you saw there was a change in medium. And
because of the air inside the apple made it float for buoyancy?
Because the water is able to hold the air up.
So in the absence of the water, the air
it would just keep falling, or some other medium
could fill the space.
Have you ever seen a density tower?
A density tower?
Yeah.
I don't know if it's in the. I don't think so. In the same way that we were asking.
Okay, hold on. Let me see if
we're talking about
a picture of one. Oh, here we go. Here's a good one. Here's two good ones.
Oh, I looked it up, and it's the second thing that came up in images. You can try to tell me what's wrong with this explanation. I'm trying to read it right now, but it's almost
see how the ping pong ball is up and the bolt is down, and then you've got all the different things: honey at the bottom, corn syrup, maple syrup, milk, dish soap, water, vegetable oil, alcohol, and lamp oil. And then this one's even better because this one shows you it's also affected by temperature. So now you've got medium and temperature creating directionality.
So would this exist in
look at the one I just
zero G plane?
Look at the one I just posted here.
Yeah, I see.
Zero G, zero G doesn't happen in nature.
Yeah, a zero G plane, that's a delusion. It's a magic trick because what's happening there is the plane is falling at the same rate the person's falling. So it appears for them inside the reference frame of the plane that they're experiencing zero gravity, but they're not. They're just falling through the medium of air. And the plane is falling at exactly the same rate. If the plane were to do something different, say if it changes, direction to not match the same speed as their fall, then they would definitely feel the density of the hull of the plane smacking against their lips.
But
or if you were to change medium, if you changed water, say the plane and the person are falling at exactly the same rate, and then you hit water, you're going to change. You're right away. You'll see that you were never zero, quote unquote, lowercase g gravity.
See, so when you say the zero G does not happen in nature, so what do you mean? If we took away the Earth,
well, that's
it was just
Radlin
space.
Was talking about there's no medium in which you've got absolutely no directionality. There's always going to be some sort of directionality to it.
Wait, how do we know?
Because otherwise, people would have a hover car by now, or would you Back to the Future? they would have their hover skateboard. Somebody would have figured out how to like weaponize it or something by now. If you could make zero gravity something or another's.
Well, I'm talking about in the
forklift. Instead of a forklift, you could have like your gravity lift or your anti-gravity lift.
We do have hover cars. They're called helicopters.
Yeah, Rad, don't you understand the difference? You take a gravity tower and it's equalized, and then you drop it, and then you're like, yeah, well, look what happens when you drop it. It's like, yeah, you dropped it. You fucked it up. You fucked it up. You dropped it.
I'm talking about dropping. I'm talking about if there was no like zero G plane.
Yeah, you dropped it. It's the same fucking thing.
You're dropping it, dummy.
That's why he said you dropped the apple into a different density. It messes it up.
What would happen to a density tower in a vacuum?
Who's that a question for?
You.
In a vacuum with zero acceleration?
Vacuum chamber. Put a density tower in a vacuum chamber. What would happen?
Probably just start mixing together, right? If it could have zero acceleration.
Oh, so it must be the air pressure causing that density tower.
Well, it's like
you gave it up.
Gravity and air pressure.
You got the secret.
Gravity and air pressure. Whatever.
No gravity. You already gave away the secret. It was quick.
What?
Air pressure. You said it.
We're in gravity.
No, you said air pressure.
We said in a vacuum, like with no gravity. No, you said in a vacuum. Like I thought you meant like in like nothing else but the fucking density chamber. I know you specified a gravity or vacuum chamber, but I was thinking like no gravity, no air around it, nothing, just a fucking density tower.
He asked, "What would a density tower do in a vacuum?"
I said a density tower inside a vacuum chamber, and then you said, "Oh, it would get all mixed together."
Duh.
Yeah, so you did not hear me explain what I thought he said. You have to keep repeating it.
We know what you meant. It's obvious.
So why are we
said it? Because you fucked up the answer. You gave him the right answer.
Yeah, you gave me the correct physics answer.
The correct physics answer?
Yes.
Air pressure creates that.
This is more like a Q&A. Like I'm not even like listen. I'm not not well read in
just got schooled in physics. How do you like that?
Physics. Schooled in physics. What would physics say about gravity?
Oh, gravity never entered into the question.
Well, I'm outside the question. It's
you assumed it.
I got a lesson in physics, but what is physics? You don't agree in physics with in another area that it like gravity.
You're presupposing shit that doesn't enter into the equation at all.
I mean, it does.
He doesn't even understand. Oh my God.
What is happening is he realized that what he said is true, and he's trying to figure out how to squeeze gravity into it now, and it doesn't work.
No, I don't. I'm telling you, I really don't know like a whole lot about any of this. He was talking about a density tower. I didn't even know what a density tower was, and I looked.
We're gonna stop hiring. Listen.
What about the thing I put in the chat? I'm asking questions.
Is coming, and we're not going to hire DEI people anymore. So you better get with the program.
Well, I don't have a degree in physics, so I don't expect to be hired about anything relating to physics. So, well, if you ask me something about information technology, and yeah, it's like with like cell towers and like satellite communications.
So why is the information age marked with disinformation?
Because we opened up the floor to everybody to be able to have an opinion and share that opinion online instead of like some overarching. Okay, you can only say this. Only these people can say this. So much when you don't vet. You don't have a system to vet people's information, whatever they put out. It's obviously going to be filled with a bunch of disinformation. So you'd have to have a system to rifle through and filter through that.
Who needs one? Why do we need one?
I never said we needed one. He just asked me, why does disinformation exist? I gave him an answer.
So
I didn't say that there needs to be a filter
voices,
on it.
Yeah, so only one voice. So if you limit it down to one voice, it won't be disinformation anymore. It'll just be information.
Well, no, that's not what I said. I said, you asked me why it's so rampant. I said it's because everybody can have a platform and everybody can share their opinion.
Yeah, don't we call that
it's not a consensus? Not a consensus. No, not like, I'm not saying they're sharing the same opinion. I'm saying that everybody can have an individual opinion and can share that experience online, and then other people can see it and then possibly misinterpret it as real when it's actually not real.
Okay,
it's nothing to do with like people having a consensus on anything.
Yeah, so if you have 10 people saying, what they think, somehow that's less of consensus than just one person.
Well, a consensus factor doesn't really factor into like something objective. Like I can say, like even if 1,000 people said this is true, and one person said it wasn't true, doesn't mean people because there's more people saying it. In the same way that people 1,000 years ago thought we were on a globe, we were on a flat Earth
a
flat Earth, and that everything was like the Earth was the center of everything in the universe.
Look at the disinformation there. The word flat becoming the shape.
Wow, that's
relative flatness.
So someone will say, "Hey, I got a flat Earth." And people start thinking, oh, that's a disc, the word flat. There's so much misinformation out there that people are able to completely word switch and no one even noticed.
Wait, so if I got a flat tire, does that mean that it became two-dimensional?
I guess on one plane it would be, depending on where you're looking at it. On a two-dimensional plane, if you're looking at it, it's probably flat.
I thought it was hilarious. I thought it was hilarious that someone mentioned a density tower, and 10 seconds later, Rat, posted a density tower and then dropped from a 0G plane, and he doesn't even know what a density tower is or the physics revolving around it.
That's why I'm asking. I never
posted it, but he posted exactly that.
Yeah, so I asked questions and I'm asking him to like, okay, well, this says differently. What do you think about it? It's like, what is the issue? I never said I claim to have an extensive like knowledge background in fucking density towers, did I?
Yeah, we know this. General. But I thought it was hilarious that you posted that exact meme. I'll call it a meme. 10 seconds later. But Crit posted like 2 before you.
What were you trying to get at? I'm confused.
I'm
trying to see the funny. Where the funny?
The funny is that you posted one. Crit posted 2 before you, showing what a density tower is. But you posted one. Dropped from a 0G plane. That's interesting. Why would you post one? Drop from a 0G plane. But you don't even know what one is. But you dropped one.
I didn't. Dude, you're cracking yourself up. I can tell it's forced though, but
no, it's hilarious.
I asked him to look at what I posted and see like, what do you think about this? And he was doing that. I mean,
you don't know what a density tower is.
That's fine. So
wrong.
So I'm going off what a density tower is off of his explanation. I'm like, okay, so what about this? And I'm asking him what he thinks about it.
You didn't even know that he posted it. You posted
I saw what he posted.
Before you even realized what he posted.
He posted it before me.
I know. I just said that. Duh.
Okay, so what? Well, you just said I posted it before I knew what it was before he posted it, but I see what.
No, I said he posted 2 before you even posted one, but you posted one 10 seconds later, and you don't even know what it is. But
yeah, because I use the power of Google search imaging. Like
from a zero-G plane. That's interesting.
No wonder why.
And what if a density tower was in a vacuum? You didn't even know what would happen. It's interesting too.
Yeah, because bro, how many times did I go over it? I never explained. I never said I would know what would happen. I gave a guess. I gave an inference or whatever.
We understand.
Okay, so thank you for that. Owned. Yeah, I was owned.
Awesome.
Right? You learned today that the density tower works because of air pressure. If you remove the air pressure, it gets all mixed up, right? That's what you learned. Say yes. Not going to answer?
That wasn't even a question.
Say yes to what I said. Did you learn that a density tower in a vacuum, then if you remove the air, will get all messed up? So it's air pressure that causes the density to work.
We were assuming it's the air pressure. I don't know whether or not. I didn't.
You mean assuming?
I didn't research. I didn't research into the topic. You asked me. I didn't even do an experiment. It's like you just asked me what would happen, and it's like, yeah, you just learned. It's like
vacuum chamber. I've already done it.
That's cool. I can't verify your. I can't verify your experiment.
You're correct. I verified it for you. You are correct. What would happen?
So we can use other people's experiments to verify what we know about the universe?
What does a density tower have to do with the universe?
Well, in relevance to the universe, it's like trying to explain like whatever the density tower thing is like the relevant relevant density or whatever, relative density. And then versus like you say that it's a replacement for gravity. I'm saying you're trying to use the density tower
density. No one in here said relative density is a replacement for gravity.
You're putting it in place of gravity. You're not. As I ask you, if not gravity, what are you talking
in the experiment?
What?
Oh my God! What did I do in the experiment of the density tower in a vacuum chamber? What was being done?
I don't. You tell me. It's your fucking experiment. Why are you asking me about your experiment?
You put it in a vacuum chamber and you turn it on and it removes the air. What happens? You said it'd get all mixed up. I said correct. So what was the reason for the density tower to be stratified in the first place?
You're asking where the density tower came into the conversation?
Oh my God.
Dude, it's density. Density causes the density tower to exist.
No, hold on. Why is it in layers? And then when I put it in a vacuum chamber, it gets all mixed up. And then if I put the air back in the vacuum chamber, it'll go back into layers. What was it? Gravity or air?
I can't say definitively. I'm sorry. You took away one independent variable.
Gravity's not a variable.
In the experiment, it could be. What do you mean?
Oh, go ahead. Take away gravity. Let me see how you take away gravity.
Well, obviously, I'd have to be like in space or whatever, but...
Well, the independent variable was air pressure. Because if he took it away and then put it back, it dispersed and then re-existed in layers. So, if they took away air pressure and then put it back, the independent variable, what caused the layers to disperse and then re-exist? Was it air pressure or
Maybe
gravity?
He thinks gravity is being held by air pressure, so when you remove air pressure, you suck out gravity too. Maybe he's that stupid.
No, I don't have a background in physics. No.
Why are we talking to you?
Because do you have to have a certification from an institution to be able to talk upon this?
I don't know if you'll actually get a certification from your institution, more like maybe a dismissal paper or discharge paper.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm not a physics major or whatever, or even a minor.
Yeah, you placed that meme, interesting enough, dropped from a zero-G plane like you knew what you were talking about, but you don't know.
I never claimed what I was talking. Listen, I was asking him, "What do you think about this?" And that's literally all I was doing. I don't know why
you dropped it.
I was
asserting a claim when I was.
Yeah, stop talking. You tell us what you posted and what you think about it first.
No, I was. What do you mean? Why is that necessary? I'm asking him what. That's not necessary to what I was saying. That's not.
It shows if you understand what you posted.
I don't. Why are you asserting that I understood what I posted? I asked him, "What do you think about this?" Because I was learning about a density tower.
I think it was a picture of Santa Claus.
Good for you.
Well, you asked me what I think about it.
Well, he doesn't know what it.
I didn't ask what you thought about it. I asked what Crit thought about it. I wasn't even talking to you. You just like asserted yourself.
All right. How about this, Rat? Do you know that oil floats over water? Do you understand that basic concept?
Yes.
All right. Here, we're beginning to understand what a density tower is.
No, I don't want to learn it from you. You're good. I'm good.
Now, below that, lower density.
No. I said no.
Yeah, lower density things are lower. Are we beginning to understand what a density tower is?
No, I don't want to learn it from you. I think you're a beacon of misinformation. I want to talk.
A beacon? Oh shit! You just confirmed that oil floats on water.
I didn't confirm that. You asked me if what I.
Well, in your own picture, it shows it.
Why do you keep thinking? Okay, so how many times I gotta say it? I'm not asserting anything when I posted. I was asking, what do you think about it? I didn't say that.
Oil does float on water, bro. Oil floats on water, bro.
And that's cool. I think that's great.
Yeah, great. He cannot be helped. And he cannot help himself.
Man, I'm a lost cause, man.
Obviously.
There's nothing wrong with that. We still need globetards. How else are we going to sell products to people?
You don't sell any products. You're not an entrepreneur. What's your LLC? Or do you work for Bath and Body Works or something?
All Globers think about feminine products for some reason.
Yeah, to get that pity laugh. Nobody was laughing at that guy before, so he's like, oh, wait, man. Shit. Made a joke, but nobody laughed. Let me just force one out real quick.
No, it was funny. Everyone laughed in their
head. I'm sure they did.
Head, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, just like that.
Not everybody unmutes to laugh like I do.
You ever had to mute to laugh? You had to give them the social validation. It's like, hey, that joke was funny. I'll unmute just for you to laugh.
He's the only fucker talking. That's the only why we're talking to him.
Well, yeah, you'd just be sitting in silence like you guys always do if nobody's talking. You'd be going insane, dude. If nobody else other than yourselves was in here, you'd just be silent.
In here because Globers don't have anything left.
And you can't even confirm oil floats on water.
Joes. Like, you ever go try to talk to somebody with an actual degree or something? Somebody's actually knowledgeable.
Every day we talk to people with degrees.
Well, I'm saying somebody prominent, like a professor or something.
So what makes one degree different from the other?
It's not a degree specifically. It's the experience that also you can get a degree but not have the experience. So I'm saying somebody prominent like a professor, you would maybe want to talk to them, and I'm sure they would want to talk. I'm sure they'd want to
add plenty of professors in here. Now what?
Who's the professor? Who professors are you talking to on here?
Many.
Yeah, you're gonna have to go.
What they say?
Between this and the other server, we've got, I don't even know how many shows anymore. It's in thousands, or I don't even know.
We know you're new. How new are you in this server?
I'm not.
Well, he appealed to authority. He said somebody else smarter has all the answers.
Well, it's not that it's not just because there's like I'm not trying to just appeal to authority. It's like they're more knowledgeable on the subject. So why wouldn't you talk to somebody more knowledgeable?
No, it's literally exactly what you said is appeal to authority.
Well, it's not an authority figure.
No, it's exactly.
It's not like they're hey, this is what it is. It's like
that's exactly
purely from a different standpoint, different point of view from yours. It's not that they're talking down to you. It's more that you're on an equal plane and then you're talking about it. I'm not saying they're gonna come here and lay down the law. It's like, why don't you go talk to them about it?
Yeah, that's exactly what that means.
No, you're not just hearing me. I said they're on the same plane as you. They're not speaking from a position of authority. They're speaking just to you, debating with you.
Who are they?
The professors. What do you mean?
Exactly.
Anybody with a PhD.
Exactly.
Get in here, dude. They run out of here.
They what?
They run out of here.
He doesn't understand.
You're talking at the same time. I can't hear you, and your mic is cutting in and out.
Professors have been in here and they run away.
Why do they run away?
Because they get schooled like you did. I trap them in questions they have to answer, and when they answer them, it goes against their worldview and they leave.
Well, I have to see that.
Only you don't leave.
It sounds like one point of view, one recollection of the conversation.
Yeah, but you haven't been here to hear it. That's why I asked how long.
I think I was in here one time. It was like one guy, the only professor, he had professor in his name. I don't know if he was an actual professor. I was in here. He was like talking about the Tropic of Capricorn and the sun's rotation around the Earth's revolution around the Earth. Or excuse me, Earth's revolution around the sun. It's like, does the sun follow the Tropic of Capricorn or something?
So there was a professor in here and you did listen to it.
I don't know if he's a professor though. It's not verified if he's a professor. I'm talking about like talking to people who you can actually verify.
Oh, can you name anybody then, and we'll go get them?
I don't know. You can go on Quora. A lot of
I'm asking you, not for me to go Quora. I'm not asking for.
Yeah, you can. When people put their real names and their real jobs and where they actually work.
Give me work to do. I'm asking you to go do it.
Why would I do your work?
You're the one who wants professors to come in here.
No, I'm saying no, not to come here. You go to the professor.
No, we need them live streamed on YouTube live. Yeah, we need them streamed live so that they're caught forever.
Well, you can do that too. Why it have to be just from him? You can do that.
Yo.
Yeah. Yeah.
Lowbrow. Let's go. Anyway. Yeah, they don't come here much, but they do. And then they go.
Probably, they probably got jobs or something.
Yeah, they come here to entertain themselves, and then they go, "Oh fuck!" And then they leave.
Oh shit! My pizza. Fuck.
Don't burn that flat pizza there, boy.
The pizza, it's a disc, and then I eat it as a disc.
Disc. The Earth is a discus.
Elliptical spheroid.
What is the Earth? Hear me out. Is it like a flat discus that's burned by some, I don't know. Giant nigger.
No.
A what?
I don't think so.
That's what I thought he said.
Yo, what's the green screen stuff about?
Yo, is anybody starting up a convo in here? Hello?
Hello?
Sure, Dad. What's on your mind?
When you guys think of a flat Earth, do you guys think of a square, a flat square, a flat circle, or like a flat triangle? Like, what do you guys think of when flat Earth comes to mind?
Don't know.
Yeah, kind of hard. Don't really invoke a shape that's kind of undetermined.
What if it's just like a flat circle and gravity does exist?
Yeah. Okay, awesome.
Or like, what
That's
if it's like 3-dimensional, but it's still flat on the top?
Well, yeah, it is 3-dimensional. We have depth. For example, you can go swimming in water, so there's obviously depth.
Yeah.
But we're talking about the surface description of that, primarily water.
Yeah, like saying like how it's not like a full 3D circle.
It's got depth, my friend, doesn't it?
Yeah. We just don't know the depth of it.
No. That's true. Don't know the bounds of the Earth. Outwards and downwards and upwards. Yep. We just describe the surface as it's measured.
What's that ice wall that everyone keeps talking about?
So on some maps, Antarctica is a circle around the Earth. On some maps, usually globe projection maps. So the idea comes from a north-centric global projection, where you have the north in the middle and the south, which is Antarctica, but tracted as a circle of ice around the Earth. But that's just a globe projection map.
Yo, can anyone unmute the sleeps guy?
So there's a ice wall around the entire Earth?
No. I mean, that's undetermined. That's what a map suggests. And that's a globe map that's flattened out from the north. So you have the North Pole in the middle and the circumference is the south. But that's a global projection. So you take the globe Earth and you flatten it out from the top and you rip out Antarctica and it becomes a circle of ice. It's only a map though, dude, a globe map. I don't know if there's a circle of ice around us.
Why would there be a circle of ice though?
Because that's what the map suggests. Remember the conversation we just had?
Yeah, but like where'd the ice come from?
Where did the ice come from? You know how ice is formed, right?
Where did the ice wall come from?
Okay, you're not following, are you?
I'm just asking you a simple question.
Yeah, I know. It seems a simple question, but it means that you might not have followed what I'd already said. That's a map. Yeah, that's a map projection that projects Antarctica as the circumference around the Earth. But that's just a map. Now you're asking me where the ice comes from.
Yeah.
Yeah. That would be
because they've been able to prove that the ice wall is real.
Brother.
They have been able to prove that the ice wall is real, so it's like, where does this ice wall come from?
That's okay. So the ice wall is a description of the coastline of Antarctica given by the US Geological Society as ice walls and ice cliffs. It's a description of the coastline of Antarctica.
Has anyone ever flown over the ice wall and like circumnavigated the Earth?
Not that I'm aware of. There's lots of people that have flown over the ice wall, though, because there's scientific research stations in Antarctica. There's people actually in Antarctica now that got there by an aeroplane. So I muted sleeps and he left straight away. That's funny.
Yeah, when was the last time you guys took a shower?
20 minutes ago.
Oh yeah, nice.
Cool. When was the last time you took a shower? Being as we're now 5-year-olds and this is the way that we communicate. When did you take a shower? Does that mean something, dude? Are you trying to be funny or something?
I'm just asking a question. You're just taking it out of pocket.
Okay. When's the last time you brushed your teeth?
This morning.
Okay, cool. Now that we know each other better, that's fantastic.
I don't know. I feel like you're just being childish.
You're the one who asked when we took a shower, dude.
Like you just tried to mock. You just tried to mock somebody.
I think you started this, dude.
You just tried to mock somebody on the internet that you don't even know.
Ownership of what you've done and act like a man. You started this.
See, you sound like a kid throwing a tantrum right now. Who'd want to debate with you?
I don't suffer fools gladly, dude. I really don't. You're the one that started
You
this
think you're
line.
being assertive, but you're just being confrontative and combative. That's what decides. That's the deciding factor if I even debate with you or even bring up a topic with you.
You're the little girl who keeps talking
Do you
through me.
see how it was easy to pull out your real character with this one question?
What weak people do.
Do you see how you got offended by one question?
Here we go. He's doing it again. He's talking through me. What a weak-minded individual.
You're doing it to me, and then you're claiming I'm doing it to you.
Okay, so what do you think the Earth is?
Dude, you haven't even answered my question.
What was your question? Sorry, what?
Yeah, you better be sorry.
You're not going to spend a lot of time in it, dude.
And you didn't even let me answer your question.
Okay, so do you want to start the conversation again?
Yeah, I think the last time I took a shower was Friday.
That's awesome stuff. Now, what do you think the Earth is?
I don't know.
You
I don't really care.
Okay, so
I'm
why are
just
you
trying
here?
to see because I'm trying to see what everybody else thinks about it. I don't have an opinion about it.
Okay, so would you like to ask us what we think about it?
That's what I did.
Okay. Start speaking about ice balls and stuff.
I'll speak when I want to.
I said I wasn't telling you when you could or you couldn't. I was telling you what you said. Fucking hell, dude. It's another one of these fucking idiots.
You see how you have to call people an idiot just to feel right about something?
Because they demonstrate themselves to be idiots, dude. This isn't a conversation, mate. You're just acting weirdly.
That's what you're doing.
You don't have an opinion on the Earth. You're here to find out what other people have. Maybe you should ask the question of why people say the Earth is flat.
No, I'm just asking you simple questions and diving deep into it and forming my own analysis based on the questions that I ask other people about their thoughts on the flat Earth or
by asking people if they've had a shower. That's not a very intelligent question if you're trying to figure out what people think about the Earth now, is it?
I was just trying to create a conversation because you guys sound dead.
You should have asked about the subject of the room and not other people's hygiene habits.
You're not going to tell me what I can and can't do.
Oh, I can. Watch.
So, friends, I hope everyone is well for the holidays. Aside from the flat Earth, globe Earth thing, I hope everyone is doing well. I hope everyone you care about is well too. And that's for everyone. I'm guessing this is it. When the Antarctica thing is done, I guess that'll close the book on this topic, and then we can move on to something else. I wish it had lasted longer. This is kind of a fun thing to talk about, but
Our stance on that, don't be a retard, won't end to the topic. As far as, is the Earth a globe or is it flat? This will tell. This is the final moment. No, that doesn't exist. That's not going to happen.
no. So you disagree with Euclidean geometry?
That's you. You think that. You can think that all you like. You know what we say about it. Don't need to repeat it to you. So why are you acting like, oh, it's a given? You said 24 hours, son. That's it.
Yeah, well, you can say that there's an invisible tiger living under your bed, but that doesn't mean it's true, right? I mean, I'm just being honest, It's not a big deal. It's just the facts, There's no win or lose here. No one
That's right.
wins.
They're either going to see a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, or they won't.
Yeah, if they do, then that's the end of it. So.
No, that's the end of whether there's a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. Oh, yeah, I guess so. Maybe.
No, what that's Euclidean geometry playing itself out. So.
I don't know what you're talking about there. What are you talking about?
Well, that clearly shows that the Earth is a sphere because it's the only way that can happen.
No, it doesn't. How does it?
Well, I'm not going to spend 20 minutes explaining it to you. You can read about it if you want to really know, but...
See, you don't know.
Oh, I know, but I'm not going to regurgitate what science has already told us. Yeah.
Why say it?
Well, you can read, right? You're not illiterate, are you?
I've read all the affirming the consequent fallacies that, modern day cosmologists put forth to us regarding the notion of the celestial things.
Okay. Well, if you think it's affirming the consequent, it wouldn't make no sense for me to repeat it to you, right?
So, if it's affirming the consequent, that's an invalid argument. Doesn't mean you're wrong. Doesn't mean you're right. Just means your argument. You can't use those conditionals for your argument.
Okay. Well, Antarctica doesn't care about what we think, and the sun doesn't care about what we think. So, and they don't care about philosophy or any of that. So.
Or logic. Doesn't care about humans.
The sun doesn't care about logic.
Doesn't care about illogical reasoning placed upon it by people. Yeah, the sun doesn't.
The sun doesn't care about that stuff. No, it doesn't.
It will just continue to do what it does. It will just continue to do what it does over this measurably plane surface we live on.
Yeah, well, the fact is, this effect can't happen on a flat plane, and geometry tells us that. So.
No, that's not true.
Okay. All right, if you say so.
Can't you go ahead and tell us why?
Why do I need to repeat the same thing that science has been telling us for decades? You could read about
It's that. It's that.
Isn't
They've
that
been
what
telling
Tom
us for decades.
Cruise? Is that what Tom Cruise told Kelly McGillis in Top Gun when she wanted to know more
So
about the big
you're just
incident?
going to declare that it can't work over a plane surface, right? And when pressed on why and how you've come to that conclusion, oh well, you can just go read about it. Is that it?
Don't listen to me. Look at the geometry. Can you argue with Euclidean geometry?
Yeah, the geometry of the surface of the Earth as it's been observed and measured and used to be planar. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
Straight lines and angles.
Forget about me. Euclidean geometry is undeniable. Now, if you can show me a triangle that doesn't equal 180 degrees, I'll agree with you.
There's no such thing.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
Right. If it doesn't meet that criteria, then it's not a triangle.
Of course not. I agree with Euclidean geometry.
Clubs don't.
Well, I can't speak for everyone, but I do. I don't argue with it. I accept it.
Geometry of what? Your imagination?
No, geometry is not imagination.
The geometry of what then?
I don't know what that means.
Yeah, that was weird. Thank you for nothing.
I know what geometry is. I don't know what the geometry
Yeah,
knows.
cool. What are you doing geometry on geometry for geometry? Are you going to eat some geometry and drink it and smell it and breathe it? Cool. Such a geometry guy.
Why the liberals fighting again?
I know, but I don't expect to see Raiden in here in the next couple of days. He'll be done and dusted with it. Whatever outcome comes from this thing down in Antarctica, he'll have his answer, and he won't need to come here anymore, right, Raiden?
No, I won't. If the sun shows for 24 hours in Antarctica, then there won't be anything else to talk about.
You don't expect to see you in here then after that.
No, you probably won't. Because it's a brute fact.
Probably. You don't sound too sure of anything.
And I wouldn't expect that whoever that was talking, I wouldn't expect to see them in here either, right?
You know my stance. What the sun does or does not appear to do in Antarctica, there's no bearing on the geometry of the surface of the Earth. I'm sorry.
At all.
Okay.
At all.
Sure. Okay. Well, that's one way to look at it.
Yeah, well, it's the right way to look at it. What's the other way to look at it? The wrong way?
Well, if you can show me one person who can see the entire Earth, and I'd love to meet that person.
See the entire Earth. What would that mean? That you can only see the flat side of one side of Earth? Cool.
No, just show me someone who can see the entire Earth.
Well, you can only see flat Earth. You can't see another side. Welcome to flat Earth, buddy. Fucking no problem. We got you covered, brother. There's no other side to look at.
Well,
it's only one side of flat Earth. There ain't no other side to go under and look at. Doesn't exist.
Well, when you say flat Earth, do you mean part of the Earth or the whole Earth?
I mean, you're the one describing you're only seeing flat Earth. Where's the rest of your globe? All the pictures I see, it only shows a flat Earth. All the ISS pictures only show a flat circle. Where is the globe at?
You said a flat circle? What does that look
Yeah,
like?
that's what your ISS shows, the flat fucking circle. What else could it show with a flat picture on a flat TV and a flat image and a flat computer screen? Pretty much a flat thing, right, guy?
I guess it depends on how you define flat.
Thought you knew math. Well, your flat phone. What the fuck you talking about? Your phone screen, it's flat, right? It's definitely not 360. No matter what you're doing.
You say, well, you guys say flat's not a
Your
shape.
phone, it's not 360. The picture you take of grandma and you is not 360. Nothing the fuck you have is 360 of a 360 globe. Right? Because the circle when you got in the classroom says not for educational purposes, so we know that fucking thing's fake. So now what else do you have to present to any human other than a flat picture?
What do you mean by flat picture?
That's all I've ever seen. You got a 360 one, stupid ass? What do you mean by 360
image
picture?
or...
What do you mean by 3D picture? 360.
No, I said 2D. Is that what you mean by flat, or what's your definition of flat?
The pictures you take, your phone, your TV, your computer screen, your camera lenses, fucking all the atlas maps.
Well,
Flat
I took
stuff,
a picture of my
brother,
girlfriend
like a
the other
flat
day.
piece of
She's not
paper.
flat.
What's your definition of ignorance and dumb questions? Your name? Cool.
I don't know where you're
A
getting
piece of paper's flat. I don't know what you don't understand about that, Dumbo. Your phone's flat, dumbass. I don't know what you don't understand.
Are you flat?
Am I a globe? No, sir.
Are you flat?
Are you a globe? Looks like gravity missed one.
I'm asking you, are you flat? If I take a picture of you, would you be flat?
Yeah, on the picture I would. What else could I be?
Oh, you wouldn't be three-dimensional?
Not on a flat picture, I wouldn't.
What's a flat
Are you
picture?
an
I thought
idiot,
pictures
brother?
take pictures of three-dimensional images.
You don't know what a picture is? Damn.
Well, no, hold on. You're not flat, are you?
Damn, maybe you should Google what flat means. Maybe you should Google what a picture is.
Are you a three-dimensional object, or
are you a non-human who doesn't know anything? NPC.
What are you, flat or three-dimensional?
Are you an NPC or AI?
Which one are you, flat or 3D?
Are you non-real or artificial?
I'm real. I'm wondering if you're flat or 3D. So if I took a picture of you, you'd be flat.
You can't be real because you ain't got a globe to show me.
No, I'm asking you, are you flat or 3D?
Why are you asking so much dumb shit without presenting your globe, stupid? How hard is it to present your globe? Fuck, I didn't know it was this hard.
I don't have to present anything.
2024,
you can just read about it or
2024, Glober ain't presenting nothing. They couldn't. They don't want to because it's too hard.
Which one are you, flat or 3D?
I'm just looking for the correct map for your globe. Do you got that? 2024, you should have a fucking map of your globe one of these days, right? That matches it.
Sure.
Not all these flat maps. What the hell's the point of those?
Well, that's for convenience reasons.
Convenience for who, retard?
You just drive around them.
Just ignore curves? Ignore the whole earth as a curve and just put it as flat, retard? How would that help you out?
Come on, D-Mock, you smarter than that.
Come on, don't be retarded, brother. How the fuck is a flat thing going to help you know what a 360's doing? At all.
You have, I own guns, D-Mock.
I want you to show me how they work together, how they look like each other, how they help each other out, how they are the same. Show us how your government uses a flat map to traverse a ball.
I don't care about the government. I don't even like the government.
Brother, we need to know how you traverse a ball with a flat map. How you do that?
How you traverse a globe with a flat map?
Yeah, show me.
You follow instructions, that's how.
Instructions on what?
You use GPS. I use it on my phone every day.
Flat map? How do you know it's accurate? How could that be accurate when the globe's accurate?
Well,
they both can't be accurate.
From point A to point
A flat map can't be accurate if the globe map is accurate. And if you don't have a globe map, what is the GPS of what? Get me the printed out map that matches GPS, motherfucker. I want the physical map of GPS, dumbass.
How am I able to get to point A to point B just fine? If
I want the physical map, cartoon man.
No, you're not
Cartoon
explaining that.
imaginer, GPS
If
religion.
everything's wrong, how do I get to point A and point
Brother,
B just
just
fine?
give me your fucking globe GPS map, the one you use for GPS, the globe.
You want me to show you what's on my iPhone?
Brother, I need a 3D printed out map. You fucking retard.
You don't know what 3D is.
No, you're the one that doesn't know that. The guy without a globe.
No, you live on a globe.
I'm a flat earther, retard. I'm not a 3D fucking ball earther. You are, retard.
You think you
Without
live
a
on
ball,
Nintendo game.
without any ball maps, you have all flat everything. I don't know how that works for you.
Okay, so if the Earth is flat, I can drive from here to Africa, right?
No, that's all you have is proof of flat. Stupid. You don't have a 360 map. I'm asking for it, retard. You don't even know what it is.
I never heard of a 360 map.
You'd think that's all you could have heard of if you lived on a globe. That's all that'd be possible, stupid ass.
Give me an example of a 360 map.
Your globe, re-fucking tard. It's supposed to be correct. Down to the fucking minuscule dot, dumbass.
Well, you know that.
Dirt the fucking dirt.
Yeah. You know it.
Your
That's how
cool
we
story is
can
supposed
travel.
to match your cool story. Didn't you know that?
Yeah. Well, if we didn't know anything, we wouldn't be able to
Can you
travel.
let a ball be a ball, or are you going to talk for the ball too? You're going to say, no, that ball's not good enough to be a ball, Democ. I'm going to tell you all about it for the ball. Brother, just give me the GPS fucking spherical 3D fucking map. We can all take a look at the highways, the cities, the runways, and all that good shit, stooge.
If anything,
You know that doesn't exist,
saying
don't
it's true,
you?
we wouldn't be able to
Oh,
go
you better
anywhere.
throw that GPS non-existent sphere out the window, huh?
No, that's
Can't print it out, huh? 2024. Can't even print out a map these days, huh, Globers? No origami, no geometry. Can't even make a spherical map. What a loser. I thought the ISS, that's all it could do is just fly around a sphere and print the fucking map of a sphere. However,
how do
would you
people
break
get
that up?
anywhere?
However, could you
If
break
what
a
you're saying
sphere
is
up
true,
into
how do
squares when
people
that's
go
not
anywhere?
possible? It's not possible to break a sphere up into squares, retard.
No, I guess we're all stupid. So how does anybody go anywhere?
How many cubes make a sphere? Tell us, retard.
No,
You're the smart one.
everybody's dumb and retarded.
Yeah, we're
so how
retarded
do we
flat
go
earthers.
anywhere?
How many cubes make a sphere?
That sounds ridiculous.
What's the matter, funny girl?
How many cubes make up your brain?
Yeah, funny girl. Your flat cube maps. How many of them make up a globe, dumb fuck? You gotta have the number, don't you, dumbass? You got the maps in the Atlas book. How many pages does it have in it, retard?
I
Go
want you to
sit them
explain
out
to me
on the
how we
table and
go
make a globe
anywhere
with them.
if nothing works.
Go get
how do
the
we go anywhere?
Atlas and make a globe with the pages, dumbass.
How
We'll
do
wait.
people fly from California
We don't know what you
to New
make up.
York if they don't know anything?
Probably because
How
they're
does that work?
retarded like you. And they don't know shit and they can't demonstrate fuck. They just
So
imagine
nobody
it.
knows anything.
No, you don't know shit. All you do is imagine globe. Imagine globe.
Okay.
Yeah, you and no glober knows a fucking thing. You definitely don't know how to make a globe map out of all your Atlas books. Bunch of rereads we got, huh? 2024, you can't ask AI how to do it, Riri? What the fuck? Have AI print your fucking GPS map out on a sphere.
You need your own
Since
TV
you're too retarded. Oh, what? You don't know what a 3D printer is? Let me guess. Must be in the fucking
No,
1700s
never
now,
heard
huh?
of it. You
Caveman.
need your own TV
I know
show.
cave boy geometry. I know caveman.
You need your own TV show.
You and your fucking third grade fucking caveman geometry. Oh, your flat
Caveman
spheres.
geometry. What's the
Yeah,
difference
flat
between
sphere boys.
geometry and caveman geometry?
Your flat Atlas book spheres that are all flat. That's what that is.
So when the sun stays up for 24 hours in Antarctica,
Your
what does that mean?
no ball map.
Doesn't mean anything to you, does it?
Yeah, your no ball. That means
It probably has
everything.
no
That's 100%
significance
of
to you, does it?
nothing. That means you have 100% of no ball. It's funny. That's funny to you.
No, I'm asking
Tell
what
all
it
the
means.
Globers it's funny. Raiden said it's funny. You guys can't print out a fucking globe map
You know that's it for you, right?
that matches exact distance.
No, I'm just saying, in a few days when the sun stays out for 24 hours, you know
I'm just saying.
I mean, there's
Look at
nothing
the
else to talk about.
flat maps. Are the flat maps going to change anytime soon? Retard.
No, I'm talking about the sun. I'm not talking
Is
about
your
maps.
ability, are you going to print out a
Sun
sun
doesn't
on
care
your
about
fucking,
maps.
are you going to print me out a sun? Is that how you're going to help me?
The sun doesn't care about maps.
No, so you can't print out a sun either. So don't worry about the sun, retard. Get to printing out your GPS Earth, your Google Earth,
Forget
print it
about
out in the
GPS.
sphere. So
Let's talk
you
about the
don't
sun.
have a globe to print out. So you can't even globe your globe, right? You're going to look at the sun?
Sun
What a
doesn't care about
retard.
GPS or maps.
Hey, you guys, let's look at twinkly lights and imagine what's behind us.
Yeah, you might as well. It's been up there forever.
Yeah,
right?
look that way and imagine what's behind you when I come up and
Yeah, it's going to do
hit
what
you
it
with
does.
a water balloon. You
think
would
the sun
never know
cares about
because you're
maps
looking
and
one way.
GPS?
No, Globers only look one way. They're too retarded to get a side view. That's why they'd always get hit with that water balloon right in the back of the head by
Sun
Demont.
doesn't care about anything. It's going to do
You'll
what it's
get
going to
hit
do.
right in the ear, right in the side of the face because you can't look sideways. Don't look at me, Demont, over here with this water balloon. I'm throwing it at you, and you refuse to look to the side. You're like, no, can't get a side view on a globe. Look
I think
forward.
you know that this is the
Look
end. The sun is
forward only
closing in
on
on
a
you.
fall. Only look forward.
No, I mean really, this is it.
Yeah, you're the top pinnacle of globers without any globes, without any ball maps.
There's not a video terabytes.
You are
of
the
stuff. You
pinnacle of
understand that, right?
flatness, brother. You are the
When the
proof
sun
of
stays
flat.
out for 24
Thank you
hours
for
a
all those
day,
flat pictures.
that's the end of it.
Are you going to show me it on a flat TV?
I don't have to show you anything. They're going to show it to you. You're flat Earth people.
Waiting
They're
to
going to
see some
record it.
globe stuff.
No, your own people are going to record this stuff. They're going to show it
So
to you.
you got a 360 TV we can take a look at.
They're going to show you everything.
So you guys can't even make a fucking round TV?
No, D-Mock, all jokes aside, your
Come
own people
on,
are going to record
retard.
this
Ain't
stuff.
nobody joking but you with the globe shit. Joke globes.
No, I'm not joking.
The globe is a fucking joke. Everything about it's a joke.
Okay, well, if it's a joke, we'll find out in a few days.
No, it's not okay that you guys been lying to all kids. That's not okay at all. You silly fuckers.
Your own people are going to record
Fucking
this stuff.
lying
And they're going to show
motherfuckers,
it to
man.
you. What are you going to do when
Does it feel good to
comes
lie?
back and he tells you that the Earth is?
What am I gonna do when you cry about not living on a globe?
Are you going to say he's lying?
I'm gonna laugh at your dumb ass like I am now. Nothing's gonna change for me, retard.
Are you going to say with this line when he comes back and says?
Did you hear me, retard? Hey, retard, quit talking to yourself and fucking write this down.
One sec.
Nothing
Why
changes.
don't you realize, Raiden? Why don't you realize that it's inconsequential? Sun does.
I don't think he realizes that.
So why don't you realize that what the sun does in Antarctica is inconsequential to...
That means it doesn't matter, Raiden.
No, I know what that means. But thanks anyway.
Well, why'd I have to tell you?
That's your standard. So that's other people's standards of evidence, okay? It's not mine. It's not a lot of people's that come here.
Sure.
Nobody here is saying, hey, look at what the sun does in the sky. That means the earth is flat. No, it's the globe is saying, hey, look at what the sun does in the sky. Earth is a globe. Understand that, right?
Sure. That's one view, and I understand that.
Right. It's not going to determine the geometry of the surface that we live on, is it?
No, that's not true. Euclidean geometry and the sun's behavior are independent of you and I. So.
Okay, so do we understand why the sun does what it appears to do in Antarctica? Because we have foreknowledge of the Earth being a sphere, or does what the sun does in Antarctica tell us that the Earth is a sphere?
We're pretty smart at this point, and we know geometry.
Which one is it? No, which one is it, Raiden? Which way around is it? Which confirms the other?
It could be both.
Could be both. That sounds like circular reasoning to me, sir.
Or I could just say what you presented me with, a false dichotomy. I mean, everything's not narrowed down to two options, so.
So now it's me that's putting a straw man on people. It's me presenting a false dichotomy. Oh, I see.
Arguing.
It wasn't anybody else imposing standards of evidence on others about claims they didn't make. Hey.
We know by geometry what a sphere will represent. There's no two ways about that. You can't argue this. Okay? Just like
So
we know
affirming the
180 degrees is
consequence.
right. No, we know that a
If
triangle
my
is
idea of the
180
Earth
degrees.
being a sphere, if my idea of the Earth being a sphere is correct, then I will go to Antarctica and see a 24-hour sun. I see a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, therefore the Earth is a sphere. That is a classic textbook example of affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy. Now, the best you can do is say it fits my ideology. I expected to see that, and I did. It could suggest that the Earth is a sphere, but it definitely does not conclude it, because to conclude that from that observation would be a logical fallacy, an invalid argument. Now, it doesn't mean you're wrong, but it doesn't mean you're right. So you're going to need to prove that the reason you see the sun do what it does in Antarctica, because the Earth is a sphere, you're going to have to prove that the Earth is a sphere. And then you can know that that's definitely the reason why.
What you're saying is correct. That would be a logical fallacy if someone said that's the only reason why they determined that the Earth is a sphere. But that's just one reason, along with many, many others. So if you put them all together, you can't say
You put all
everything
these
is a logical fallacy.
right. You put all these logical fallacies together, and it reaches something conclusive.
Like I said, between the sun's behavior and Euclidean geometry, I don't see any room for fallacies. So, because these are
It most
independent.
definitely is. It most definitely is a fallacy, and each piece of evidence must be analysed on its own independently. I don't care about your collection of logical fallacies and what you think it determines. Each one is a logical fallacy, so they can be dismissed.
Okay, so forget about me. Let's see what the sun does, and let's put that up against Euclidean geometry and go from there. How about that?
All right. Okay. Let's see what the sun does. If you see a 24-hour sun, right? Like I said, at best, you've got, it could be because the Earth is a sphere and it's doing this and that in the solar system, rah, rah, rah. It could be, but we're going to have to prove that before we can actually conclude for certain that that's the reason why.
Fair enough. And let's put that up against what we know about Euclidean geometry, and then to go from there.
What are you going to do? So what are you or is anybody else going to do to prove that the Earth is a sphere after witnessing a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, so that they know that's the reason and they can be sure that's the reason? They're going to do.
Well, I'm not going to say anything. Scientists are just going to sit back and say this is what we've known the whole time. I'm not a scientist, though.
Yeah.
They're just going to sit back.
This is what we've known the whole time. Yes, our logical fallacy was correct.
The sun isn't a logical fallacy. Euclidean geometry.
No, but the reasoning that's going behind it is, are you still going to not be sure if that's the reason why at the end of this? Still be scratching your head going, well, what are we going to do? We now need to prove that the Earth is a sphere so that we know for certain that that's the reason why we're seeing the sun do what it does in Antarctica.
Are you a reasonable person?
So I'm giving you reason and logic right now.
I'm not talking about, I'm just asking just in general. Would you consider yourself a reasonable person? Whatever.
Don't talk about me. Let's talk about the geometry. Yeah.
I'm not
saying don't talk about me.
Sun, Earth. I'm just saying just in general. Are you reasonable?
I think that would be subjective, and a subjective opinion.
Well, I'm asking you what you think about yourself.
People. may be reasonable to some and unreasonable to others.
Okay, well, tell me what you think about yourself. Do you consider yourself a reasonable person? Just whatever it is.
It's got nothing to do with the shape of the ground, whatever T-Dub feels about himself.
No, it doesn't. And I understand. I'm just asking him just a general...
I'm trying to drop a hint. It's got nothing to do with the shape of the ground, whatever T-Dub thinks of himself.
I agree with that. It doesn't. Well, that's why I told him just look at the sun and look at geometry. So that's
Looking up
irrelevant
at the
to what I
sky
have to
proves
say.
nothing.
That's not true. Yeah.
It is true. If you want to see what shape the ground is, one could be wise and look at the ground and measure for curvature. No curvature, no ball. It's that simple.
Okay, so if you're in a room with no lights on, you can't tell where you're at?
What's that got to do with the shape of the ground? Poor analogy.
Well, that's going to give you some idea of where you're at.
Your claim is you live on a ball. So common sense would step out and say, oh wow, a ball has curvature. If we see no curvature, one could assume we don't live on a ball.
No, you're wrong. The claim is we don't.
So we don't see curvature, but you're going to assume you live on a ball.
No, the claim is we don't live on a ball. That's the claim.
No, your claim is you live on a ball. We're saying we can't find curvature, and you need curvature for ball.
No, you're incorrect. The scientific consensus states that we live on a sphere. So you're the one with the claim. You're saying we don't live on a sphere.
I'm not
So
claiming
you have to show
anything.
that.
You're
I'm
the
not
one
either,
that came
right?
here with the claim of living on a ball. Show us
No,
curvature, and we'll be happy with that.
I'm not claiming anything. I support the consensus. That's not a claim.
So it's just a belief then?
If you say we don't live on a
Consensus.
sphere, you're making the claim.
Consensus is not science. If it's science, it's not consensus. If it's consensus,
Well, that's
it's not science.
that's another claim. So prove that.
No, it's not. It most definitely is not. Right? Again, right? The results of scientific experimentation have no regard to your bias or anybody else's, or of a bandwagon of people's opinion.
Well, if it was just a bandwagon of people, I would agree. But we're talking about credentialed scientists, so they're not a bandwagon of people. So there's a difference. If a bunch of 9-year-olds told me that the Earth was a sphere, I would question it. That's not the case.
No, you wouldn't. You wouldn't question it. It's already a part of your belief system.
No, not unless those 9-year-olds were credentialed scientists. I wouldn't listen to it.
It's already a part of your belief system. The Easter Bunny could tell you it's a ball and you'd still believe it.
That's not true. If the Easter Bunny was a scientist, I probably would pay attention to it. Let me ask you a question. Let's say you had a heart attack, right? If 3 cardiothoracic surgeons told you you need a procedure, and I told you you didn't, who would you listen to?
I just want to know which one of these cardiologists is out there telling you that the Earth is a fucking ball that you need to listen to. Poor analogy.
No, I'm just saying, would you listen to me or would you listen to your doctors? Which one would you listen to if you had a heart attack?
It's non-analogous. It's a poor analogy, mate. It's shit. It has nothing to do with the shape of the ground or your scientists. Just because you want to believe someone who's told you a really cool story, bro, that's great. Up to you. But at the end of the day, there's no measurable curvature. So, again, if there's no curvature, you're not living on a ball. It's that simple.
Well, someone showed me there was no curvature. I would believe that.
Measurement of the surface displaying and measuring to have curvature, right, is the only thing that's going to adjudicate, validate justify all these claims that these other reasons why things are happening in the sky and all that stuff, right? The only thing that will confirm the premise.
That's one viewpoint. I don't know if it's true.
It's not a viewpoint. It's not a viewpoint. That is the standard by which you will know, right, for certain, once and for all, that all these things that you're claiming happen in the sky is because the Earth is a sphere.
We know the Earth is a sphere for many reasons other than what's going on in the sky. That's just one method.
No, you don't. To conclude that the Earth is a sphere because of consequent, right, is affirming the consequent.
No, bro. The Earth's flat. Come on, bro. It's a conspiracy.
It's not a conspiracy. It's just your everyday natural experience of reality. You go outside and you don't see yourself being on a spinning ball in outer space. It's planar.
That's because the Earth's flat,
planar.
bro.
It's used as planar. It's not a conspiracy. Reality isn't a conspiracy, dude.
Correct.
Earth isn't conspiring with the universe and to trick people. I'm really a globe, but I'm going to make myself look flat.
Your
People
eyes
gotta
don't
build
tell
docks,
you everything
bridges,
about reality.
roads. Yeah, they got to build docks, bridges, roads. You know those things they build out on water? The horizontal wood things? That are
Gotta
like
build an
square
ice
and
wall.
rectangle? No, they don't build ice walls on water. They build rectangle things called a dock. It's not called an ice wall. And it floats on the water. And if you take a piece of wood or any cube and you put it on water, guess what it does? It resides on the water, all corners. That's impossible to happen on a sphere, brother. Cubes don't sit on a sphere. The corners don't line up on a sphere. There are no corners on a fucking sphere. So why do all buildings have corners? Every fucking one of them are all made cubes. All the docks put out in the water are cube based. And they all reside against the water perfectly. If you take a cube and put it on any fucking sphere, like an actual cue ball that's a solid sphere, and you take a solid cube like a crystal one, or a rock, a fucking cube made cube, the corners are gonna levitate off that bitch, float that way, that way, that way. All four corners. They're not gonna be, and only a focal point of the sphere is gonna touch the cube, the center of the bottom piece of one of the six sides. So all you gotta do to find out if you live on a fucking ball or not is go put a cube out in water, a floating cube. Get a big beach ball cube.
Look at it, right? Just look at stuff.
No, you don't look at it. You take the beach ball cube and you sit it down on the water. And if the four corners touch the water evenly, you can't live on a sphere, stooge.
Okay. Let me ask you something, D-Mac. Are there things out here that you can't see?
I can see a sphere and a cube, stupid.
No, you didn't answer my question. Are there things in the world
We're
that you
looking
can't
for a
see?
sphere and a cube to match. That's what you seem to think.
Are
Where
there
did you
things
see
out here
that
that you
at?
can't see?
No, where did you see a cube and a
You
sphere
said
match?
no?
Brother, shut the fuck up, retard. Quit talking to yourself. Nobody's answering your dumbass question. We need to know where you see a cube and a sphere be the same thing. Somehow you got tricked in life.
No, I want to know if you can see everything in
No,
reality.
I want to know how you got tricked, right? That you're not
I didn't
smart
get
as a
tricked.
third grader. Yeah, you did.
No,
You
you
don't
think
understand
you
how
can see
cubes and
everything in
spheres
reality,
work.
right?
No, you think that a cube and a sphere are the same thing. Why do you think that?
I didn't say that.
Yeah, you did.
Nah, man.
If it
He's
all
got a point, doesn't he,
flat,
Raiden? You understand his point, Raiden? Understand his point?
Yeah, I wonder if he understands mine. He thinks he can see everything in reality.
Okay. Reiterate it.
You want me to repeat that garbage he said about a cube?
What? Yeah, what is he saying? Yeah, what is it?
I don't know. It doesn't make
I don't know
sense
what
to
he's
me.
Saying
wonder
that
if
if
he
you
can see
sit
everything in
if you
reality.
sit a cube on the surface of a sphere, right, in the center of one face of the cube, point on the sphere, the edges of the cube will not meet the sphere. Is this correct?
I don't know if that's correct or not. What's this point?
You don't know?
Dude, if you get a cube and sit it on a sphere on the center point of one of its faces,
sure,
are the corners going to meet the surface of the sphere?
No.
That's not how shit works.
Not.
Yeah, but that's
not how stuff
what's
works.
the point of that question?
Where's your cube and sphere work different, dumbass?
Yeah, dude, you fucking.
Go get me your cube and sphere and show me how they work different.
Point of that
Ice
question.
tards.
I mean,
Jesus Christ.
So what's that supposed to
Come
show?
on, retard. We're not waiting for Jesus. We're waiting for a cube and a sphere to fucking match in your mind, Ice House.
Sphere.
We're talking to Ice House Raiden. Shut up.
I'm not the one who was fucking rapping in my fucking mouth. Chill the fuck out on me.
So you don't have a cube and a sphere that match?
I just came in here.
Yeah,
Talking
you're
about
talking
what?
to the wrong guy, you fucking.
I just came in here like 5 seconds, legit.
Yeah, you're talking about who are you championing
Might be
for,
best
Ice
if you drop into a room to shut up and listen for 30 seconds to find out what they're talking about. That'd be awesome. Thank you.
His insults were directed at me. So, what does a cube have to do with anything? I don't get it.
We know you don't get it.
No, I don't.
Fucking
idiot. What are you talking about?
Yeah, exactly. What
He's
is he talking
about people being confused between, the geometry of the surface of spheres and cubes.
Okay, yes, the cube at corners would not touch the sphere. Okay.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Absolutely. So, can you show that that's the case with the Earth's surface?
What do you mean?
Sit a cube on the surface of the Earth. If it's a sphere, the corners won't meet.
Sure.
Yeah, show your proof.
It'd be a very interesting demonstration.
No, that is true. So what's the point of saying that?
Yeah, what's the point?
All cubes line up on the ground in water. Perfect, goop tards.
How big is a cube?
I don't know. What's your reference with your cube and ball? Show me which ones you got.
The ball is the Earth.
Show me what you're imagining.
What do you mean?
Stop imagining for once in your life, dude. Get a fucking cube and get a ball, whatever you're making up, and demonstrate it. If you can't, you're just making shit up, right?
Okay, so what? So the Earth is 101. Like, was it 500 million kilometers? And so I put a square
saying random numbers. You're broke, homie. Your brain's broken right now.
What do you mean?
Take a deep breath. Use your words clearly.
No, okay.
So the Earth is 101, 500 million.
Sorry.
Okay,
the Earth.
What is it about like this card that attracts so many fentanyl addicts on Friday? I don't get.
Oh,
it.
do not try to phone with me, Nagash. I am trying to explain this.
One sec. Which part of the Earth do you think is 500 million kilometers?
Yeah, dude.
Circumference, the diameter, radius. What are you talking about?
Maybe the cubic.
Oh, okay. What's it, like 12,000 kilometers in diameter? Something like that? 10,000?
Maybe twice that?
Were you talking about surface area, were you?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, is that what it is? It's like 193 million square miles or something, isn't it?
I think it's 500. Let's fucking look it up.
I think it's 193 million square miles.
Yeah, so your point is you put a cube on planet Earth, and because all four corners of this cube line up and touch the
Dude,
globe.
listen, what you're fucking forgetting, and anyone else forgetting, is that space-time is curved, and everything is curved. There's no such thing as a straight line or cubed. You guys are fucking retards. All these guys are fucking retards. They're just trolls. They're just trying to fuck with people. They don't give a fuck about the truth or anything. They don't give a fuck what you
time. Yeah, we know space time not haver. Okay, guy. Go drink a cup of space time. Talk to us when you're done.
Okay.
Hey, I have a quick question. Hopefully you can hear me. I just cleaned my EQ up. So this Antarctica thing, I've only passively heard about it. what are the details? Because I kind of overheard like there was one of you guys.
Well, what it is does the sun set on a globe? Does the sunset prove a globe?
Well, I don't
it's
know.
For all globers, it's a yes or no question, not complicated.
I was asking about the Antarctica.
I'm going to answer it with this right here. I know, Stuttering Bob, we got you. Does the sunset prove a globe?
I don't know.
You don't know. Well, then nothing to do with Antarctica is going to help you, gentlemen.
One sec. Colonel, do people say it does?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Do people say what?
Yes. Is society, the mind of saying that the reason we witness a sunset is because the Earth's a sphere and it's spinning on its axis?
Well, I don't know. Like, I mean,
you don't know.
Yes.
Well,
the answer is yes.
I feel like
the answer is yes, dude.
This dude doesn't know anything. He's a baby bird. It's not.
The
there's no point
answer.
in
One sec. Colonel.
No, thank you.
Colonel. Colonel.
I'm not here to argue.
Stop. Answer is yes.
Okay.
So now when they go to Antarctica,
continue. Now, continue with the rest of it.
So now when they go down to Antarctica, they're going to show you that the sun doesn't set. That's what they're saying. After they got back from the North Pole, where it also doesn't set, and we film it. Now they want to make sure that it doesn't set also in the South for the rest of the year. Now, if the sun's not setting, and that's what they're going to film, what are you left with, brother?
If the sun doesn't set year-round in the South Pole?
Listen, half the year it's not setting in the North and they're filming it. The other half the year it's not setting in the South and they're filming it. No sunset, ever, the whole year. Now, what does that mean?
I understand. Yeah.
Now, no globe.
Down now. I'm picking
no globe, right? Because the boat's supposed to be going over the horizon, and the sun's supposed to be dropping down past the same fucking horizon, magically, supposedly. Which that never happens when you see the sun way past any fucking other object. But that's beside the point. Now, what we're looking for is a sun that does set for a globe, not a sun that never fucking sets. Are you with me, brother?
Yeah.
Okay, so now all the globers should write that down.
Sorry. So you're saying that it does not set in the North Pole and the South Pole at the same time?
You can film it. You can go down to the north and film it. Never set when it's down there. It never sets while you film it. It's always daylight for that portion of time.
That is
then
true.
For the portion of time it's not daylight there, it just goes over, and now it's not ever setting for the South. So if it never sets and you can film it, I mean, this is an if question, then what's that mean for the globe?
Okay, but doesn't it not set in the North for half the year, roughly?
No, brother. Brother, how come you guys don't look into stuff before you come and question everything? Like, how else are you going to find anything out? You're just going to have a flat earth to teach you everything about your model and ours when your model doesn't exist? That's weird. You guys have to be able to do due diligence.
Is that isn't true?
What's not true?
That in the North Pole it doesn't set for half the year, and in the South Pole it doesn't set for the other half of the year.
No, that's what they record, brother. They're saying they record no setting sun.
Who has recorded this?
The government.
Year?
All the people who live in the North fucking Pole.
Can you give me a source?
Can I give you all the people that live in the North Pole? Brother, there's so much footage of it, I don't even know what to tell you right now.
Can you send me a single video of this?
I'm a flat earther. I'm not a glober. You know that, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so maybe you need to get some footage for some globers, stupid.
No, I'm trying to understand what you're claiming. So you're claiming that
I'm not claiming anything, but the sun's going to do what it does.
Okay, but you've seen.
Listen, the sun doesn't change anything for me as a flat earther because the Earth measures flat. water's flat and horizontal. If there's no curving water
No,
anywhere,
but let's
brother.
not get off this, right? Because you just, what was your claim? That
Brother,
the
listen to
Earth
what I'm
does
telling
not
you.
set.
No, that's only for the globe model. Please pay attention in life.
No, but I'm asking what you think.
Needs a sun to do a certain thing.
Okay.
Flat Earth doesn't. Write this fucking down, dude.
No,
Flat
you're not
Earth
making
doesn't.
sense. You made a claim. What was your claim? I'm just trying to understand your claim.
Flat Earth
Your claim
is still flat
was
no
that
matter
the
what
North
the birds
Pole
do over it.
The sun
no matter
doesn't
what
set.
the twinkly lights do, no matter what a UFO does, no matter what the sun does, the Earth is flat.
You're not trying to have a conversation.
Globe, what does a globe have to happen?
You're just talking.
No. We're looking for a globe fact or not. Does the globe need what to happen? A sunset or not a sunset? What happens to prove a globe? We've already established sunset, correct?
Yes.
So if there's no sunset and that's what the globers are going to prove, what are they proving to you?
Sorry, can you repeat?
If the globers go over there and see no sunset, but they're supposed to be proving sunset, what does that mean?
Time? For what period of time?
More than 24 hours. The sun is supposed to set every day on a globe.
No.
It does for me
Earth
if I
is
lived
tilted on an axis. You know this, right? So with
It's on a
let's
what?
just say
What's your reference?
on an axis.
No, I haven't. I don't got your reference. Where's your ball reference at?
In relation to the sun? Like, hello?
Where the fuck is your reference, stupid? In relation to your mind.
Dude, you're really
where are you seeing this physical object in with a 23-degree tilt?
No, but
I've never seen a ball tilt.
So
What the fuck does that mean?
I want to understand what you think.
You can't. No, you're trying to understand your own model right now that you can't. I know.
No,
it's
I
hard.
understand my model. My model is in
Show
the
me
North
it.
Pole.
Show me your little model.
Can I talk? Hello?
Yeah, show me your little model while you're talking.
I can't post things in.
It's just the angle of rotation relative to the
equator.
Relative to
plane.
what though? How big would your sun be compared to that ball that's rotated?
Elliptic plane, sorry. The elliptic plane.
Hey,
isn't it the elliptic plane? Or that's because it's not the equatorial plane. That's the difference between the elliptic plane and the equatorial plane. Because that's based on the axis of the rotation is why there's
sidereal rotation.
Can you explain why
there's nothing to explain when you can't demonstrate your own fucking model. Stop imagining a ball tilting and rolling in the air.
I'm asking about your model.
What are you asking? How a ball works? We don't know yet. You won't show us.
No, that's not how I'm saying.
You will not teach us anything about a ball.
No model, man. No model.
T-Bub, can I get
You're the one bringing a model in here that's tilted at 23 degrees that does some magical shit, but you don't have it. You're talking. Last Globers for the last 20 years of this fucking debate. You guys have no model. I've never seen it yet. You'd be the first fucking human to show me a little ball in accordance with a little sun source in a lab with your fucking shit with cameras on the ball seeing what you would see. Right? Do you have that?
Okay, can I well, I can't explain anything right now because
your reference is just in your mind from what somebody told you.
No.
You hope that's correct because you imagine.
No.
Where's your model other than your imagination, brother? That's what we
I
need
will
to
not.
find out here.
You constantly interrupt me. I can't get a single sentence out. Not a single one.
Yeah, but Wings, you can't provide direct evidence that Earth's axial tilt actually causes continuous daylight at the poles, right?
Correct.
Well, there is proof.
Of what?
Photos of Earth in relation to the sun tilted.
We're looking for a ball.
You know that it's all CGI, Wings of Redemption.
Right,
it's like
we're looking
Pixar,
for a
Disney.
physical reference, a physical 3D reference, not a fucking imaginary
That would not be
cartoon of
possible.
Dr. Seuss.
Unless you went up to space.
What do you mean it's not possible to make a ball go around a ball?
Dude, have you seen like Monsters Inc?
Hold
Like
on
it seems
a
like the
second.
CGI is pretty good.
Yeah, I agree with you. It could be CGI.
Hold on a minute, man. And other dudes, stop talking for a second.
For it to be,
you're telling me in 2024, you and no scientist and no glober knows how to take a ball and spin it around the other ball like you've claimed and you know the math to and everything?
Yeah. No, they've done that.
You've done that. Where's it at? A 3D ball in a lab.
You want a 3D model of the?
Yes, retardo.
Yes, there is 3D models of the solar system. Buddy.
Okay, and it's got the light on it and everything, and we're going to see.
I think he just misunderstands what a model is. A model is that which generates predictions, nothing more, nothing less. He acts like he needs to see it with his
make
eyes.
shit up. So just make shit up. Okay, you owe me money.
Well,
you owe me money. I'll write it down on paper. You owe me.
No,
Demox actually asked for a...
You bring up a point that would disprove the global Earth, right? By saying that because in the North Pole for a section of the year, the sun doesn't set for 24
Where's your
hours.
ball to show us what that means? Where's on your what ball?
Physical model.
Can I
write a
stream
physical
the
ball to show us what, brother? I can read all day about what your fucking model says.
Read all day about our fucking model.
We're in a fucking debate here about globe, flat Earth.
I'm not trying to debate. I'm like trying to understand.
Yeah, we all went through school. We all understand 23 degree 0.4 tilt on its axis. It rotates and it fucking does crazy magic. Now, where's your reference other than a school book cartoon picture?
Pictures from space showing
Brother,
the
we
tilt
need
in
physical
relation to the
balls.
sun.
No, I need a physical ball and another physical ball being the source light.
No, can I ask you what physical ball? What would
that wouldn't be enough anyway. That wouldn't be enough. That wouldn't be enough, dude.
What would
need video footage?
There is video footage of the Earth.
It has to be 60 frames per second.
No, wait.
Forget how funny the chat is.
Wait up, dudes. Are you telling me there's footage of the Earth rotating on its axis relative to the sun?
I believe so.
No, dude. There is no such thing. It does not exist.
Okay, I'll look it up.
Look it up, man. You won't find that. Best you got is the pale blue dot, a single photograph that they claim to have taken from, like, I don't know, somewhere on the outskirts of the solar system, past Jupiter or some shit, or near Saturn, right? And it turned around and faced back towards the center of the solar system and took a photo, and you see this tiny little blue star.
It's a back shot.
They say that's Earth.
It faced back. Took a picture.
Can't even see the whole sun in the image, I don't think. Maybe you can. I can't remember. Definitely not. You're definitely not going to be able to see any tilt of axis in relative. Oh man,
that photo is from the 70s too.
That's pretty old.
Yeah, did you see the GIF I dropped inside chat? Apparently, we went to Mars as well, according to that analogy.
I don't. You know what? I don't get how you transmit the picture back for like a pale blue dot, for instance.
I think they use like telepathic communication.
I don't get how they don't know how to make a ball rotate another light ball in a lab.
I guess you could
I think
send
that's weird. That's beyond.
Here's a video of the Earth spinning on this axis on that YouTube link.
That's actually Rick Roll. Why are you sending a Rick Roll inside chat? Nice try, buddy.
For sure.
Notice how I didn't embed? You disabled the embed because you knew it would show us Rick Astley.
No, it's not Rick. It's not Rick Roll.
Just conveniently, the embed isn't there.
If I could download the video and post videos in the chat, I would do it.
All you gotta do is go tomorrow and get new balls. Get a little sun ball or a light source that represents the sun, not a little bitty one that's bigger than the Earth, like by 100 of it on the face of that, right? It's like the sun.
Yep.
And then get them then you're going to get them about 57 miles apart. That would be 1 millimeter for scale size.
Yeah, why wouldn't the sun be in the? That's a good question.
Yeah, 57-mile lab. I'd love to see that.
It's a very odd notion of model that means like
238,000 millimeters
panorama, but like that's not what anyone means by model. It just means it generates predictions.
Listen.
Okay, yeah, explain
24,901 millimeters.
It's fake.
That'll be your
fake picture. It was obviously fake. Come on.
And then it's got to be. Then you got to have you can put a little moon in there too. 1/4 the size of 24,901 millimeters, and then you have to have it 238,000 millimeters away from the Earth, right?
Okay.
Then you got to have the sun 93 million millimeters away from the fucking Earth.
Wait.
A little sun ball. Yeah, no, not wait. Weight's dick. We're doing it to scale, right? Mile per mile, right?
Yeah.
24,901 millimeters, 238,000 millimeters for miles.
The sun was setting that
to the
day.
moon. 93 million
It was
millimeters.
midnight.
What are we going to use to scale this down, gentlemen? Definitely
So why?
57 miles ain't gonna work.
Can I ask why it has to be
Brother,
physical?
57 miles in
Has the
millimeters.
sun set yet?
Mm-hmm.
Like, what else could we scale it down in? What would we use besides millimeters? A tenth of a millimeter?
I said scale.
1,000?
Like this yeah, it's like these like goofball
centimeters or meters.
Saturn
It's
rays.
so bizarre. It's so bizarre. The flat earthers think model means diorama.
I don't
That's not what people mean.
So, like, why
Like,
would Saturn's rays looking like that?
Diorama.
Like I could
What
looks
do
like
they
they're
just
drawn
diorama?
up.
Just they think it means a diorama.
You need a diorama of the Earth to believe.
It's so stupid.
Like, I'm so confused.
How many blocks are you going to need?
Because they don't know what the word model means. They don't realize it just means.
Yeah, he's talking about a physical scaled model.
I mean a diorama.
Like a little car.
Why can't it be virtual?
Model car, model airplane.
Don't even why can't it be virtual. Just
What's
what
a
you're
model
asking for is
airplane,
ridiculous.
guys? What's a model airplane that you fly
are you
around?
a flat earther?
What do you think?
No, you have a brain. You don't like talk nonsense, non sequiturs 24/7.
I'm able to give you an abstract account of what a model is. Do you think I'm a flat earther?
Abstract? What the fuck?
RII, can you explain to me? So he said that because in the North Pole, the sun doesn't set within a 24-hour period, then the Earth has to be flat.
What's the question?
What do you mean, what's the question? That's what he thinks.
Is there any report from Antarctica?
I'm just not sure like what you're soliciting from me.
I'm asking if that makes sense.
Does it make sense? Like, can I understand what he's saying? Yeah. Is it true? Probably not.
So the sun sets every day in the North Pole?
No.
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 So are we looking for a sunset on a globe every day? Because every day I look out, it appears to set. I know it doesn't because the side view says it doesn't. But you guys imagine from one view looking goofballs like one-eyed
If you're
goofballs.
relatively close to the equator, yes, it will set every night and come up.
Right, that's the
In
thing
the
about
North
the
Pole?
poles.
Not in the North Pole because it's not close to the equator.
Brother, we're looking to see if the sun sets every night on a globe or not. It's one or the other.
It's
It
not
cannot
one or
be
the
both.
It does. It
Yes,
does
it can-
depending
So
where
it sets
you are.
for Bob over here in
Depends
in
where you
America,
are.
but it
Depends where
doesn't
you are
set
on the
for Tom in the North Pole. Do you
Yes.
have a demonstration of a ball that does that with the light source?
Well, what's interesting is that the
That's
sun
for one
doesn't
guy and not
physically
the other.
set, right? What's happening is the Earth is rotating.
Can I?
You guys have no fucking reference. You just
What's
keep
exciting
saying
is just
shit.
not a thing that the sun does. It's just a phenomena.
Yeah, but you
phenomenon
don't have
we're
no little
observing.
ball with no little cameras facing no little light source to see.
Wait, it's a
what you would see
phenomenon
in
of
that
like
position.
your position on the Earth in relation to the sun and inclusion.
I don't want to be rude, but yeah, 2 pinhole cameras, one for Antarctica,
Two
one for the
pinhole
North,
cameras, one on
for
the
South.
other.
Yeah, one for America, one for Russia, one for Canada, one for
For
China.
America,
And then you
one for
get your
America,
ball, son.
one for China.
Yeah, I'm teaching you boys how to do your globe, what none of you guys know how to
I'm
do.
telling you boys how to do your job.
And then you get a big light source that's way bigger than your Earth ball, right? You need to fit 100 of those on it. The surface retards. You don't need a little flashlight and a big globe. No, that's not what you need. So you need to do it right this time for once in your life. Do something right, Globers. Demonstrate that globe.
Can you please look up solar system?
And then when you rotate your globe around your little light source at 23 degrees, and you guys don't see fuck all of what you think you're going to see, I don't have to do nothing. Job is done. Job is done.
Have you ever been on a
Your model debunks itself. Let's do it. Let's go. Get it done.
Have you ever been on a plane?
Have you ever did a model of your globe to prove what you're talking about to yourself?
Yes.
Show me it with the cameras on it, please. I want to see all the views from each camera.
Have you ever been on a plane?
Have you ever touched a ball, a 3D one?
Yes.
So let's go. What are you waiting on? It's free.
What?
It's free. Let's go to the lab and touch a ball.
Are you trolling me?
No,
Let's go to
it's
the lab
free.
and touch a ball.
Yeah,
What would that
stupid.
prove?
It's free and easy, and all kids can do it, and you can do it.
What? Okay, so yes, I can touch a ball. What does this prove?
Yeah, so let's go demonstrate how balls do what balls do. Whatever your globe does, let's demonstrate it.
Sure, there's solar system models online.
Let me guess, a ball's not going to be itself all of a sudden.
How does flying on a plane prove the globe? What point are you going to make with flying on a plane?
No, I
No
just want.
pitch data.
I'm genuinely curious if you've ever left the U.
Do you have pitch data from your plane flyer?
Have you ever left the United States?
Do you have pitch data from your plane flights or not?
Okay, so I have a 3D model on right now.
Brother, we don't want religious computer screens that can make Dr. Seuss's balls big and be in your mouth. We need real physical stuff. Do you have pitch data from the plane? If you don't, shut up about plane rides, because that's worthless. And do you have a 3D model yet? That's all you need to work on. Why is it so hard?
So can I stream in this
Can you
channel?
3D
and show you
can
the
you touch a
model?
ball?
Yes, I can touch a ball.
Brother,
So
I'm not
let me get this
interested.
straight. You're going to show us a CGI image, a construct on a computer screen, and what is that going to prove?
That it's flat.
It's
going to show. Screen.
It's not going to show anything. It's not going to prove reality, and that's what you need to do.
Yeah, it's not going to prove reality, but it's going to.
Excellent. So don't bother doing it then.
Well, you guys are so open-minded. Like, I'm willing to hear your guys' opinions.
Stop. We don't live in a fucking computer game. Okay? We live in the real world. So we'd like you to prove things in the real world. So, a very simple one, and you can think about this, a very simple one would be measurable curvature. Yes. So if you had measurable curvature, we'd go, oh fuck, we've got a problem. Because we can't be flat earthers if you've got measurable curvature now, can we? Excellent. Go and find some, get back to us, and high fives and happy days. Shit, I'll even buy you a carton if you can do it. You're probably not old enough to drink.
I am.
That's awesome then.
Probably maybe not in your country, but in Canada, yeah. Oh, but you're Australian. It's also 19. Or is it, 16 or some shit?
18.
18.
I think what people don't understand is, like, no matter to what you see in the sky and how well you can show, like, look, it works on this model. It is just a model, and it doesn't prove the shape of the ground, like measurable curvature. So you're never going to convince these people that the ground is curved by saying, look, this matches this model of the globe matches what we see in the sky.
For me, it's kind of the simplest way of disproving it, because the globe model works with how the sun rises and how it sets, and for me the map that they show of the flat Earth doesn't.
This is not their map, though. That's not their map, and it's not mutually exclusive. You have to show that whatever's happening is mutually to non-curving ground. That's all the claim is. They're not claiming that map. They're claiming that the ground is not measured curved, no matter what your model says. They're saying the ground isn't measured curved.
I see.
There's other possibilities.
What's wrong, truth?
Well, it's just hard. It's hard to prove. Like, I don't see what. I know you guys want provable measures of curvature of the Earth, but if you won't take pictures as proof, you won't take testimony as proof, you won't take videos
Actually,
as proof.
we do. But the issue is you guys keep bringing stupid pictures in that no one can replicate. So I'll give you an example. Let's say you went down to your local pig farm or whatever, I don't care, and you took a photo and then come back and said, here's my proof. You can go over there and check it out for yourself. And every second numpty could go and do it, we'd go, hey, that's fucking great. But the issue is you keep coming back with, we've got photos from Mars, we've got photos from the moon. You've got all these ridiculous claims that you cannot verify for yourself.
Mm-hmm. Well, what about the videos of boats going past the horizon? I'm sure you've seen those. You've debunked them.
Well, you're saying past the horizon.
Mm-hmm.
What's the horizon? What's the horizon to you?
The water point.
Okay, so it goes beyond the curvature of the Earth, and the horizon's the horizon's not the curvature of the Earth. If it was, then it should be and can only be at 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So for a 6-foot observer, it's going to be 3 miles away if you're standing at the beach. That would be where the geometric claim of the curvature of the Earth would be. But we go down to the beach with high-powered zoom cameras using all different wavelengths of light, including infrared, and the horizon is much in excess of this mathematical equation. So the horizon that you think is curvature of the Earth isn't.
Is that because of light reflection?
No, it's because of optics. If you improve your optics, say from your eyes to binoculars to high-powered zoom telescopes and infrareds and so photometry, then the horizon moves its location, showing that it's an optical phenomena, not a curve like the top of a hill for things to go over and hide behind. It's not physical obstruction, it's an optical resolution limit why you can't see the bottoms of objects on a surface that you can no longer resolve. That's what the horizon is. The limitation of your ability to resolve any more of that surface you're looking across. So that's not curvature of the Earth, dude. We started in 2014-15 saying we see too far. It's because when we improved our optics, we saw too far. As in, the curvature of the Earth wasn't the thing that was obstructing our view. It was the limitation of the optic.
So if you could have infinite zoom with no limitation of the optic, you'd be able to see infinitely across the flat plane?
No, because you have to think about the amount of atmosphere that you're looking through. It becomes opaque at a certain point. It becomes no more translucent. You can't see any further through it. So you'd have to have a perfect vacuum.
But have you seen videos of where where it is zoomed in on a camera and it does go past the horizon?
Yeah, of course. But we have to understand what the horizon is. The horizon is the limits of the optic to resolve any more of that surface. Can't see beyond the horizon, right, until you improve the optic. Then the horizon moves further outwards. And the things that you couldn't resolve, you can resolve. It's an optical resolution limit, dude. It's not curvature of the Earth.
So when it goes down...
That's perspective.
Yeah, it is perspective.
So things...
Your height and their height.
Yeah, so what I mean by perspective is it looks like it's going down, much like when you look down a corridor and the ceiling appears to get closer to the floor. It's not actually getting closer to the floor. It's the way that your eyes work. Like the way the floor ramps up to the midpoint, your vanishing point. It's not actually ramping up. It's dependent on you, the observer. The ceiling and the floor aren't getting closer together with distance. They just appear to do so based on your eye. Like the top of the boat, which is higher than your eye line, appears to go downwards. That's because of perspective.
It's interesting.
Would you like an example?
Sure.
Okay, give me a moment. I'll see if I can find you something. I'll post it in the chat in a moment when I found it. Just give me a moment. So you understand the mathematics that are involved, right? If we know the size of the sphere that we're on, say radius of 3,959 miles, then the geometric horizon is going to appear dependent on your observer eye height. That calculation is 1.225 multiplied by the square root of that observer's eye height in feet. This is where we get a horizon for a 6-foot observer about 2.8 miles away. Now, are you in the side chat, my friend, yeah?
Yeah, we see.
Okay, so we see the observation of the 2 oil rigs. And this observation is taken from 8 foot above mean sea level. According to that mathematical equation, that must mean the geometric horizon's at 3.4 miles away. Now, the oil rigs are in this video because we know the distance from the observer. One's at 6 miles, one's at 9 miles plus, or whatever it is. But we see the horizon clearly beyond the furthest distance marker, so we can safely estimate the horizon's, what, about 10 miles away, 11 miles away? If we're on a ball, that horizon needs to be 3.5 miles away.
So
if we improve...
Where do you see how's this distance measured from the shoreline?
So how's the distance measured?
Yeah, that doesn't look like 10 miles. What's that in kilometers? That doesn't look like 10 miles away from me when he zooms
16
out.
Ks. Wait till he zooms out.
That doesn't look like 16 kilometers to me.
I mean, that's fine, dude. But we know the distance to the static oil rigs because you can find them on Google Maps. There's a whole...
Give the specific one.
Go on.
No, I'm just curious because when he zooms out to me, it doesn't look like it's 16 kilometers away.
Okay. But that's static oil rigs that are at least... What?
Have you verified that?
Yeah, you can go on Google Maps and find them. Platform, Hill House, Platform Habitat, Santa Barbara, California.
Santa Barbara.
And give you other observations as well, say for wind farms and stuff off the coast of England. Same sort of phenomena. We know the distance to the objects. We're only interested in the distance reference and see where the horizon appears. Because on a globe model, the horizon should be in front of those oil rigs. It should be obstructing the view of those oil rigs. But it's not. It's beyond the oil rigs, demonstrating the horizon's an optical phenomena. It's only visible with your eyes and optics.
So, fuck, I wish this one had a scale on it. Santa Barbara. Oh, the fuck, there's a lot of them, eh?
Yeah, there's a fair few. And I think they're all static as well, so they don't move their locations. So just using the distance tool on Google Maps, you can find out the distance from the beach where the observer was. We're interested we're just interested in finding where the horizon is in respect to these distance markers. If we're on a ball at this altitude, 8 foot, should be at 3.46 miles. But it's not. It's beyond 10 miles.
Yeah, let's see. It's a distance tool.
Could I ask you guys something?
Yeah, sure. Whilst this guy's taking his time, yeah.
As you can see, my profile picture is a globe, because I believe in the globe. I'm a glober. When it comes to like a flat surface, there's no way that can occur naturally. Like a sphere occurs naturally because of gravity, but a flat surface cannot appear or happen naturally. So somebody would have to create it. So who's the creator of this flatness, of this flat thing?
Who created the world?
No, this flat surface thing.
Okay.
Somebody would have to create it because there's no way it could happen naturally.
Because
the only way it can happen naturally.
Sorry, you got this idea that gravity's a thing, right?
Well, when you drop a rock on the ground, is it not a thing?
Yeah, that's a thing. And when you pour water down, that's a thing. When you uncontained gas, that goes everywhere, though. That's a problem for your gravity analogy.
Sorry, where's the? I don't mean to interrupt, but sorry, what's the name of the oil platform again?
Hill House and Habitat, I believe.
Hill House, okay.
But like, all things naturally have spheres. Like they naturally coalesce into spheres. It's a natural symmetrical thing, like the moon, as you can see.
Sorry.
Sphere, as you can see out there.
Sorry, do all things form spheres?
Yeah, all things always naturally go into spheres. If you have a flat thing, it's not natural. I mean, it's artificial.
Okay. What about gas expansion? Does gas expand into a sphere?
Yes.
No. Gas expands in all directions, dude. Doesn't form a sphere. Gases don't have any inherent shapes. They only take the shape of their container. Gases don't form spheres unless you contain them in a sphere.
No, but we're talking about gravity. Gravity
formation. But
here's the thing about gravity is a hard thing to wrap your head around. It's a very weird phenomenon, but it does form spheres.
Okay.
Okay. So there's no way you can have a flat. Hold on, you can't have a flatness without some other being making it flat.
Dude.
So is it God? Who's this thing?
You need me to tell you how to do it.
You seem to think that gravity's a thing. Gravity's an ad-hoc excuse for after a ball model's inserted to make things go to the centre of mass. You've got water attracted to a ball.
us for the.
They're down there right now proving it.
You've got a scientific experiment that proves it.
Stop. We need 3 balls and Star in a fucking lab to see a reference of any dog shit.
For example,
if she can't do it and can't look up how to do it, what the fuck
the ultimate gravitational
You said it, bro.
thing,
You said it. We need
theory
3
is
stars in a
Einstein's.
ball.
I do want to know what you're talking about because Duffy put the globe model down real quick.
Einstein's general
when
theory of relativity.
asked him a specific question about his globe
for a
model.
scientific experiment. You give
So
me a
you need to do that.
concept.
What are we talking about when we say globe model?
Using scientific methods.
Not a globe ever. No 3D balls. No globe lab. No
so you're talking about gravity, like
3-ball globe physics in a lab. 3 balls spinning around each other. One fucking getting hot or lit up on one side. The sun being fucking 1,800,000 times bigger than the fucking Earth, and then the moon being 1/4 the size of the fucking Earth. When the fuck have you had a reference of any of that? How about just a ball in a lab with a little building on it called a cat toy Foucault's pendulum,
a real world
or a fucking
experiment of gravity?
Cavendish, right? And then put that on a real ball.
Yeah, ask for a scientific experiment.
No, okay. When you could you take look right now you're in front of the screen.
What's that water do?
Okay, so take any object you have close by and then drop it to the ground.
What
about gas?
What I'm saying.
Okay,
I'm not talking about gas. I'm talking about take any object and drop it to the ground.
Sorry, gas is in a state of matter.
Gas definitely 100% is
Thank you
matter.
very much.
Yes.
So I drop gas, which is quite hard to do, and it disperses in all directions indefinitely. That's the funny thing about gas. It has the power of indefinite expansion. So for you to say that all things fall down is a bit of a misnomer, mate. You're forgetting one state of matter.
But when it comes to gases, you're saying that all gases fall down?
No.
You don't understand how gases work. You don't understand how gases work. See, it's an ignorance of the basic elements of science.
Cool. So you understand PV equals nRT, right?
What?
You understand PV equals nRT, the ideal gas equation?
Okay, sure.
So you said that I didn't understand what gases do. Gas expands.
Okay.
I've said it like 7 times.
Okay, it expands, sure.
Yes. Good. It expands, doesn't go downwards, like you said.
It depends on the situation where if gas will expand, and if it goes against gravity, because gravity is a very weak force, then it could go upwards. But in terms of the atmospheric gases around the Earth's atmosphere, it does go down, which is why we have a atmospheric pressure.
This is waffle. My friend asked you for a scientific experiment. You asked me to drop something, and I just brought up gas. Now, can you give me a scientific experiment based on a hypothesis that proves your supposition that gravity is causing anything, please? Would you be able to do that, do you think?
Gravity is what?
Would you be able to give me a scientific experiment based on a hypothesis that can prove that gravity, whatever the fuck that is causing things to happen, please?
Causing things to happen?
Yeah, like when I pick something up and it goes down. My God.
What? How is it going down? Why do you think it's going down?
It's not gravity. You.
It's not gravity? What is it? How is it going down?
Excuse me.
Gas doesn't go down.
One to me. I've asked.
Gas is going up because.
No shit, bird brain.
Thank you.
Okay, the reason why it's going upwards, is because
there's no gravity.
Everything doesn't automatically go down. Depends on.
You told me to drop something.
It depends on how, like, in the system itself, if the upwards motion is going against gravity, and if it's going, if gravity is not strong enough, it will go upwards.
What's gravity? And can you provide a scientific experiment that proves whatever gravity is, please? You tried to once.
Gravity has been proven by Einstein's general relativity and Newtonian.
Okay,
see, you guys don't.
Sorry to interrupt, but the oil platform in that video is 2 kilometers away from the shore.
No, it's not. It's 8 miles away. Would you like? Excuse me. Would you like the video that it's taken from?
It's more so you guys don't understand how gravity works.
Yeah, you don't.
Gravity.
Send me the video.
It's a huge port. It's very mysterious, but that's why there is a sphere.
It is
not really
a scientific experiment that proves it.
Okay, hold on. Let's go back to the flat thing. Who created the flatness?
No, that's your gravity class.
No, you're evading the question. Who created the flatness?
You're evading the question. What the fuck?
Okay. Did the flat Earth automatically appear? Did it automatically appear naturally?
Excuse me. Can you provide?
Oh my God! You don't answer the question. There's no way of flatness.
All right, we're going to help you be quiet because obviously you don't want to. But I will say one little thing. That's got to be the best question this week. Who created the flatness?
Yeah, right.
So, yeah.
Wait. He said. Hold on. Do you want the video with regards to the black swan so you can see the man put the camera down and deal with the Google Maps and stuff? Do you want that?
Sure.
Because where exactly have you placed him on the beach for the thing to be 2 miles away? You don't know where it actually is.
I've beached him. I've in like how the oil rigs are oriented in the video, like how there's one behind it to the right. I oriented it roughly so that view is from the distance.
Okay, I'll just go and get you the video, dude. You might be under some misconceptions.
You can check on
might have the
Google
wrong
Earth.
one.
You can check on Google. You can check on Google Earth, brother. The numbers aren't funked or faked or anything.
That's what I'm doing.
Yeah,
I could have the wrong platform, but
Hill House and Habitat. But the other guy, Mobius, he left, didn't he? Or he's still here? He left.
Oh, is Hill House and Habitat?
Yeah, Hill House and Habitat.
Yes.
I'd like to say that's clear.
And I mean, it's labeled on the thing, but yeah, we got you. Bro, Mobius said something crazy. He said, well, gravity, it's weaker, so like things go up. But I mean, I'm sure any flat earther in here could take him into the, well, where is the gas produced?
Into the woodshed.
Oh, what? Into the woodshed?
Yeah,
see, you don't understand. Gravity is very, very mysterious.
Yeah, that was a good line there, Jedi. That was a great line.
Did you send me the video?
Oh, sorry, man. Give me a moment. I'll find it.
I love that. Oh, it's actually gravity is just tough to understand, but I understand it. All right, bud. Why do they always leave so quickly? It means they don't really. When they're just yapping, and then you're like, "Hold on, bro. Let's address a couple things specifically," and they just leave. They didn't really have anything anyway.
Yeah, they just want to preach and babble like always, and get ready for all the preaching and babble about the sun worship that is gonna slowly creep into here.
Oh, there's already one in chat. Yeah, I'll read it out.
Oh.
The sun is.
Guys, don't you want to worship the sun like we do? We love our sun. We worship it. You know, we make it as if it's our god. It shows us the path of light. That the Earth must be a spinning ball.
Well, have a listen to this. But the sun is telling flat earthers that this is the end. I didn't know the sun spoke up, but anyways.
But
I couldn't care less, man.
How far is this oil rig? How do you,
bro? I used the measure
how do I
tool
know?
on Google App.
Why are we struggling with this?
I got 2.7 kilometers, but
what?
Yeah, can somebody find him a video from BELSM69?
Yeah, bro, I got it. I'll get it for you.
Cheers, brother. Thank you.
Yeah, but where is he getting 2 kilometers from, though, bro?
So the only
nine.
Where are you starting? Are you starting it from the beach?
Yeah.
Okay, it was not 2 kilometers, dude. Well, unless what is that trait? What is that in miles?
Well, I think
I have no clue.
I don't think that the camera's that far from the beach, but
I think in that video it just looks like 10 miles because he zooms out to like a 0.1 magnification. I don't know a whole lot about optics, but I know like on my phone I can zoom out past what is like I can do 0.5 times magnification and zooms out more. And I know I have a Canon camera that kind of does a similar thing, but to a greater extent. But I could be looking at the wrong one. I want to see the video, where it's from.
If you jump on Google Maps and just type in Platform Hill House, and then where the pinpointer is, just run a line back to the nearest beach section, you're looking at 5.91 miles there.
How much? 9, yeah.
Okay, but with this, like, it's hard with the orientation because in the video you can see a second oil rig off to the right just behind it, or a while past behind it.
I never got the video. Hold on. Sorry.
So, yeah. I'm not, like, yeah, there's 4 of them in the row here. That's why I have problem with it.
Yeah, hold on. You'll get the video, bro, and see it. It's strange, though. Like, I'm looking for it, and it's usually right there, but it's not there no more, man.
What? What are you looking for?
The Black Swan video.
Wait, what the fuck?
The 8-foot one or the first one?
The 8-foot one. Yeah, 8-foot one because I posted it, but the 1-foot one as well is fine.
I have the original.
Platform Hill House teleport. Okay.
All right, here's the original. I'm gonna drop it in the chat. W panel, and there you go.
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, I was right. Jesus.
Jeez.
Holy
moly.
Golly.
Golly, bro.
Gosh. I mean, I've listened to it that much. You have to remember it's 9.
I might have an aerial view as well. Here's an aerial view, just over the ocean. Go ahead.
P-Mick, how are you doing, man? I hope you're doing well. Haven't heard you in a while.
Thank you. See?
Okay, yeah. So Hill House is the one furthest from it.
No, Hill House is the closest one to the shore. Habitat's the one behind that.
Oh yeah, okay. So 9.41 miles. Water well sea level.
I appreciate that bro's checking this out because we've dealt with people before when you present the black swan, they're like, fake, fake. It's like, wait a minute. Hold on. I thought we were the conspiracy guys that called stuff fake. It's just funny to me when the normers are like, fake, fake. Those numbers are fake. Platforms are fake. It's like, okay. All right, dude.
See, there are people in this world that haven't been attached to the heliocentric cult as other people have. So, I mean, that's the rarity, I guess.
It's hard to debunk.
We call that.
We don't look at the evidence.
That might be another syndrome, the insta-conspiratard syndrome or something.
But hey, I would be the biggest globe-tard if I wouldn't be the flat earther. I think this is the case for many flat earthers.
Okay, so
debating.
Hello.
All right.
What's the question?
So it should be the waterline should obfuscate 44 feet of the oil platform, based on the.
Yeah, bro. The horizon's behind them, man.
I don't think so.
What? No,
what? Wait.
Coping.
Hold on.
I'll take a screenshot and kind of.
Nah, bro. Hold on. Don't do that. We'll just have a multiple choice little questionnaire here for you. Let me drop that in the chat. Could you just answer this quick one for us? Take a look at the chat there. It says, where is the horizon? We've got A, B, C, or D.
See, like, you guys, like, are...
Dude, we don't need the whole just preamble. Just, which one is it?
B.
Okay. Why? Wait. Do you know what a horizon is?
I think so, yeah.
Okay, what is a horizon?
Bruh.
Oh, Lord, man, here we go.
Is it where the surface appears to meet the sky at distance?
Oh, is he Googling this? Oh, man.
No, I'm trying to get the fucking photo of the... You guys
just asked what a horizon. What are you getting photos for? What is a horizon?
The line of like where the Earth is, and where it's like kind of fucking where the sky is behind it, where the fucking Earth meets the sky. There we go.
Yeah, there we go. Holy, it took us a little bit when we got there. Okay, so when we go back to the image, what's taking place at B? What is that?
I see a separation in color between the sky, which is kind of orange in appearance, and the
color,
blue and green, kind of the ocean.
So what's taking place at A?
Let me see. Sorry, I'm trying to get a picture of the.
Oh my God.
At A. I don't even see what's at. I don't see any difference between B and A, as far as color is concerned.
You might need to get your eyes checked, my friend.
What do you see?
Sure.
There's a clear line at A. You realize the oil rigs are in water, right? So B is where the water is.
The point that you can see.
So that wouldn't be B.
Let me just.
Holy brother!
Just have a good look at the picture and just answer honestly. Where does the sky appear to meet the ground, or water in this case?
This point.
Dude, it's grainy as fuck.
What?
I guess
it doesn't matter if it's grainy. It's a video zoomed in over like 10 miles, guy. Dude, come on. The horizon is not at B. It's clearly behind.
I guess it's A.
Yeah, there we go. Well,
it's hard. It's hard. I see it on the left hand side.
Don't feel pressured just to answer. Don't feel pressured to answer. Make sure that you understand your answer that you're giving.
Ooh, that's a good advice right there.
Yeah.
Honestly, think for yourself. Don't just be like, "Oh, I guess it's this." Actually, look at the fucking picture. Look at the letters. Look at the lines, and then answer.
Oh shit! W Drew, guys. W Drew. He's putting the W in Drew. Hell yeah.
Thank you, boys. That's why it's a big club.
Or is he just feeling bad because he chose D and he wants someone else to choose the same one as himself?
Oh.
Nah, just having a shot, mate. It's all good.
All good, bro. All good. But honestly, please decide for yourself. Don't let anybody else in here influence your answer. We're asking you.
Facts, bro.
And can someone please get a better fucking picture than that fucking grainy crap?
Bro,
Go and get 10 photos.
dude.
Again, someone has posted some grainy ass pictures.
We're breaking the geometry of the globe by zooming in.
This second photo, I looked back in the video. That's from when he goes up. That's not at sea level. But
yeah, bro.
Well, no, yeah, it is from the. I'm watching the video right now. The second, the clear photo that you just posted is from when he gets up on the street level.
Street level. He's at the beach, dude. What do you mean street level?
Can someone link me the live stream for this Antarctica thing I've been hearing about?
Yeah, go to Geronism or go to TFE on YouTube. Geronism or TFE on YouTube.
Wait, is that for real?
Geronism.
Yeah. Don't know if it's 24/7 live stream, but he's done a couple of live streams over the last couple of days.
So I took Here we go.
Sorry, I may interrupt you, dude.
Well, I'm sorry. I'm just watching the video.
First off, let me start this conversation off with saying that I don't think the Earth is flat. I just think my dick is flat, and I can't really get that hard.
That's brilliant, dude. You should probably go seek kind of medical attention.
Flat dick Earth.
That's an L, bro.
It depends if his wife is 2D or not.
Imagine coming in and just talking phallus immediately. Is that a fallacy? Holy.
That joke fell flat.
Technically, it's not a fallacy because he is talking about phallus.
And they're immediately gone. Classic,
deranged. Oh, there it is. It's because his dick is flat and his wife is a fucking coupon machine, so it's all good.
Oh shit! No, but
why is it that only the globe side has so many deranged people?
I don't mean this way.
Because there's more of them. It's a percentage thing.
Sorry. My wife has.
This is probably the same guy that came in and is being told by his wife, "Oh, my wife loves my dick just the way it is. It's just the right size."
All right, bro. We don't have to keep talking about that, though.
Thanks for the contribution of the derangement.
We can get back to because Guy was saying something about the horizon. We just clarified that. Can we get back on track?
I'm just trying to figure out the math of it. So he tries. Okay.
Right. I suppose it's very easy to explain if somebody could just quickly explain it to him.
No, I understand what you guys are claiming.
So what's the math you're trying to work out?
Yeah.
I'm trying to find the reference image for the oil rig just to see if the height of it is shorter in the picture he took from 10 miles out.
1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
So yeah, it'd be 44. It should be 44 feet shorter from Black Swan's video, right? If I got that right. So that's what the globe earthers say, right?
Well, they say all sorts of shit, but yeah.
Okay. So this one is called.
So basically, you need to know a couple of
Hill
things.
House.
Number one, the elevation. What's the observer's elevation?
It's well, I'm trying to figure that out because he's on the beach, on the shore. Let me just see. Kind of hard to tell.
Which video are you watching?
I'm watching the full video you linked to. Black Swan.
The original Black Swan. You see him walk down to the water. The camera nearly falls into the water.
Yeah.
I know, right? He has to like get up for a second because a wave comes crashing in.
So
I have a GIF of
would
that.
be a,
Walks.
Pretty solid indication that he's probably about a foot.
Let me see.
Well, how about we be fair? How about we say he's at 2 feet?
Sure. Well, it's kind of hard because he shows like a house to the right of him, and then he takes a couple steps forward, and I can't tell how. I'm just trying to figure out where the.
Well, the claim is it's 1 foot. Why don't we just say it's 2 foot, just to round it off a bit, just to make sure?
Sure.
Bucket, that's 6 foot. Who cares?
Yeah, fuck it. We'll give you as much as you want.
I think it's like, yeah, it's probably 2 foot from the video.
All right, cool.
From the waterline.
So the horizon should be about 2.2 miles away, right? If he's 2 foot, about 2 miles.
I'm not quite sure.
1.225 multiplied by the square root of the observer's height in feet. Square root of 2 is times that by 1.225.
Is that coming through, or do we need to simplify it a little bit more?
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
Okay. Good. W.
So the horizon is clearly not there, and beyond the oil rigs that are distance demarcated from the observer, an estimation of at least 10 miles away, at least.
Well,
could be further.
9.4, but okay.
Yeah, let's round those numbers up.
All right.
So at least 9.5 miles away for you, no worries. Still not at 2 miles away, though, is it?
No.
If we were standing on a sphere, then that horizon would be the tangent drawn from your eyes to where it touches the surface of that curve at distance, like a tangent. Yeah. But if we were to use this horizon as a tangent measure, we end up with a radius of about 100,000 miles or something. Can't quite remember. It's just a demonstration that the horizon moves around, dude. It's not a physical tangent point from your eyes. It's not curvature of the Earth.
I think it is. So,
really, then why is it further than it should be then?
It isn't further than it should be.
Hold on.
What?
It should be 2 miles away. Hold on. You said it 2 miles away. We agreed to that.
Yeah.
So it should be at 2 miles away.
Yeah.
But it's not. It's at least 9.5 miles away. We had that conversation no less than 2 minutes ago.
But that's not how horizons work. Like the second you hit that horizon, it doesn't completely.
You should just stop right there. You should just stop right there, bro.
I need to show a physical representation. But at the water level, right? So you hit the horizon. Sorry, what did you say it was in this image? Or in
what do you mean
general?
Hit the horizon? No one's hitting the horizon. We're observing the horizon from way too far away, dude.
When you observe the horizon in this?
Yeah, you just said it's at A earlier when we asked you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And so even if it's at 2 foot, the horizon would have to be what, Jedi? Like 2.22 or some shit?
Yeah, just over 2 miles.
Okay. And so if the horizon's at least 10 miles, well, simple math says it's too far. Like this is basic math. If you need to keep it simple, there's an old video from a channel called it's called Brain Stuff, How Stuff Works. And they break down how the horizon works. They say if you're in the water with your head 8 inches above the water, the distance to the curvature or the horizon would be 1 mile. So if you're at 1 foot up, the distance to the horizon would be 1.22 miles. So if we're up to 2 foot, like Jedi says, we're at 2.22 would be the distance to the horizon if the Earth was curved. Now, at this observation, we're seeing the horizon at 10 miles at least. And you're saying it matches? Did I hear you correctly saying that matches? That don't match, dude. It's kind of a problem, I would say. No.
Also posted a little graphic in the side chat as well. There's another observation taken from this height where we can see land masses in the background and the horizon beyond that. So we can safely estimate the horizon's 29 miles away based on that observation from the same altitude. That's a problem.
So, sorry, let me just.
Yep. Just well.
I'm just making. Sorry. What I kind of.
Oh, I have some more stuff. I'll post some more stuff for you as well. I can be helpful. I can provide value here.
I love it.
Okay, what's so funny?
You're just funny, man. I can provide that.
Good. Good. All right, let me drop this in the chat here. This is an orthographic view. An orthographic
Why
view.
can't we
of the
see oil
situation.
rigs like 100 miles off the course?
Bro. That's imagination land.
Why not?
The Earth is just the way it is, not the way you want it to be. Where, well, why can't I see more stuff? Maybe you just don't have superhero vision, and there's shit in the way, like weather.
But this was superhero vision right here, right?
Not really. It's just called a P9. What is it? A P900? Nikon vision,
It's a good
baby.
camera, so
Yeah. So the Earth is the way it is, man. When you say, well, why isn't it different? Why would it be different? It's just the same way it's always been, and the same way it always will be. The Earth isn't going to change at all. If anything's going to change, it's you, my friend, not the Earth.
Well, I'm just
sent
wondering
you-
if the drop off is actually bigger than you guys think.
I sent you a video of what I see.
Huh?
Like that, it's actually from a higher height.
The fuck is that?
Huh?
What's going on now?
Yeah, what's happening right now?
This creation bear going, huh?
He said the drop off. Maybe it's bigger. No, the Earth is claimed
from
to
like
be
the
one
coast
side.
to the.
This is based. What you're not understanding.
So can you, Jay? You see what I sent you? That's kind of what I think is happening in the photo.
Okay, give me a second. I'll
think
post.
it makes sense.
Give me a second, mate. I'll post it for you.
Oh, okay. Let's take a look.
Want to find this video where he does the huge zoom out thing, like the first video you sent?
So there you go, dude. I posted your picture in chat for you.
What the fuck?
So that's a horizon line, right?
Oh, okay, I see.
It's kind of rough, right?
Yeah.
So if the observer is 2 feet, let's just say 2 feet above the.
I already posted this for you, basically.
Water line. Yeah, basically. Right.
Yeah, I'll repost it again. I'll repost it again.
Mm-hmm. So you take the. Let me just have a calculator for this. Distance to the object 9.61. 2 feet.
Well, can you? Because I've already posted the orthographic view in the chat. Basically, what you're trying to get at.
Sorry, how far away does it say it? 9.6. It's 9.6 miles away. Distance to the horizon. Okay. So let's work in feet. So, yeah, the horizon is 2.7 kilometers away. Turn that to miles, because... Yeah, so horizon's 1. So you should see in the photo of oil... Go back up to it.
Should see. No, we just see what we see, bro.
So obfuscated on the rear oil rig should be 44 feet, and I think that matches up with the photo. Because you see...
How?
Well, look how... Look at the oil rig on the left.
No,
low, and how low it is.
No. I gotta cut you off.
That's perspective. Remember that? Looking down the corridor, reduction of height at distance. So the thing that's behind it looks lower. Yeah, that's just because of perspective. Now you're saying
but
40 odd foot missing. Well, that would be because of the horizon obstructing it, but the horizon's beyond it, so not obstructing it.
doesn't matter the rigs at all. They're only there for one reason, so that you can tell how far you're looking. If there was no rig and you're just looking over water, you have no way to gauge the distance. So the rigs are only there to let us know how far we're looking. Doesn't matter what they're looking like or anything. What the argument is about the horizon. Now I'm gonna post again.
But you
the
guys,
orthographic view. Hold on one second. You haven't addressed. Hold on one second. One second. You haven't addressed. No, you haven't. You haven't addressed this. What I'm posting in the chat.
Okay.
And this will help you understand why it's not about the rigs. Let's take a look at what I posted in the chat here. We've got an orthographic view of the situation. The blue arrow is our observer. The red arrow is our second platform.
Mm-hmm.
We've got our green line will represent the surface of the ocean. Okay. The dotted line represents our vision to the horizon.
This is retardedly small Earth. Like it doesn't.
No, it's not. This is based off of the claim. Actually, you know what? That's really funny you say that. This is based off of the claimed size of the globe Earth, as it's claimed to be. So you're calling it retarded. Well, we kind of agree.
10
the Earth
miles,
isn't this size
10
at all.
miles between H0 and H1.
There's going to be 1.22 miles between where the H0 and the horizon. And then, yes, the blue arrow and the red arrow is going to be 10 miles, correct? This is based off of the claimed size of the official globe Earth. If you'd like a link to this Earth curve calculator, which is obviously not created by flat earthers, this is if you're calling it retarded, we kind of agree, but that's its claim to be. Now, take a look at the red arrow, right? Even if we were to make that red arrow like way taller, the second rig, let's just make the rig like the size of a skyscraper, doesn't matter, because the issue is actually we're seeing the green line behind it, which is supposed to be way below your vision and not visible, because it's supposed to be blocked by a horizon, correct? So
I don't see the green line.
To be very tall.
You don't see the green line.
I don't see the water line past the oil rig.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do. I'll post it again.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, we did this already. I'll post it again. Let me post this again. Because W Crew in the chat told you to think carefully. Make sure you're answering intentionally. So we posted the A, B, C, or D. Originally you said B. Just kidding, it's A. That is the line behind the second oil rig that we're seeing. This is the issue. This has nothing to do with the rig. It's the distance of the horizon.
You do not see it behind the oil rig.
Yes, you already agreed. Dude, I'm going to crash out on you. You agreed already. Let's take a look at it again. At 55 past the hour, we have A, B, C, or D. Where's the horizon?
Like zoom in on it. I'm telling you to zoom in on it.
It's A, B, C, or D. Which is it?
He's gonna pick D, bro. He's gonna do it.
Just go ahead and pick D, bro.
It's on the top line of B. It's on the top line of B.
Why are you yapping? Why are you yapping? It's either A, B, C, or D.
How about some honesty, mate? Just,
dude, like,
because now you're flip flopping. Can we get a concise answer,
I can outline where I see the horizon.
Yeah, go ahead and draw a line on the image for us. We'll take a look. Well, you already agreed, my friend. This is live recorded. I can go make a clip of you saying, "Yeah, I see it at A." That is the answer. It's A. You could probably ask a child, "Where is the horizon?" They'll point it out right there. There's a clear line across the back. I think I'm starting to see what's happening here, but go ahead and draw your line. I've drawn mine in the chat.
Oh dear.
Jedi. This is crazy, bro.
Boggles my mind every time.
Me too, bro. Holy.
Very nice.
that just shows the level of stupid they've got. My kitchen floor is flat too, therefore the earth is... Is this special ed or something? What have I fucking missed out on?
Dude, this guy's in the chat going retarded mode.
He was in here earlier on having a chat, but he was getting nowhere in our...
Yeah, but like you can clearly see where the horizon is in the video that you sent.
Yeah, we do see
I understand
it clearly. Where's your line? Why are you yapping, bro? Well, you said you were going to draw a line on
I already drew it. I can
Where's
send
the
it
chat?
again.
Put it in the chat.
Why I sent to Jedi? Hello?
Why don't you just put it in the chat?
I can't put it in the chat. I cannot post shit in the chat, retard.
Oh, he's only a newbie. He's just got to... Yeah.
Oh, man. All right, man.
There you go. There's his...
That's the line from the video that I took, and that's the horizon that I see.
Okay, so what is that line? What is that line behind the oil rig? What's the line behind it?
There is no line. Can you trace a line on my?
I just did.
All right, give him a better picture. Give him the contrasted one.
You cannot do the contrast one because it oversaturates the orange of the city. No, that's not from the original video. That's
Wings.
oversaturated.
Yes, it is. Wings, why did you choose to use the video as opposed to the A, B, C, D picture?
Hey, but you... Sorry? Because it's oversaturated.
Yeah, very simple. Why did you choose to use one over the other? You did it for a reason. What was the reason?
I can do it on
you were
the other
supposed
one
to draw
too.
a line on this image, dude.
Because I already have that one. Here, I'll do it on this one.
Holy fuck, bro.
Well, I do it number one because I can verify it. That's the source video that we're talking about of the oil rig.
Well, just so you know, the oversaturated image that you're having a cry about is a singular frame out of the source video.
It's not modified?
And it has been lightened so you can see where the horizon is.
Okay. There we
Interesting. They're making it easy for you, and you're still trying to make a dog's breakfast out of it.
Dog's breakfast? Bro, where do you guys get this shit? Oh, man.
Tell you one thing, I hope Twitter makes $1 for every time some doormat says 24-hour sun. Fucking hell.
I'm still trying to figure out how a 24-hour sun viewed anywhere takes away from a physical, literal measurement of the surface of the Earth.
Yeah.
You guys understand how 24-hour sun works?
Yeah, no. We don't make claims in the sky that we don't know. We just measure the surface of the Earth.
Bro, no one gives a fuck about the sun. The ground is not curved. Staring in the sky isn't going to change that. And being like, oh, you guys are going to feel it soon. Feel what? The ground doesn't move. The earth doesn't move. The oceans are not formed into hills. That's never going to change. Why would we be worried about the sun? The sun could just disappear for a month and that still doesn't change the earth.
Don't believe in 24-hour sun?
What do you mean believe?
Your ears painted on. Okay, do yourself a solid, brother. Have a look up the top. It says 24/7 flat Earth. It doesn't say 24/7 we sit outside and look at the fucking sun.
24/7.
What?
Oh, your ears painted on. That's brilliant.
That was good.
Fucking love you, Metro.
Okay, so can I ask you how you think Horizon works?
Here we freaking
Did someone
go,
hit the fucking reset button by mistake?
God damn, man. Matrix, hit the rewind button, dude. Get the soundboard out, bro.
I broke it.
Like, I don't understand what you guys don't understand about, like, what you guys
No,
know.
I believe you. I believe you. You don't understand. I believe him.
Objects are still visible that should not be visible. Water still does what water does.
No, it would be visible. Things are visible past the horizon.
Yes.
It's obfuscated more and more how far the... Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So you guys get that.
You can see a mountain beyond the horizon, but the horizon is the optical resolution limit of the observer of a surface. That surface is the water in this instance, or the Earth. You can still see mountains beyond the horizon because they have a larger optical size.
That's right. Okay.
It's like nothing has changed. You still can't fucking. It still measures flat. Still can't measure the
So I'm gonna
still
show
see
you
objects that shouldn't be there.
What the fuck?
Water still
No,
does what
you
water does.
you don't see like what?
Like what? Would you
Bro,
like me to-
you've been struggling drawing a straight line on an image. You're not here in a position to be teaching anyone jack shit, bro. Sit down and go make your little line on your image.
So I'm gonna post. Can I send you a reference image for the oil rig?
God.
Only if it's from Wiki.
No, it's from the video that you sent from your flat Earth video.
Okay, what's this now?
So that's the reference image of the oil rig for oil rig hillside, and you can clearly see the horizon obfuscates 44 feet of that oil rig based on the reference image.
You don't know what a horizon
You
is,
don't
dude.
see what? Okay, what do I get about the horizon?
You're drawing it in the middle of the water when there's a clear demarcation line called the horizon behind the oil rigs.
Okay,
I don't
sure.
know what
Okay,
you're doing.
let's
all
say
these
that's
mental gymnastics.
let's say that's
talking
true.
about 44
Let's say that's
feet.
true.
You don't have to say it's true. It's right there. The
Let's
video is right in front of your face.
Okay, if that's the case, then
It's not
why
an if.
is the
fact.
oil rig in the image?
Doesn't matter. We already covered this, Bird Brain.
What?
We already covered that. It has nothing to do with the oil rigs. Those are only there so that you know how far you're looking. If there was no oil rig, for example, well, how would I be able to say that we're looking 10 miles, 5 miles, 3 miles? You don't have any way to gauge that. The only reason the rigs are there is to markate the distance. I gave you the orthographic view where we show that it's actually the issue that lies with the horizon behind the oil rig. I can post it again if you want to take a second look. It's nothing to do with the rig. The rigs could be 55 million miles tall, but if we saw a horizon behind that, L globe dead.
I do not see a horizon behind it. So
You're blind.
you.
Do you have anyone around you? Could you ask someone else, maybe like cross-reference with a friend or
Okay.
something? Like, go ask your little sister.
So, CB, just take it back a little bit. Let's remove the oil rigs from what you believe is there.
Can you
no,
please
just
post that
wait.
image?
Let's remove the oil rigs. Would you see the horizon there? Yes or no?
Oh.
Yes.
Excellent.
Where?
The reason we use the oil rigs is because you'll probably find the chaps in here like to verify things. We know the distance to them.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? Right, so we know the distance of the oil rigs. We can see where the horizon is. Whether you want to believe it or not, that's up to you. Or whether you're trying to sidestep it for whatever reason, that's up to you. But they are for demarcation only. So we don't care if Bob's sitting on the top eating a chicken sandwich or what other reasons you've got for the oil rigs. They are just demarcation. The horizon is at point A. The oil rigs are at point B. We know what the distance is. That's it. Nothing more, man.
Okay, I understand that, but if let's say you guys are claiming that the horizon is not obfuscating part of the oil rig, can you explain
The horizon is
to
behind
me
the oil
what
rigs.
is?
Listen carefully. The horizon is behind the oil rigs, according to the mathematics of your so-called 3959 radius boltard. It's supposed to be in front of the oil rigs.
Can you please look at the image Jai posted? Like I'm like talking to you guys.
The image that Jedi posted at 9 minutes past the hour.
Stop talking.
And all you guys can do is insult me. It's really crazy.
We're trying to educate you.
No,
We're
you are.
educating you.
You're constantly insulting me. I'm trying to like genuinely.
Oh, poor baby.
Okay. 9 minutes
That's what I
past the hour, Jedi posted an image. So let's all have a look at it. Yeah?
So can we both agree that the image?
The top section says platform habitat, 9.41 miles. The bottom section is a lovely clear photo of it. Yeah?
Yes.
What's the problem?
You can see. Can we both agree that in the top image, part of the oil rig is obfuscated on the bottom part?
We don't give a fuck.
You can see a lower
Part of it,
deck space
part of it is obfuscated by what?
by the horizon in my
by the horizon. So here I can see the bottom of the oil rig where it's connected to the water. On the left-hand side, you go up a little bit and you can see the horizon behind it. I can see that clearly.
Okay, then what is obfuscating the bottom deck of the oil rig? If it's not the horizon.
We don't
Not
care.
a hill of water.
No, but what would it be? What would it be? Genuinely,
Not a hill of water.
use your logic. What would it be?
It's going to. So it could either be high tide or a swell. But the horizon's still beyond the oil rig. I can't see. Yeah, I can't see what the bottom of the oil rig as compared to the other photo. Might be high tide.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but the horizon, the thing that should be the curvature of the Earth, is still behind the oil rig, dude.
I don't see that.
You're blind as shit.
Okay, I might be, but I legitimately do not see that.
Now, honest question: do you have anyone in your life around you that you could just go ask real quick?
No one's at home right now.
You don't have any friends? Like, text a friend, bro. Shoot, just be like, hey, shoot a random question.
I'm talking to flat earthers.
No,
most people would not give you this.
You don't got to do all that. No, you don't have to do any of that. Just say, hey, look, I'm just got a curious question. Do you see a horizon in this image? Like, it doesn't have to be about flat Earth or anything. Just send them an image and be like, hey, I just need some help. Or like, where do you think they're
I'll text a friend and ask him where the horizon is.
Yeah,
draw a line where the horizon is.
Do you want to send them the blue one?
I'm gonna.
Sorry, go ahead.
In your reference image that you gave, where it's got the boat, if you look just above the boat on the right-hand side, there's the horizon, dude. It's clearly behind the oil rigs, mate. Do you need to
Yeah, because that image is close to it. It's relative to the distance away from it.
What?
It's still behind. It's still behind.
Well, the horizon isn't a static point where the fucking Earth comes down. It's relative to where you are and how far away you are.
Hold on a minute. No. Right? You said it's not static. So welcome to flat Earth.
How's that welcome to flat Earth?
It's going to depend on your correct, the observer's eye height, the atmospheric conditions of the day, and the technology that you use. Binoculars, your own eyes, or a high-powered zoom camera, like in this instance, a 9p100 or whatever it is. So it's going to depend on a lot of factors, but it's not.
And how far away you are, because how far away you are will affect the amount of curvature observable at that distance.
Excuse me, we don't observe any curvature, though.
I do. I see that image. I see curvature. I see the horizon before the oil rig in that image. And I think with the...
Dude, we've just confirmed that the horizon moves around. That's all that we needed to point out to you, that the horizon's not a geometric tangent for an observer's eye line.
It is.
It isn't, because it keeps moving.
It moves where it depending on how far away you are from the object and how high you are. In the image on the bottom, you're higher and closer to it. So the curvature of which... Okay.
And what else? Observer's eye height, distance, and what else?
Height.
Atmospheric conditions?
No.
And the technology that you use. The horizon's going to appear further away when you use a high-powered zoom camera to when you just used your own eyes. The horizon's an optical phenomena. It moves. If it was geometric, shouldn't move. Like the top of a mountain that curves, do you think that the top of the mountain's going to move? It's a curve, dude.
Should be self-obvious.
Could I ask the guy, has he done the exercise of drawing a line where he sees the horizon?
I mean, it was like a squiggly line, bro. It was crazy.
Well, it's fucking hard to freehand that shit, bro.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I'll reply to this one. I disagree with this one. I don't think that's where the horizon is with that line.
See, even where you drew your squiggly line for the horizon, that still debunks the globe.
Ooh, shit.
Because you drew it right at the base of the first oil rig. The first oil rig is about 6.2 miles away. The globe model says the horizon has to be at 1.2 miles away. So it doesn't really matter if you're trying to say that you can't see it behind the rig like we all do. That's still a globe debunk.
No,
text your homie.
The horizon. No, sorry. The horizon is before the close oil rig, right?
No, it's not.
Well, no, it's not.
In the
it's
one
not.
that I
you
drew.
You observe it. No. In the one that you drew, I can still see the horizon behind the rigs that you somehow aren't seeing.
I can't.
But even at the red line that you drew it at the first oil rig, which is 6.2 miles away. The globe model says it's supposed to be at 1.2 miles away. So you've just drawn a black swan as well, even though you haven't drawn it as far as it actually goes.
No.
So that's still flatter.
Yes.
So
the one that I drew is before the oil rig.
It's
that's not where the horizon is.
The horizon is before the oil rig.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Where is the horizon in the? No, the horizon.
Dumb fuck.
No, the horizon is at 2.2 miles away. Correct?
No, it's not.
No,
Yes.
no. Where you've drawn it is at the first oil rig, which is 6.2 miles away.
No, it's before it. Look.
No, you drew it at the bottom of the first rig. If it's the image that I was looking at.
Yeah, you also said it was above B, which would be closer to the rig, not closer to 2
I said
miles.
on the top of B.
Yeah, that's above B. Fucking retard.
Look at the one that I
crash out
drew.
on this guy.
Like you were so.
Are you talking about the one that Jedi posted at 11 a.m. 0 minutes past the hour, and it's got like a little diagram?
I don't know
at the
about
top
11
red.
a.m. It's
So you've done a red squiggly line, and then you've got a little diagram drawn above it.
Yeah,
your one.
That's where I see
you've
it.
drawn the line. You've drawn the line where the base of the first rig meets the water.
No.
Yes.
Dude.
No. Okay, and at the same time, is at the base of the other one. Like, hello? Are you retarded?
Okay, this makes it even worse.
I'm gonna
Hello?
post this. Hold on. I'm going to post this. I'm going to post this because you're really, honestly, just lying right now. If this is the one, look, this is the first rig. That's your red line.
Yes.
Yeah. So that red line is at the base of that rig.
That's not the base of the rig.
Wow.
What are you talking about?
This guy's retarded, dude.
I'm going to do another one because I mean, you're just lying at this point. Look, right here. You've got the red line right at the bottom of where that rig meets the water.
The bottom, yes, at the bottom of what you can see of that rig.
Yes,
you cannot
so
see the
that is
actual base, which is obfuscated by the curve.
Because it's in the fucking water, dude.
So where you've drawn that line is 6.2 miles.
No.
Yes, because that's the base of the rig.
Here, I can draw a thing.
Dude.
Hold on.
This guy's bricked. Holy. You drew the line. You said it's above B, on top of B. B marks the base of that first rig, which is at like 6 point something miles.
So here, Jack, are you able to post the reference for?
And then truth, yeah, exactly. Truth in the chat gets it. He's like, the base is like, yeah, the base would be attached to the bottom of the ocean, dude. Of course, we're not seeing that, but it's not like the rig moves. It's at a set distance. So if you've drawn your line at that distance, well, it's not where it's supposed to be, even still.
So here, I'll draw how this works for you.
Why? It's not you have it.
I was kidnapped by aliens. You all need to stop what you're doing and pay attention to me. The aliens anally probed me, and they went. I was screaming, "Dios mío, Dios mío, por qué?" And then the aliens finished, and then I was.
Imagine
Thanks, bro. Appreciate it. Can you also draw a line on this as well, the orthographic view? Because
no, hold up. I'm explaining why it would look to you as being at the 6 mile mark.
Because that's where you drew it. That's where you drew the line. That's why.
Can I please explain it to you?
No, please don't.
How it works?
Well, can you put it on this graph, the orthographic view? Can you put where the horizon is there?
Actually, I've got a better idea, guys. He doesn't like this image, so how about a Jedi? I know you're there. Yeah, there he is.
Wait, don't switch it. Don't switch it.
Can you please post up the windmills long range shot?
Yeah, sure.
No, we're staying on this because
I think we should stay on this.
You guys don't understand how this works.
No. You are way confused, my guy. Can you draw a line
bro,
on
you're
this
the only one
image
in the
too?
room who
No,
doesn't see the
I'm
horizon
showing what
beyond
I
the
think
bro,
is
so.
happening, and
You don't think correctly. You don't think correctly. We've got like at least 4 people in here trying to help you out. And have you texted your homie yet?
No.
Text your homie.
Yeah, you're the only one who doesn't see the horizon in the image somehow.
Guarantee you, your homie's gonna be like, "Yeah, bro, it's at A, easy."
And you know, this isn't the only example of this, right? This isn't the only observation we've got showing this phenomenon. So, I mean, even if you want to quibble that one, we've got this one, which is taken later in the day.
Oh,
which
shit.
is very clear in terms of where the horizon is. So, I mean, it's a losing battle, bro. You're not going to be able to win the battle of the horizon is geometric. Everyone on the globe side has already conceded that it's not. You're just like, you're not caught up with the actual stage of the debate. Right now, the globe side concede that that horizon is beyond the rigs and that the horizon is not geometric. So.
Yeah, but Wolfgang, you're not letting me explain my incorrect thoughts. Holy.
So when people dismiss you for having incorrect thoughts,
we don't have any incorrect thoughts, actually.
All right, bro.
Just text your homie, dude.
We can let you get it out if you want.
Do you think that's a bit
No, text your homie and he'll help you understand. Your homie will get it.
Listen, just so that he doesn't have the excuse of saying I was silenced, we will let you keep denying the very observable clear horizon if you like. It's not going to help you win this argument because everyone else already
I'm
knows
not having
where
an
the horizon
argument.
is.
Like, I'm not arguing with you guys.
All right.
Yeah, you're being educated.
I'm not arguing either. But basically, we all see the horizon, and it's beyond the rigs very clearly. And even the globe side agree to this. So, I mean, you can keep arguing that if you want, but I mean, it's not going to change it.
Dude, a child can look at this image and say the horizon's behind the rigs. A child.
At least on the positive side,
Right, well,
another half an hour and
you'd
be ranked up enough to post your own stuff.
That'd be very useful, bro.
Okay. You can get posted.
I don't know. Right now, it's preventing you from putting more squiggly lines and crazy shit in the chat. But all right, you should.
I'm shocked. You guys are probably the most like dismissed and laughed at group, but you do the same thing when you have the opportunity. When you can like,
I'm not dismissing and
it's pretty. But you guys,
we're not dismissing laughed at. Really,
you are dismissing my ideas, though. You're like, oh,
listen. We're not dismissing your ideas, but when you're telling us that the horizon is not where it's observed by everyone else, what do you want us to do? Like, how are we going to accept when we can clearly see it's beyond the rigs? You saying it's in front of the rigs? That's just dishonesty. The globe side, the globe people, for the most part, concede that it's beyond the rigs. Their argument is not that it's in front of the rigs. Their argument is that the horizon isn't the geometric curve, the horizon that we see. And you don't know that yet because you're new to this argument, but we all know this, which is why people are like trying to move it on. Because we already know that this is not a sustainable argument to say that it's in front of the rigs. Because even if you want to say that for this observation, we'll just post a bunch of other ones, and and it's the same thing. They're beyond where they're supposed to be. So
he's experiencing a little bit of
kind of cut out there, mate.
All
I heard is he's experiencing cock.
Oh my.
I mean, in fairness, though, the guy is not being belligerent, so there's no need to.
Just belligerently wrong. So yeah, correct. Oh my goodness, man.
This is just how coldness manifests in some people,
I don't understand. Doesn't see it.
Completely mental.
So let's turn this to feet. So should be 12 feet obscured here.
Oh, he doesn't get it. How many times? Just one more time, real quick. Rate it. What was this guy's name?
Thanks.
Homie, how many times have we covered what the purpose of the rigs are for? Just 2, 3 wings. There it is, wings. Have we talked about the purpose of the rigs yet?
Yeah.
And what was the purpose of the rigs? Hello?
To suck oil.
Wings.
Oh, sorry, he's got another picture for me. Give me a minute and I'll post it for everybody to look at.
Wings. Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
So we talked about the rigs and their purpose. What was the purpose?
I'm not engaged in this. I know what you're gonna say.
I'm asking you a question, dude.
No, you're not.
What was the purpose of the rigs?
You're trying to strong man my position because you know it disproves part of what you're saying.
Not really. I'm just trying to make sure that we're both clear on the purpose of the rigs, which is what?
You show relative distance to the horizon, yes.
Sure. Okay, so is the argument about the
observable effects of horizon of the curved Earth onto the?
No, now you're just making shit up, dude. So is the argument about the horizon or something else?
Mm-hmm.
I'll repeat it. Is the argument about the horizon or something else?
It's about the horizon.
So why are you telling us about these other things that aren't the
Because
horizon?
the oil rig proves the horizon.
We are here to talk about the oil rigs. You just 2 seconds ago said the argument is about the horizon.
Yes. And the horizon and the oil rigs prove the horizon.
And the oil rigs are there for distance marker. That's it. We've already covered this about 5 times now.
Because he's agreeing to that. He's just saying the horizon is in front of them, which obviously it's not.
Here's what I am saying.
Right at the bottom of them, which is still a black swan, even if it was.
Here's what I'm saying.
He's like, but it's obscured. We care about them being obscured. The horizon's behind them, not obscuring anything.
Can I talk, please?
Please don't.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, then I'll leave. There we go.
No, just go. Come on,
you can deal with some more trolls and.
Listen, bro.
Not want to teach me what. Okay.
We just said go. Bro. Like as in you proceed. Explain your image.
He left.
That guy was being. Was just trying. He was having cognitive dissonance. And he was like trying to make the picture match what his brain thought. Like he was just so confused.
Considering what a horizon is, right? That guy's got a really strange view of where the sky is.
Right.
Thinks, yeah. What? It's where the surface appears to meet the sky?
Jedi, tell him to come back once his homie has an answer.
Okay, will do.
I'm gonna say the same thing.
So what a horizon
come back after your homie text.
So teach him what the horizon is, dudes. You were trying to educate him, but he's like at pre-K level. So we're gonna have to fucking just go really easy on him.
Oh my god! But I think he just needs someone who's a friend to be like. He needs a friend to be like, "Hey, bro, it's at A," because then he might actually start thinking more clearly. Maybe he doesn't have friends. But see, I don't know. It's really easy. I think he has a little bit of everything a flat earther says is wrong syndrome because we're trying to give him the answer. He's bucking against the answers. So if a friend's like, yeah, it is at A, he might actually be like, okay, shit. Let me rethink my position here.
Yeah, that was a perfect. When somebody. They're already.
Sorry, Mush. You keep cutting out, mate.
You're cutting out, dog. Drop out. Rejoin. We definitely want to hear what you have to say, though, so make sure you come back. I'm sorry, Wolfgang. Did I spoil the party? I'm sorry, bro. I was about to crash out on this guy.
No, you're all good. But you know, the thing is, right? The Black Swan. Part of the reason it's so good is because you can get those times where there's a perfect demonstration to the audience that the globe side is willfully denying what's patently obvious in black and white in an image.
Yeah.
Right. So that's one of the best demonstrations that we're not dealing with intellectually honest discussion here when they're arguing this thing. And to keep them on the hook longer, you know, you need to placate them a bit. And like you're saying, you know, this guy needs a friend to tell him, hey, bro, settle down. This is too much. Whereas when we are getting to, and we're all guilty of this, when we're aggravating them and needling them along the way, even if they understand that we're correct, a bunch of them will just deny it and become entrenched and argue because they don't like us. And we end up arguing with their emotion more than any of their logic, partly because we're making them emotional. So it pays more in the long run, in terms of the quality and content of the conversations, to try and keep them somewhat calm. And you can tell when there's certain guys that are like just sensitive to getting comments made at them. So that's all I'll say. I mean, we're all guilty of doing it, and it's funny, but, you know, we got 24 hours to fill every single day, so.
True. The constant flip-flopping is just a little bit. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, it is crazy, but the other thing as well is that to a new audience, to someone who just tunes in, they're already looking to side with the Globe guy. So even if the Globe guy isn't making the better arguments or an argument at all, if he can make himself seem a victim to the flat earthers' behavior, the audience guy can just go, well, this guy's a dickhead, so I'm not going to listen to him. He's bullying the Glober. Which,
okay.
There's an optic thing to it, which new audience members don't have the background, the history, and the understanding of how a lot of these people behave. So to them, they think we're being unfair. So as annoying as it is, for us to really have the best face on as a public front is to always try and just be charitable and be like, okay, yeah, go on. Like the point where we're being seen as the aggressor types or the bully types, then a new audience is already going to be biased against us. So that doesn't help.
All right.
But you know I love you, CB.
Nah, it's not an attack. I hear you. I'm taking notes.
Yeah. And this totally isn't just for you. I mean, this is for myself and other people
fuck
as
it,
well.
let's get them.
I mean, yeah, you're right. You make a good point there.
And it doubles up in terms of the amount of people who are going to come through and talk, because, you know, we're dealing with a lot of people who are very sensitive, and if they hear it's like rough in here, a lot of them are put off coming in, which, I mean, it's fine. We're serious. That's the point. They have to be ready to have a conversation that they've probably not had before, but a lot of people definitely avoid getting on the voice because they're like, shit, I'm just going to get shit on for not knowing my glob.
It's just it was the flip-flopping. He said, well, it's a little bit above B. And I say,
yeah.
Well,
I'm talking
said it was above B.
now.
No, I didn't. I said it was a little over. Like, what?
Yeah. I mean,
come on, dude.
Yeah, I mean, that is crazy. And
I didn't say above. I said over.
So that's it, because again, the neutral audience who looks at the image is going to be like, how's he saying this?
Right. Man. All right. Shout out to Wolfgang. Always level-headed, man. Always level-headed.
Well, it's easy when you've just jumped in, to be fair. If you were speaking to him for like an hour and he's made no progress, it's a little more frustrating, but...
Dude, I was straight about to crash out.
It was a good half hour, 45 minutes before you jumped in, mate.
Yeah, so I mean, I get it, don't get me wrong, and I'm not saying this is specific to this guy even, just in general.
We get you, mate. I completely agree with you as well.
Yeah, I do too.
Man, well, we are on that speculation Sunday. That guy's speculating that the horizon that's observable isn't actually the horizon, and there's an invisible one in front of it.
So wild. Where was he getting 44 feet from? Did anybody pick that part up where he's like, yeah, 44 feet drop off?
Yeah, that's the Earth curve calculator. Hidden height.
Oh, okay. The dishonesty is just ridiculous. I'm pretty sure we've had Elijah on mic. You know how Elijah always does his little street walks or whatever. He'll be like just in a random building and ask somebody a question about flat Earth. He went up to somebody and he's like, "Where do you see the horizon?" And they're like, "Yeah, right there." You know, just random people can figure this out. And this guy's in here like, well, according to my calculations, you're not letting me speak about, being incorrect.
Yeah. That's the amazing thing about it, right? The emotion changes what they know they perceive and makes them said otherwise. That's why I think making them draw the line is a good thing to do, because lying with your voice is one thing, but drawing a lie, that's got some psychological impact.
Right. Well, whoever said, I think you said, let's remove the rigs. Would the horizon still be in that spot? That was a good question. I think he doubled down. He's like, yeah, it would.
Well, we could have went further on that, because what you said was, I think it was Matrix, you said if you remove the rigs, would you still see would you see the horizon then? That's what I think he said. And then the guy said, yeah, which is weird, because it's like, so what, you can't see the horizon. I don't know, maybe Matrix will have to remember exactly what was said there, but that's what I remember. Said, could you see the horizon if the rigs weren't there? And he said, yeah. So, but then it would have been like, okay, well, where would you see the horizon if the rigs weren't there? Draw the line. You'd probably just
in the same spot. Well, I think you came in too clear. Like, you were like, even if it was where you're drawing it, sir, that's still a black swan because it's not at 2 miles. Yes, it is. How? You drew it at the base. Nuh-uh.
Yeah.
What I loved about that when he drew his line and Cyclone chipped him about it is he's just drawn a line across two things that are 3 and a bit miles apart. So which one is it?
Wait, did he? Because he said it's also cutting off the other one. So it's like, are we talking about 2 horizons here? 3?
Just for everybody's advantage, Wings is back. Maybe his mate texted him.
Oh, shit. Did your homie text you, bro? Did you text your homie? Please text your homie, bro. He'll help you, I promise. Because I know you don't want to hear it from us right now. I get it. Big bad flat earthers are being mean. I'm sorry, bro. But I think your friend would be honest with you and say where he thinks the horizon is. It can be seen. It's not that. I doubt it's your eyes. I think it's your heart or some other shit. Your pride is not allowing you. I think a trusted friend will be able to help you out with this one.
Yeah, we're not here trying to lie to you, bro. This is, to us, very obvious. You can see the horizon.
Yeah.
Don't feel like we're having a crack at you, mate. We're all in your shoes once.
Not me. I never argued against no flat earthers. That's crazy.
No, suffering cog dis. I wasn't talking about arguing.
Oh.
CB, when you joined us, did you come in as a flat earther? I can't remember.
Yeah, Wolfgang checked me in, and I came in, studied up. I mean, yeah, they were skeptical. They were like, "Oh, you know the black swan?" I came in with the black swan, and that was my entry point. But I sat in the back of the classroom for a long time, taking notes before I started yapping and trying to argue with flat earthers, bro.
Imagine, CB, if your life path had been different and one day you were just randomly sent the link to this chat before you'd even thought about flat Earth. That's what I think about, right? Because I came to this as well, having already kind of looked into it myself for a bit. Like, I think about some of these people who just come in for like a joke and have no idea, and then they have one of these conversations. Like, it's no surprise a load of them brick, like, straight away. I mean, because it's one thing to kind of very slowly, by yourself, with no one watching or anything, look at flat Earth and start to tentatively ask yourself, holy shit, have these guys got good arguments? Is this starting to make a little sense? Like, that thing by yourself can be an intense process. But to go through that out of the blue, live, real time, in front of an audience, being asked questions, it's not an easy thing. So I do try and keep that in mind if there's someone totally fresh and new to this.
True,
You know what I mean?
true. There is like a weird duality there, because you heard the guy say himself, well, you guys are weird and dismissed, or something like that. You know, people dismiss you and think you're this certain way. It's like, well, the issue with them thinking that is they don't actually understand our position. So the thing they're dismissing and calling stupid are their own self-created, concocted ideas of flat Earth. They're not really mocking our position. If you understood our position, it would be hard to mock. So
yeah, and in a way, it plays to our advantage in some ways, because people underestimate it and they think, right, I can just come in here and make these guys look foolish, having done no research whatsoever. And obviously, the opposite is true. And a lot of people hear that and go, "Oh shit, I'm going to listen to more."
Right. You're right. I'll take note of the whole, like, don't be the, we do have an audience and you might rub someone the wrong way. I'll keep that in mind. That's something I can work on. I've always had this idea that, like, I sometimes balance on that individual, trying to help that individual versus the audience. Sometimes the audience can be more important. So I'll keep that in mind.
Yeah, dude.
Some people need that poke in the chest.
What's up? What's up?
Wake up. You know what I mean? Like,
What's up, buddy?
For sure.
Oh, shit.
Oh, shit. Here we go.
Oh, shit.
Here we go.
Here comes the big dog.
Here we go.
R.I.P. R.I.P. the AE map.
We talked to Abstinent. You guys talked to Abstinent?
Abstinent, what up?
It's a new buddy here.
Hey, sorry, I'm just listening.
We.
This is a no listening panel.
Okay, then have a good one.
Wayne.
Just peace out.
Holy smokes!
I am.
Is it snowing in here? That was a snowflake.
CB,
okay, I'm gone.
You got to put your kid gloves on.
What did you say?
CB, did you listen to one word Cyclone said?
I was going to say, CB's first attempt after that conversation. That was even quicker than the last guy. Amazing.
It's okay.
Dude, that line usually works though.
Yeah, we got. It's okay. We got PMac. What's going on him? Just kidding. There's another dude named Pro.
Oh Lord.
Burgers. I like burgers.
No, you should talk about nothing burgers. That's better.
Oh shit! Yeah, I forgot about those. People like that. People like nothing burgers.
I don't.
Yeah, it goes good with word salad.
Nothing burgers and words. Awesome.
So you've read nothing.
Hey, did you guys? Will Duffy and gang, Whitsett was talking about. Well, we were wrong. I don't know. You guys probably didn't see it. But...
Let's hear your spin on it, Alpha.
What happened? What happened?
No way.
Yeah, they landed in Antarctica, and lo and behold, the sun is up. The midnight sun, actually, and Yeah, he got on there. Everybody was taking turns, of course, getting on camera and whatnot. Will Duffy had this like shit-eating grin on his face, and everybody was saying, "Well, sun's up," and Witzel was like, "Yeah, we were wrong."
Hold on a second.
Wow.
What time zone are they in? And the reason I ask that, because if you've got your clock set for midnight, and then you come to Australia, because it's going to be a midnight fucking sun.
Yeah.
I think it's like somewhere in the Pacific to the Eastern time zone, somewhere in that range.
What's it saying we're wrong about, though? Because as far as I'd heard before, he was saying he didn't know what was going to be happening. So he's saying we were wrong about the sun being up for 24 hours, or flat Earth, not flat Earth, right?
No. He didn't say flat Earth. He said 24-hour sun. He said we were wrong about it. So I don't know why do you have to say you're wrong about it? Like, I mean, were you saying that there was no 24 hours? Because to me, the analemma already spoke about it. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because if you have concentric circles in the north, if you saw the analemma, and then in the south, it would be the same thing. I already knew that coming in. Like, I wasn't thinking that there was not going to be a 24-hour sun. I was like, well, nobody's actually verified it, but now that people are there, so be it. But it's not a big, like, oh my God, like, what are we going to do now kind of thing. It was like, who cares?
Yeah.
You get circles here and then circles there.
Yep.
Are you starting a Dr. Seuss book here? Circles here, circles there.
Circles
everywhere. Yeah, I mean, that's where we have to go.
Circles everywhere.
Yeah, exactly, because they're confused by circles. They're confused by a lot of things. Circles just being one of the remedial things among them.
Well, for the globalists to use this observation, here's their new model right here. They got to go the flat sun.
I think Witsit did kind of rep the AE thing quite a bit, though.
Yeah. Oh, what's his name? Isn't Dave, fucking, what's his name? God dang it. Dave.
Yeah, Dearth or whatever.
Flat Earth Dave. Anyway, didn't he have an app out, his whole, like, little corner of the world was that he pushed out this little, azimuthal equidistant projection map, like, app thingy.
Yeah.
But, I mean, is he going to have to redo that now? Because the sun's not doing what his app's saying.
One thing it has shown is who the flat Earth shills are. I think that's kind of evident now.
Yeah.
Jaren's another one who went all in on the AE map.
So they're eating crow over there while they're in Antarctica? Is that what they're serving them?
Yeah, they're eating crow to McToon. Yeah, McToon's serving up the crow.
Oh my, dude! Wouldn't that be the worst? Isn't that the worst, dude?
Yeah.
Eating crow and McToon is serving it, dude. Like, he's just like, oh, here you go.
Well, they were overconfident, and they got hooked on an idea that seemed nice, sort of like people do with the globe, you know?
Well, that's like a hard counter, too, because McToon's claim was that all flat earthers, without exception, are a bunch of liars and rejects, and they're always wrong. So now he's got to say, if they're wrong about this, what is he missing? Because he agrees with it.
Dude, that's the worst. Being over there right now in their shoes is the worst, because you were there to prove a point, and your point's not proven, dude. It's like, I mean, amongst other things, I mean, they could turn it around and say, no, well, I mean, it was a free trip to Antarctica. We're going to do a whole bunch of other stuff. That's great. But there's a whole lot of egg on your face right now. I don't know if you're going to use that to make a omelet or whatever, but, like, damn.
Well,
an omelet.
With, Peter and Phil, they started with that line of questioning of, why is the sun setting to the south in southern Chile? As soon as that happened, I was like, okay, it is definitely making concentric loops down there.
Yeah. I mean, it's no big deal or whatever, because, I mean, like, the analemma was always the reference from, like, why that would be the case. So to me, it was like, yeah, well, I mean, we have the analemma to kind of show that it is doing something like what it does in the north.
Yeah.
So, it's no biggie.
It's not just a wider circle. Why? Yeah. Yeah, I don't really see how that would come out to the analemma either.
So, anyway, but I mean, I don't know. It's just the fact that when you're can you imagine being on that trip if you were there, even if you were just, I mean, a partaker of it?
It's a horrible thought.
Because I was looking at the live stream, and when, Witsit was saying, we were wrong kind of thing, everybody was taking turns talking about their experience on the trip and everything. There was like at least 4,000 people on the live stream going fucking bananas, dude. Like, the Glovers were fucking hysterical, man. It was crazy. Like, you couldn't get a word in. Everybody was like saying game over, game over, game over. Like, I was like, oh my god, dude. Like, what's gonna come of this is a fucking backlash of Glovers, dude.
It's like when your party wins an election, and that's where the
good.
Yep, exactly. It was like this. It's like Kamala Harris just won the election. It was some shit like that. It was
like, yeah, hooray, yeah, we won, we did it.
That's why they've been billing it as the final. That's why they've been like pushing this whole final experiment idea, because they're desperate to then say at the end of it, no, that was final. You can't have the discussion anymore. That's all that this is. This is just an attempt for them to try and shut down the conversation, which is not going to happen. And it's going to be hilarious when they come back and they're like, hey, how come all the flat Earth channels are still full and everyone's still talking about it? Because you didn't prove that it was a globe.
You know what's even worse, Cyclone? Is that they didn't debunk anything to do with flat Earth. They only debunked one of the maps that were representing the globe. The azimuthal equidistant projection. Yeah, it was,
well done, Globies.
It was a fucking globe map, dude.
You debunked the globe map. Good job. So, you're flat, yeah?
And how is it not going to be final, too? If this is final for them and not final.
Somebody hot micing?
Yeah, it sounded like. If they said this is their final experiment and it wasn't final nor an experiment and it didn't use flat Earth, dude, you shot yourself in the foot.
Oh my.
And now you think it's time to get to the end of the racetrack?
They do think that. Well, I mean, they do have people like Jaron who have been propping that up for years, right? Trying to argue that this is the true layout of the Earth. So, I mean, with him, they do feel like they've scored a win.
Oh, yeah, but that's interesting, too. They thought they defeated Jaron in 2018 on Netflix. Interesting.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Like, how many times do they have to dunk on the guy?
Keep dunking on him, man. I'm telling you.
I don't think it's me.
That's that guy with the letter F on him.
Yeah, like
Faisa or whatever the fuck.
Yeah, it's like FA is AI or something like that.
Yeah.
Can we pop him on mute?
I would. She's not talking or anything.
Oh, wow.
No, see, Adam Unsalted posted a video of how they're like on a green screen or something. Have you seen that?
I have not seen that.
Yeah, he posted it in lobby in our server like recently. I just saw it. Honestly, I haven't been following any content, but he posted like Duffy on a green screen down there or whatever, down wherever.
Yeah, so here's another thing, dude. The people in the chat were yelling green screen. I don't know if they were just saying that as mocking flat Earth.
No, I think they caught him.
Nah, I don't know, man. Are you?
I think they caught
sure
his
about
ass.
that?
Yeah. Let me post it. Let me grab it.
What would that imply, though?
I don't. That's that. What I know.
I don't know about that. Let's go steady on the green screen thing. I don't know about that.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
Listen. I'm not saying that, but I just looked at our lobby, and Adam Unsalted posted a video of him on a green screen. But let me post it.
Yeah, but you know what's funny
about what shit about shit, bro.
Yeah, you know what's funny about what CB's saying is when I was looking at the chat, like go bananas. People were they were texting that in the chat. Green screen. I was like, what the fuck? I was like, there's no green screen, dude.
Look at what I posted.
Anyway,
look at what I posted.
All right.
Where's the like? Do you have the clip though? Like,
I mean, yeah, dude. Again, I haven't seen any content from this shit. I haven't seen any content from this shit. I went to our server for 2 seconds, and Adam had this posted in the lobby. I was like, oh shit, what the fuck?
So I don't know, bro. No, I don't know anything about
I mean, I'm not
this,
saying
but
they
that's what I
couldn't
saw.
employ some technology, but like a green screen, I mean, Witsit and all that are there, so.
Yeah, but
Unless they're like,
he's supposedly he's supposedly in the Arctic or something like that.
If they were throwing up a green screen in front of the guy, you don't think Witsit's going to say something? You think Witsit's now like, oh yeah, let's throw up a green screen and trick flat earthers? Come on.
There's a lot of UV in that brightness, though, that it could interfere with some stuff.
Look at the chat though. What is that?
They could be like, see the shadow. It's like the shadow on his thing there, but like it could be like cause like the contrast from his jacket. Oh, that's a little bit weird.
I don't know about that one, Chief. I don't know about that one, Chief.
Yeah, it's a little
I don't
weird.
know. Listen,
What's it doing? I'm driving.
I'd like to see the video.
It looks like it's a green screen shit, bro.
Let me tell Cyclone, I'm driving as well, but I got a glimpse of it. It's like I think Will Duffy or somebody's putting his hand up in front of his jacket, and then his hand looks like it's like not like it's fucking like it's glitching or some shit. I don't know how to
Why is the text? What's up with the text though?
Yeah, that's weird.
What's up with that text?
Yeah, dude.
What happened is
all right. I'll need to take a look when I get back.
Yeah, definitely take a look at that, bro.
What happened is they have Will Duffy. Will Duffy every time you you done yet, bro? You done?
I'm right here, bro. What do you need? What do you want? I'm right here.
No, that guy's talking about his family. I think he's just calling his family.
Yeah. He's chanting his ancestors. So what happened was Will Duffy, when he records with his camera, he always has this like chroma key, like the TFE black screen or blue screen, whatever. Behind
is a chroma key?
Yeah. So what happens is while he was recording, because there's a part where they show like critical thinker, like he does like a measurement, quote unquote, of like on a scale, but on the scale on the display, it has like when he turns it on, there must be like a blue light or something because it sets off the chroma key and like and then it's blacked out. Like it looks like that chroma key gets put onto that display. And then he's like, look, here's the reading, and then he puts like some weights on it. He's like, there you go. Do you see it? But like, no, we don't see it because his graphic kicked in and it blocked out because there was a blue screen. And then Jonathan, Candace Owens' producer, when he came into the scene, that's when you see that TFE again, that graphic. But then you see him on McToon's stream. And McToon is like reading a child, like a baby book, bro. But Jonathan comes up and he's like, oh, cool. And he reads that book with him. And then you see on his shirt, he has this like really weird colored, like blue, like patch on his shirt. So then it doesn't make sense, as far as how. It doesn't make sense, like, it makes sense. Sorry, it made sense. That's why it looked like that. But go ahead.
Yeah, all I'm saying is, here's just my kind of feelings about all of this. I don't want 24/7 to get mixed up in calling this like green screen, because if it does anything for us, what it's going to do is going to thin the herd, and it's going to actually separate those who were adhering to the AE map. Because it's a reified map anyways. So it's a globe, essentially. But at the same time, people are making claims about it like it was like the gold standard.
Right.
For flat Earth. And it never was that. It never ever was that.
Right.
So I'm just saying, like, I don't know about jumping on the green screen bandwagon, even though there's some glitches with here's my thought on it too, was like, they didn't have to be using all that kind of shit. They could have just like not used any of those kind of fancy, editing things like while they were doing it because of this fact. Like maybe it was an oopsie daisy on their part, but like people are gonna be talking like green screens and shit, like the super conspiratorial people, and then we're gonna have like flat earthers being like, "Nah, man, you flat earthers that think that it wasn't a green screen, you guys are shills," like and shit like that, dude. You know what I mean?
Big background to cover with the green screen, man. That's a pretty that'd be a big job.
I always told
but
you.
I get it, man. I get it. I get it. People, yeah, I know, but you know what I'm saying? Like, it's gonna be like that kind of shit for the next month or so.
Yeah,
people are gonna be like, look, man, look, they're doing the same thing they did in the ISS, man. Same shit. And like, you know, it's gonna be, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Look at his glasses though. He's got the reflection of the pretty much the same, like, you know, land alien stuff in his glasses. It looks somewhat legit, except for like the little error.
If you believe William Duffy, I got some financial advice for you.
I don't know anything. I'm just looking at it from a technical perspective.
You make a good point there, brother. You make a good point because, you know, let me not set the tone for that. It's just
what is the thing on his chest though? It's like it's just the chroma key thing where he has a logo. Usually,
no. See, I was gonna say that's like some 4D chess shit though. If I don't want to give him too much credit, but that's almost like 4D chess. Let me just.
But you should hear the 58-minute video that he put out just like not too long ago. He had this shit-eating grin, bro. Like it was a McDonald's smile and shit, like a Kool-Aid smile. Like the dude was so fucking happy that the 24-hour sun was there. Like he's just, you know what I'm saying? Like I mean, he was just like letting everybody come out. Oh, this is what's it, and we're all sitting here together. It's like, you know, it's just like kumbaya fucking bullshit. You know, like when you already know he was spitting venom prior to this shit, dude. Like he was spitting venom, dude, all over the internet, and then come to find out, like now they're just like all, you know, chummies and shit. Like, come on, man, this is like reality TV or some shit, dude.
Long Island season 428 just keeps going.
What the fuck, man?
Well, the thing about it though is that, like I was talking to, I don't know who the guy is, but I was getting into it with somebody, going back and forth in that Jaren's back channel thing, whatever, where you can talk to him. And this guy was like, "Oh, like the 24 that proves the globe Earth," and I'm like, "No, dude, like that doesn't prove a shape. It proves like okay, you see something in the sky that doesn't prove you're standing on. That doesn't hand wave like the way we measure it. We transfer lines horizontally like that. You cannot negate that. Like that is our reality.
Yep.
Like there's a lot of things that you can't just like all of a sudden, oh, because you were wrong, because you said that there's no sun that's 24 hours in the south, now that means you're wrong about the sun being 93 million miles away. Because I believe it's 93 miles away. And because I believe the 24-hour sun, now I'm right. So now all of a sudden they just blanket black holes exist and dinosaurs exist and evolution's real. Like, no, it doesn't fucking change all that other bullshit nonsense pseudoscience. Like, no, it doesn't give it the green, like a golden ticket to now fucking accept all the bullshit that we've been told.
People's ability to rationalize like that really never fails to surprise me, because it's like this should be the one Olympic sport. Take them all away and just like who can lie to themselves the most and just like convince themselves something like that. Like, oh yeah, ipso facto.
It was just a scenario where they built it up. Like I think Crit was saying, there was this build up, this hype. You know, this hype, and everybody was all ready for this, and we got the naysayers, and we got the people that were for it, and it was just like it was a dog and pony show, and everybody on our side over here was like, dude, this is just fucking, it's bullshit. You know, everybody's all hype and shit. But now what you have is, you know, people saying that proves something. So Indio came up with the final proposition. Like he's saying that's what, you know, like we're going to be telling them. Okay, so with the final proposition, that's what we're going to be saying 24/7, is we're going to be asking them, what does this prove? Go ahead and give an illogical syllogism how this 24-hour sun, you know, final experiment, proves anything. And form it in a logical syllogism. Premise, conclusion. So if you can understand that viewpoint, if they're going to be able to do that with whatever happened in Antarctica, then maybe they would have a chance. But if they cannot form an illogical syllogism what this proved in any way, then they can't say that it proves anything. Because you're going to have to form it into, a logical statement.
Right.
You guys know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, for sure. And like I said in the very beginning, when I was asked in the very beginning, and I said it'll definitely make me have to go back to the drawing board, because I mean, if I have an understanding, or I thought I assumed the sun to be doing one thing, but it ends up being doing something else. But that never made it a fucking green light to say, oh well, that means that the Earth has to be a globe. Like that was never part of the fucking the understanding there.
Yeah.
I did say I have to go back to the drawing board, but that has to do with the sun, not with anything else.
But think about it, man. They were hyping. Go ahead.
Yeah, they're going to have a conniption over the logical syllogism thing because they will not be able to do that. Absolutely not. Yeah, so just formalize it. Give me the formal logic. Prove it right with logic. It will not happen.
It's like Christmas. It's gonna be like Christmas for like 2 months for us, man. Fucking every day they're gonna come in there. It's just gonna be like kiboshing every single. Because they're gonna be all hyped up, dude. They're just gonna be all like crazy and talking about like the flat Earth is dead and shit. Like, because I'm telling you, if it's anything like what I was seeing on in the text, dude, it was like they were going ape shit, dude. Like, fucking.
Well, I mean, it just shows how little they've learned through these conversations and all this time. They should have learned this much about logic and stuff, right? By this point, they should absolutely know that, like, that's not going to necessarily rule out whatever the ground is because you saw the sun in the sky. But I don't know.
But right now, you have McToon telling his audience, all the flat earthers just need to shut up. They're all wrong. And they've been proven wrong. So then you're going to have all those morons just dispersing out like fucking, little monkey sheep that they are.
Good.
You know what? It's McToon minions, bro.
This is where you can bring in, some of the debate bro tactics. Those guys who come in here and they're like, what's P1, what's P2? And they're like, can you justify that? And it'll be something really simple that everybody knows. They'll be, can you justify that? Can you justify that? Yes. Well, I mean, that is a tactic. That is something that you can say to these guys when they come back with this stuff. Because they will, if you press them to put it into a logical syllogism, they will try to come up with something. And it will be completely unsound, incoherent garbage. You just ask.
I know, isn't that fun? Isn't that fun? Like,
yeah. Can you justify that? Just do that. Do the debate bro thing. Can you justify that? They will never be able to.
Nothing more satisfying than using an evil person's same tools against them. They freak out.
Yeah.
So that's the one way to think about it, for sure.
Flat Earth
but are you tainted in the process? Are we? I don't know.
Now, what'd you say, Jedi?
I said Flat Earth has just got a whole lot more interesting. This is hilarious.
Yeah, bro. Bring the smoke.
Look, man, we're bringing the smoke tonight on X. I think I'm going to dub the name of the space, The Final Proposition, Part 1. I don't know how many parts we're going to get.
You guys are going to get reported for anti-Semitic stuff, probably.
That's going to go off.
Strange, Jedi said that. Man. Strange you said that. I just thought that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going on tonight. It'll be tonight on the X space for sure. And we're gonna, dude, it's exciting already. Like I'm excited just by like what's gonna happen with the fallout of this. Like there's gonna be so much fucking cope. Like God, dude, the cups of baller tears are gonna runneth over tonight. And possibly for the next month or so.
Yeah.
Oh, this isn't gonna stop. This is just going to continue and continue.
You guys are eventually just going to have to line up in battle groups and just have a all-out war, just kill each other.
Oh, dude, that's so much fun. Fuck, that's so much. Like, I can't believe, dude. Me, Jedi, Indio, AI, like all of us, like the OGs, like we're fucking like. This is what we wake up in the morning for this shit, dudes. I'm telling you.
Reckoner's just like finally.
Yeah. Get to the chopper.
Sure. Listen. Thank you.
He's finally going to talk after 10 fucking years.
I miss him.
He just sits there, though.
He stops sitting there every now and again.
Yeah, he's in a coma. There. Please wake up, please.
His family.
Indio's like, he's so ready for this, dude. I am too. As much as like I seen all those Globers in the chat, I was like, dude, this is gonna be fucking awesome, dude. Their hair, everybody's hair is like on fire right now. Just like Crit always says, their hair's on fire. They're running around, fucking. Yep.
Yeah, fuck your Black Swan, 24 hours on that.
Yeah, exactly. dude.
Well, yeah, just don't
So
forget.
good.
Like, I mean, we've said it like 10 times already, but just don't forget to ask them for the logical proof behind it.
Yeah.
Do that. Hammer them with that. They'll never, I swear they will never come. They will try to formulate something, and it will be an unsound argument for sure.
What I'm hearing so far is, well, it can't be flat, right? And typically my response is, oh, flat how? Like, get them to define exactly the flat Earth that they're debunking. Guarantee it won't be our position. Yeah, exactly. They'll be like debunking. Like, I had this conversation with a Kumu virus a long time ago, and he's like, well, we can just rule out any flat Earth. I'm like, well, what flat Earth specifically? He's like, well, you know, a dog-shaped, cat-shaped, triangle, square, it doesn't matter, just can't be flat. Oh, well, are any of those our position? So
what I find is what they go to is that the sun would be setting towards the north if you're south of the Tropic of Capricorn. That's what they're going to. And so then they're basically insinuating the AE map when they say that, because that's what it would do on there. So pretty much every argument about this is based against the AE model, right?
But only one.
Yep. But the thing is, too, they're going to be like, so I guess we got to throw that into the bin. I'm like, dude, I tell you what, we'll get all the AE maps and make a big ass globe bonfire out of it, and I'll bring the gasoline, because hey, we're burning another globe, idea down. I'm all for it. Fuck it.
What's interesting too is like they've been taking L's for years. So maybe they think this is finally maybe a little bit of a W that they can like plant the flag on. They're like, oh well, here's a W. I go,
well, in that sense, that's okay, because that will drive a resurgence of Globers into these channels who have their dreams destroyed all over again. So it's 2015 again.
Well, since they've just debunked one of their globetard maps, I've just posted up in text chat. They can do that one next.
Or look at the one I posted too. They could do this one next. Why is this one wrong?
Oh, yeah, we got about 116 more to go.
I got a clip on chimpanzees of them talking about it being a social experiment. The experiment always was, what will flat earthers do?
Jedi. Bro's always laughing in the background. That shit gets me so weak.
Is this kind of just as illogical as debunking an AE, Antarctica-based model, though, too?
Ooh.
Like, what if we decided that was the center? You could just as easily do that because it has a celestial pull too. You could use the same logic basically to make the same sorts of claims, right? And that would be obviously ridiculous. So that's all they've done, right? Is just demonstrate that something like that is false.
Or we could just make Duffy go all over the place and spend all his money going to the north next. We could just say, you know what? But you haven't stood 90 degrees underneath Polaris. And once you do that, maybe you might have something. And then he'd be like, oh, shit. Now I got to invest money to do that? Damn it. I thought I debunked you, flat earthers. It's crazy, dude. $500,000 he spent already with all things.
Man.
So what?
$500,000.
You'll probably get that money back somehow, some way.
I think they're going to make this into a production, Heretic, to be honest. I think he's going to try to like maybe Netflix it or something.
Most likely.
And Netflix will just gobble that shit up. They'll be like, dudes, we got to put this up. And so, if anything, we're going to probably wind up seeing it.
They've already spanked Aaron before. They'll do it again.
So it's the sun.
Sequel.
Oh, man. Here we go.
Spanking Jaren Part 2.
But that's all they can do, right? It's just a character assassination. It's not proving the globe or anything. This is the best they can do at this point, is just try to attack us as a character. Hit pieces and shit like that. Whatever. The real people will be able to see through it. This is only going to be a gatekeep for just a next wave of normies.
And I guess we don't really have to worry about them too much. It's not like we want them or need them anyway, right? If you can't see through this, then stay on that side. The ones that there's going to be a certain type of people this will raise a red flag. They'll be like, what the fuck? This, and those are our people. They'll see through it. I'm not too worried about that.
That's interesting, part 2.
That's interesting.
I got a couple, let me get a couple bits in. So it's funny because the Globers still haven't realized that it's always a net loss for them whenever they do something high profile. So Beyond the Curve on Netflix got a load of people to watch it. So let's say 100,000 people end up looking into it or watching that documentary. A few thousand of them, potentially, however many it is, end up researching to the point where they become no longer globe believers. But it never works the other way, right? They never come out and turn a bunch of flat earthers into globers. So all that ends up happening with every new wave of a stunt is a bunch more people look into flat earth, a bunch more flat earthers are created, and that's how it goes.
Wow.
But
good point.
Promoting the conversation.
So we're gonna get. Yeah, exactly. It's just promoting the conversation. And so, what is Jaren saying now? Because didn't Jaren say before, if there's a 24-hour sun, he'll give up his channel or something? What the hell was he saying?
Oh,
he made some ridiculous claim like that, didn't he?
Did he say that for real?
Well, a few of them said that would. I don't know. Maybe he did just say it would just show the AE map is wrong. But I thought he said something more like. A few of them were like, yeah, it won't be a flat earther anymore if there's a 24-hour sun. I don't know. Maybe I'm misremembering who said that, but I remember folk were saying Jaren was saying something like it will mean something significant for him anyway.
That's a
we're gonna hear in about a day or two for sure. They're gonna be commenting because they're gonna be contemplating what's going on in their heads, how they're gonna roll out with the next wave of I don't know, disinformation. I don't know what you want to call it. But flat earthers, we were wrong. Some shit like that. Because I did hear Witsit say that. So, fucking hell, bro.
Witsit, come on, dude. What the fuck?
Yeah. I don't know, dude. But I just look at the Will Duffy video that just came out. It's on YouTube. And, everybody's taking turns. And then, of course, I think he said something like, we were wrong about the 24-hour sun, but, that doesn't mean that the earth isn't flat. Or he said some shit like that. But I'm like, dude, you don't even have to say you were wrong, man. Bro. Fucking hell.
That's it.
That's all right. That must mean... if they did come out and say there's no way there can be a 24-hour sun and they saw one and are saying they were wrong, that's fair enough. To be fair to the guys, they went out there, so I give them credit for that. Like we say, it doesn't make a difference to our position. An observation of whatever the sun is doing does not change the physical nature of water or gas pressure requiring a container. It doesn't change any of those things, so it's not really a big deal, but it'll be a good thing in the long run.
Sorry, go ahead, CP.
No, that wasn't me. Go ahead. I think Wolfgang was just finishing up.
Oh, okay, my bad. I'm all messed up, obviously, but forgot what I was even going to say, so forget it. Go ahead.
Yeah.
No, I do.
Yeah, honestly, they're just fine. Go ahead.
No, I'm going to cut you off. Sorry about that. No, that's amazing proof, though. You saw the sun do something in the sky. Therefore, all the laws of hydrostatics are now debunked. Everything that we've studied about water, observed about the nature of water, it's all out the window now because you saw the sun do something. Does that follow? That's why India's question is important. Get him to formalize it.
Okay. I did see India was in earlier. But yeah, man, they're swatting the beehive. And if anyone's going to get stung by this,
even if they get to the point where they're trying to form a logical argument about it, they'll end up saying, well, my claimed cause for the fact that the 24-hour sun is happening is because there's a curved surface. And then we say, okay, well, validate that your claimed cause is true and that there's a curved surface. So again, you're back to you have to provide curvature, which they can't do. So
Yeah, we're now to believe that water has a convexity rate of 8 inches per mile squared, even though it always is measured and observed completely horizontal because they saw the sun do something.
I mean, I can see the memes now. Look in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. No, it's some bullshit distraction from the facts. That's the Earth is flat.
Yeah, I mean, Jared
it doesn't follow.
You want me to post the video? Sorry.
No, go ahead.
I'm going to post the video. I'm just going to post the video for you guys. Click on it. It's in the chat.
I mean, if we weren't so inclusive for like all people, Jaren should have been drummed out like Netflix, like at the end of Netflix.
Yeah. Does anyone even hang out? Who hangs out with Jaren and that food? Because, bro, I just go with my gut on a lot of things, and my gut told me don't worry about Jaren. He's not him. He's not him. This is not him. That's why I'm here with you guys. This is who it is. This is the crew.
Yeah, I mean, just like the sort of weird, aggression that they kept doing. Like, so he's saying that science didn't prove anything. Started some sort of Twitter war with Nathan Oakley and QE over that. Refused to even budge. Then goes on a final experiment with a William McDuffie, and then suddenly science proves things. Dude, you jumped 2 sharks there. You just made, the Happy Days look like a reasonable plot device. When Fonzie went, was it skiing?
Hey.
Final embarrassment. That's pretty funny, Sasha.
The final embarrassment. So wait, who were the flat earthers? Where did they go? Like couldn't they have just gone to some icy place? Are we buying that they went to Antarctica? I don't know. Maybe my tinfoil hat's a little too wrinkly. But I wouldn't be surprised if they just went to some icy place and they're like, here we are.
Well, allegedly, the whole lot of it's GPS tracked.
Yeah.
Yeah, they made a lot of Glober's fantasies come true by putting tracking devices on flat earthers. I mean, that alone was probably worth the price of admission for some of the Globers. They're like, yeah, I can in real time track Whitson's location. He's in the hotel. Oh my god. I mean, that's how fucking mental these guys are.
Yeah, they were watching his react. Like, they don't even care about the 24-hour sun. They were just like focused on his reaction to everything. Like, what is he doing now? How is he looking? Tell me. Is his face kind of like shrugging? What is he saying?
Exactly, Biggie. They posted a picture of them all like before they left, like a group photo, and every single comment was like, "Oh, look at Whitson! Look at him! He's not happy. He's not having a good time." It's like, wow, you guys are so fucking obsessed with like the guys. It's not even about the sun. It's not about the earth. It's about, I hate flat earthers. Let's make them cold and miserable.
Right.
Exactly.
Which is too smart for their own good, man.
But I mean, it was like, and that's why I was saying before, I was like, man, I can't believe like Woodson and that, or even putting pen to paper contractually with these guys, because these are guys who do not like.
Right.
They're not.
Exactly.
They're not looking to help you out or do you any favors.
Hey, come on, flat earthers. I'll take you on a journey. You want to come? I don't know about you guys, but my parents raised me like, if someone pulls up to you with a white van and they're trying to give you candy, don't get in the van. The fuck are you doing?
Yeah, when you click on that video that I put in the chat, look at Will Duffy's smile. I'm just saying, look at his smile, bro. Like he's like ba da ba ba ba. Like he's loving it, bro. I'm telling you, he's loving every minute of this shit. Like he just won the World Series, bro. It is.
He can already see the finale to the next Netflix documentary. He's probably saying to Jared, "Hey, Jared, say that's interesting."
Oh my god!
And then Jared's like, "Oh, that's interesting." And he's like, "Great, thank you. Ship it to Netflix. Great, that's $10 million for me. Thank you, guys."
Yeah. I don't know.
Thank you, Clover, for earning a mega church pastor another $10 million while proving absolutely nothing about the globe.
Young Earth creationist, also.
Yeah, and he also says that lying and deceiving are not in the Bible anywhere.
So is it fair to say now that the leader of the Globe Earth movement is a mega church, young Earth creationist?
Well, I mean, it always has been, right? Wasn't the OG heliocentric outfit the Catholic Church?
It's true. It's just a logical continuation of the doctrine from the church. There you go.
But Will Duffy's he's as dumb as a bag of hammers, bros. Like, this guy is a numpty. Like, he's like, seriously, there's nothing. He's like one of the regular clowns that come in here. He's not like, somebody who's like Zanuck or some shit. Like, I mean, you wouldn't put him on par like that. Like, the guy doesn't know shit.
These guys have to now, because this is the guy who's put together the final experiment, which has finally proven the globe. He's got to be their main guy.
Yeah. He's a rich dummy.
Time is nigh, friends.
Time is nigh. Oh, shit. Hell yeah.
That's hilarious.
Viking made a funny statement in the chat. 24-hour flat Earth solar elevation angle measurements in December. Woohoo!
No, I'm thinking something about this, man. Maybe we can use this as a hook. Get the Globers to come in and like, look, man, flat Earth finally disproven. Come on and join us. And then we just fucking
it already is. That's the beauty of it. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
This is already just good for us, because now they're going to be even more confident, and the fall is going to be that much greater. It's hilarious.
and I was trying to figure out how could we reignite their confidence, and this is just like it's an early Christmas present, bro. Like, what can I say? Like, it's fucking gonna be amazing.
Like when you're playing. It's like when you're playing football with one of your mates and he's a bit shit, so you really have to take it easy on them and let them get a few goals just so they'll keep playing for a bit.
Actually, that's a study. There's a study that was taking place with animals, I think dogs specifically, where if the big dog is playing with the little dog and the big dog just dominates every single time, the little dog will be discouraged and go away. But if the big dog allows the smaller one to win every now and again, they'll remain engaged and keep coming back for more play. So, yeah, we'll let them have this, I guess, right?
Well, I mean, yeah, it's nothing wrong with it. Like, they're just saying, like, they proved the 24-hour sun. It's like, kudos, great, good job. Now you can get a cookie, but come on in so we can have a talk about flat Earth and globe Earth. Like, because you wanted to be confident, right? When they come in here, like, I know because we lost that, man. The magic was lost in about maybe a year and a half ago, 2 years. They wouldn't come in. They weren't confident. They were feeble. They were kind of just dragging their feet, coming in. I don't know. I'm an agnostic earther. This is going to reignite the passion, bros. They're going to come in full force saying, I know the Earth is a globe right now. I know it is. And that's going to be like, isn't that what you want?
Then just get them to logically formulate their 24-hour sun bullshit and see what happens.
Yeah. Damn.
Can you give me like
sun earthers? They're all yours, CB.
We need to be ready with the clip compilation for when we get like a series of those attempts at a logical formation of the argument and just string it into a big long compilation.
You're thinking ahead. Yeah, we can do that.
Can you break that down?
Well, I mean, the rank and file guys, for the most part, they're not even going to know what a logical syllogism is, so they're going to get stumped right off the bat. But then the ones that are more diehard and stuff, like Peter, they'll come up with something completely stupid. Go ahead.
Yeah, sure. No, can you
that's
just
going to be great content
for like those in the back that maybe the flat earthers are still studying, learning? What is a logical syllogism, and how could we form? Can you give us an example of that, and maybe give us an example of how a globe earther would attempt to formulate a logical syllogism with this 24-hour sun thing? Sorry if that's a lot to ask.
Yeah, it's premise 1, premise 2, and a conclusion. Okay. So they've seen the 24-hour sun, premise 1, right? Premise 2 would be, well, that means that, their map or whatever is now debunked. So the conclusion is the Earth is not flat. But
Well,
it's not
flat.
Yeah, it's not A flat. But so even if they were doing a premise conclusion, that doesn't mean the conclusion is drawn from the premise. The premise can be flawed. So what I just said,
be unsound.
Yeah, do you hear what I just said? The 24-hour sun is up. Therefore, the AE map is incorrect. That's why the conclusion is the Earth is not flat.
Right.
That don't even sound right.
Well, no, but I'm saying, like, that's how they're going to try to form this logical syllogism. They're going to have to form it in a way where it actually makes coherent sense to either, I guess, however they want to do it, but flat or globe.
They're going to be equivocating flat Earth with AE map, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
So it's premise, conclusion, right? They have to do it in that way to make it sound. And if it's not sound, then they can't logically say that anything they've derived from the 24-hour sun is done in a way that they've debunked it, the Earth being flat.
You can give them debunk of AE map, but they can't equivocate that with the Earth being flat.
Yeah, exactly. That makes sense?
Yep.
So it's logical, and it's forming a statement where premise, conclusion. And just remember, because you have to always do it in a way to where they make it sound how they stand on a premise, and then the next premise would support the previous, and then of course it would be the conclusion from those two, that the reason why they believe what they believe logically. It's going to be interesting, but they have to form it in a way how in anything that they've done in Antarctica with the 24-hour sun can be done in a logical syllogism, premise, conclusion.
It has to be if this is the final thing and it's some sort of proof.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
Has to be.
Has to
and
be.
if they cannot do it, they can't form it in a logical syllogism. This is Indiel's final proposition. I'm giving him props, dude, because he's already set this up. So all we got to do is just take it to the next level and put it out there. So we're going to have the final proposition to their final experiment.
I also like what Viking is putting in the chat with the elevation angles to the sun in Antarctica. It's pretty funny. But yeah, that is the way to go. The final proposition, right?
Yep.
How can you logically state it that will actually prove your conclusion? Absolutely.
Either way,
I mean, we all know it's not going to happen.
Yeah, either way, if they want to say that they're debunking flat Earth or they're proving the globe, either it doesn't matter. They're going to have to form it in a logical syllogism and premise, conclusion. And you have to listen to their premise, conclusion. And if it's flawed in some way, if it's not talking about what we're saying, then you have to point that out to them.
You'll get the numpties like Embo, who know enough to actually try to formulate something, but it will be completely unsound, right? The logic won't fall.
Well,
that's when the steel trap comes in. Snap shut.
Can the second premise be an observation?
The premise can be anything, but the conclusion would have to be stated because of the two premise. So try to form it, Twonger.
Yeah,
I know you're wronger, but I just attempt to do it.
I mean,
let's use Twonger. Twonger can be our first kind of bait here.
Yeah.
Go ahead, yeah. Twonger. Try to form in a logical syllogism.
Sure, it's a little bit of it'll be rough, but it'll be something like this.
Try it.
A 24-hour sun would only be possible on a tilted, rotating globe. That's premise one.
Mm-hmm.
And then premise two would be a 24-hour sun is observed during winter in the South Pole, in Antarctica. So therefore, the conclusion is that it's a globe.
All right, I'll let CB go in on this because he wanted to have this demonstrated. What do you think was anything wrong with Twonger's?
Yeah, what's up?
Oh, thank you.
You got to confirm the logical necessity of a globe for that observation. Go ahead.
I'll be back. Thank you. I was going to say, that sounds like, is that begging the question? Or is that just circular reasoning?
Well, wait, Twonger, can you repeat the first premise?
The first premise is that a 24-hour sun would only be possible on a rotating globe.
Okay.
You got to confirm that.
Yeah. And what was the second one?
The consequence.
So I'm going to use the debate, bro. Yeah, justify that.
Yeah, and then your second one was they did see a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, right? That was your second premise?
Yeah.
Okay, and then the conclusion?
Conclusion is what premise one says, that it's a tilted rotating globe.
Okay, there you go, CB. What do you think?
It sounds if A, then B, therefore A, or it just sounds like it's a fallacy the way he's putting it. Sorry, it's like 4:30 a.m., bro.
Yeah. I let you get
it. Where did he get curved and rotating in that?
This is
yeah, that's the part. If any proposition or any conclusion has to have a proposition, has to be supported. Where is curved and rotating supported?
How is that necessary for that observation? Also,
And he said it could only work in this worldview. Really?
Because exactly. Because you can take any valid logical form and put any two statements you want into it.
Yep.
Right. And it doesn't have to make any logical sense whatsoever. Even though it is logically valid, it won't be logically sound.
It won't be sound. That's correct. It can be logically valid, just not sound.
Okay.
And it needs to be sound in order for it to pass the test for us to understand that it's a sound argument. But from what it sounds like, premise one was a rotating tilted sphere, right? It was already, and you were right, CB. You said it sounds like begging the question. So premise one was already begging the question, baked into premise two, which was they've already affirmed that when they went to Antarctica, they saw the 24-hour sun. So then that means conclusion, the Earth is a rotating tilted sphere.
Right. That can't be the exactly textbook begging the question. Yeah.
I don't think that it's begging the question. It's by process of elimination, right? It's like
I called it earlier. You're not eliminating our position. You're only eliminating straw men that you've created.
But he added Twanger. Your premise was rotating tilted globe, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Can't be the conclusion then, or it's begging the question.
Right. I don't think he understands. See, Globers, they have a hard time with logic because they don't know how it's not sound. Because to them, it's sound because they've always heard that that's the way it is. So for him, it's like he can say like that's just the way it is.
Well, that's why we're talking about the 24-hour sun in Antarctica, because it's a unique example of where it eliminates most possibilities, right? In other words, I'm not begging the question. It's just in order for that to be.
You're trying to say like it's a property.
True.
It's a property of the rotating tilted sphere.
Right. In other words, that can only happen in a select number of things, and in this case, there's only one way that can happen. It's if it was tilted and it was rotating and it's a globe.
That's gotta justify that necessity, bro.
That's what I just did. I'm saying
no, you didn't.
You didn't.
You didn't. You just said
how else would I justify
it? Must be this way. You must anyway.
Dudes, I'm telling you, this is gonna be so much fun for like the next 2 months.
Well, at least I gave you guys something to think about.
You definitely gave it your best shot, man. You know what I'm saying? But I did, thanks for doing it. But
bro, literally, like the phone is ringing because we called this earlier before you got here. To think about, bro, we knew what you were gonna say before you said it.
I like it. You know what? Give Twanger some props. He gave the first kick at the can. He even said it would probably be kind of rough and whatever. So yeah, you started it up.
So for everybody listening on FE 24/7, just for homework, look up the proposition, what it is, and so premise, conclusion. Just look that up and see how it can be sound, because that's what we're trying to get to when we're having these guys, all over the place come in here and talk to us about, the 24-hour sun and such. So hopefully that gives you guys a little meat on the bone to chew.
You can add this to the Star Wars collection. Star Trek collection, sorry. It's logical.
Yeah,
I see more meat in a chicken wing leg. Sorry.
Yeah, it needs to be sound. That's the one thing that it has to be. If it's not sound, it can't be put forth as a conclusion. Because if you can say, just like CB said, he caught it. It's begging the question. Like, you can't have that.
Well done, CB.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for having me go first there, Miguel. That was a good little challenge.
Yeah, but it's gonna build you up because now I just put a katana in your hand, dude. So now you're gonna have to.
So you've got probably two main ways that they'll try to do it, which is one, the affirming the consequent or begging the question type of form, right? And that one we've already talked about, whatever. And the other way will be that it'll be like a modus ponens, but not sound, right?
Or a straw man, it'll be like, this is debunking the flat Earth while actually talking about a projection of the globe.
So then, you can give them that, right? You could give them the soundness of the, debunking of the AE map, but then the equivocation of that with flat Earth, no go.
No go. Yep. So they could debunk the AE map. That's just fine, but they haven't did anything to flat Earth because we were not talking about AE maps. See, that's what I was always saying with map projections. I always told flat earthers, just distance yourself from that because they're reification fallacies. Nobody ever sees the Earth in God's eye view like the way that was always saying that, bros. So just preparing for like this specific scenario, like it. Now it's time, that I've been saying it a long time where people were saying, well, we're going around central north and it just spirals outward. I was like, dudes, don't be going along with this thing. It's going to bite you in the ass. And this is the big dog that's biting you in the ass right now if you are following that. Now, everybody's ass is sore because they got bit. Because of fucking 24-hour sun in Antarctica. So,
well, Jaren and Whitsitt.
Yeah, their butts a little sore.
This like Elizabeth or whatever, some goofy name that she has.
Lisbeth.
Lesbeth or whatever.
Who even is she? Like, out of nowhere comes this person. It's like, does she have like people following her or something? Like, what's going on?
Yeah, who is this woman? I've never seen her before.
Lisbeth pops up in the scene and she's like one of the people going. I'm like, do we know who this person is? Like, what are her arguments?
She's as big as QE and Nathan Oakley and like all the big.
Really?
No.
I'm like, where the fuck? What rock have I crawled out of that I didn't know who she was? Like, what the fuck?
Wait, let's think she's a flat earther.
We have an attempt at.
Wait, who is this bitch?
Like, you guys looking at the chat? There's Romillion and whatever he's supposed to be called. He's made an attempt at a logical syllogism for this just now.
Let's take a look.
I have a question for the 24-hour sun. If they are saying that 24-hour sun will work only on the globe, is that correct?
No, it works. It doesn't work on the flat, whatever that is.
That means it works on the globe.
It doesn't work on a flat. They won't invoke globe. They're still running from.
They don't want, but I want. Listen, discreet. If you have 24 hours of sun in Antarctica, that means that in that period of 24 hours, you have also some. You have also in Greenland, that means on the north, you have some hours of the sun. Is that correct?
Yeah.
That means in the same moment when would be the day, in some of that moment, I don't know which time, but it will be, doesn't matter, imagine, but because you are seeing in 24-hour sun, that means that sun it's going one day, that means all around the world, that means it will pass also the Greenland, that means that from that position in one moment in Antarctica, you will see that sun is covering the Greenland region. Do you understand?
Yeah, I see what you mean.
I'm going to say that the premise that this guy wrote in the chat is completely flawed because
I saw
no necessity to orient the Earth any particular way to have that phenomenon in the sky. So right from the Hobbits, it's trash.
Can you read it out? Can you read it out to the chat?
It's long, but if the Earth was flat, this is P. So it's almost Toland's. So if it was flat, then there must be some possible way to orientate the Earth to allow for a 24-hour sun in Antarctica without contradicting observed day and night cycles. That's Q. And then there's going to be not Q. There is no possible way to orientate the Earth to allow for a 24-hour sun in Antarctica without contradicting observed day and night cycles. Therefore, the Earth is not flat.
Okay.
So he's putting in the necessity that we have to orientate the Earth in some way.
Yeah.
Just for the sun to do it above it.
The necessity is flawed.
Doesn't that
you don't have to necessitate orientation because the sun is an unknown. You can't put a known to the unknown. So he's trying to make it sound like because we know what the sun's movement is, the path of it, so he's insinuating that we already know the sun's path. So therefore the orientation would have to follow. But orientation doesn't have to follow if we don't know the path.
Yeah, the Earth has to be lining itself up in some way with that path. So you're begging the question, some kind of motion of the Earth or something, and he's inserting that. So
I'm telling you, man, this is gonna be so fucking awesome, dude.
Have we even addressed the fact that we're seeing the sun move there or whatever? Like, have we addressed the point that the sun is the thing moving in the 24-hour sun? They're like watching the sun move.
Yeah,
I mean, I think that's a given. But like,
when it says orientate the Earth, it sounds like a tilt type of thing where the Earth is the sun is relatively stationary to the Earth, right? Anyway, go ahead, Moody. You're saying something.
No. I think I was responding to CB. We're talking about the sun movement. Yeah, they're watching it. But I was just going to say that the interesting thing about them going to Antarctica and talking about the sun is that the sun being up for 24 hours and not setting is evidence that the Earth is not flat and is a globe, right? But the evidence that that the sun is setting, because it's not setting right now, but when it is setting, it's evidence that the Earth is a globe. When it's not setting, it's evidence that the Earth is a globe. You see what's weird about this?
Oh.
You ever thought about that? Because now the 24-hour sun, it doesn't set, and the Earth is still a globe. But when it sets, it's still a globe. Like, what?
Good point.
Set.
Yeah, because they're saying that when you see the sun move across the sky and it sets into the horizon, that means it's going over the curve of the Earth. It's a setting. Therefore, the Earth is a globe. Now, it's not setting. It's staying above the horizon. But the Earth is a globe.
Yeah, wow. That's a good point. I'm going to use that, actually. That's a good
Use it. All right, that's a little present for you, CB. You can take that and
I might start with that. I might start with that. Be like, so which is the proof that the Earth is a globe? When the sun sets or when the sun doesn't set? They'll be like, oh, no, of course, when it sets. Like, okay, so what about the 24-hour sun when it doesn't set?
Here's the thing, right? Hasn't it already been proven over years and years of research? Like,
just call me Flat Earth Santa, dude.
They have lots of, thanks, Santa. Don't they have lots of research stations down there? That hasn't been proven that it doesn't actually. Yeah, so they know for a long, long time that it doesn't set. But we, okay.
Yeah, there was people that were working there, but they don't they're confined in their locations, so they're not always outside or whatever. And some people aren't even paying attention. But I mean, if it's up for 24 hours, like it's no big deal. Not to us, anyways. I mean, that's a big deal to the guys. Thinks that the Earth is a AE map.
You look what I wrote. I was doing this with Rob yesterday. So I'm like, which statement is true? A, the sun sets in the flat Earth. B, the sun can't set in the flat Earth. C, you are coping.
There should be a meme, though, Crit. You should make that into a meme.
Yeah.
What did Rob say, Crit?
He just coped. He said, like over and over again, it just wouldn't refuse to answer.
Classic.
Or would say,
Rob,
you gotta come to Gem Pandas and I'll give you an answer.
Oh my god.
Or he would say, ha 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 ha, very funny.
Classic.
He would never pick A or B and just would say some random thing. He goes, if you want to find out, get your ass to Gems or your Copian.
I'm gonna make the. I'm gonna make the space for tonight, and I'll post it in our server. That way, you guys, if you want to join me tonight, it's going down tonight.
You keep saying tonight, bro. My night hasn't even ended from last night.
Well, we gotta get it so we can post here too.
I wish, dude. The freaking people, the people in here are having such a bad time with that. I mean, maybe we need to speak to Oliver or something.
Yeah, I mean,
they were saying, dude.
The last time I raised it, they were like that they needed to double check to make sure it's being like, because they don't want anything associated with like F slurs and stuff like that or whatever. So I think the main hang up, okay, this might be like without saying it, they don't want to be associated with X. That's it.
Oh, well,
I feel like they just want to keep people in this server. They're afraid that people are gonna.
Oh, we're promoting this. We're promoting this server, like from over there. Like, you guys hear me? We're always and the 24/7 Twitter bot thing that we have over there that Helio Skeptic has. Like, he has on there the politics server, so it's being promoted. Of all the places that 24/7 hangs out in, this is one of them. So I don't know what beef they have, because we're promoting them. They're getting people from X to come over here because what we're doing.
They're good with cross promotion and people bouncing around, but for some reason, this one thing, it's like hard no, like pass.
Why?
Because I think it's X is the reason why. Like, they just have hang up because a lot of the people who run the server are pretty liberal. I mean, like, I understand.
Oh, I get what you're saying.
Liberal, okay?
I get what you're saying. Yeah.
So
the whole Elon thing was a hang up for them.
Yeah. So they're so they don't want to have that sort of like X association like anywhere on the server.
They need to get over it, dudes.
But they make it sound like they're just researching the thing, or researching the process to include it as part of.
That's fine. I'll put it in our server for now. I mean, shit. Yeah, it's whatever. That's too bad. Let's just say they're missing out, but whatever.
I see.
Yeah, like, had this been, I guess, I don't know, like, well, the thing too, like, people are saying that X, there's a lot of hate speech on there, or bigotry, or problematic language, and that's another thing they're kind of using, because it's supposed to.
Man, that shit is everywhere.
Oh yeah,
that shit is everywhere.
You can't escape it, like sort of like unmoderated spaces. And the thing with bots too, or something. It seems like they've got reasons or excuses for days right now to make it sure that Twitter spaces aren't it's not just us, okay? It's not just you. Like, there's no Twitter spaces being promoted anywhere on server.
Hey, Crit, are you doing that? It's not you, it's me speech to me?
No, I'm just.
It's not you, it's me. Like,
no one's like, so far, like, no one's allowed to to put Twitter.
Yeah, I get it, bro. I get it.
X stuff anywhere.
But anyways, thank you for attempting anyway. Whatever.
I'll keep working on it. Every time I get a chance to slide it in, like I'll kind of like, what about our X spaces? How's that go? Like.
Hey, somebody posted a logical syllogism in the chat. I think you guys were asking about.
Yeah, it's not sound, bro. We've already looked at it. Romulan? That's fine. It's not sound.
Maybe I came in after you guys already talked about it.
Yeah, we already talked about it. We had another example from Twanger too. You could think of one too, Mushkin. I know you're a Glober. But check it out. This is what we're asking. It's focused on the final experiment kind of thing. But I mean, you could actually form one anytime you want. I mean, but just keep in mind it has to be sound. Anyway, dude, I gotta skedaddle because my shit. I gotta do shit today. I'd rather be doing this, but you know.
It's good to hear you, Alpha, man.
Yeah, P-Mac, man. Nice to see you hanging around. Keep handing out those nothing. Keep handing out those nothing burgers, bro.
Will do.
Was that Jedi? What'd you say?
Give us a shout when you go live, buddy.
Yeah.
What time are you going live?
Shit. I'll post it. Like I said, I'll post it. It's usually around 11 midnight or 11 o'clock at night. Midnight.
Is it on X or where?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Did you say that? Who else is Helio on X?
Yeah.
Oh,
he does. He drops a YouTube bot in there, and it runs, YouTube and whatnot. So
I must check it out.
The Final Proposition Part 1 is what I'm going to name it. So it is what it is.
That sounds very scientific and spacey. So,
yeah.
Final.
All right, gent. Later, bro.
Peace out.
Take care.
Good luck, man.
W's in the chat.